Chapter 1. The Beginning of the Phantom Beast, Dissecting All Things. Year 1506 of the Oceanic Calendar. Red Earth Continent. A red-skinned merman ascended here with bare hands. His name was Fisher Tiger. He was on the verge of liberating the slaves under the cruel grip of the celestial dragons. Holy Land, Mary Geos. Thunder rumbled ominously. A boy huddled in the corner, trembling in fear he was on the brink of death. Useless wretch, consume this devil fruit. Ha ha ha, what variety is it? Zoan types are the most mundane. It is a Zoan, merely in the form of a monkey. They were the celestial dragons, obsessed with hedonism. Every day, slaves from across the world were shackled and delivered to their presence. In a desperate bid for survival, the boy devoured the fruit, but after a prolonged period without water, he coughed violently, threatening to expel it. A bullet struck his heart. Useless, are you vomiting? Before he bears the mark of a slave, he has perished. Damn it, throw him out. As the boy's lifeless body was discarded, a mechanical, emotionless voice echoed in his ears. The hourglass activated, detecting a new soul, commencing its calculations. The soul's potential was immense, awakening the conqueror's haki. The devil fruit was on the verge of dissipating, but was reversed and recalled for identification. Conqueror's haki fully awakened, three-colored haki, proficiency at 0. Identification complete. Zoan monkey fruit phantom beast type, Sun Wukong form. Parsing in progress, nullifying the fruit side effects. Successful eradication, no longer abhorred by the sea. The hourglass was about to inject vitality into this frail form. The grievous wound on the boy's chest healed continuously until the bullet casing was forcibly expelled. He bore numerous other severe injuries non-fatal, yet exceedingly ghastly. He furrowed his brows and gradually awoke. Damn it! How could a truck fly to the second floor of my house? Thankfully, it didn't kill me. Luo Ling opened his eyes, and the first sight was an hourglass. The hourglass projected a panel filled with text. I guess I really did die. Indeed, Luo Ling. The hourglass possesses capabilities such as parsing and reversing. You have acquired the monkey fruit. Phantom beast type. Conqueror's haki fully awakened. Pirate world. As an avid fan of anime and games, Luo Ling was well-versed in the pirate world. Which faction am I in? No faction. Where am I? What is the precise time? Fisher Tiger, the hero of Fishman Island, is about to arrive. Huh. Fishman Karate, Shark Wave Fist. He appeared before Luo Ling, his blood-red skin radiating a resonating battle cry. Luo Ling gazed dazedly towards the Holy Land, Mary Geos. The night here was resplendent. Lights illuminated the red Earth continent, untouched by the celestial clarity of the starry sky. The Milky Way was so beautiful it felt cruel, with the cries of slaves rushing towards the sea echoing in his ears. Run, escape to the sea, seek freedom. Tiger fought valiantly, provoking the celestial dragons would summon marine admirals. Yet he charged directly into the Holy Land, Mary Geos. I want to fight too, what nonsense, celestial dragons. Luo Ling stood up, intent on following Tiger, but a small hand pulled him back. It was three sisters. Luo Ling recognized them at once. Hancock? Sister, he knows your name. Don't waste time, let's go. Boom. Flames surged over 3 meters high, spreading like wildfire, consuming all. Hancock hurled Luo Ling from the red Earth continent. Whether you live or die is up to fate. Hancock was also seeking survival. They were merely fleeing toward the sea, indifferent to Luo Ling's fate. In the pirate world, the true rulers were not the domineering pirates, nor the just marines. It was the celestial dragons. Luo Ling's gaze remained fixed on the inferno engulfing Mary Geos. The boy's painful memories instilled in him a profound hatred for the celestial dragons. Nothing is indestructible. The celestial dragons cannot remain untouchable forever. Look, the flames do not care for the feelings of so-called gods. The wind was fierce this night, and the waves were equally tumultuous. It felt as though someone was secretly commanding the gales, amplifying the tempest. When the Roger pirates clashed with the Golden Lion fleet, strange, colossal storms and waves had also manifested. I'm going to fall to my death. I can't use moonwalk. Luo Ling was certain that falling would mean certain death. Fortunately, a large hand securely caught him. The celestial dragons are becoming increasingly irredeemable, even seizing such a small child as a slave. A green cloak obscured his face, yet Luo Ling discerned his true identity from the words. Dragon, are you taking him with you? Ivankov found Luo Ling to be quite docile, a potential asset. No, the old man is in the East Blue sent him there. Luo Ling felt the fatigue of this body overwhelming him, and he succumbed to slumber. The warship swayed incessantly amidst the winds and waves. Luo Ling was treated for a week. Upon awakening, Ivankov presented him with a cup of hot water. Little one, you have so many wounds you have been asleep for a whole week to heal our physical constitution rivals that of a Zoan user. I have examined you, you do not fear seawater, so you likely have not been fed a devil fruit by the celestial dragons. Ivankov chattered on. Yet Luo Ling's underlying question was, did I really sleep for a week? The hourglass had not mentioned that I ingested a phantom beast type. How could it take a week? It seemed illogical theoretically. Even without awakening, one should heal within a day at most. The prolonged hunger, frigid conditions, illness, and severe injuries had sapped his physical strength, but he had now recovered. Now I understand the reason. The body, riddled with wounds, relied on the hourglass for recovery, taking a long time to heal internal injuries and ailments. Luo Ling swiftly concluded in his mind, just moments ago, he had digested the memories of this boy's life. It was not merely tragic, it was horrifyingly so. To restore in a week was already a miracle. According to the memories, he had only lived for 8 years. Detected character Ivankov parsing attributes. Care 10 points, joy hormone 30 points. Would you like to extract? 2 small bubbles appeared around Ivankov. Luo Ling refrained from grinning foolishly, opting to decline before enjoying a hot shower and a hearty meal. On the deck, the sea breeze billowed Dragon's cloak as Ivankov stood with hands on hips, relishing his leisurely time. Dragon, a miracle of medicine that gravely ill, disabled boy has survived. Ivankov stood on the deck while Dragon gazed into the distance. It will take some time to reach the East Blue. Does that boy have a name? He mentioned while eating that his name was Luo Ling. Dragon did not reply. Further, the sea remained tumultuous, his thoughts consumed with when the era dominated by the celestial dragons would come to an end. After breakfast, Luo Ling felt significantly better. This body was exceedingly frail. Facing hunger, cold, and illness had left him barely able to endure. Fortunately, upon waking, the vigorous vitality of the Zoan type was steadily returning. Luo Ling quickly adapted to life aboard the ship, engaging in tasks within his capabilities daily. He practiced basic physical techniques, marksmanship, and swordsmanship. When alone, he would train in his fruit abilities, familiarizing himself with the 3-colored hockey. On this particular day, he arrived at the training ground once more. Warriors were sweating profusely, parsing a wealth of attributes. Sweat 300 points, vitality 130 points, fatigue 85 points, basic swordsmanship 50 points. Would you like to extract? Extract. Luo Ling selected the red vitality and the pale white swordsmanship bubbles. Chapter 2. The Dragon Takes Action, Conqueror's Hockey. A single poke would allow for direct absorption, enhancing the relevant attributes. Luo Ling, content, approached them and started throwing punches in sync. Only when deep into the night did he leave the training ground, drenched in sweat. After cooling off, his small frame lay upon a single bed. The small room had been prepared for him, previously lying idle as a storage space. Listening to the waves lapping against the ship, Luo Ling took a deep breath and tapped the hourglass. Open attribute parsing. Parsing attributes. Successful analysis. Name, Luo Ling. Title none. Armament hockey, 5 beginner. Observation hockey, 3 beginner. Conqueror's hockey, 1 beginner. Physical techniques, 35 basic. Swordsmanship, 29 basic. Marksmanship, 13 basic. Devil fruit, 31 beginner. Famous blade, none. Varies, 0. Analysis results indicate proficiency. The hourglass provides other dimensional services, allowing infinite storage. The hourglass can parse, synthesize, extract, and reverse. During this time, Luo Ling had been eagerly anticipating the opportunity to gain some attributes from Dragon and Ivankov. They kept their powers contained, making it difficult to extract any surplus attributes. Luo Ling extended his small hand, his skin stretching until it morphed into a monkey's paw. Hourglass, can you allow me to directly awaken my devil fruit? No, it is currently parsing basic physical techniques and will soon synthesize. Synthesize? Curiosity piqued. Luo Ling rose. His highest proficiency lay in basic physical techniques. If he could synthesize a powerful technique, that would be splendid. Fishman karate? Or the marine 6 styles? As long as it wasn't the self-destructive iron block, everything would be fine. Perfect synthesis acquiring physical technique. Marine 6 styles, iron block. Practicing iron block enhances defense, recovery, and fortifies the body like steel. Luo Ling initially intended to refuse, but he currently had no notable techniques to showcase. The development of the devil fruit remains limited, achieving only a transformation of form. A crystal-clear bubble materialized, and he gently tapped it. Knowledge and experience in martial arts swiftly integrated into his mind, along with muscle memory. He exerted himself experimentally. Hey, I can't move. After the release, Luo Ling felt on the verge of collapse. He was merely standing there, enduring blows. However, his physicality had indeed significantly improved, with a marked enhancement in both defense and recovery. The synthesis of bubbles would yield a proficiency of 100, allowing for direct mastery. This surpassed the attributes derived from normal extraction. The 3-color hockey is far too weak. I haven't had the opportunity to truly hone my skills. He contemplated this as he closed his eyes, beginning to practice observation hockey, sensing danger, the corridor, and a vast sea. A chilling sensation enveloped him. Danger! Luo Ling sprang onto the table. In the next moment, the hatch opened silently, and a figure entered, preparing to strike at the bed, only to be astonished by the absence of occupants. Monkey! The assailant exclaimed in surprise, while Luo Ling had transformed into his animal form, his basic armament hockey enveloping his fists. A single punch struck him squarely on the forehead. Being a Zoan type, the explosive power was formidable. As the assailant fell, shadows began to emerge aboard the ship. Enemy attack. Who dared to ambush the warship where Long and Ivankov resided? This was tantamount to courting death. As Luo Ling landed, he realized he had struck the assailant's brow, killing him instantly. In the past, his strength would not have been so formidable. The combination of the Zoan type and martial arts, along with armament hockey and the newly learned iron block, endowed him with such immense power. This knife is mediocre, and so is the gun. Luo Ling casually stowed the weapons into his hourglass space. He collected over 30,000 berries as well. Floating in the air were about a dozen bubbles. All were infused with his blood essence after death, alongside swordsmanship, martial arts, and even bubbles of resentment and regret. Luo Ling punctured a few of the useful ones, allowing the rest to dissipate. Gained attributes. Basic swordsmanship 50 points, basic martial arts 40 points, blood essence 100 points. The attributes of the deceased required no extraction and could be absorbed directly. All basic attributes, no wonder I was able to ambush him to death. Fortunately, killing enemies granted him the vast majority of their attribute points, comparable to the bubbles of attributes released by hundreds in a training ground. His proficiency had also increased significantly. Luo Ling felt that if he could annihilate a pirate crew in one night, he would undoubtedly ascend a level. Such weak strength, yet they dared to launch a surprise attack premeditated weaklings? Luo Ling was at a loss regarding this operation. Whenever danger loomed, one must exercise caution. The pure animal form of the monkey fruit was still too feeble, so he opted for the combat form instead. His legs, hands, and tail transformed, greatly enhancing both recovery and mobility. Speed and agility became his advantages, while strength was supplemented by armament hockey and martial arts. Luo Ling hung upside down in the doorframe, patiently waiting. Basic observation hockey could only be employed through this ambush strategy. Bang! The assailant chose to fire first, avoiding the risk of falling into peril upon entering. All of this was disregarded by Luo Ling, who remained concealed in the doorframe. No one. One person is dead. This fellow should have fled. Strange, We've been discovered. If we don't leave soon, we'll be entangled. 2 individuals? Luo Ling held his breath, using observation haki to gauge their combat prowess. After confirming the enemy's strength, he hooked his tail around the doorframe. Like a scorpion, he hung inverted, the long knife he had just acquired slicing through their throats. Once again, a plethora of bubbles emerged. Gained attributes: blood essence 200 points, martial arts 90 points, gunmanship 30 points, swordsmanship 50 points. Luo Ling wore a puzzled expression. Gunmanship inferior to swordsmanship. How dared they fire a test shot just moments ago? How many hands do you possess? All weapons and berries were confiscated, leaving behind no items to identify their affiliation. The corridor echoed with the sounds of gunfire and the clash of blades. Indeed, there were external attackers. Luo Ling found it curious that so many enemies could infiltrate silently. This was Long's warship, unless Devil Fruit, a paramecia type that could teleport or allow numerous individuals to infiltrate. He leaped from the corridor, continuously bouncing off the walls and ceiling, evading repeated attacks. That area has the most enemies. The source must be there. Luo Ling's pace quickened, and his leaps became increasingly adept. Normally, he could only practice within a confined space. This was a rare opportunity. A door. Luo Ling spotted a door leading to the most spacious lounge on this crew level. People were continuously emerging from within. These individuals were not particularly strong, but were accustomed to assassination, exhibiting a high degree of premeditation and planning. Little did they anticipate encountering a hard nut to crack, leading to their abrupt failure. Detection of the paramecia type door fruit in use. The current owner of the door fruit has not yet been devoured by CP9 member Bruno. It belongs to a pirate captain fond of ambushes and ship hijacking. Analysis complete. Gained attributes: Devil Fruit 300 points. Would you like to extract? Extract. As soon as Luo Ling clicked, he absorbed the pure attributes of the Devil Fruit to enhance his proficiency. The hourglass swiftly issued a new prompt. Detection of advanced awakening of Conqueror's Haki in use. Analysis complete. Gained attributes: Conqueror's Haki 1,000 points. Would you like to extract? Extract. Luo Ling had initially believed that amidst the chaos, the area would be filled with attribute bubbles, presenting a golden opportunity for him. Little did he expect to receive a grand gift directly. Hourglass. Does this count as a beginner's gift package? It is not an exaggeration that the use of Conqueror's Haki emanates outwardly. This is an inevitability. Extracting even a slight amount results in a staggering 10,000 points. The analysis concludes that the dragon is exceptionally powerful. Luo Ling chose to absorb the essence. In an instant, his mastery of the Conqueror's Haki surged. With 100 attributes equating to a single level of proficiency, a staggering 10,000 attributes propelled his Conqueror's Haki to an intermediate level. Chapter 3. The Path Through the Sea of Flames. Since Luo Ling's journey began, it was the first time she witnessed a true powerhouse in action. In an instant, all the invaders collapsed to the ground, rendered incapable of resistance, frothing at the mouth. The Conqueror's Haki had ascended to an intermediate level, with a proficiency of 5. Not a single GM soldier fell, as Long's mastery of the Conqueror's Haki approached perfection. Loring beheld a figure clad in a green cloak, leaping gracefully to vanquish all assailants aboard the battleship, boldly infiltrating the enemy camp. Shortly thereafter, a rallying cry resonated, urging, steer left, set course for the Summer Isle. 30 nautical miles hence. This island, eternally basking in the warmth of summer, even during the night, was caressed by the sultry summer breeze. Ivankov's voice rang out, revitalizing the warriors and restoring their alertness. The battleship, propelled by the tempest, cleaved through towering waves, as the luminous moonlight generously illuminated the night. After dropping anchor, they reached the shoreline, where a small harbor lay concealed, home to a pirate ship capable of accommodating 300 souls. Following the team leader, Loring arrived at the scene, where no bloodshed was evident. Some individuals lay unconscious upon the ground, their wine bottles shattered, spilling a cascade of crimson liquid. The dark red wine seeped into the floorboards. The bar was dimly lit, and all present were sprawled on the floor. These individuals appeared to be adorned in extravagant attire, each adorned with no fewer than 7 gold rings encrusted with precious gems. They had all succumbed to the overwhelming force of Dragon's Conqueror's Haki. As the detection of the Mara Nomi indicated its impending departure, analysis commenced. Only one person lay collapsed at his feet, their neck contorted, devoid of life. Loring understood that this individual must possess the powers of the Dor fruit. Long had intentionally refrained from using his conqueror's haki to inflict harm. He merely sought to ascertain the finality of death. This group of miscreants had likely concealed themselves upon the island, observing passing vessels, and under the cover of night. They had seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack utilizing their fruit abilities. After Ivankov had analyzed the situation, he pondered for a moment before continuing. "We must gather the supplies here. We need to set off post-haste. Let us embark, brothers." After Loring finished loading the last trunk, he wearily settled back into the cabin. A corpse remained propped up in the corner, while two others lay in the corridor, requiring no concern from him, nor would they be counted against him. Upon completing the analysis, he obtained the devil fruit, a paramecia type known as the Dor fruit. Inside a crystalline bubble, the Dor fruit floated ethereally. To his surprise, he had managed to analyze even the devil fruit. Bruno would undoubtedly suffer a significant reduction in combat prowess upon losing this fruit. He took a bite and exclaimed in disgust, "How terrible it tastes," as he worked to neutralize the side effects and eliminate the fruit's incompatibility risks. He achieved a perfect resolution. Luo Ling felt a sense of lightness wash over him as he gently pushed with his palm. Thankfully, there was an hourglass. Otherwise, consuming two fruits might have led to his untimely demise. He opened a portal of air and disposed of the body, swiftly tidying up the scene. There lingered a faint metallic scent, which dissipated with a gentle breeze. Having cleared the odor, Luo Ling peacefully drifted into slumber. A week later, within the conference room, Ivankov was instructing on matters concerning the landing. This island, a winter isle, remained shrouded in perpetual cold, with snowflakes cascading throughout the year. In 1 week, we shall decisively seize control here, and the celestial dragons shall no longer receive offerings of heavenly gold. The heavenly gold is a tribute imposed by the nations subservient to the celestial dragons, requiring timely submission. The amounts are colossal, often compelling an entire nation to tighten their belts. The royal family, however, is not counted among those who go hungry. They indulge in the finest pleasures. Their ambition solely to ascend as new celestial dragons. The celestial dragons will not remain as such forever, yet they dwell eternally in their dreams. This winter isle is named Didikal, and the king's favorite pastime is selecting a new queen each month. Luo Ling was assigned to a small team responsible for support. Each team comprised 10 individuals, and there were hundreds of teams aboard the warship. Before reaching the East Sea, this was to be their final battle. The vessel, disguised as a merchant ship, docked, and they assumed the guise of ordinary civilians. Luo Ling was clad in a pair of sturdy snow boots, complemented by a cozy hoodie adorned with charming bird patterns, shielding her ears from the biting cold. Beneath her jeans, she wore thermal layers. Her hands nestled within her pockets as she trailed behind the captain. "Do not utter a word. Stay close. Your current identity is my son." Suddenly, Long appeared before her, a large hand resting on her shoulder. As they traversed the harbor, the scenery around them shifted continuously. Initially, jovial patrons filled the taverns, reveling in the joys of life. However, upon reaching the streets, some faces betrayed signs of distress, their hunger driving them to frantically seek any task that could offer a morsel to eat. Deeper into the alleys, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, nearly devoid of life. Indeed, corpses lay scattered everywhere. Hunger drained their warmth, and the cold ultimately claimed their lives. Creak. A dilapidated, forsaken house creaked open its door. There was no warm iron stove as Luo Ling had envisioned. Instead, people were swathed in tattered blankets. Huddled in a corner, their expressions grave. "Mr. Long, can we not wait? A week is too long. More lives will be lost," pleaded a young man, his voice tinged with desperation. Long remained silent as another middle-aged man rose, exclaiming, "Those damned royals. I wish I could slay them right now." Yet, Long remained unresponsive. "We need food. Only with sustenance can we generate warmth. We cannot fight until we are well fed." A young man with long hair obscuring his face spoke up. Long's gaze fixed upon him, and at last he spoke. "We have brought ample provisions, enough to last a week. Once everyone has regained their strength, that shall be the moment of the royals' downfall." Hope illuminated the faces of those present, their eyes filled with gratitude as they regarded him. Soon after, Long departed with Luo Ling, personally navigating the streets to assess the terrain. "Mr. Long, if you are capable of dealing with the royals, why must we wait a week?" Luo Ling inquired with confusion. "A king has passed away. Once we depart, a new monarch will emerge, unless they all become me. Long spoke in a nonchalant manner, handing him a piece of dry food. In order to sustain everyone, we shall subsist on this for an entire week. Indeed, Loring beheld a dilapidated shack where an individual had received the same provisions, presumably supplied by the GM troops. The person initially appeared taken aback, their dazed gaze flickering with a glimmer of hope before they began to devour the food voraciously. Luo Ling took a bite. The taste was quite dreadful. Yet it sufficed to fill his stomach and sustain his life, and that was sufficient. A week later, flames once again ignited, and he beheld the inferno extending towards the palace, consuming all in its path. Snowflakes descended upon the ground, only to be melted by the intense heat. The royal banner fell, swiftly engulfed by the flames. Luo Ling once pondered why those ordinary individuals frequently succumbed to madness after vanquishing royalty, often reducing the palace to ashes. Now he comprehends that ordinary people are haunted by numerous fears. They do not merely incinerate civilization, but rather they are ablaze with the desire to obliterate their terror, the terror of the king. His gaze fixed upon the inferno amidst the snow. Luo Ling seems to have realized his true purpose in life. Not as a pirate, nor as a marine. He aspires to become a member of the GM army, akin to the way Tiger ignited a flame in Mariehua upon his arrival in this world. Mr. Dragon, is it permissible for me to refrain from going to the East Blue? I too wish to become your comrade. Luo Ling expressed his innermost thoughts. Before you can stand shoulder to shoulder with us in battle, you must become sufficiently strong, and the old man is undoubtedly capable of achieving this. Long Yin concludes here. Luo Ling, we eagerly await the day of your departure to the sea. Ivankov embraced Luo Ling tightly, nearly suffocating him. Dawn broke. A small island emerged on the horizon. East Blue, Weno Village. Chapter 4. Farewell to Luffy, first encounter with Ace. Long disembarked alone, guiding Luo Ling into a quaint tavern. The shelves were lined with an array of spirits, and a fruit cabinet displayed an assortment of fresh produce. The tavern was deserted today, eerily empty as if cleared by some unseen force. Makino sat at the bar. Little one, would you prefer a glass of milk or orange juice? I want apple juice. Lulling awaited a glass of apple juice, which he gulped down eagerly. To his left sat a dragon, while to his right was an elderly gentleman. The legendary hero, Carp. The system detected the character Carp and began analysis, acquiring attributes. Enthusiasm 30 points, optimism 50 points. Would you like to extract this information? Luo Ling pondered. What purpose does extracting this serve? Speaking of which, the attributes emanating from Carp are even more preposterous than those of Ivankov. Now, not only must I care for Luffy, but also for this young lad. Luffy, is he faring well? Dragon seemingly inquired casually. He is about to possess a will of iron. Carp replied with unwavering confidence, then continued to jest. And you? You little scoundrel, surely you did not come merely to reminisce with your father. As he spoke, he nonchalantly picked his nose, oblivious to his surroundings. We are on the verge of establishing our headquarters in the New World. Dragon took a sip of strong liquor, while Carp had arrived alone. Sengoku will likely find this quite troublesome, but perhaps the one who will suffer the most is Steelbone. After stating this, Carp lifted Luo Ling with one hand and approached the door, declaring, You are all still far too weak. Strive to grow stronger. No response was given. The corners of Dragon's mouth curled upward beneath his cloak, revealing a sense of joy. There was no pause in Windmill Village. Luo Ling was swiftly taken to the forest by Carp. According to the timeline, Luffy would not be brought to Dayton's home for another 3 years. There stands a quaint wooden cabin where Luffy, with a rumbling stomach, waits in anticipation. Upon catching sight of Carp and Luo Ling, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The system detected the character Luffy and began to analyze, acquiring attributes. Hunger 80, Optimism 100, Curiosity 100, Enthusiasm 100, Fatigue 50. Extraction declined. Luo Ling was rendered speechless. Do these two, grandfather and grandson, possess any serious attributes? Luffy, have you yet to master the art of cooking? How do you intend to become a valiant marine in the future? Grandfather, I aspire to be a pirate. Bang. That hurt. Following the powerful punch, Garp turned his gaze towards Luo Ling. What is your name? Luo Ling. Let us be friends, Luo Ling. Just moments ago, Luffy was shedding tears from the pain, but now curiosity has taken hold of him. Gurgle. Luling observed an abundance of curious and enthusiastic bubbles emanating from Luffy. Do you aspire to be a marine? I wish to join the GM army. With a resounding thud, a punch landed, nearly bringing Luling to tears from the pain. Before long, Carp had begun grilling meat. And after a hearty meal, the famished Luling and Luffy swiftly forged a friendship. On the grassy expanse, One could gaze upward to behold the resplendent Milky Way. Little Luffy pointed to the sky and said, "Lulling, will you be my crewmate? You shall encounter even finer companions." Roran declined the request. Luffy turned his head away, ignoring him, but after a mere 10 seconds, he began to chatter on about various topics. Garp quietly observed this scene. Several years ago, he had cared for Ace in a similar manner. That foolish child would often ask Garp whether his very existence was a source of annoyance. Luo Ling swiftly acclimated to the grueling training regimen. Each day was a test of survival in the wilderness, which included being tethered to a balloon and soaring into the sky, only to be dropped into a canyon teeming with serpents. As his vitality grew increasingly robust, Garp began imparting some combat techniques to him. "Luffy, come learn your grandfather's iron fist." "Absolutely not. Why should a pirate learn the iron fist of a marine?" In a fit of stubbornness, Luffy received a punch, resulting in a sizable bump on his head. "Look at Luo Ling, just look at you." Yet, Luo Ling had no desire to become a pirate. Luffy pouted, observing Luo Ling drenched in sweat, diligently practicing his martial arts. From the perspective of Luffy, every day he faces numerous attribute bubbles in his quest for survival. In contrast, Garp only experiences a slight emergence of red health bubbles when practicing his punches. The hourglass indicates Garp's progress in martial arts, successfully synthesizing and acquiring the martial technique known as the Navy's 6 styles, Gale Foot. Shall it be extracted? Extraction confirmed. Lo Ling wore a puzzled expression. How could Cap be performing the stance while throwing punches, and yet there was a mention of the Gale Kick? He had no time to ponder over this perplexity and opted to extract the essence instead. With the arrival of the Gale Kick, he would possess an even more formidable martial prowess. During this period, he had gradually acclimated to the perilous surroundings, significantly enhancing his foundational skills. Day after day, the myriad of dangers in the mountains had become as familiar to him as walking on level ground. Luo Ling assimilated the Navy's 6 styles from Garp. Strangely, Garp consistently taught him the fundamentals of the horse stance and the art of punching, referring to it as the Iron Fist of Love. Luo Ling merely followed the path of martial arts, mastering various physical techniques. As the seasons changed, he fully experienced a year in the mountains. His foundational proficiency flourished, alongside the mastery of the 3-colored haki and the devil fruit, culminating in the complete acquisition of the Marine 6 styles. The summer sun blazed fiercely, causing beads of sweat to trickle down Luffy's brow as the scent of perspiration filled the air. "Luo Ling, my grandfather said you were leaving today. Will we meet again?" "Certainly," came the reply. Garp stepped forward, gripping Luo Ling firmly. "You've shown enough bravery. Now go and join that other little rascal." "Luo Ling," shouted young Luffy from atop a wooden platform, "I will become strong enough, and we shall meet again upon the vast sea." Upon the sea, Luo Ling was filled with anticipation. Was he about to embark on a maritime journey? In no time, he found himself cast into another mountain, the domain of the bandit Dayton. Here, he encountered another fellow. Ace was presumably outside, not at home. The sandglass had successfully deciphered the Iron Fist of Love, resulting in the creation of a martial art, the Iron Fist of Love. This technique seamlessly integrated advanced awakened armed color haki, reputed to possess the essence of love, rendering it indefensible. Love your every adversary. Should I extract it? Yes, extract. Thrown into the room, Luo Ling felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. The Iron Fist of Love was indeed a martial art, a superior product combining haki and martial skill. "Dayton, keep an eye on this fellow. Yet again, you've brought me trouble. Garp, you truly are a nuisance." Dayton exchanged a few barbs with Garp, but ultimately accepted Luo Ling. As Dayton was detected, the analysis commenced. Yielding attributes: passion 30 points, sympathy 50 points, helplessness 20 points. A perfect synthesis resulted in the acquisition of an item, the Great Knife of 21 Crafts, Fragmented Fawn. This cursed blade, with a curved dark purple body, bore the mark of death. On nights of a full moon, it would absorb moonlight, transforming into a colossal beast known as Fragmented Fawn. Should I extract it? Yes, extract. Soon, within the confines of the sandglass, a dark purple long knife materialized. Cursed indeed. Luo Ling has a penchant for peculiar things. Little rascal, in the future, you must earn your own sustenance. We shall not tolerate idlers. Dayton and the bandits feigned a fierce demeanor. Luo Ling understands that the bubbles symbolize the truth, and that Dayton's helplessness stems from Kapu. Although he appears fierce, his heart is tender and brimming with compassion. Perhaps he perceives Luo Ling as a homeless child. This family truly embodies a dichotomy. Today, they offer you merely a bowl of plain rice and a cup of water. The mountain bandits feign great anger. Luo Ling joyfully savored his rice, feeling increasingly powerful. With sufficient resources at his disposal, he was determined to set sail and turn the world upside down. A character named Ace was detected, and the attributes were being analyzed. Health 200 points, fatigue 100 points, hunger 200 points. Extraction confirmed. Ace returned with a wild boar slung over his shoulder and unceremoniously tossed it into the room. He acquired a roasted chicken and barbecued meat. Loring gazed as unbidden tears trickled down her cheeks. Hey, who are you? Why are you drooling and staring at my food with such greedy eyes? I absolutely refuse to share it with you, you fool. A minute later, Ace tore off half of the roasted chicken and handed it to Loring. Thank you. In the future, should you find yourself in peril, I will surely come to your rescue. Loring, as she ate, looked up and smiled. Even if you stand against the entire world, Ace retorted, who would be foolish enough to oppose the world? What truly matters is my strength. I do not require your salvation. Chapter 5. Setting sail and encountering the celestial dragons in the early morning, the first rays of sunlight emerged. Luo Ling stood at the doorway. What are you planning to do? Train you. Do you believe yourself to be strong? Refine me. Ace grumbled as he twisted his arm in dissatisfaction. You are far too weak, particularly in martial arts and willpower. While you may manage against ordinary individuals, this vast ocean ultimately belongs to the realm of willpower. Loring, with an air of unwarranted gravitas, proclaimed a world of dominance. Ace, perplexed, found himself at a loss to comprehend the ramblings of this audacious youth. Defeat me, and should you fail, you will become my disciple, Ace. Last night, he had neglected to inquire about the young man's name, for he would not engage with an unknown adversary. Ace, now invigorated by a newfound resolve, perceived in the youth a formidable spirit. Loring. In a clearing within the forest, Ace struggled to rise to his feet. In a mere 10 minutes, Luo Ling effortlessly overpowered him more than 100 times. Just once, he wished to land even a single blow on Luo Ling. Yet, without exception, every attempt ended in failure. The stubbornness ingrained in his very being compelled Ace to rise once more. Is this what it means to be domineering, Luo Ling? No. This is simply martial prowess. The gaze of Luo Ling revealed an enigmatic depth. To be honest, the past year had nearly driven him to madness. In the presence of dragon and carp, there was no room for pretense. He feared appearing insufficiently weak. Only before Ace could he finally breathe a sigh of relief. More importantly, the food he had received last night during his hunger struck a profound chord within him. He would forever cherish in his heart the kindness bestowed upon him by Dragon, Ivankov, Carp, Luffy, Ace, and the Dayton family. 3 years hence, I shall be 12. And at that juncture, I will set sail. Until then, I will devote myself entirely to teaching you the ways of martial arts and hockey. What is hockey? Ace inquired with curiosity. If what had just been demonstrated was merely martial arts, then what exactly did Luo Ling mean by hockey? A splendid question indeed. Luo Ling turned to a tree, its girth surpassing that of a human, and with a pointed finger, he unleashed his prowess. Through diligent training alongside Carp, his hockey had ascended to an intermediate level, while his martial arts skills had evolved from rudimentary to proficient. The combination of his finger thrust and the armament hockey resulted in a resounding explosion, creating a substantial cavity in the tree. The Marine 6 styles serve as the foundational framework for hockey, and mastering them signifies a significant entry into this realm. Moreover, Luo Ling, endowed with remarkable talent, had already achieved a seamless integration of these skills. This exemplifies the essence of armament hockey, which harmoniously balances both defense and offense. Luo Ling closed her eyes and curled her fingers. Attack, Ace. You are far too arrogant. Ace, having lost much of his strength, stood no chance of hitting her. He had thrown a dozen stones, all of which Luo Ling effortlessly evaded. The interplay of foresight and the unknown, this is the essence of observation hockey. In the next moment, as Luo Ling opened her eyes, she tilted her small head and cast a cold gaze at the massive bear that was about to pounce on Ace from behind. With a resounding crash, the bear collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Among millions, such a rare occurrence unfolded, an unparalleled clash of will. As the Conqueror's hockey met its match, the 3 types of hockey, it was the first time Ace had such a clear understanding of it. From now on, train with me. I shall impart the Marine's 6 styles and the 3 types of hockey to you. I shall not call you master, Ace stubbornly declared. I am merely 2 years your senior. Refer to me as elder brother. Humph. If I defeat you in 3 years, then elder brother shall be mine to claim. The outcome rests with you." With a joyful smile, Loring extended his hand, and the two exchanged a high five. He would never allow tragedy to repeat itself. Ace had yet to awaken his conqueror's haki, but only 3 years remained, as long as he comprehended it in advance. Perhaps Ace would consume the flame fruit after setting sail. This time, he would emerge even stronger, possessing a solid foundation in martial arts and even mastering the 3 types of haki. In gratitude for half a roasted chicken, I shall repay with the 3 types of haki. A new achievement has been detected. Master of the Flame Emperor, Progress 1. As the Master of the Flame Emperor, you are destined to become the mentor of the future Flame Emperor Ace. Achieving this milestone will yield substantial rewards. Oh, Luo Ling did not anticipate that there would be rewards for this. He merely wished to diligently cultivate his physical skills and domineering presence, as well as develop his fruit abilities before embarking on his journey to become a GM at sea. Over 1,000 days and nights, Loring traverses the verdant expanses of the Galber Mountains, navigating the uncertain terminus between the Kingdom of Goya and the occasional descent to Windmill Village, where he indulges in a refreshing glass of juice at Machino. His prowess has grown increasingly formidable as he has attained an intimate understanding of the piratical world, mastering the arts of hand-to-hand combat, marksmanship, swordsmanship, haki, and the powers of the devil fruit. As the disciple of the Flame Emperor, he has achieved a milestone of 100 progress, earning accolades that include the technique of swordsmanship, draw technique, a strike honed over 2 decades. What will you use to defend against it? And marksmanship, gunfighting technique, have you ever heard of bullets curving, wielding a gun as one would a blade? He has also acquired a life card and a humble sailing vessel. Loring accepted the reward and absorbed the bubbles. Upon seeing the reward, he realized that it was time for him to set sail. Ace had finally mastered the Busashoka haki and Kenbunchika haki, and had begun to glimpse the path of the 6 powers of the Navy. Noticing Loring's hesitant expression, he curiously inquired, "Loring, why have I not awakened the Conqueror's haki?" "There will be an opportunity," Loring replied. "When you find yourself in a situation where you must protect yourself or those you wish to safeguard, you will awaken it." Luo Ling, savoring the roasted meat, calmly declared, "Ace, I am setting sail." A gentle breeze caressed Ace's hair, glistening on his forehead with beads of sweat. At the tender age of 10, he had seldom encountered anyone he truly considered family. Luo Ling was one such person. Over the past 3 years, they had forged a bond that was both mentor and friendship. Countless intricate emotions lingered unspoken, manifesting only as a simple "oh." 2 days later, on the shores of Galber Mountain, Ace raised his cup in a toast. "Brother," he exclaimed, "at last, you acknowledge it." Luo Ling raised the Brotherhood wine to his lips, leaping onto the sailboat with exuberance. This place was merely a modest sleeping nook, truly unremarkable. But soon enough, 2 foolish souls would arrive at Dedang's abode. Do impart as much wisdom as you can to them. Should you forge a brotherhood, do not forget to inform them of the elder brother. "I shall," replied Luo Ling. As Ace waved his tiny hand, he gestured farewell, the wind and waves billowing the sails as they gradually drifted away. Prior to this, Luo Ling had procured a substantial supply of provisions from Windmill Village, along with ample drinking water. He remained unaware of the challenges that awaited him on this journey. Would the East Sea bestow upon him delightful surprises? 3 months later, Luo Ling, aboard the vessel, felt faint from hunger. The adventures upon the vast ocean were far from joyous. Upon departing from the island of the Goya Kingdom, he drifted aimlessly, never anticipating the sheer magnitude of the Eastern Sea. He could only stumble upon a few uninhabited islets. Perhaps this is a flawed expression. He found himself stranded at sea, stranded amidst the vastness of the ocean. Yet, this was the stark reality. He could not even use the Momo fruit to reach the nearby islands, for he could see nothing at all. Would I perish from hunger? In the depths of Luo Ling's heart, such thoughts emerged. It was indeed exceedingly constraining. Fish are not caught every day. Perhaps it was a week ago that his more than 7-meter fishing line ceased to yield any catches. Although he had ventured out to sea, there was no one to bear witness to his endeavors. Loring resolved never to disclose to others that he had set sail so early, lest he suffer humiliation. One day, when he attains fame, he shall acknowledge the date of his departure. A large vessel has been detected and is currently being analyzed. The analysis is successful. The ship is en route to the Kingdom of Goa, belonging to the Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Dragons? Bound for the Kingdom of Goa? Loring immediately contemplated a chilling possibility. It was the Celestial Dragon's warship that had obliterated Sabo's small raft. Just as his anger surged, his keen observation haki detected imminent danger. With a swift sidestep, he gracefully executed the moonwalk to escape from the vessel. In the next instant, his small boat was annihilated. Celestial dragons. There are no great generals in the East Blue. You might as well await your demise. Chapter 6. Even celestial dragons fear boom. Another cannonball sliced through the night, aimed directly at Loring. Their sole purpose was slaughter. Their only desire was pleasure. Having arrived in this world, Loring had remained in silence for nearly 5 years. He could not shake off the haunting memories of that fateful night. Each evening, the remnants of his corpse's memories flickered before him, every moment of the boy being toyed with by the lofty celestial dragons. How could he possibly forget? I merely set sail, not even colliding with your ship, yet you opened fire. Even after failing to kill me, you pursued relentlessly. Loring deftly evaded the strike, soaring through the sky with remarkable swiftness. It is truly suffocating, this gathering of vampires and celestial dragons. From this day forth, I shall bring you all to your knees. Not a speck of dust lingered. Upon landing on the deck of the warship, what met his gaze was not a countenance of fury, but rather a lavish banquet. 3 celestial dragons were surrounded by admirers, raising their goblets in celebration, while their attendants wore forced smiles. The foremost celestial dragon, upon noticing the sudden appearance of Loring, bellowed in anger. Who is this? Let this filthy scoundrel perish. Oh, Luo Ling smiled faintly, deftly evading the relentless assaults of the celestial dragon guards. No matter how sharp the swords or spears, they could not graze even the slightest part of Luo Ling. They were far too feeble. Suddenly, over a dozen spears came hurtling towards him. He swayed his body, murmuring 2 words, paper drawing, skillfully dodging these attacks. The last armored guard lunged forward with a thrust of his spear, mere meters away from the celestial dragon. Luo Ling nonchalantly deflected the strike. A metallic object. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed, and with his foresight, he evaded the attack just in time. The spear struck. Crack! The iron armor shattered in an instant, leaving the assailant's eyes filled with disbelief. Hey, you foolish wretch, are you seeking your own demise? The woman among the celestial dragons roared, sealing Luo Ling's fate. With a swift kick, she sent the last obstacle flying. The guard collided violently with the iron plate, the dented metal bearing testament to the force of her blow. Now merely 2 meters from the celestial dragons, the leader, sporting a small mustache, furiously raised his weapon. Die, you worthless scum. Flames erupted from the gun's muzzle, and a bullet capable of effortlessly extinguishing an ordinary life was unleashed. Chafe. Loring appeared atop the little mustached figure, standing in midair, and delivered a decisive kick. Crack! The oxygen protective shield shattered, delivering a lethal blow. The victim spat blood, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. The sight drove everyone into a frenzy of screams. They were celestial dragons. Any harm inflicted upon them would summon the might of a marine admiral. I am Charlemagne Saint. If you dare to harm me, you shall meet your doom. Another celestial dragon finally grasped the essence of fear, as the nearby female celestial dragon began to scream. So, it turns out, you too can experience fear. Luo Ling delivered a powerful punch towards Charma, striking his face with such force that it caved in, contorting his entire visage. I am not only a celestial dragon, but I am also beautiful and noble. You wouldn't tea. The female celestial dragon, in a state of panic, attempted to retreat, only to realize that she had lost control over her own feet. I am not one to adhere to such trivialities. Luo Ling refrained from using his fists, believing that such actions had been tainted by the Dragonites. Instead, he wielded a spear. The moment the oxygen shield shattered, her so-called visage lost all semblance of beauty. The screams were piercingly shrill. Every individual aboard the vessel was reduced to tears, for this man had gone mad. He had not merely injured, but perhaps even killed a Dragonite. This man had accomplished what few in the world would ever dare to undertake. You have slain a Dragonite, and there is no escape for you. Madman, there is no escaping. The entire world will place a bounty on your head. Some spat in disdain, their eyes filled with animosity. Others stared at Luo Ling as though he were a corpse. Are you truly weeping for such filth? Luo Ling placed his foot upon the head of one of the celestial dragons. Initially, he had refrained from exerting too much force, feeling it beneath him. However, he now comprehended the essence of their terror, a terror that ingrained within you the notion that submission is a matter of course. I am different. I lack the inherent bloodline that compels subservience. At this moment, the other 2 warships finally drew near. His prior assault had been executed with such swiftness that it had transpired in little more than a minute. Consequently, the 2 escort vessels had rushed to his aid with utmost urgency. The celestial dragons forbade the Navy from remaining aboard their ships, deeming it a sacrilege. This provided Luo Ling with the perfect opportunity. Over 500 Marines surged onto the deck, fingers poised on triggers, ready to fire at a moment's notice. I am Rear Admiral of the 43rd Division of the East Sea, Iron Dog. You are to surrender immediately, or I shall give the command to reduce you to a mere sieve. Oh? Luo Ling smirked playfully as he rubbed his knuckles, tearing a piece of cloth from the celestial dragon to wipe away the blood on his fist. The Iron Hound, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but swallow hard. The Marines instinctively recoiled. Upon completion of the analysis, he acquired numerous attributes. Health 1,000 points, Strength 10 points, Speed 9 points, Martial Arts 15 points, Marksmanship 30 points. Despair 500 points, Fear 1,000 points. Would you like to extract? Extract. Luo Ling selectively obtained only a portion of what was useful. He had not anticipated that the celestial dragons were gripped by such profound fear. The Dragon Slayer, having achieved a completion rate of 100, was rewarded with a remarkable skill, Dragon Claw, an unparalleled technique derived from the leader of dragons, seamlessly integrating offense, defense, and speed into an exquisite martial art. Additionally, the ability to capture and hurl bubbles was unlocked, enabling him to achieve desired effects upon others. Oh, Luo Ling made an attempt and, indeed, grasped the dark, ominous bubbles of fear, despair, and hatred within his hand. In an instant, his swift figure vanished, reappearing before the Iron Hound. He hurled the pitch-black orb, visible only to him, onto the Iron Fist. The Iron Hound was oblivious to the nature of the attack, but in the next moment, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of despair, terror, and deep-seated animosity. The bubbles were truly remarkable, yet, regrettably, if not utilized promptly, they would dissipate into nothingness. After uttering these words, he patted the Iron Hound's shoulder, who remained ensnared in a state of fear, unable to awaken. The onlookers dared not move an inch. They had not even discerned how Luo Ling had executed his strike. All they comprehended was that the mightiest had succumbed to a loss of resistance. Luo Ling, upon seeing the cabin, pushed the door open and entered without a glance from anyone. Once unnoticed, he stepped into the airlock and vanished from sight. Shortly thereafter, others realized his absence from the cabin and began to search for him, quickly concluding that he had mysteriously disappeared. Meanwhile, within the hold of another warship, Luo Ling had infiltrated the space. He indulged in a feast, savoring his meal while gulping down cola. He merely needed to remain hidden here until someone came to open the airlock and temporarily leave. With the small sailboat having been destroyed, he resolved to embark upon this vessel towards the New World. Luo Ling remained unaware that, at that moment, the closest and most well-equipped medical facilities were indeed located in the Kingdom of Goya. He would inevitably find himself returning there. On the shores of the Kingdom of Goya, a multitude of onlookers would gather to gaze upon the visage of the world's aristocracy. Little did they know that what awaited them would be several lifeless corpses. Chapter 7. A bounty of 300 million Marine headquarters. Outside the office, footsteps echoed incessantly while Sengoku munched on senbei. Suddenly, the telephone bug on the desk emitted a peculiar sound. The Marshal of the World Military, Iron Bone Kong, spoke. Sengoku. A celestial dragon has been killed in the East Blue. Moo. The white sheep in the room bleated nonchalantly, having devoured a confidential document. Sengoku clearly had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. A celestial dragon, murdered in the East Blue? The senbei fell from his hand, and he struck the table in disbelief. The East Blue, that was the homeland of the heroic Garp, dubbed the weakest sea, yet it was also a land of legends. The marine hero Garp, the pirate King Roger, and the leader of the GM army, Dragon, all three legendary figures emerged from this very place. How could such a disaster occur? Despite dispatching 2 warships for protection, who could possibly harm a celestial dragon in the so-called weakest sea? Who would dare? The consequences of provoking a celestial dragon would entail annihilation for one's entire lineage. Is this matter beyond the authority of a mere marine marshal? 3 celestial dragons have been killed. This requires a joint bounty and pursuit by both land and sea. The Marines are only a part of it. Iron Bone Kong stated coldly through the telephone bug. Thump. Sengoku remained motionless in his chair. Wasn't Iron Dog personally escorting them? Had he not fulfilled his duty? Celestial dragons forbade Marines from boarding their vessels, deeming it a sacrilege, yet it was merely for the sake of hosting a banquet. A banquet. Was that what led to their demise? It was utterly ridiculous and laughable that they perished due to arrogance and folly. No, if the news were true. Why hadn't the five elders contacted me directly? Or Iron Dog? Iron Dog seemed to have lost his mind, apparently terrified by the incident, and had yet to regain his composure. Ironbone Kong paused before pronouncing in a deep voice, "The reason this matter hasn't been directly communicated to you is that it pertains to the dignity of the celestial dragons worldwide." A notification? Ironbone Kong is responsible. This signified that from land to sea, there would be a united effort. Once this individual was identified, there would be no escape. The photograph has been sent to you via fax from the telephone bug. Issue the bounty immediately. Sengoku glanced at the photo of Luoling, presumably taken aboard the celestial dragon's ship. So young? He found himself doubting his own eyes. Those who are ignorant are fearless. Marshal, what is the bounty? Sengoku, the Marshal of Marine Headquarters, had Ironbone Kong as his superior. 300 million. Upon hearing this figure, Sengoku nodded. It could only be said that this bounty was far too low. This individual had committed acts worth 30 billion berries to challenge the world's authority outright. A fierce tiger had emerged from Garp's East Blue, and it must be hunted down in the forest. Otherwise, if the tiger descended from the mountain, the consequences would be dire. That fellow seemed to be in the East Blue as well. Would he take action? Ironbone Kong inquired, knowing that Garp was reluctant to rise to the rank of admiral precisely to avoid serving the celestial dragons. I will issue orders for a full-scale hunt in the East Blue. He will not escape. Sengoku did not respond directly. In the East Blue, all kingdoms, islands, and naval forces and towns received the orders. However, without the bounty notice, they had no idea what Luoling looked like. They could only await the moment the bounty notice arrived. In the kingdom of Goya, the people remained oblivious to the fact that the celestial dragon they had long anticipated had transformed into a lifeless corpse. 1 week later, 3 warships were about to dock at the coast, but no celestial dragon stood at the bow. Only the ship was draped in white cloth. How peculiar it was that the world's aristocrats had such an affinity for white. It resembled a funeral. Shut your mouth. Do you wish to die by saying such things? Perhaps, otherwise, why would they be treated with more reverence than the royalty of our kingdom of Goya? Be quiet. I have yet to live my life to the fullest. Do not speak further. Look, a small boat has appeared in the direction of the warship. Many had noticed Sabo's small boat, and just then, a tremendous explosion echoed. The small boat was reduced to ashes. Within the command room of the warship, Iron Dog had long since lost his sanity, shouting, "You're in my way. Fire. Ha! Where is that damn fellow? I will make him wish for death." The celestial dragon Charlemagne was dead. Yet the flames continued to consume the solitary sail upon the sea. Ace and Luffy stood on the shore, bearing witness to this scene. Ace. Sabo is dead. Young Luffy's voice was hoarse, overwhelmed with grief. Ace could hardly believe that his brother had perished in the sea. He had not even had the chance to introduce his brother Sabo to their elder brother Luoling. He had told Sabo that once he set sail, he would meet someone named Luoling, someone trustworthy, his sworn elder brother. There was no time left. Everything had turned to ashes. It hurt so much. In the dim void, Sabo had thought he was dead, only to awaken and discover he was still alive, yet the pain from the artillery fire lingered. I'm still alive? Before him sat a bizarrely dressed youth, wearing a baseball cap, short boots, a hoodie, and beach shorts. The youth took an apple and took a bite. What's this? Must there be some unexpected twist, such as severe injury leading to amnesia, barely surviving, forgetting everything, and then, years later, recalling it all, only to find that the people and things lost can never be regained. Loring gnawed on a piece of ham and remarked, I have little fondness for such cliché narratives. I was born to rectify regrets. He rose to his feet and opened a portal, revealing the scenery on the other side. To his surprise, he found himself back in the dismal realm of the kingdom of Goya, yet it conveniently confirmed that Mr. Dragon was indeed in close proximity, quite fortuitously. With a sweeping gesture, Loring effortlessly gathered all the items from the warehouse into his possession. He then traversed through the air portal to the warehouses of the other 2 ships, thoroughly pillaging all the food and resources. The hourglass's anomalous space served as a perfect storage solution, rivaling the natural swamp fruit. Sabo remained in a state of astonishment. How remarkable! A paramecia-type devil fruit? Its powers are entirely distinct from Luffy's. Can you take me along as well? Certainly. That is destined to be your fate. Luoling finally located the concealed vessel where Dragon and his companions were hiding, utilizing his observation haki and the air door. Remarkably, even the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma was present. Crossing through the air door, the duo stepped aboard the ship. The cloak billowed around them as Dragon chuckled. I've come to fetch you, Luoling. The paramecia-type door fruit manifested its powers. Kuma glanced towards the cabin door, which swung open to reveal Luo Ling emerging with Sabo, wearing an expression of sheer contentment. An air of curiosity enveloped everyone present. Luo Ling has been concealed within a naval warship for a week now, his bounty notice having spread across the globe. Particularly, the world government has mobilized its forces to hunt him down in the East China Sea, a fact that has reached the intelligence network of the GM army. The matter of slaying a celestial dragon is indeed the most audacious declaration of allegiance imaginable. A bounty of 300 million berries, known by the moniker Demon Lord. Luo Ling's name became known to the world primarily due to his frequent appearances in the kingdom of Goa. He emerged from the depths of hell, earning the title of Demon Lord. The celestial dragons harbor an intense loathing for him, while pirates mockingly refer to Luo Ling as the Dragon Slayer. No wonder their elaborate traps fail to capture him. He possesses the powers of the Dor fruit, allowing him to traverse freely. Even the dragon could not have anticipated that Luo Ling would fortuitously acquire this fruit. Ordinarily, when a fruit's user perishes, the fruit reappears randomly. It can only be said that Luo Ling's luck is astonishingly favorable. Welcome back, Mr. Dragon, he mused. The dragon had already devised a plan for him. Your abilities are well suited for support and infiltration. Sabo, in shock, recognized the faces of these individuals from the bounty notices. Summoning his courage, he proclaimed, "My name is Sabo. I shall return to the kingdom of Goa in the future to effect change here. Until then, please allow me to join you." "Sabo, I shall remember that name. Though there is no need to raise your voice, I can hear you quite well," Dragon replied. A rare smile gracing his features as he and Kuma returned to the cabin. Luo Ling was filled with joy. Not only had she returned to the team, but the hourglass had also been successfully deciphered. The character Tyrant Bear was detected, and the analysis yielded attributes. Curiosity 5 points, satisfaction 30 points. A blueprint synthesis was initiated, resulting in the Peacekeeper prototype, advanced, with a progress of 0. It is necessary to gather the blueprints for Bloodline Factor, Basic, Cyborg, Basic, and Combat Machinery, Basic. Should the blueprints be extracted? Extract the blueprints, discard the others. Luo Ling pondered that once the blueprints were gathered, the GM army would rise to unprecedented heights. Devoid of any weaknesses, he aspired to forge an invincible cadre of warriors. Chapter 8. Burdened with youthful dreams in the kingdom of Goya. The royalty and nobility took an hour to awaken from their stupor. The world's aristocrats, the creators of civilization, the celestial dragons, had perished. 3 had succumbed in an instant. Subsequently, their grand welcoming ceremony morphed into an impromptu funeral. To Luo Ling, this incident was but a trivial matter, hardly worthy of mention. Many were oblivious to the reasons behind the nobles' tears, only knowing that their own sustenance depended on the display of sorrow. "Father, we go hungry every day without shedding tears. Why do we cry today?" The young boy was perplexed, observing his father's honest demeanor transform from a blank stare to a sigh. Cry. The man had grown up in the uncertain outskirts of the Goya kingdom, a life akin to scavenging. He neither offered explanations nor understood them. In truth, he wished to laugh. He recognized that what could elicit tears from the nobles was something profound enough to command their sorrow. Footsteps echoed from outside, prompting the noble to summon a servant to ascertain whether this household mourned the celestial dragons. In a hasty reaction, the man struck his son, bellowing, "Cry." The boy's tears flowed forth like a torrent in response to the sting. The servant nodded in satisfaction before moving on to the next household. In the East Sea, on a small island, Karp had just dealt with a few unwise pirates who had crossed his path. Holding the latest newspaper, he couldn't help but erupt in laughter. Previously, the bounties had been shrouded in secrecy, but now the truth was undeniable. Beside him, his lieutenant spoke gravely. "This lad has just set sail and already boasts a bounty exceeding 100 million. His potential is immense. Do you truly believe you can capture him?" The celestial dragon's lot cannot even locate this rascal. Karp tossed aside the newspaper and sat back in his chair, delighting in some snacks. In the Grand Line, within the treacherous Devil-esque Triangle, Moria sat despondently in his castle aboard a 3-masted ship, savoring afternoon tea. "They are all dead, even the celestial dragons. I am weary. Let destruction reign." Moria, with a parched throat, reclined, his spirits dwindling and his belly swelling. At Marine headquarters in Mariewa, Black Arm Zephyr had just concluded training with the naval recruits. Unbeknownst to him, he would lose everything remaining by the age of 65. Upon seeing the newspaper, he, already aware of the truth, merely contemplated for a moment before hearing the voice of Kizuru outside the door. "Goodness, Akainu, how terrifying." The newcomers are truly formidable. They dare to slay a celestial dragon upon setting sail, with a bounty of 300 million berries. Such a character, whether he kills or not, is a villain. A brutal individual who must be executed. Akaina's fist cracked ominously, his gaze resolute as steel. In his eyes, Luo Ling was no different from any pirate. In the New World, on an island, Doflamingo had just received an invitation to join the Shichibukai. Picking up the newspaper, he was transported back to his childhood memories. Master. His subordinates bowed respectfully. The celestial dragons? Nearly past victors. Hatred brimmed within him. The celestial dragons represented his former identity. Soon, he would embark on a year-long preparation for an opportunity. By then, Dressrosa would be firmly within his grasp. Doflamingo understood that it was rightfully their family's territory before they became celestial dragons, and reclaiming it was justified. On the Red Line, in the holy land of Mariehua, Emu sat upon the empty throne, while the 5 elders knelt before him. O great king of the world, what has stirred your wrath? The 5 elders feigned ignorance. We must ensure there is no second occurrence. Once the spark of rebellion ignites in the hearts of the people, it is nigh impossible to extinguish. We must eradicate it at the root. Emu's blade pierced through Luo Ling's bounty notice. As you command. In the East Sea, in Frost Moon Village, at the Isen Dojo. Zoro was diligently training that night, utterly oblivious to the arrival of a grand ship. Discussions were underway between Long and Gung Shirlang. Upon arriving at the dojo, Loring and Sabo quietly observed Zoro's intense training. Remarkably, he seemed utterly oblivious to their presence, so engrossed was he in his practice. Sabo found it hard to fathom how a child could endure such arduous training. Perseverance, you two have exerted considerable effort, have you not? Upon finishing her words, Luo Ling was about to call out when the hourglass began its operation. It detected the presence of the character Gung Soreo, proceeding with analysis and achieving a flawless synthesis, thereby acquiring the skill, swordsmanship, chaotic blade technique. This technique appears chaotic in nature, yet it is derived from the principle of swiftly cutting through entanglements. In the realm of swordsmanship, only speed proves invincible. The system then detected the character Zoro, currently engaged in mechanical endeavors, resulting in the acquisition of attributes, vitality 500 points, fatigue 200 points, resentment 100 points. Luo Ling selected the desired bubbles, feeling his vitality swell within him. He perched upon a branch, laughing. What is it that you resent? Young one, do not disturb my cultivation. Young Zoro persisted in his training, perspiration streaming down his forehead. I possess 2 complete sword techniques, and as I have grown, I find myself unable to resist their natural evolution. Can sword techniques truly evolve? Zoro pondered, utterly bewildered. Loring leaped gracefully from the branch. Executing a swift draw of his sword, in an instant, the blade emerged like a dragon. A flash of cold light flickered, and he swiftly sheathed his sword, as if nothing had transpired. However, Zoro discerned that the towering trees had been severed with exquisite precision. The strike was so flawless that a mere touch would cause them to splinter. The art of sword drawing. There remained another move. Luo Ling did not even draw his sword from its sheath. Instead, he began to thrust chaotically at the air. In an instant, a dazzling display of blades ensued. He single-handedly embodied the might of 1,000 armies. Though his swordplay appeared chaotic, it flowed relentlessly like the vast ocean. The art of chaotic swordsmanship. Are you here to challenge me? Zoro dropped the stone, gripping his blade with no fear or defeat, only a profound sense of combat spirit. What an intriguing character he is, so optimistic, much like Luffy. Sabo chuckled joyfully, grateful for his encounter with Luo Ling. He had not lost his memory. During this time of recovery, he had dedicated himself to training and learning, gaining invaluable insights. Upon seeing Zoro, he could not help but reminisce about Luffy and Ace. To be honest, when he first learned Luo Ling's true name, he was taken aback. Ace spoke of him as an elder brother, so dependable. Luffy, is he strong? Zoro inquired earnestly. No, he is a little fool. If you meet him, you will surely like him. As Luo Ling spoke, he swiftly drew his blade, consciously restraining his strength and refraining from unleashing his domineering aura. I certainly cannot abide a fool. Zoro unsheathed his sword to parry, his expression grave. The most elementary of sword techniques sent a jolt of pain through Zoro's hand. Shaking his hand to alleviate the discomfort, Zoro remarked, "You are truly a monster. Did you even exert 1/10 of your strength just now?" "Far from it," Luo Ling replied. "I am exceedingly powerful and seldom reveal my true capabilities." Loring flashed a grin, leaving Zoro at a loss for words. Achievement unlocked. A teacher at heart. Perfect synthesis completed. Reward obtained. great blade of 21 crafts, heavenly demon, a flawless demon sword. Imbued with malevolent energy and mystery. This is a bloodthirsty blade, growing stronger with each life it takes, possessing an innate dominance over beasts. Luo Ling. With a shattered tooth in one hand and a celestial demon in the other, wore a captivating smile. Have you learned? Do you think I would learn? Zara retorted with a touch of pride. However, I shall remember you, dual sword wielder. Luo Ling, Sabo, it's time to leave. All right. With a wave of her hand. Luo Ling vanished into the embrace of the night alongside Sabo. Only then did Zaro cast his gaze toward the grand ship anchored by the shore. Luo Ling, Sabo. Those names shall be etched in my memory. He vowed silently. The waves danced with the fragmented moonlight, washing ashore white frothy crests. Leaves fluttered down, carpeting the ground beneath. The ocean is the sanctuary for ships, and ships cradle the dreams of adventurers, laden with youthful aspirations. Chapter 9. Gratitude, the Grand Line. Fulschard Island. The Navy has laid numerous ambushes. Loring has been training alongside the Dragon in the Grand Line for a year now. Today, he intends to seek out a girl named Kella, who is a year his junior. Not long ago, the Sun Pirates announced that they had taken in a girl. Loring also learned that the leader of the GM army, Long, had been in contact with the captain of the Sun Pirate crew, Tiger. Logically, this girl, who was about to be sent back to her homeland, need not concern herself with such matters. 2 years later, she would naturally join the GM army following Tiger's demise. However, in the fateful moment of his arrival in the world of pirates, it was the valiant Tiger of Fishman Island who granted Loring a glimmer of hope. How could he possibly endure a demise as humiliating as that dictated by the timeline? For an entire year, he has devoted himself fervently to the mastery of hockey. Physical combat, swordsmanship, marksmanship, and the powers of his fruit. His strength has surged to unprecedented heights. All this effort has been for the purpose of seizing the day when he can turn the tide. Tiger, you have saved my life. Today, I shall save yours. Luo Ling tugged at the drawstring of her hoodie while lowering the brim of her baseball cap. With a leap from the tree, the hourglass analyzed her current attributes. The analysis completed, a projection of her attributes emerged, refracted in vibrant bubbles. Name: Luo Ling. Title: Demon Lord. Armament Hockey. 90. Intermediate. Observation Hockey. 89. Intermediate. Conqueror's Hockey. 98. Intermediate. Martial Arts. Navy 6 Styles 75. Iron Fist of Love 56. Dragon Claw 33. Mastery. Swordsmanship. Drawing Sword Technique 55, Chaotic Sword Technique 15, Mastery, Gunnery, Gunfighting Technique 28, Mastery, Devil Fruits, Monkey Fruit 90. Door Fruit 85, Intermediate, Items, Shattered Fong, Great Blade, 21 Craftsmanship, Heavenly Demon, Great Blade, 21 Craftsmanship, Ordinary Sword 3, Iron Guns 3, Life Card, Ordinary Sailboat Berries, 453, 451 Bounty, 348, 000 berries. The hockey and devil fruits are divided into two major phases, awakening and non-awakening, each further categorized into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. Battle skills in martial arts, swordsmanship, and gunnery are ranked from low to high as basic, proficient, mastery, pinnacle, perfect, and transcendent. This power is sufficient. The three forms of hockey and the devil fruits are on the verge of advancing to the advanced level. Her combat skills have transitioned from basic, surpassing proficiency, and have now entered the realm of mastery. Loring's prowess has long surpassed that of mere bounty hunters. He is a true formidable pirate of the highest caliber. At least awakened, or perhaps his skills have reached their zenith. In truth, had Tiger not been completely at ease when ambushed and attacked, he would not have sustained such grievous injuries that led to his demise from excessive blood loss. Boom. The cannon fires. Luo Ling keenly discerned the direction of the battle and promptly initiated the opening of a door, stepping through it with determination. Fisher Tiger, what a splendid name. Alas, come this time next year, the mermen shall only find your name inscribed upon your tomb, remarked Rear Admiral Stowberry, his expression devoid of emotion, brandishing his bloodied twin blades. As an officer under the command of the Yellow Ape, he was the leader of this mission. The Marines besieged this place, hunting the merman race. The heroes of thousands of enslaved souls, led by Fisher Tiger. Towering at 5 meters 2, Tiger now struggled to maintain his footing, blood incessantly oozing from his wounds. Caught off guard, he had fallen entirely into a trap, and Stowberry struck swiftly, delivering a devastating blow. Your conspiracy shall not prevail. Despite his injuries, Tiger was determined to fight his way out. He must return, for without him, the Sun Pirates would be bereft of hope, stubborn and unyielding. Stowberry's twin blades glinted in the sunlight as he launched another attack, his imposing figure towering over the battlefield, possessing a skull that surpassed the ordinary. It served as a formidable weapon in his arsenal. Especially when enhanced by the Busashoka Haki, his combat prowess would escalate dramatically, almost arriving too late. The battle had unfolded with astonishing rapidity. The moment the sound erupted, it signified a successful strike, resulting in severe injuries. The voice of the young boy emerged at an inopportune moment. Loring emerged from the air portal, standing before Tiger, single-handedly blocking the attack with a fragment of a tooth. "Who are you?" Stowberry clearly did not anticipate that the one to thwart him would be Loring, who had vanished for over a year. Upon recognizing the youth's visage, he was first taken aback, then filled with rage, and soon after, a glimmer of delight. "Demon Lord Loring, you are as wicked as Tiger. Today, I shall apprehend you both." "Nonsense. How am I wicked?" He assisted Tiger to his feet and then unceremoniously hurled him into the air portal. Simultaneously, he unleashed a sword strike. The blade radiated with an extraordinary brilliance, transforming into hundreds of dazzling beams. Swish! Luo Ling sheathed his blades, leaving everyone else rooted to the spot. Suddenly, a loud thud resounded as the first person lost their footing and collapsed. One fell, then two, followed by 5, then 10, until only Stowberry remained to confront him alone. His twin swords plunged into the ground, hands braced firmly to prevent his own descent. His eyes, bloodshot and filled with disbelief, reflected his turmoil. Now even the yellow ape held the rank of rear admiral, a mere subordinate in comparison to his formidable self years later when he would ambush his minor, Zifa. What was this technique called? The chaotic swordplay. Luo Ling cast a cold glance at him before turning and stepping through the air gate. The system detected the character Taigu and began the analysis. Analysis successful. Attributes acquired: Vitality 10, 000, Anger 9, 999, Aversion 9, 999, Wailing 9, 999. Perfect synthesis achieved. Reward obtained: Martial art, Fishman Karate. Luling acquired all the overflowing blood bubbles from the Navy and incorporated Tiger's blood bubbles into them, for they would soon be of use. Adrift at sea, they found themselves aboard the ship, where Jinbi and Arlong had recently fought for their gains. "I despise you, celestial dragons. No, I despise humanity. You have rendered it impossible for me to love you any longer." Tiger, consumed by sorrow, felt an overwhelming grief that transcended even Luling's unawakened observation haki. He could still sense the immense sadness. His heart cried out in anguish. He had saved countless lives, yet none came to his rescue. "Brother! Brother!" All the fishmen of the Sun Pirates surged forward, determined to exact vengeance. "I must avenge Brother Tiger." Arlong roared with fervent resolve. "Human, what is your name? Why did you save me?" In his moment of peril, Tiger turned to Luling. "I am Luling. Many years ago, you saved me, and in accordance with my principles, I repay kindness with kindness and grievances with grievance. There is no need for thanks." As Luo Ling spoke, one hand rested upon his forehead. The vitality bubbles swiftly merged, marking the first occasion since he had deciphered the synthesis and acquired this remarkable ability. A powerful surge of life infiltrated him, and Tiger felt as though he had absorbed the very essence of hundreds of lives. His wounds healed rapidly. Both internal and external injuries, including damaged organs, were mending. This infusion encompassed the vitality of over 100 individuals, himself included. "Brother!" Jinbei exclaimed in ecstatic disbelief, astonished that Luo Ling could perform such a miraculous revival. "Mr. Tiger, I am here to pose a question on behalf of our GM army. Are you willing to join us?" "Brother, humans are so cunning. Why would we join their GM army?" Arlong retorted with indignation, recalling how Tiger had just been ensnared by human treachery and insisting that he should not forget the pain so soon. "Listen to Brother Tiger." Jinbei placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Coughing, Tiger expelled 2 mouthfuls of black blood, mustering his spirits. "Dragon speaks true. Not to harbor illusions." A flicker of gentleness appeared in his gaze. Since the establishment of the Sun Pirates, he had endeavored to showcase the gentle nature of the fishmen to the world. The Sun Pirates do not harm the innocent, nor do they slay their foes. What has this yielded? Ambushes, assaults, and the anguish within his heart. However, I, Tiger, shall join alone. Whether the other fishmen choose to accompany me is their own affair. I cannot allow my kin to share in this peril. Peril? Luo Ling thought to herself. Indeed, Tiger is far too kind-hearted, unwilling to let the fishmen endure further suffering. It is only fitting that the so-called Black Arm Zephyr known for his unwillingness to slay significant foes, meets such a tragic fate. Brother, I wish to accompany you. Jinbei expressed his desire to follow Tiger. No, without you. How could I possibly feel at ease? Tiger resolutely chose to depart alone. By what right do you take my brother? I suspect you the most. What nonsense about a demon king? Perhaps you are merely a pawn sent by humans. Arlong lashed out vehemently, his disdain for Luo Ling apparent, seeing her as nothing more than a child pretending to be a figure of importance. I do not require such complexities to deal with you. Before Luo Ling could finish her words, a glance conveyed her intentions, and the conqueror's haki surged forth, expressing her profound emotions towards Along. In response, Along could only offer a fainting spell and foaming at the mouth. Very well, let the name Tiger fade into obscurity for a while. Luo Ling once again pushed open a portal of air. The demon lord. At a moment when the Sun Pirates were engulfed in panic, everything transpired with startling abruptness. Only Jinbei sensed the peculiar nature of the situation. Oh, Luo Ling turned her head to look at him, inquiring about his intentions. Take good care of Brother Tiger. It seemed that the sea hero Jinbei understood that this was the most favorable outcome. By joining the GM army, Tiger was paving another path for the Fishman tribe. Rest assured, Loring successfully took Tig away. Passing through the air gate, they found themselves aboard another vessel. Loring, you rogue, once again deviating from the plan, Sabo lamented, shaking his head in resignation. He cast a glance at Tig before resuming his navigation. The system detected the presence of Jinbei and Ace, completing the analysis and rewarding him with the following: martial arts, Fishman Judo, and an awakening experience card, which maintains an awakened state for 20 minutes. Consuming a significant amount of stamina. Use it wisely. Just as he thought he was in the clear, the hourglass emitted another notification, detecting the presence of Kizaru, commencing analysis. Kizaru has arrived. The ship belonging to Luo Ling and his companions has been discovered. Chapter 10, The Eight-Footed Shiongoyu versus The Awakening of the Dordor Fruit. Ah. After a year of absence, the Demon Lord, your power must be the Dordor Fruit. There are indeed many who have perused the illustrations of the devil fruits. Came the mocking voice of Kizaru, as a beam of light vanished and then reassembled. He materialized aboard the vessel of Luo Ling and Sabo. 3 warships surrounded the area. And despite Kizaru's rank of rear admiral, his expression bore little difference from that of a fleet admiral. The Dordor Fruit allows one to traverse any location. Yet it is constrained by the necessity of a landing point. Do you think my reliance is solely on the abilities of the fruit? Without formidable Kinbunchika haki, a Logia user is merely a target in the eyes of the strong. Kizaru remarked, hands tucked into his pockets, as he strolled across the deck. Damn it. The legendary monster admiral, Sabo exclaimed, seizing a water pipe and charging forward, unafraid. Humph, I could easily commandeer your other ship. You may be light and swift, but my Dordor Fruit is no less formidable. Lo Ling stood in front of Sabo, acutely aware that his strength was insufficient to contend with the admiral, particularly the youthful Kizaru. Snap. Kizaru extended his hand and snapped his fingers. Boom, boom, boom. 3 warships immediately opened fire, striking the vessel where Lo Ling and the crew had gathered. Luo Ling forcefully opened a portal of air. Go. I have selected a safe location for you to await my arrival. Luo Ling. Sabo was reluctant to depart, for the yellow ape was renowned for his formidable strength. Loring has yet to confront an adversary of such formidable strength. Come, Sabo, take a stand before our elder brother. Your power is insufficient. TSK. Such a touching performance, can it truly withstand the onslaught? With a swift leap, Kizaru landed, launching a fierce kick. Laser kick. The target of the assault was the air gate. Luo Ling rose with an imposing presence, akin to a force erupting from the ground. He executed an upward kick that struck Kizaru with considerable impact. The observation of Kizaru was that the basic application of armament haki merely allowed for effective attacks, while the intermediate level involved the hardening of the haki. Luo Ling stands at this level. It is sufficient to confront you. Deflecting this kick, I transform my hand into the Heavenly Demon Sword, which offers a distinct advantage during the day. We await your arrival. Sabo shouted from across the air gate, as Luo Ling retaliated with a punch to seal the portal. Cunning indeed, the GM army possesses individuals with your capabilities, making them quite formidable. Kizaru, visibly displeased, recalled witnessing Sabo and his companions abducting Tiger, leaving him exceedingly frustrated. The prey has escaped. This path is blocked, Mr. Kizaru. The celestial demon blade in Luo Ling's grasp emanated waves of malevolent energy, thirsting for bloodshed. The divine cloud sword. A luminous blade coalesced, and in an instant, the blade and sword clashed. A surge of energy erupted, shattering the ship's cabin. Flames spread, and the warship continued its descent. It appeared that you were destined to perish in the inferno. Huang Yuan would not grant Luo Ling another opportunity to wield the powers of the devil fruit. Fear not. In a fleeting moment, the blade had struck over 100 times. The terrifying shockwaves relentlessly dismantled the battered vessel. 3 warships continued their unyielding assault. Such audacity from the youth, it is truly fearsome. Huang Yuan repeatedly exclaimed how terrifying it was, yet his divine cloud sword struck with increasing speed, devoid of hesitation. As the ship sank halfway, the sound of water was already audible in his ears. Zing! A laser shot past him, and Luo Ling drew his sword. The sword-drawing technique. In an instant, Huang Yuan was cleaved in 2. So swift. If your conqueror's haki were tenfold stronger, you could have wounded me. Huang Yuan was astonished by the swiftness of Luo Ling's swordsmanship. There is yet another strike. Sheathe the blade only to draw it again. 1,000 sword shadows simultaneously descended upon Huang Yuan alone. In his observation haki, those sword energies were genuine attacks. The chaotic sword technique. A swift blade cuts through the tangle. With sufficient speed, all may be severed. Just as Huang Yuan had begun to heal, he was once again sliced into hundreds of pieces. Whoosh! A sphere of light coalesced, revealing a brand new version of himself. You have been injured. Luo Ling cast a glance at the left hand of the yellow ape, swiftly countering and inflicting a wound upon one of his arms, blood trickling forth. The injury would soon mend, but as for you, the peril is imminent. The yellow ape ceased his jesting. It was time for him to be earnest. Luo Ling first employed his swordsmanship to cleave the essence of the yellow ape in twain, and then unleashed a flurry of strikes, leaving no room for mercy. Recognizing that his observation haki was insufficient, he frantically sought the true form of the yellow ape, augmenting his assaults with the power of armed haki, relying on his numerical advantage. Yet, he could only inflict wounds upon a portion of his adversary. His conjecture proved accurate. To genuinely contend with a master, one must not only possess awakening but at the very least, wield advanced haki. The smile faded from the yellow ape's visage, his cloak billowing in the wind. The weight of justice inscribed behind him. For him, it was merely an ambiguous notion. At the feet of Luo Ling, the sea water had already begun to rise. He treaded softly, maintaining a distance from the waves, leading the yellow ape to mistakenly believe he was filled with trepidation. Meanwhile, the yellow ape had already suspended himself in midair. The two stood in the void, quietly awaiting the moment when the vessel would completely succumb to the depths of the ocean. They sought a chance, an opportunity to strike decisively, ensuring that Luo Ling could not evade his fate. Luo Ling stood resolute as a mountain, fully aware that the impending strike would be inescapable, even for the adept of air door, unless one possessed the awakened power of a fruit. Naturally, there existed the possibility of relying on the beastly transformation of the Zoan type to withstand the blow. However, attempting to evade through the air door would likely result in being mercilessly perforated. The yellow ape would undoubtedly locate them on this island, capturing the severely injured Luo Ling and others, potentially erasing them on the spot. There is no need for concern regarding this matter, as it is said that the celestial dragons harbor an intense loathing for Luo Ling, demanding his presence alive only to subject him to a fate worse than death. Can the combination of ironclad Zoan defenses, healing properties, and the prowess of armament haki withstand such a challenge? The experience card for Fruit Awakening granted by the hourglass lasts for a mere 20 minutes. Is that sufficient? Luo Ling intended to attempt awakening the mythical beast species. Yet it was improbable to completely vanquish the yellow ape in merely 20 minutes, as he possessed means of escape. Sabo and the others remained on the island. It was imperative to devise a foolproof strategy, with the primary objective being to ensure the survival of as many individuals as possible. The awakening experience scroll had been utilized, granting the Marimara Nomi a temporary awakening for 20 minutes, and the countdown commenced. In an instant, Luo Ling felt a significant enhancement in his mastery over the Dordor fruit. It was a sensation of a nebulous and uncharted realm. Deep within, he mused that this awakening of the fruit was undeniably real. Even after the experience concluded, his proficiency with the fruit would undoubtedly improve, allowing him to adapt to its awakening in advance. What a remarkable benefit! A white light resembling a door frame appeared in his pupils. Doors. With a swish, doors of air materialized from all directions, leading to various locales. Among them were diverse scenes, mountains, a humble abode, the vast sea, the sky. In the interior of a warship. The awakening of the fruit? Kazara harbored doubts. If this young man had truly awakened the fruit, would there have been any need for such arduous efforts beforehand? The reason he chose the optimal moment was to prevent Luo Ling from escaping by even the slightest chance through the door fruit. The 8 Shaka KG. He transformed into an oval of light, spinning with great velocity as the light coalesced into energy, with thousands of luminous particles shooting forth. Doors. Loring understood that he need not conceal himself. As the first particle of light struck him, a small portal manifested upon his form, through which the particle vanished into oblivion. With an increasing onslaught of luminous particles, countless portals began to open across his being, disregarding all attacks. Ha ha, how marvelous. Luo Ling laughed heartily, astonished by the sheer strength exhibited after the complete awakening of the door fruit. The experience scroll bestowed upon him granted the ability of perfect awakening. Truly, he is a monster, concealed yet formidable. Upon realizing his attacks were futile, Kizaru's expression shifted from mockery to a chilling intensity. Yada no Kagami. With a mere gesture, mirrors of light materialized before him. In the blink of an eye, they stood before Luo Ling. As the laser kick was unleashed, the heavenly cloud sword surged forth, shattering the air with its strike. The door. Luo Ling's body twisted, and the place he occupied transformed into a portal, causing the yellow ape to kick into empty air. Suddenly, the scenes from hundreds of doors shifted, morphing into cascading blue seawater from above. Chapter 11. The new 3 admirals, a shift in ears. The yellow ape, wielding the Yada no Kagami, advanced at an incredible speed. Coupled with his rapid attacks, a fleeting moment of suspension in midair emerged. This minuscule opportunity to annihilate Luo Ling had now inverted, granting Luo Ling a 1 in 10,000 chance to counterattack. The seawater surged from all directions. Boom. The converging seawater formed a colossal sphere, resembling a global entity. Yada no Kagami. The yellow ape danced once more in place, shattering the immense water sphere. Damn it. Despite the 2 formidable strikes, the yellow ape felt no fatigue, only irritation. His fruit had awakened, and he had rescued Tiger, suspected to be part of the GM army, thwarting our meticulously laid plans. The yellow ape landed on the shore, his expression tinged with displeasure. The confrontation involving Lorling inadvertently affected 3 warships, which sustained varying degrees of damage. The first officer meticulously recorded all the information, his expression troubled. He had not anticipated that even the personal intervention of Kizaru would prove fruitless. The little monster has already reached a formidable status. Reluctantly, Kizaru ordered a search for Lorling on the island, fully aware that attempting to confront a Paramecia user with an awakened devil fruit power would be a futile endeavor. This was merely to facilitate a better explanation, as these matters were ultimately the responsibility of his subordinates. On Fort Shard Island, in an ordinary cottage, Tiger was tending to his wounds while Sabo and others appeared anxious. The battle between Lorling and Kizaru had sent shockwaves across the island, and they could feel the residual force of the clash. In a corner, a young girl named Clara wiped away her tears with her small hands. I didn't mean to. I don't know anything, she exclaimed, her parents standing behind her with supportive hands on her shoulders. Clara was unaware of the attack and ambush, and her later understanding of the truth contributed to her decision to join the GM army. A year older than Sabo, she later became adept in fishman karate. Rescued by the Sun Pirates, she was left feeling guilty as her benefactor lay grievously injured, her heart heavy with remorse as she continued to wipe away her tears. Lorling's arrival here signifies absolute safety, a notion that even Kizaru could not fathom at the moment. Why weep? You ought to smile. I taught you to cry so that you need not feign joy, now that I am still alive. What reason do you have to cry? Shouldn't you be elated? Tiger remarked, and upon hearing this, Clara no longer wept, managing a forced smile instead. Meanwhile, her parents trembled with anxiety, fearing an attack from Sabo and his crew. Suddenly, a door materialized, allowing Lorling to escape successfully. With no time for contemplation, he promptly opened an air gate. Hurry, we have merely 10 minutes left before the fruit awakens. We must flee. Lorling, I always knew you could do it. The others, unable to revel in joy, rushed through the portal. Clara watched them vanish as if they had never existed. Her mother wiped her tears, urging, quickly, gather your things. The Marines will undoubtedly come to inspect. We must leave no trace. Understood. The man nodded in agreement. They had erred once and could not afford to do so again. Clara felt a buzzing in her ears, yearning to utter a plea to take her along, yet the words failed to escape her lips. Was it hesitation? A day later, Lorling and his companions became the formidable GM army, and news of Tiger's rescue spread across the islands. She silently vowed to join them. Earlier, a warship was leaping through the waves, with massive doors appearing intermittently, enabling them to traverse great distances. until they vanished from sight, no longer within the gaze of the Marines. This vessel was the one previously commandeered by Jinbei. It had covered substantial ground during Luling's fierce battle. There was simply no time for pursuit. Had it not been for Luling's fruit awakening, boarding the ship would have been impossible. Additionally, he utilized the final moments of his fruit's awakening to navigate through air gates, traversing the sea, thus facilitating their escape. "Brother Tiger, are you all right?" Jinbei observed Tiger's improved condition, with some of the restlessness dissipated. "I am fine, but henceforth, we must part ways. My presence among you would pose a danger to the Sun Pirates and Fishman Island," Tiger cautioned. At that moment, Arlong remained unconscious, oblivious to it all. Luo Ling lingered awkwardly in the corner. He had just hastily departed, only to return in an instant. A situation so awkward it could evoke the image of a finger carving out an island. The Fishman tribe revered the strong, and Luo Ling was undeniably formidable. The Sun Pirates, once brimming with pride, now acknowledged Luo Ling's prowess. "Luo Ling, why are you silent? This is unlike your character," Sabo inquired, his curiosity piqued. His question plunged both Luo Ling and the members of the Sun Pirates into an uncomfortable silence. Jinbei broke the stillness. "Since the danger has passed, and Brother Tiger has recovered remarkably under Luo Ling's extraordinary treatment, let us host a feast." "A feast?" Sabo exclaimed, raising his juice cup. Retaining his memories, he maintained a relatively optimistic demeanor. Luo Ling raised her glass of milk in a toast with them. The awkwardness began to dissipate as they sang the enchanting tune of Bink Sake. On the vast ocean, the melodious pirate song floated through the air. Luo Ling took a hearty bite, his mastery of the Marine 6 techniques allowing for seamless transitions. Upon breaking through to proficiency, he successfully grasped the ability of life restoration. Consequently, he indulged in copious amounts of food, swiftly digesting it. Following the conclusion of the fruit awakening experience, an overwhelming sense of hunger ensued, depleting his stamina significantly. After the awakening of the fruit, one cannot neglect the importance of haki. Without it, one's attacks and agility fall short. Every formidable warrior must possess a well-rounded skill set, acknowledging and addressing any weaknesses. Luo Ling took a bite of the roasted meat, digesting the experiences of battle. "You really can eat a lot," Aaron exclaimed in irritation. "Shut up, you'd better behave yourself." Lo Ling could not be bothered to engage in further conversation with him. With the alteration of the timeline, there was no certainty that Arlong would venture to the East Sea. The tyrant of Fishman Street also indicated that it would no longer be Hody Jones, but rather the Arlong he idolized. The following day, Luo Ling encountered the GM troops that came to their aid, once again vanishing from the public eye. Shortly thereafter, the sea hero Jinbei was appointed as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, while Arlong, in a fit of anger, withdrew from the Sun Pirates and returned to Fishman Street. In Mariawa, Kizaru, reclining with his leg crossed, mentioned a name during the meeting that greatly displeased him: Lo Ling. At the meeting, Wang Blainiu, who was still merely a colonel, has emerged as the chosen one to present the agenda. The formidable demon lord, Lo Ling, single-handedly rescued Tej, thereby thwarting our plans. Current evidence substantiates that he is indeed part of the GM army. The threat level has escalated, necessitating his prompt elimination. Hence the bounty has surged to 500 million berries. The assembled dignitaries exchanged glances, taken aback. A year ago, when he first appeared at sea, his bounty was a staggering 300 million, setting a historical record in the East Sea. Now, after a year's absence, it has escalated to 500 million berries. This individual was a supernova in the pirate world last year, vanished for a year, and has now re-emerged as this year's new supernova. I ponder, is there a possibility that our bounty may prove futile, as he might once again disappear without a trace? The vice admirals remained silent. Before long, Sengoku entered, poised to announce a significant matter that would alleviate the current unrest. Zephyr was training interns, and Garp remained unrestrained. The elite combat force had become merely nominal. He must stabilize the morale. Ladies and gentlemen, after deliberation and decision, the Navy headquarters shall appoint Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kazan as the new admirals. Akaina remained silent, seemingly unfazed by the development. Kizaru appeared dissatisfied. He had not exerted himself seriously during the last encounter, attributing his failure to Lo Ling's unexpected utilization of his awakened abilities. Akiji was the most reticent, significantly younger, yet undeniably powerful. He had long been aware of the awakening of the Loring fruit. However, since Loring had not engaged in a true battle with Kizaru, it remained difficult to ascertain Loring's true prowess. The Navy headquarters deemed Loring's fruit awakening as an aptitude for support and evasion, rather than offense. Zifa emerged from the conference room, walking in unison with Karp. The sea was ever-changing, and the number of capable youngsters was on the rise, quite commendable. Karp seemed to catch a glimpse of the ocean of his youth. A time when the Navy was comprised of himself, Zifa, and Sengoku, while the pirates included Roger, Whitebeard, and the Golden Lion, a truly remarkable era of heroes. One's mindset never ages. However, I lately feel a profound fatigue, perhaps from exhaustion. Karp found himself at a loss for words, momentarily frozen, as if he could hear the melancholy within his old friend's heart. Zifa walked alone towards the corner. Karp gazed at his solitary silhouette, the shadow stretching like a lament for life's sufferings. Times change. Are the sailing ships of the old era destined to drift without harbor? Chapter 12, Whitebeard 2. Born of divine strength, the waves crashed against the battleship as Rear Admiral Zifa trained a new generation of Navy soldiers. Since the tragic incident involving his wife and child, he had fallen into despair, retreating to a secondary role. Fortunately, he had nurtured numerous prodigious newcomers over the years. The new trio of admirals, the Rear Admirals, and even the future East Blue Gatekeeper Smoker had all emerged from his tutelage. A single individual had upheld the Navy through 2 eras. Teacher, please take a break, Ein said with concern. She possessed the ability of the reverse fruit, allowing her to restore youth, even to infancy. No need, I merely feel unwell lately. It could be the resurgence of old injuries. Zifa gripped a newspaper, his heart heavy with emotion, as the sea appeared to witness all an indifference, nothing enduring. In recent years, the GM army had surged forward, with figures like Dragon, Kuma, Ivankov, and Tiger vying for dominance. Newcomers Loring and Sabo had stepped onto the stage of history, their strength no longer to be underestimated. Yet, the celestial dragons remained aloof, unwilling to acknowledge the world's transformations. For over 2 years, Loring had distanced himself from the seas, seemingly severing ties with the waters Zifa inhabited. Zifa understood that the day of reckoning would inevitably arrive. It was merely a matter of time. There's rain ahead, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the stormy sea. Mother, is that a Navy battleship? Are we truly going to engage? Of course, Weeble. You are the strongest in these waters, the son of Whitebeard. Your duty is to eliminate all enemies. Zifa turned away, feeling the weight of age and the diminishing spirit of his once mighty prowess. In his resolve to protect his students, he plunged into the fray. Lightning crackled as Whitebeard too swept through his foes, brandishing his sword with ferocity. A ship raced towards their location at full speed. Once it reached a certain distance, a youth on the deck stepped forward, causing an air portal to open. He hoped he had not arrived too late. This moment represented a crucial step in establishing the complete GM army. Rains poured heavily. Thunder rumbled. Only 2 students remained alive aboard the ship, while Zifa found himself constrained, able to protect only these 2. He bore injuries, and a moment's inattention could lead to a strike from Whitebeard too. Weeble, attack those 2. Make them falter. Okay, mother. Weeble, with tears streaming down his face, swung his sword towards Ein, his terrifying power augmented by hockey. Ein was merely a student. How could she withstand such force? No. Zifa rushed forward with utmost speed. This situation mirrored that of Shanks. Saving Ein would surely result in his injury, perhaps even the loss of an arm. A tragedy was on the verge of unfolding. Weeble, attack. Sever his arm. Yes, mother. Whitebeard too swung his sword with all his might. And Zifa knew that if he dodged, Ein would be harmed. His years of neglect and training had diminished his spirit, profoundly affecting his strength. In the pirate world, the mindset of a strong individual held paramount importance. After Moria's defeat by Kaido, he fell into despair. Zifa's spirit plummeted after the loss of his children. Upon learning of Roger's demise, the Golden Lion nearly retreated for 2 decades. Conversely, Barrett continued to train even while imprisoned and impelled down. Blackbeard's crew would wreak havoc upon hearing of any opportunity to escape, while the Supernovas dramatically enhanced their abilities within 2 years. A steadfast mindset and an indomitable spirit remained the unyielding tenets of the pirate world. Teacher, Ein realized that her presence had endangered Zifa. Had there been no one for him to protect, he would have been free to maneuver without constraint. One by one, students fell before Zifa, and his spirit was on the brink of shattering. Yet, as a former admiral, Zifa remained resolute and unyielding. Even if he were to lose an arm today, his departure would ultimately be due to Whitebeard too ascending to the position of Warlord of the Sea, crossing his final line. Do not fear. Zifa appeared before Ein, summoning his haki to its utmost potential. The sword fell, blood splattering, slicing through flesh. Would he ultimately be unable to withstand it? Before Weeble, an air portal opened swiftly. In the blink of an eye, as Loring stepped forward, one hand grasped the hilt of his longsword. The furious Whitebeard, too, endowed with innate strength and formidable armament hockey, felt invincible. With sheer force, he aimed to subdue and utterly crush Zephyr, confident in his own might. For over 2 years, since rescuing Tej, the youth had vanished from the seas. The GM military world was a battlefield distinct from the Navy and pirates. They stood in opposition to the world government. During this time, his nearly mastered three-colored hockey had successfully reached an advanced level. His proficiency in various techniques and the powers of his devil fruit had also seen significant enhancement. The old woman perched upon Whitebeard II's shoulder shrieked, "Wyber, that fellow is the demon Lord Loring of the GM army. Eliminate him." "Understood, mother. I shall be invincible in battle," he declared, attempting to overwhelm the youth with his terrifying strength. Advanced armament hockey. It was potent enough to harden his entire body, signifying a leap in both quality and quantity. When concentrated in his hands, the power surged dramatically. Dragon Claw. As he executed his martial arts, the armament hockey seamlessly fused with his physique, amplifying his prowess. Luo Ling's fruit ability has long since ascended to an advanced level. As a Zoan-type user, his strength has significantly increased. He has firmly established himself as a true powerhouse in the world of pirates. To be among the elite, one must achieve a certain level of awakening, and he is but a step away. Your strength, physical prowess, and mastery of Busashoka hockey are formidable. Weibel can hardly believe that such a young lad can contend with him. You are a monster, possessing an overwhelming amount of strength, compelling me to employ so many abilities to defend against you. However, my greatest strength lies not in sheer power. With veins bulging on Loring's arm, he exerted every ounce of his strength. While one hand supported him, the other reached out, grasping at the air. The Fishman karate technique, Shark Tooth Fist. This strike was not aimed at Waburu, who could undoubtedly withstand it with nonchalance. Instead, his target was the old woman perched upon his shoulder. "Waburu, save me," she cried out in a piercing voice. "All right, mother." Waburu responded hastily, extending his hand to rescue her. Luo Ling directly activated the air portal, hurling the 3 stunned individuals into it. On the deck, only he and the second Whitebeard remained in confrontation. And there was also an old specter present. The character Zephyr was successfully analyzed, granting the synthesis reward, Armament Hockey Awakening Technique Flowing Sakura. Flowing Sakura is a technique. However, should your Armament Hockey reach an advanced pinnacle, it will transform into an awakening. The character Weibel was detected and his analysis was successful, yielding attributes: Vitality 3000, Fury 2000, Foolishness 5000, Strength 10,000. Would you like to extract the 10,000 strength? Weibel had been quite ruthless when he struck Luo Ling earlier. The power of his attack manifested as fleeting bubbles. If not extracted, they would dissipate. Extract. After more than 2 years of arduous training, he had finally broken through to advanced armament hockey and now obtained the awakening technique. Flowing Sakura. The vitality bubbles and strength bubbles were absorbed accordingly. Luo Ling felt her healing abilities and strength surge, as the mastery of armament hockey instantly reached new heights. Chapter 13. The Three-Blade Style, Awakening of the Flowing Cherry Blossoms. Luo Ling clenched his fists tightly, summoning every ounce of his spirit. In an instant, a vivid image flashed through his mind. Beneath the cherry blossom tree, petals danced in the air, and a gentle stream flowed serenely. A figure was relentlessly throwing punches, fierce and unyielding, yet struggling to break through. Year after year, 3 years, 5 years, 7 years. Cherry blossoms settled upon his shoulders, and he finally comprehended that true strength lies in the softness of cherry blossoms and the fluidity of flowing water. This is the ultimate destination. In that moment, the harmony of strength and gentleness became the essence of flowing cherry blossoms. Mother, he was momentarily stunned. The opportune moment had arrived. Wyber, eliminate him. With a swift motion, Wyber charged forward, his blade enveloped in the power of armament hockey, intent on delivering a devastating blow to Luo Ling. The situation was critical. Luo Ling suddenly opened her bright eyes. No one could see me, allowing me to act without restraint. Luo Ling swiftly transformed into a beastly state of combat, her tail swaying and her teeth sharpening into fierce points. Aren't you a superhuman ability user? The elderly woman perched on Wyberu's shoulder exclaimed in disbelief. If the dual fruit abilities were to be revealed to the outside world, Luo Ling's bounty would undoubtedly soar even higher. Who claimed that? I have never openly acknowledged it. Luo Ling had long since mastered the Qitian fruit and the Min Min fruit to an advanced level. He was merely waiting for the right opportunity to awaken. Much like the hockey of armament, once he fully transformed into his beast form, his power surged dramatically. In his left hand, he wielded the celestial demon, and in his right, the shattered tooth. One was an enchanted blade, the other a fearsome edge. As the hockey of armament enveloped his fists and the blade, a pink, flowing aura of sakura hockey adorned them as well. It moved like water, blossoming like cherry blossoms. Dual sword style, sword draw technique. In an instant, he zipped past Whitebeard, his twin blades slicing with lightning speed. Whitebeard, what are you standing there for? The old woman remained oblivious, but in that fleeting moment, Whitebeard had already been struck. Mom. He is too fast. Nanny. Whitebeard sensed something amiss and dared not move, while the old woman turned in terror to see what had transpired. Luo Ling stood behind them, her dual blades sheathed. How painful. The chest of Whitebeard too was brutally slashed into a cross, blood gushing forth. The wound was horrifying, oozing crimson droplets. It was merely due to Luo Ling's swift strike that the injury had not fully torn open. Move, Weibel. You have only sustained a minor injury. Let the so-called demon Lord Luo Ling descend into hell. The old woman was utterly unaware of what speed combined with true damage meant. Had it not been for Whitebeard 2's formidable endurance, he would have already knelt. At your command, mother. Weibel suddenly pivoted, causing his wound to rupture, not only spilling blood but also forcing him to spit out a mouthful of dark ichor. This time, his blade moved even faster, the excruciating pain igniting his latent potential. In the perspective of Luo Ling, bubbles of vitality, strength, fury, and anguish are scattered everywhere. Die! Roared the second Whitebeard, intent on ensuring that Luo Ling meets a fate worse than death. Three-sword style, chaotic swordsmanship. As Loring called out the name of her technique, the old woman mocked her, saying, "Three-sword style, do you expect to bite the blades with your teeth?" At that moment, 3 dazzling arcs of light from the blades truly descended, transforming into a mesmerizing dance of sword and shadow. Foolish, Loring retorted. It's the tail. I added a tail. Luo Ling's tail has also been reinforced with hockey, enveloping Luing. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, everything can serve as a sword. The blade of the tail. Tailstorm. Mother, his swordsmanship is astonishingly swift. Weibel's speed is not to be underestimated, yet it pales in comparison to Luo Ling's rapid draw and chaotic sword techniques. The draw technique delivers a single strike, aimed at achieving a perfect breach in defense. When confronted with such formidable resilience and potent hockey, one must evade his hands and weapons, allowing the hockey to awaken, striking deep within for a decisive blow. The chaotic swordplay, on the other hand, is executed under the condition of a breach defense, employing a broad range of rapid, multifaceted attacks. It encompasses 100% coverage with unparalleled velocity, dispersing assaults. Should even one blade find its mark upon a wound, a second strike will inevitably follow, deepening the injury. Whitebeard too relentlessly recovers his great sword, as splinters of wood scatter across the battleship, steel severed in his wake. The scene is one of utter devastation. Die! He bellows, summoning a fierce gale. The chaotic swordsmanship of Loring unleashed indiscriminate destruction, shattering numerous objects in its wake. Just obscured vision, compelling reliance on the observation hockey to perceive the surroundings. The elderly woman, a relic of the bygone pirate era, despite her significantly diminished strength, still wielded the armament hockey. In a rare show of restraint, she chose to remain silent, not wishing to alert Loring and expose her position. Within her perception, both Whitebeard too, Waburu, and Loring remained motionless, standing resolutely in place. Fortunately, Waburu still breathed. No longer. A surge of elation coursed through her as the absence of Loring's heartbeat and breath registered in her mind. Has he perished? Mother. Waburu suddenly spoke, incredulity lacing his tone. Resembling a fool. He is dead. Ha 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 ha. Well done, Waburu. The two shared a raucous laugh that lasted barely 3 seconds. Suddenly, Waburu's wound erupted violently, as though he had just returned from a tumultuous escapade. An explosive burst ensued. Blood gushed forth. He felt an unprecedented agony as his elephantine form was wounded by a lion, besieged by countless hyenas, destined to be reduced to mere bones. Mother, it hurts so much. Waburu dared not move, fearing that he might succumb to death in that very moment. He slowly turned his head. This injury, however grave, did not herald his demise. Merely a profound injury. Impossible. You are the son of Whitebeard. Mother, am I truly Whitebeard's son? Indeed, your immense power and distinctive beard far surpass those of any impostor. The old woman could scarcely believe that Waburo had sustained such serious injuries. Blood continued to flow, cascading from his chest to his abdomen, ultimately pooling at his feet. With each passing moment, the specter of death loomed closer, brandishing its scythe. A single dry cough shattered the silence. The dust began to settle. Loring leaned against his twin blades, his eyes brimming with fervor. Initially, I employed your stratagem, which involved sacrificing one aspect to gain advantage over another, thus reversing the tide of battle. Subsequently, it became a lion's hunt, with even mammoths shedding blood. Ultimately, whether faced with a pack of hyenas or a swarm of ants, the sheer number would invariably exacerbate the wounds. He rose to his feet, his highly advanced animalistic physique emanating an inexhaustible vitality. Extraction. Luo Ling extended his hand into the air, seizing the ethereal blood aura bubbles that only he could perceive. As the vital essence merged, his body swiftly healed. Mother. I feel my breath growing weaker, he murmured. With every passing moment, Waibulu was draining away his life, while Luo Ling incessantly absorbed vitality. Relying on her ability to extract attribute bubbles, Luo Ling frantically replenishes her health and weakens Weibu. The slightest flaw shall be exploited endlessly, though devoid of a system. She possesses a sandglass. I shall not allow you to perish. This corporeal form is of utmost necessity to me. Luo Ling spoke with a frigid gaze. Although your intellect is somewhat lacking, your indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent is unforgivable. You shall become the prototype of my creations. Defeating the original timeline's 7 Warlords of the Sea unlocked the achievement. 7 Warlords of the Sea, Progress 111. Perfect synthesis granted rewards. Blueprint for a basic augment. And the first generation of pacifists, Progress 30, requiring the collection of the basic bloodline factor blueprint, basic augment blueprint, already acquired, and basic combat machinery blueprint. Shall I extract? Extract. Loring absorbed the pulsating life force emanating from Waiburu, allowing himself to heal and regain his strength. At last, he had collected the first blueprint. The cyborg experiment required a flawless specimen. Vegapunk chose the Tyrant Bear. Luo Ling selects Whitebeard 2 Weeble. With so many former warlords of the sea combined, one might as well call it the 11 warlords of the sea. Loring, utterly exhausted, remarked that he was aware Wilbur still possessed the strength for one final battle. Let the outcome be determined. Chapter 14. In the name of Z, ascend and transform into a dragon. During this journey, Loring acquired a new blueprint, reaping abundant rewards. Tage brought with him the formidable Fishman Karate and Fishman Judo, alongside his renowned reputation for liberating countless slaves. His objective was to take Zephyr away and further refine the GM army through a more systematic approach. He aimed to introduce a more scientific force of the Marine 6 styles. Unexpectedly, he also obtained one of the 3 blueprints from the pacifists. This very physique is perfectly suited for transformation. As Luo Ling spoke, she paced towards Waibulu. What are you going to do, mother? Save me. Whitebeard, too, bellowed. Yet the elderly woman beside him remained utterly motionless. In the next instant, the sound of shattering echoed through the air. The old woman had long been attacked. Luo Ling's indiscriminate assault, executed with erratic swordplay, left Waibulu unable to defend himself, let alone protect her. Bang! Terror filled her eyes as her skin cracked into jagged pieces, revealing gaping wounds from which blood gushed forth. With a resounding crash, she was brutally torn apart, leaving no trace of her former self. Loring is indeed cruel. He has always been so, decisive in his slaughter. You killed her, you killed my mother. I am the son of Whitebeard. Whitebeard, too, roared in fury, while Loring cast a fleeting glance at him. Wibulu had already succumbed to despair. He no longer defended himself, merely attacking instinctively. Blood continually poured from his wounds. Luo Ling rested her hand upon her forehead, laughing heartily. How utterly ridiculous this so-called world governed by divine forces is, allowing even the likes of you to act with impunity. The sea breeze swept in, carrying the familiar scent of the ocean. Luo Ling has always perceived that this flavor resembles blood diluted by water. Above the vast ocean, countless innocent lives perish each day, perhaps. Within that scent, there exists not merely saltiness, but also a metallic tang of blood. Silence now. What follows will only be the perfect specimen for experimentation. Luo Ling's hand collided with Weiburu's fist. Transforming from a mere fish to a dragon is no simple feat for 2 years. Luo Ling has diligently studied and comprehended the art of Fishman Karate and Fishman Judo. He has mastered the dragon claw for quite some time. Yet it is only today that he truly understands the essence of both dragon and fish. This day, the fish leaps over the dragon gate, ascending to the heavens. This move is aptly named, Ascending to the Dragon. Luo Ling's hand manifested in the form of a dragon's claw, exuding an aura of unparalleled might and elegance. With moisture enveloping it, showcasing an extraordinary blend of strength and technique. The arm color of the aura coalesced with the humidity in the air, crystallizing in his palm. And adhering to the dragon's claw, years of rigorous training and finger techniques had fortified his dexterity. The entirety of the dragon's claw, the essence of the fishman's martial arts, and the armed color aura ultimately converged into a singular force. His mastery transcended from a mere proficiency of 100 to the pinnacle of excellence. In the instant of exertion, the explosive energy transformed into a wave, coalescing into a pink dragon that surged forth from his arm, echoing with a dragon's roar. Die! I am the son of Whitebeard. Wilbur was engulfed by an unprecedented agony. His fingers shattered, joint by joint. The impact traveled from his fist to his wrist, and then to his forearm. This strike was a devastation from within, affecting his entire being. A genius of physical prowess, combined with the aura of the flowing cherry blossom, inflicted a lethal blow while he lay gravely injured and immobile. Crack! Even the formidable Wilbur, with his powerful armed color aura, could no longer withstand Luo Ling's assault. One of his arms was brutally rendered useless. His eyes rolled back, foam escaping his lips. Even if Whitebeard too were to awaken, he would be merely a shell of a man. Is Lorling cruel? What about the ordinary souls who have perished aboard this vessel? A mere glance reveals a sea of corpses. Thunder rumbles as torrential rain pours down, yet it cannot dampen Lorling's attire. He treads upon the dark crimson waters. Clad in a pair of well-worn boots, denim trousers, and a black, unlined zippered hooded coat that clings to his muscular frame. At nearly 16 years of age, the flowing aura of the Sakura-armed color envelopes him, shielding him from the downpour. Had he arrived a moment sooner, these individuals might have joined my GM army, however. Gathering intelligence and traversing the path demands time. Even with a rough estimate of the timing, one must seek out more precise locations and information. He inhaled deeply and forcefully pushed open the airlock. Beyond the threshold, the injured Zephyr bore faint traces of blood upon his arm. Fortunate not to have suffered any debilitating wounds. The other two cadets, weary and wounded, also stood beside him. Loring hurled the body of the second Whitebeard, Waburu, to the other side. Zeta, with a grim expression, declared, "This scoundrel must be returned to the Navy. His crimes are heinous. No, I must take his remains with me." Luo Ling's words are indisputable. He has made appearances in numerous kingdoms over the years. Time and again, he has incited fervent wars, which have only served to amplify the potency of his conqueror's haki. Not only has it reached an advanced level, but it also manifests subtly, without overt display of his actions. This indicates that he requires an opportunity to further transcend and awaken his conqueror's haki. Why, pray tell, did you rescue me? Zifa exclaimed in indignation, compelled by his principles to voice such a query. Why? I came to save you, and to take you away, came the reply. Mr. Zifa, surely you do not wish to witness ordinary people being oppressed by pirates, do you? Loring sat wearily in the rocking chair, overwhelmed by the prowess of the second Whitebeard. Had it not been for his shortcomings in speed, the old man might have evaded him first and then vanquished the elder, leaving the second Whitebeard in utter despair. With a decisive strike, it all culminated in an explosive clash. The one who succumbed was Loring. Given the historical battles of the second Whitebeard, Loring's defeat assured his inevitable demise. Outside the cabin, the relentless rain continued to pour. Do you still believe there is merit in remaining with the Navy? The establishment of the warlords of the sea, the divergent ideologies of the new admirals, what lies ahead? They're all your students, you should comprehend them better. In my view, as long as the celestial dragons draw breath, this nebulous notion of justice will persist. Your Z can never emerge. Z. A flicker of emotion crossed Zifa's gaze, the pain from his arm wound pulsing subtly. When the name Z was uttered, he hesitated for a moment. Luo Ling sensed that an opportunity had arisen. From the Ironbone to the Warring States, have you ever confronted the 5 elders about this? You were once a commanding officer. Did you ever protect the celestial dragons? The pirates are so arrogant, and the celestial dragons so shameless. Why can we not bring this to a definitive end? He spoke slowly, each word resonating deep within Zephyr's heart. Mr. Zephyr, join us. Let us transform this world, making the Red Continent not merely belong to the celestial dragons, but to the entirety of humanity. Let the Red Continent belong to the whole world. Zephyr had never felt his heart race so fervently. Ahem, what a foolish boy spouting such nonsense, he muttered, seemingly devoid of a smile. Yet internally he was grappling with turmoil. At that moment, the transponder snail emitted a sound. Zephyr answered naturally, yes, this is Zephyr. Admiral Zephyr. Have you encountered an attack from Weeble? We have received intelligence indicating it could be quite dangerous. The voice on the other end wished to continue, but Zephyr interjected. They are dead. I am the only survivor. He chose not to disclose the survival of the two trainees. Whitebeard 2's assault was indiscriminate, obliterating everything in its path. Some even cleaved in half, cascading into the depths of the ocean. It would surely be impossible to account for them later. How are you, Admiral Zephyr? I am well, though I have sustained injuries. Upon finishing his reply, he added, in Sengoku, I require an explanation. The route of this operation was classified. Who leaked it? There was a moment of silence on the line before Sengoku's voice emerged. I apologize, Zephyr. Speak, Sengoku. Why? Zephyr sought a final explanation. We discovered the truth too late. The new 3 admirals and several officers from headquarters are your trainees. In other words, the old guards of the underworld in the new world do not wish for you to continue nurturing strong forces for the Marines. To maintain balance, this covert attack was executed. Sengoku sighed. Zephyr, seething with rage, understood certain secrets as a former Marine admiral. He retorted, Sengoku, you are well aware that CP0, under the 5 elders, has always had ties to the underworld. Do not speak of it, Zephyr. This matter concerns the dignity of the world government. I see. Once again, it is about dignity, always about dignity. Zephyr closed his eyes, ceasing to ponder further, no longer struggling. 2 days later, news spread across the Grand Line that Admiral Zephyr had been attacked, leaving him as the sole survivor. A week later, Zephyr resigned due to his injuries. A month later, on the Sabaody archipelago, aboard an unremarkable vessel, Luo Ling sat in a rocking chair basking in the sunlight. Rays illuminated the bubbles, creating a beautiful spectacle. Beside him stood Ein and Binz, who had recently become his subordinates. Mr. Zephyr, it has been a pleasure collaborating. Please, call me Z. The man, with short purple hair, a black cloak, and exaggerated sunglasses, appeared to have rejuvenated by over a decade. Set sail. Luling addressed the telephone bug, observing the vast expanse of the ocean where countless vessels, ships, sailboats, and warships navigated with their individual purposes. Behold, there lies a singular, unremarkable little boat, destined for the Isle of Baldigo, a land of white soil. Chapter 15, The Homeland of Bears, the Gluttonous Woman Bonnie and the GM Military Laboratory. Researchers clad in lab coats diligently examined the blueprints of the original pacifists. I have a lingering sense that a crucial component is still missing before we can develop this fearsome weapon of warfare. At that moment, an elderly scientist pressed a button, unlocking the hatch to reveal the body of Whitebeard 2. The schematics for the cyborgs included not only the fusion of man and machine, but also the technique of cloning. The experimentation had reached a certain limitation, and one hoped that the captain could soon achieve a breakthrough in technology. After voicing his thoughts, he inquired, by the way, why has the captain been absent lately? Oh, he mentioned he was setting sail to seek inspiration. Setting sail? Is he not the lead researcher of the GM Military Laboratory? The scientific personnel remained oblivious. This man, who had immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge for 3 years, was indeed the one who forged the legendary names of GM military hero Tiger and Z. He single-handedly established this team of cyborgs. The weather was delightful, perfect for embarking upon the sea. Lo Ling appeared aboard a vessel that could just accommodate 30 individuals. At last, the time for setting sail had arrived. The user of the reverse fruit, Ein, served as a sailor, while Binz, the possessor of the bountiful fruit, fulfilled the role of a farmer. Thanks to his capabilities, even amidst the vast ocean, one could savor the freshest fruits and vegetables. Z stood on the deck, gazing into the distance. His recent struggles with severe asthma prompted Lo Ling to seek out the blueprints for the bloodline factor in hopes of discovering a cure. Blackarm Zephyr, a name that suggests he could become an exceptional sailor. Tiger, with arms crossed, remained ever prepared in his capacity as the helmsman. Ein, dressed in a blue top and denim summer shorts, approached Lo Ling with a newspaper in hand. Recently, there had been talk of a pirate named Ace who was thriving, rumored to be a user of a natural type ability. He is my brother. Luo Ling sipped his cola as the small vessel sailed alongside the sea train, heading towards an island on the Grand Line. This was the homeland of the bear. Isn't your brother Sabo? He has always called you Luo Ling and acknowledged you as his elder brother. Ein, incredulous, drew the attention of others who turned to look. Indeed, Ace, quite formidable. Luo Ling gazed into the distance, finding the vast ocean increasingly intriguing as he approached his destination. He activated his character projection, which began to analyze his attributes. The projection revealed Name, Luo Ling. Title, Demon Lord Armament Haki. 95, Initial Awakening. Flowing Sakura, Observation Haki. 100, Advanced, Conqueror's Haki. 100, Advanced, Martial Arts. Navy 6 Styles. 100. Iron Fist of Love. 100, Dragon Claw. 100, Fishman Karate. 100, Fishman Judo. 100, Pinnacle, Swordsmanship, Sword Drawing Technique. 100, Chaotic Sword Technique. 100, Pinnacle, Spear Technique, Gunfighting Technique. 100, Pinnacle, Devil Fruits, Monkey Fruit. 100, Door Fruit. 100, Advanced, Martial Skills, Ascending Dragon Items, Shattered Fong, Large Sword. 21 Work, Heavenly Demon, Large Sword. 21 Work, 3 Ordinary Swords, 3 Iron Spears, Life Card, Ordinary Sailboat Berries. 13, 853, 451 Bounty, 570, 000 berries. All skills have been cultivated to their zenith, and both fruits and haki have been developed to perfection. Loring has grown powerful enough that only a genuine confrontation can lead to a breakthrough. This voyage not only seeks to enhance strength, but also to accomplish a significant task, to traverse the Grand Line and journey to the South Sea, specifically, to the Kingdom of Sorb. This land was once ruled by none other than Bartholomew Kuma, the tyrant. Due to Loring's emergence, Kuma had declined the position of one of the 7 warlords of the sea several years ago. He was labeled a tyrant for opposing pirates with his formidable might and refusing to obey the commands of the world government. At that time, Loring, accompanied by the newly effective transformation team, ventured forth, embodying the formidable strength and physique of Whitebeard II, augmented with weaponry and ranged arms. Upon their arrival, the world was abuzz, particularly as they defended the Kingdom of Sorb, averting Kuma's reluctant induction into the 7 warlords of the sea, albeit at the cost of sowing future discord. The South Sea, also the birthplace of the devourer, Jewelry Bonnie, holds no one more acquainted with Kuma's benevolence than she. In a quaint tavern, Bonnie savored a pizza, her small table cluttered with an array of dishes. It was hard to fathom how one person could consume so much. Yet, Bonnie, yet to embark on the high seas, had already conceived the idea of forming her own pirate crew. Suddenly, the door creaked open, revealing a lone figure followed by a striking blue-haired beauty and 3 imposing men exuding an air of intimidation. The atmosphere shifted as everyone held their breath, sensing the formidable presence of this group. Is this truly Kuma's homeland? Even such a place is not spared from celestial dragon intrusion. What nonsense! A youth cursed vehemently, prompting others to hastily cover their ears, feigning ignorance. The tavern owner remained silent, as did the bartender, fully aware that the world government had dispatched numerous agents to seize the Kingdom of Sorb. Despite Kuma's formidable prowess, he remained but a mortal among the ordinary populace. Over 2 years ago, a mysterious individual had arrived, leading a terrifying team that had successfully repelled the assaults. Now, they advanced by land and sea, sending forth a Vice Admiral, Fire Mountain Stalaberry, and the Ghost Spider, under the command of the equally formidable Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, to subjugate the Kingdom of Sorb. Would the mysterious benefactor assist once more? In the corner, Bonnie continued to eat with fearless abandon, musing that these braggarts ought to confront the world government and the Marine headquarters directly if they possessed any true valor, oblivious to the fearful gazes surrounding them. The group continued their meal, seemingly unconcerned. Thank goodness they are perfect transformations, otherwise, I would struggle to conceal them, the youth remarked, gesturing as a towering creature, identical to Whitebeard II, emerged, wielding a long blade, its gaze vacant, equipped with ranged weaponry. To transform into a complete initial pacifist, one must acquire a bloodline factor and integrate the fruit's abilities into Kazuru's laser configurations. Furthermore, obtaining battle machinery blueprints would enable the creation of a deathless entity, endowed with an array of terrifying weapons and technologies. It was due to their combat-oriented augmentation that Loring had gathered them within the hourglass space. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned forth a dozen or more transformed beings. One individual collapsed, seemingly recognizing something, trembling as they pointed at Loring. It's the monstrous team that appeared 2 years ago. He is the mysterious figure, the man, rarely seen, yet always causing a global stir upon his appearances. For a reputation even more fearsome than the tyrant Kuma, he was the demon lord Loring. The 2 figures beside him, could they possibly be the former Marine Admiral Blackarm Zephyr and Tiger, who once scaled the Red Line barehanded? Luo Ling disregarded the ambience. If you are an actor, your performance leaves much to be desired, fortunately. It does not cost Bailey. Loring wiped his mouth and calmly handed over a few high-value berries before exiting the tavern. Why am I not mentioned? Binns lamented sorrowfully. Perhaps it is due to a lack of renown, Ein remarked, stepping forward to stand beside Loring. Hey, you are no different. You weren't mentioned either. Binns retorted, agitated. The expressionless cyborgs advanced steadily. The small tavern was situated at the coastal port of the Salb Kingdom, where a fleet of 7 naval warships was anchored. The fishermen, witnessing this formidable sight, hurriedly fled in terror. Bonnie leaned against the doorframe, munching on a slice of pizza, quietly observing their retreating figures, and felt an irresistible urge to chase after them. Loring, we do not require your assistance, she called out. I merely came to exchange favors with a friend. What concern is it of yours? Loring's lips curled into a smile, a delightful blend of amusement and fighting spirit, embodying the exuberance of youth. Bonnie, transformed into a pouting little girl, retreated into the shadows, muttering, incomprehensible fool. Chapter 16. The Demon Slayer order. The presence of the character Ghost Spider has been detected. Fire Mountain and Stollerberry are currently synthesizing. Perfect synthesis achieved. Rewards granted. Blueprint. Combat machinery blueprint. Beginner. The progress of the original pacifist stands at 60. It is necessary to gather the bloodline factor blueprint. Beginner. The modified human blueprint. Beginner. Already acquired. And the combat machinery blueprint. Beginner. Already acquired. The character Peach Bunny has been detected and is in the process of analysis. Analysis complete. Rewards granted. Dominance. Observation Hockey Awakening Technique Future Prediction. It seems I have glimpsed the future of your defeat. Luo Ling's eyes emitted a crimson glow, and the moment had been long awaited. 3 years, indeed. And what a grand arrival it was. The ghostly spider cursed vehemently, declaring, nonsense. The future of your GM army is undoubtedly doomed. Loring's gaze revealed a fierce glint. As he caught a glimpse of the future, bang! Bullets whizzed past him, which he had anticipated and deftly evaded. With a mighty leap, he called out, onward, my sons. At your command, father. The second generation of Whitebeard cyborgs brandished their swords and sprang into action simultaneously. Creak. On each warship, 2 cyborgs leaped aboard. Their tremendous strength nearly toppling the bow, producing a cacophony of wood and steel grinding against each other. On the lead warship, Peach Rabbit stood poised, flanked by 3 eager vice admirals. Among them was Strawberry, who had previously ambushed Tiger and had been wounded by Loring. Survived, did you? Tiger cracked his knuckles and approached him. If you persist, how can justice ever perish? Strawberry unsheathed his twin blades, infusing them with the power of armament hockey. Why not take both of you on together? Z tilted his head, laughing as he approached them. The Inferno Mountain was not to be underestimated. One smiled, while the other, having sacrificed his life, transformed his hair into limbs and grasped a multitude of swords. Ain and Binns coordinated their efforts with the cyborgs and other elite seamen, accompanied by 2 rear admirals and several colonels, all hailing from the headquarters. I shall accompany you. Loring smiled as he gazed at Peach Rabbit. Over the years, he had continuously grown and transcended his limits, coupled with the powers of the Zoan fruit, which had rendered his physique increasingly towering. Now standing 10 centimeters taller than Peach Rabbit, to an ordinary person, he would undoubtedly appear as a monster. You were just a child when you first set sail, and now you have undeniably evolved into a true demon lord. Peach Rabbit unsheathed her sword, adorned in traditional samurai attire, with a naval cloak draped over her shoulders, all of which added to her allure. Today marks my inaugural day at sea, Miss Peach Rabbit. Your fortune seems rather unfortunate. Lo Ling extracted the shattered tooth, enveloping it with armament hockey. Over the years, he had incessantly entwined his blade with this formidable force, refining it to perfection. With a swift motion, the long sword in Peach Rabbit's hand transformed in hue, her enchanting peach blossom eyes radiating a chilling brilliance. Celestial moon. The petals swirled elegantly, coalescing into a vortex, and Lo Ling seemed to perceive a crescent moon suspended at the terminus of the blade's gleam. Chaotic blade, wind listening to clouds. Luo Ling stepped aside, executing a swift slice with her blade, which transformed into a myriad of gleaming sword lights, resembling a tempest sweeping away the remnants of clouds. The wind rustled through the peach blossoms, while clouds obscured the moon. How infuriating! The Peach Rabbit, sensing the momentum, charged forth once more. Her speed surpassing that of her previous tentative attack, and her strength intensified. Both her armament hockey and observation hockey had reached an awakened level, truly deserving of her potential to become a candidate for the position of admiral. Luo Ling has never been one to show tenderness towards the delicate. She merely feels that it is truly rare to obtain such an exceptional opportunity for trial at the moment of awakening her formidable power. Bang! The sound of blades clashing erupted as Luo Ling swiftly turned, slashing towards the back of the peach rabbit. What technique is this? The swallow returns to the nest. With a smile, Luo Ling observed the cold sweat trickling down Tao Tu's forehead, and the two engaged in a fierce battle once more, until a certain opportunity presented itself. In a moment of peril, Tao Tu assumed that Luo Ling was equally caught in a vulnerable state, yet the latter retaliated with a swift strike. The clash of metal resonated once again. Though the technique appeared identical, how was it that I almost failed to defend against it? On the surface, it seemed the same. Yet it concealed profound intricacies. This maneuver was known as the returning horse gun. As Luo Ling's voice faded, a trace of blood appeared on Tao Tu's right arm. Your domineering presence is commendable, yet your speed and strength are truly terrifying. I have underestimated you. Everyone believed you had concealed your identity for the sake of scientific research. But little did they know that your prowess had also surged remarkably. Tao Tu could distinctly sense that Luo Ling's armed color dominance and observation color dominance were exceptionally formidable. Strength, speed, agility, and even martial arts and swordsmanship have undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of excellence. How could such a being willingly hide away for 3 years after causing chaos in the world? Just how many of these modified individuals have you developed? Tao Tu was aware that under Kizaru, there existed a scientific combat team rumored to be backed by Vegapunk. Originally, this was poised to become a measure that would upend the current world order in the future. However, unexpectedly, the GM army made significant progress in just 3 years. Conversely, Vegapunk has yet to achieve the creation of the perfect pacifist modifications. In a bid to hasten the completion of experiments, they are scouring the globe for numerous test subjects. Who knows? Does it truly matter? Once more, Luo Ling swung her blade, and the peach rabbit leapt into the air. The golden kinger in her grasp was enveloped in the armor of Haki, capable of cleaving through anything. With a terrifyingly powerful leap, she struck down with her sword, while Luo Ling unsheathed her fragmented tooth to parry the blow. Boom! Luo Ling could hardly have anticipated that Peach Rabbit, renowned across the seas as a master swordsman, possessed such formidable physical prowess. With a single kick, enveloped in the armor of Haki, her strike was not only solidified but also infused with a layer of awakened Haki that flowed dynamically. My goodness, it feels akin to donning a pair of radiant socks. Albeit in black. How shameless. Peach Rabbit's explosive power, coupled with her extraordinary kicking and jumping abilities, left one utterly astounded and unprepared. Luo Ling lifted her leg to block, striving to accelerate with each attempt. Ridiculous. You, with your Peach Rabbit, dare to compare your speed and explosive power to my Sun Wukong. The monkey's jumping ability is indeed formidable. Both, gliding with the grace of the moonwalk, continuously wielded their blades and executed flying kicks midair. Their powerful collisions sent waves crashing upon the sea, causing the warships to sway. Quite impressive. Loring expressed his approval, aware that this was an ambush. The world government had sent not only the Navy. After all, 3 years prior, they had resorted to threatening the life of a kingdom to compel the bear to join the 7 warlords of the sea. Last time, Loring had unexpectedly thwarted their plans with newly developed cyborgs, but this time, the adversary was well prepared. Sure enough, the resounding march of disciplined soldiers echoed through the port alley. A formidable force on both land and sea. Fire! Shouted Chabot, gripping the hilt of his sword. Boom! Hundreds of flames erupted into the sky from the port. Hee. Miss Peach Rabbit, please forgive my tardiness, Chabot said, unabashed in his pursuit of Peach Rabbit, having professed his feelings countless times, always managing to smile with a carefree charm. 2 future candidates for admirals, alongside 3 vice admirals from the main headquarters. Luo Ling suddenly realized something. The gathering of 5 vice admirals from the headquarters signified the strong possibility of a hidden admiral among them. This was the demon-slaying order. The inferno blazed, engulfed in searing heat. Loring and his companions are indeed a formidable force, embarking on their maiden voyage, seemingly orchestrated by the Navy headquarters. Oh dear, how terrifying. Mr. Loring, after several years apart, you have grown immensely powerful. The Navy headquarters' strongest asset, Admiral Kizaru, at his peak. It appears you have also become significantly stronger. Luo Ling was well aware that during the previous encounter, there had been an awakening experience with the Fruit of Awakening, which had been unexpectedly utilized to escape using the Dordor fruit. The grand proclamation of the Demon Slayer Order indeed suited the Demon Lord perfectly. As the two faced off against each other, Luo Ling chose not to engage in further banter and swiftly repelled the peach rabbit with a single strike. You, the weaker one, shall retreat for now. In a single utterance, Loring unleashed the might of the conqueror's haki, instilling on every individual present. The potential of a king must be eradicated, laughed Kizaru, as the golden laser abruptly ceased. Chapter 17. The Roar. Chitian, it has been nearly 6 years. Do you comprehend how I have endured these 6 years? Kizaru's laughter carried an uncomfortable undertone, despite my strength having transcended previous limits. And the fact that that day I was merely outmaneuvered by you. The world whispers that I was wounded by you, allowing you to depart unscathed with everyone, including that little girl who, a year later, joined the GM army. All of this casts me as a mere joke, and it is all your fault. Loring. Outside. They label me the most ineffectual admiral. Mirrors appeared out of thin air. The Yada no Kagami. In an instant. Kizaru thrust his hands into his pockets and delivered a swift kick. Laser kick. Yet, the laser he had previously unleashed upon Loring was only just approaching. A testament to its remarkable speed. Bang. Luo Ling has transformed dramatically. Both his observation haki and armament haki have reached an initial awakening. Furthermore, he has devoted 3 years to enhancing his armament haki to a remarkable level of 100, just a step away from further advancement. Boom. This confrontation is far from the hasty and one-sided affair of 6 years ago. Luo Ling's speed and strength, along with his imposing demeanor and martial prowess, truly endowed him with the ability to confront his opponents. He smugly remarked, Mr. Kizaru, I had thought you were broad-minded and indifferent. Indifferent? Kizaru retaliated with a swift kick. For 6 years, that fellow Kazan has casually mentioned it. Even Old Man Garp has taken it as a source of amusement. With one hand, he summoned the sword, Amatsu Mikaboshi. Try being laughed at for 6 years. The world knows Kizaru as the admiral possessing the powers of the natural type, glint fruit. Yet little do they realize the profound mastery he holds in swordsmanship. You secretly defeated and captured the second generation of Whitebeard, and you brought Zifa into the GM army. You are nothing short of a demon. Kizaru's swordsmanship is primarily characterized by its unparalleled speed. The swordsmanship of Luo Ling, characterized by the chaotic dance of blades, is unparalleled in speed. Even among Zoan-type devil fruit users, who possess formidable physical prowess, agility remains paramount. Only through awakening can one truly access the long-buried power of the heavens. Thus, the confrontation between Huang Yuan and Luo Ling epitomizes a contest of speed and agility. Each strike meets another in a symphony of clashing steel, igniting sparks in the air. Upon detecting the character chatin, the system initiates analysis. Analysis complete, synthesis triggered. A perfect synthesis yields a reward, sword technique. Purple lightning, swift as purple lightning, requiring an exceptionally strong haki to converge upon the blade, capable of manifesting the conqueror's haki. Coalescing into purple lightning, renowned for its speed and explosive power. Shall it be extracted? Extracted. Luo Ling's heart raced, not merely signaling the awakening of his Busashoka haki, but also serving as a precursor to the entwinement of his Haushika haki. It bore a resemblance to the mastery of Busashoka haki akin to the Navy's 6 powers. A preparatory phase indeed. Within the violet bubbles danced arcs of lightning. Upon absorbing this energy, Luo Ling felt his understanding of swordsmanship, Busashoka haki, and Haushiko haki deepened significantly. Crack. His bones resonated. With dual blades in hand, he coated the sword blades with Busashoka haki as though it flowed like water, allowing it to envelop the surface. This fusion of strength birthed violet lightning. The violet lightning was both a manifestation of his sword technique and an augmentation. Violet lightning, chaotic blade cloak. With a swift motion, he unleashed his sword, transforming into a streak of violet lightning, exuding unparalleled speed and explosive power at the moment of drawing. As he clashed with Kizaru, he unleashed his chaotic swordsmanship, enhancing both his accuracy and strike potential. Do you comprehend the essence of true speed? Kizaru would not be lenient this time. Indeed, under his full might, every attack from Luo Ling's dual blades was effortlessly parried. The dual sword style was merely that. Your trump card was but a meager bargaining chip against me. Kizaru spoke the truth. He could not defeat Luo Ling in the short term. And for Luo Ling to aspire to vanquish him was but a fool's dream. The disparity was insurmountable. At 50 years of age, Kizaru stood at the zenith of his prowess, replete with battle experience and attributes fully honed, each strike executed with precision. Humph, was Mr. Kizaru seeking personal vengeance this time? Or was it merely that your superior harbored disdain for me? Perhaps both. Kizara granted Luo Ling no respite, wielding the heavenly sword of clouds, advancing once more with relentless determination. Luo Ling possesses numerous hidden cards. He is merely testing the waters to discern the true capabilities of Kizaru. After all, how can one afford to be complacent in the presence of an enigmatic adversary who remains unfazed and unflinching? The Admiral has personally unleashed the decree to annihilate demons, a plan that has been meticulously laid in ambush for quite some time. Exercising utmost caution is by no means excessive. Must he resort to utilizing the awakened powers of his fruit once more? Kizara grants Luo Ling no opportunity for escape, his sword growing swifter with each passing moment. Luo Ling also yearned for such an experience. However, he currently lacked the Fruit Awakening Experience voucher, a rare and elusive item. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Character Bonnie detected. Perfect analysis completed. Reward obtained. 1 Fruit Awakening Experience voucher. He realized that while he had merely been dining at the tavern to satiate his hunger, his observation haki had been focused on detecting hostility and potential ambushes in the port. He had completely overlooked the gluttonous Bonnie, who was indulging herself nearby. At this moment, she had likely not escaped the inferno but was instead hiding somewhere, feasting while observing the chaos unfold. The Marine soldiers continued to fire their weapons, bullets flying in rapid succession. A young girl with pink hair cried as she munched on a slice of pizza. "Help! Someone save me! Don't be afraid, little one. Just stay behind that cover with us." "Okay, thank you, uncle." She crouched behind the barricade, peeking out to watch the unfolding battle. A fierce character indeed. She could exchange blows with Marine admirals at such a tender age. Following the trajectory of events, it seemed she would soon unleash indiscriminate attacks, akin to a demon-slaying order. As Bonnie spoke, she prepared to make her escape. On the horizon, warships formed a circular formation, ready to strike at a moment's notice. "Old man, shall we fire?" asked War Peach Maru, addressing the transponder snail while wielding a massive axe with a disdainful expression. The Sorbet Kingdom has been deemed forbidden by the world government. It is time for its eradication." The calm and collected Kizaru addressed the transponder snail, casting a mocking glance at Luo Ling. "Your armament haki is commendable, however. Your observation haki seems somewhat lacking, likely due to its recent awakening, unable to keep pace with my speed. Thank you for your guidance, Master Kizaru." Luo Ling took a deep breath. With all his might, he found himself barely able to compete, even if he were to awaken an animal-type fruit, significantly enhancing his vitality. Or even if he were to encounter a mythical beast type, this battle would undoubtedly be effortless. The experience scroll lasts merely 20 minutes, and facing the Admiral Kizaru, any glimmer of hope he might have would swiftly come to an end. Luo Ling contemplated the notion that if this experiential voucher were to be extended to an hour, he would dare to embark on the endeavor. 20 minutes. He must stake the entirety of the Solb Kingdom, including Tiger, Zephyr, Ein, Binz, and even Bonnie. Even with the powers of the Momo Momo no Mi, it would be impossible to rescue everyone in such a short span of time. The vast ocean lay beyond the island, with no alternate locations for retreat. Binz, wielding the capabilities of the verdant fruit against the modified beings. Ein, employing the reverse fruit ability on Z and Tiger. Luo Ling understood that he must exert every ounce of his strength, for retreat was not an option. As a member of the GM army, how could he disregard the lives of all? It seemed that the plan had been uncovered. You abhor the thought of anyone dying in vain, and there are no vessels nearby capable of accommodating so many. Thus, you will undoubtedly resist to the bitter end, until exhaustion claims you. With a smile, Kizaru transformed into a radiant entity. The 8-foot Xiongouyu. Boom. A barrage erupted from the fleet of warships surrounding the island. The air was filled with anguish cries. They ran, they fought for survival, unaware that from the very beginning they had been discarded pawns of the world government and the navy. In an instant, in Loring's ears, a multitude of voices seemed to resonate, awakening a fierce spirit within him, an indomitable essence. It was a voice, a cry of defiance, the shouts of myriad beings, battling against the heavens and the earth. He utilized the fruit experience scroll and uttered a single word. Door. Luo Ling remained expressionless as flames consumed the earth. The yellow ape's indiscriminate assault swept through buildings, ordinary citizens, and even Marines alike. The boy felt a thunderous roar in his ears. The agony compelled him to shut his eyes. Doors flew open in countless homes as they fled from one inferno, only to plunge into another. There was no escape. At last, he opened his eyes, and within his gaze, a blinding golden light erupted, piercing through all that was vile. In the next moment, with a breath that resonated with profound intensity, Luo Ling uttered 2 words. Qi Tian. Chapter 18. Wang Yuan, have you ever tasted defeat? I do not wish to perish. The flames are immense. Why has no one come to my rescue? Help! My mother is injured. She cannot walk. Who can explain why the Navy has opened fire upon us? We are all human beings. Do those who fire upon us not possess families? Elderly individuals hide in despair within the shadows of crumbling structures, engulfed by suffocating smoke. A young girl, filled with desperation, cradles her mother whose leg is broken. Utterly alone and forsaken, a young man, harboring resentment, struggles to comprehend how the justice he holds dear has been so inverted. A man dashes through the streets, exerting every ounce of strength in a frantic attempt to return to his family. The relentless inferno rages on. Bonnie, utilizing her fruit abilities, transforms into a small girl, continually running through the streets. If Kuma succeeds, if the GM army triumphs, if Luo Ling prevails over the Demon Slayer order, everything would be different. She silently implores. You must not lose, Luo Ling. The wind billows his black cloak. The youth's eyes shimmer with golden light, piercing through the harrowing scenes of devastation amidst the flames. In an instant, as he gazes upward, the cloak transforms into a vivid crimson, the hat swept away by the breeze, revealing a phoenix-winged golden crown, its fiery wings ablaze. Did you hear that? Huang Yuan offered no response, as the Yada no Kagami mercilessly wreaked havoc upon everything. The young man did not prepare the ability to create a door for himself, but rather for the countless families in need. Upon awakening his fruit's potential, countless doors emerged. Swiftly consolidating into a vast area, the grand plaza of the kingdom, still untouched by the flames. They cry out, as embodiments of justice, why do you turn a blind eye? My heart resonates with their pleas, a defiant echo knocking upon the gates of justice. In Loring's grasp, light and fire coalesced, resembling molten metal coursing with fervor. At the moment of its cooling, it transformed into a resplendent weapon. From this instant, I shall no longer flee. Boom. The iron rod in his hand swelled to a colossal size, akin to a battleship. He traced a circle towards those whom he had rescued with the power of the door fruit. The rod shimmered with golden light, scorching the earth. Inciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. They were oblivious to the reason for their salvation, unaware of the source of the radiant glow. Look. There is a battle raging in the sky. Heavens, could they be villains? Are you foolish? The ones firing upon us are from the Navy headquarters. That individual is opposing them, undoubtedly a hero. Go on, brave soul, do not succumb to them. The people cried out. And soon the immense circle of golden light was completed. Suddenly, it erupted with a dazzling brilliance. Whoosh. This light surged skyward, forming a semicircular protective shield, safeguarding them all within. Indeed, he was protecting us. Look, the assaults from the Navy's warships can no longer harm us. Can he triumph? It appears he fights alone. He must prevail. The crowd gazed up at the sky with hopeful anticipation. The great sage equal to heaven clashed with Kizaru. Is this the awakening of the fruit? Luo Ling smiled, compelled to interrogate her innermost self, continuously drawing closer to the essence of her resolve, until at last, she would transform into her true self. Unlocking the latent powers within the fruit. The fruit awakened. The Zoan-type monkey fruit, in the form of the great sage equal to heaven. Has it lost its effect? Kizaru halted his rapid rotation, gazing at Luo Ling in disbelief. His expression was exaggerated as he caught sight of the people shielded by the circle. It appeared that they must be eradicated. Otherwise, the events of today's demon-slaying decree would surely become problematic if these living souls were to spread the news. Upon finishing his statement, Kizaru once again summoned the heavenly cloud sword in his hand. A double fruit user, fully awakened. How terrifying. If such an adversary were to persist, what irreversible changes would they bring upon the world? He recognized that Luo Ling's potential had further ascended. She must be eliminated here and now. Fire. First, flatten this island, and then eliminate all witnesses. After addressing the snail, a newfound seriousness and gravitas emerged in Kizaru's eyes. Understood. The snail on the other end replied with unwavering resolve. 10 minutes remaining. Luo Ling smiled at him. What does it mean? Huang Yuan asked with skepticism. You need not comprehend it. Luo Ling chuckled, referring to the remaining awakening experience of the door fruit. I shall not grant you the opportunity to interfere. With a resounding crash, he brandished the Rui Jingu Bang and declared, take the strike. Boom. The purple lightning from his tail, infused with the armament haki, converged with the golden light of the fruit's awakening, simultaneously launching an assault. Huang Yuan's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that such an awakening could amplify power to such terrifying heights. Luo Ling no longer treads the moonlit path, enveloped in swirling mist. He rides upon a cloud. His speed and strength are magnified beyond comprehension, coupled with the extraordinary abilities of phantom beasts. He possesses the keen insight to perceive every flaw of his enemies. With the terrifying velocity of the Nimbus cloud, not even light can evade him. The golden staff itself demands unimaginable strength. Once awakened, it can uproot mountains. Huang Yuan senses true power. His velocity rivals all others, excelling even in sheer might. Meanwhile, a portal opens within the radiant circle. Ian and Bins, having just utilized their fruit abilities, materialize here. Do not panic, we are the GM army. This place is under threat from the demon-slaying edict unleashed by Admiral Huang Yuan. To survive, join us and fight your way out. On the other side of the door lies a warship. Let us seize it and venture into the new world. The crowd stands momentarily stunned. Then air portals burst open simultaneously. The first steps through, followed by the next, and soon everyone rushes forth. They are determined to survive. This band of lunatics exemplifies their divergence from pirates and the Navy. Bonnie melds into the throng, closely pursuing. Inside the warships, numerous air portals appear, unleashing a torrent of furious people. At the harbor, among the foremost 7 warships, 14 cyborgs have been activated by Bins using the abundant fruit, awakening the seeds that Luo Ling had preserved within them. This power hails from the New World, and upon eruption, it voraciously consumes seawater. Vines that thrive on seawater, fueled by the cyborgs, unleash a frenzied assault, swiftly enveloping the 7 warships and rendering them immobile. The tendrils continue to extend towards the island, striving to transform it into a realm of vines, extinguishing the inferno. At the heart of the 7 warships, the colossal flagship has morphed into a world of vines. Previously obedient to Luo Ling's command, Ian employs the reversal fruit to turn back time for Zifa and Tej by a decade. Both men harbor an aversion to devil fruits. Yet this is a sacrifice made to save countless lives. A decade prior, Zifa had not succumbed to despair. His armament hockey was at its zenith, embodying the true strength of an admiral. Tej, a decade ago, had not yet faced the harrowing battle on the Red Line, still possessing his peak prowess. Even when confronting Admiral Peach Rabbit and Vice Admiral Chibuta, the two remain unfazed. Ha ha ha, it feels as though the strength I once possessed has returned. Tej, unmatched in power. Few know of his grievous injuries sustained while rescuing slaves, besieged by the formidable might of the celestial dragons and admirals alike. Do you remember our teacher in his prime? Zifa laughs heartily. Though aged, joining the GM army compels him to unleash this long-dormant power. Together, they are an unstoppable force, utterly beyond the capability of the 5 vice admirals to withstand. Ace has only just set sail, facing world conscription 4 years hence. Peach Rabbit and Chibuta have yet to reach their peak strength. On the warships, enraged individuals are seizing control of the vessels. Above in the sky, Luo Ling grows increasingly formidable in battle. The expression on Kizaru's face is grim as 7 powerful warships at the port are ensnared by tendrils, effectively binding them to the island. The besieged vessels are being commandeered by the throngs of people, with one already having made its escape. Not to mention Zephyr, who, utilizing the powers of the retreat fruit, has reverted to his state from a decade ago, subduing the 5 vice admirals of the headquarters. What a clever stratagem. That halo was merely a prelude, and this is your true trump card. Every step is meticulously calculated. Kazara's disdain for Luo Ling has reached its zenith. Possessing both strength and cunning, he must not be allowed to remain. Luo Ling's smile was mischievous as she enunciated each word. Huang Yuan, have you ever tasted defeat? Chapter 19. The cost of awakening. The celestial cloud sword extended at the hilt, transforming into a blade akin to its body, in Huang Yuan's grasp. The hilt was flanked by swords on both sides. As a fellow monster, have you ever been vanquished? He did not respond directly, instead posing a counter-question. With a melodic laugh, Luo Ling brandished the Rui Jingu Bang. One battle, and a conclusion would inevitably arise. The sea-settling needle, with a commanding shout. The weapon in his grasp inexplicably tripled in size, not merely in form, but in weight, aura, and the resplendence of its golden light. The celestial cloud sword. One transformed into a fleeting beam of light, while another soared on the clouds, evading the earth. Above the heavens, fierce clashes erupted incessantly. On the warships at the harbor, Zephyr and Tiger joined forces, their physical prowess and armed hockey awakened, presenting an overwhelming dominance. Gradually, only Peach Rabbit and T-Pig were left to contend. While the Fire Mountain crew had already succumbed to defeat, sustaining varying degrees of injury. The disparity in strength between the Rear Admiral and the Admiral was stark. This maneuver was aptly named turning the tables. In a fierce and unyielding clash, Luo Ling and Kizaru engaged in a battle defined by their remarkable speed and agility. Akin to the Nimbus cloud, while the keen insight of the fiery eyes served as a compensatory asset. Surprisingly, in terms of strength, Luo Ling held the upper hand. Flash. Soaring cloud slash. Kizaru was repelled, unwilling to concede as he coughed up blood. His entire being transformed into a radiant orb of light, distilled to its essence. Pure in energy. This metamorphosis birthed a formidable heavenly soaring cloud sword. With a swift motion, it sliced through the air, the sound of rupturing air reverberating, causing a painful ringing in the ears. The might of the celestial king, like lightning. He launched himself forcefully into the air, merging the moon step with the Nimbus cloud technique. Bathed in golden light, streaked with violet lightning, the sea calming needle towered even taller than Luo Ling, the epitome of a standard general. As it spun continuously, the Nimbus cloud surged forth with the momentum of the moon step, akin to a relentless tide. The sea calming needle whirled at high speed. The violet lightning intertwined with the golden glow, coalescing into a dazzling display of purple-golden electric light. With a thunderous crash, the sea calming needle collided with the heavenly soaring cloud sword, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. White cloud waves surged upward, reminiscent of two mushroom clouds. The relentless onslaught of air currents and shockwaves stirred the sea into towering waves exceeding 7 meters in height. When speed reaches its zenith, it becomes an embodiment of power. Kizaru roared, rarely encountering such moments where he was compelled to unleash his full strength. Luo Ling's actions were ruthlessly decisive. Not only did he save everyone, but he also subdued the naval forces, having already triumphed over 3 of the 5 headquarters vice admirals. The potential of Peach Rabbit and T-Pig, who are seen as future admirals, could only be realized under the leadership of the formidable Zephyr and Tiger. Defeat is merely a matter of time. In this confrontation, achieving even a draw seems unattainable. Failing to vanquish Luo Ling would mean that those who were supposed to perish under the Demon Slaughter Order would tarnish the reputation of the world government. What face would the Navy headquarters have before the Gorosei? He would be subject to ridicule for many years. The longer this drags on, the more perilous it becomes. If Zephyr and Tiger achieve complete victory, all but 7 of the main battleships will escape. Even if he were to kill Luo Ling, it would be to no avail, as Zephyr and Tiger would still turn their wrath upon him after he has paid a heavy price. He finds himself ensnared in a deadlock, waiting idly. He has fallen into the very trap Luo Ling spoke of. 14 modified versions of Whitebeard 2, Webro, along with 2 superhuman devil fruits and 5 individuals, have altered the dynamics of the battlefield. Luo Ling, living up to the name of the Demon Lord. Mr. Kizaru, you are indeed correct. The swifter the speed, the greater the strength. Yet this is contingent upon possessing mass. My mass surpasses yours. Thus at equal velocities, I am the stronger. Similarly, the faster one moves, the more susceptible one becomes to disintegration. Even if you are a user of natural abilities, there must be a limit. No? Limit? That term seems to have been absent from my ears for quite some time. Kizaru could no longer endure, and both erupted with terrifying might, the shockwave rebounding upon them. Bang! 2 figures simultaneously soared backward, plummeting towards the ground. They collided with towering structures, crashing amidst the debris of buildings. Smoke enveloped the scene, obscuring all vision. At the harbor, the warship commanded attention. You little brats, go hone your skills. This punch is a lesson from Z. Zephyr unleashed a powerful blow. Imbued with advanced armament hockey, lacking any devil fruit ability, he was renowned for the sheer strength of his armament hockey. The Navy headquarters, boasting power second only to Garp. Blackarm Zephyr. He refrains from killing admirals. Had it not been for the loss of his wife and child, and the assault by Whitebeard too, his mentality would not have faltered repeatedly, compounded by the ravages of age and illness, asthma in particular. Time is unforgiving. Ein's reverse fruit rejuvenated him by a decade, restoring him to his youthful peak, free from ailments. Over the years, his mentality and ambition have been revitalized, like a tiger with wings. Zephyr's punch caught Tashigi off guard. How could he be so formidable? It felt akin to the oppressive sensation of their first encounter during his youth. Brimming with vigor, in the name of Z. The feeling of youth is delightful, a nostalgic remembrance of those days spent adventuring across the globe. Tiger shares this sentiment. He once roamed the world alone, only to be captured by the celestial dragons. After his escape, he grew ever stronger. Upon returning to the Red Line, he possessed peak strength, saving many lives, which also incited a climactic battle. The Navy headquarters, far along the Grand Line, was unable to intervene in time. Ironbone Kong found himself in fierce combat with the 5 elderly figures known as the Gorosei, alongside formidable forces among the celestial dragons. Had it not been for Dragon and the GM army's watchful threat, that battle could have turned tragic. The escaped tiger bore heavy wounds, his physical condition and mentality diminished. This led to an ambush by a rear admiral, leaving him gravely injured. In his youth, when he reached his apex, and scathed, he was undeniably powerful. Fishman Karate, Ultimate Technique, Fishman S-Wrath. Tashiji deflected with her sword, her armament hockey enveloping the blade, preparing for all eventualities. A water sphere detonated, unleashing a tremendous force. The legends are indeed true. This man, who escaped from the Red Line, once stood toe-to-toe with the ancient powers of the world. Hero Tiger. In the name of the sun. Cough, cough just in time. There are still 5 seconds remaining. Lulling rose from within the edifice. As the final 2 doors swung open for Tej and Zifa, the voice of Zifa and Tej echoed from the communicator on her wrist. Fool. What will you do once we depart? The fruit's abilities are not without constraints. Should you weaken, it is only then that Ion can nullify his powers or face defeat. Yet, if you grow stronger, Ion will bear the burden, and time will be of the essence. Lorlin wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, reflecting that all power in this world demands an equivalent sacrifice. Do not keep her waiting anxiously. Convey to her that I shall prevail. Indeed, Ein's backward fruit remains unawakened, rendering ordinary individuals 10 years younger, yet feebler, rendering time inconsequential. Enhancement, however, incurs a cost, such is the nature of the devil fruit. In truth, according to Z's design, Ein possesses the ability to regress individuals by 12 years, yet this is contingent upon the fruit's development. Presently, it belongs to 4 years prior. 10 years is the absolute limit. Zephyr and Tiger comprehend this as well. Ein's current level of fruit development is insufficiently potent, likely having reached its maximum capacity. They traverse the air gate, proceeding towards those battleships. In combat, one must have faith in their comrades. Luo Ling pressed onward. Not only had the experience vouchers for the door fruits expired, but the awakening state of the Chitian fruit had also been lifted. With a sudden cough, he stifled a mouthful of blood, crimson seeping from the corner of his lips. The cost of awakening was indeed steep, a tremendous drain on his physical stamina. Huang Yuan's strike was not to be underestimated. Come back quickly, you can surely escape alone. Ain's anxious voice crackled through the transponder, sounding quite feeble. She too had expended considerable energy. The defeat of the 5 major generals had inflicted significant losses on Luo Ling's side as well. The 14 transformed individuals were utterly lost. Yet they simultaneously trapped Huang Yuan and his battleship, allowing countless souls to flee. I am strong enough to leave at will. Victory is imminent, so do not worry. Luo Ling decisively ended the call, her steps unwavering. The inferno had been extinguished by the encroaching vines. In the kingdom of Salber, verdant and teeming with life, a sense of vitality prevailed. Borisolino, amidst the dust, the yellow monkey stood with his hands in his pockets, bearing visible wounds. The blood at the corner of his mouth revealing his true condition. Despite the damage to his sunglasses, he maintained an arrogant demeanor. After all, youth is on his side. Brimming with potential yet lacking in depth, you little monster. Amidst the banter, he transformed once more into light. Amaterasu. Chapter 20. I found you, Borisolino. You are already 50 years old, possessing immense depth and having engaged in countless battles with formidable foes, a realm in which I indeed cannot compete. Yet, who could deny my youth? Luo Ling brushed off the dust from his attire. Before him, the yellow ape, upon uttering the words Amaterasu, transformed into a pure source of light, an embodiment of elemental essence. In an instant, countless mirrors materialized in all directions, a myriad of them, over 1,000. The Yada no Kagami. His form continued to crystallize into elemental essence, gradually coalescing into a sharp longsword. The heavenly cloud sword. Although this sword appeared motionless, it was, in fact, already engaged in a graceful dance. In the realm of observation and perception, Luo Ling beheld an imminent spectacle, within mere seconds. An innumerable array of celestial cloud swords would manifest. Indeed, the yellow ape, having transformed into these ethereal blades, meticulously arranged over 1,000 Yada mirrors within his operational sphere. The purpose was to unleash an unparalleled assault across the entire island in this final moment. Amaterasu, the 3 sacred treasures, and the Yada no Kagami. With a swish, the longsword danced, spinning with incredible speed. Countless smaller swords erupted forth, refracting through the mirrors and spiraling back. The light was simply blinding. In the blink of an eye, Thousands of Yada mirrors on the island began to feverishly refract an uncountable number of celestial cloud swords. As the pace intensified, within just 3 seconds, the celestial cloud swords approached their transformation into beams of light. These beams coalesced into radiant pillars. The kingdom of Solb erupted in a dazzling golden glow upon the ocean. Yet, within this brilliance, only Luo Ling remained. Though the awakening of the fruit was immensely taxing on his stamina, the vitality and regenerative capabilities inherent in the Zoan type were astonishingly formidable. The Moku Moku no Mi had not awakened, yet it had been developed to a high level of 100, swiftly maneuvering through every available gap. Alas, the safe zones were dwindling rapidly. The refraction was terrifying. The air was filled with a cacophony of swishing sounds. A sea of golden light engulfed him. Even the observation Haki struggled to trace the true whereabouts of the yellow ape. No wonder it is said that the 4 emperors possessed the power to obliterate a kingdom single-handedly. The might of a marine admiral is equally formidable. With a resounding thud, as he landed on the last available patch of ground, Luo Ling opened a gate to the air. In a flash, he found himself outside the island, by the port, where 7 principal warships had been saved by the Yellow Ape's grand maneuver. The rampant growth of vines had compromised their internal mobility, rendering them immobile. The naval soldiers had been bested by the cyborgs. 5 vice admirals leaned helplessly against the deck, unconscious. The moment Loring appeared, all 8 mirrors converged upon him once more. In an instant, half of the warship was obliterated. This signified that Loring had no avenue for escape. The yellow ape unleashed indiscriminate attacks. Even if he were to flee to the Peach Rabbit, he would still be engulfed by the onslaught. Should this continue, the entire island would be utterly erased from the map. Is this truly the might of an admiral? Luo Ling, having narrowly escaped moments ago, successfully identified several new refuge points. The yellow ape, with his remarkable speed and overwhelming offensive prowess, relentlessly denied him any opportunity for recovery. Having already awakened the powers of 2 devil fruits, Luo Ling found his stamina severely depleted. The necessity to continuously evade further exacerbated his losses. This is precisely why the yellow ape remarked upon his insufficient foundation. It is utterly exhausting. A single hit would result in a barrage of attacks, striking him thousands of times in an instant. I must emphasize that Akainu and Akiji possess the capability to transform an entire island into a realm of ice and fire, irrevocably altering the climate. The climactic battle between Ace and Blackbeard could incinerate half an island, manifesting the true essence of a formidable clash among the strongest. Loring found himself once more at the final destination. His breath grew increasingly labored, and his strength was nearing depletion. Just once more, let me awaken. At the very heart of the island, in the realm of Luo Ling's landing, he stood upon the ground, surrounded by a dazzling light, where countless celestial swords converged after their refraction. These swords were simultaneously the 8-span Cheongo Jade. Once struck, they would leave him riddled with wounds, for his strength and dominance were insufficient to withstand such an onslaught. Moreover, these attacks were indiscriminate, coming from every direction. No matter how he wielded the powers of the Dordor fruit, there would always be vulnerabilities, unless the fruit awakened. But alas, he had already awakened the Chi Tian fruit, leaving him physically drained. Yet, there remained one hope. With the Chi Tian fruit already awakened, he merely needed to unleash its potential once more. Afterward, he would undoubtedly lose all his strength and faint entirely. Whoosh! A myriad of celestial swords surged towards him. Luo Ling let out a piercing cry. Chi Tian. The wings of the phoenix ignited, the black robe stained a fiery crimson, dancing like flames. Surrounded by swirling clouds, the Rui Jingu Bang transformed into the formidable sea-stabilizing needle. From the awakening of the fruit to the unleashing of power, it was a seamless transition. The sea-stabilizing needle, ascend to the heavens and transform into a dragon. Ultimately, the culmination of armed hockey, observation hockey, swordsmanship, martial arts, fruit awakening, speed, and strength converged into this singular strike. He surged forward at breakneck speed, racing toward the location of the yellow ape, revealed by the fiery eye and observation hockey. Simultaneously, beams of light swords pierced through Luo Ling, only to be met by the terrifying healing speed granted by the awakened Zoan-type devil fruit. Continuously healing, yet constantly enduring injury. The yellow ape, too, escalated his speed to the utmost limit, compelling Luo Ling to endure even more assaults. Luo Ling, with a foolish grin, bore all his pain while coughing up blood, exclaiming, "I found you, Kizaru." The little monster seeks its own demise. Kazara was aware that Luo Ling's formidable presence and physical strength were waning. This was merely an attempt to exhaust his stamina as much as possible. Boom. The Salt Kingdom, enveloped in golden light, appeared from afar like the nascent sun rising in the sky. Suddenly, a beam of light erupted above this blazing sun. All who fled were rendered speechless in awe. They beheld the golden radiance soaring towards the heavens. At that moment, the Amaterasu state was also dispelled. The light erupted, unleashing towering waves. Even though Luo Ling and his companions had retreated to a distance, the waves still reached over 20 meters high. Luo Ling and Ein stood on the deck of their warship, gazing vacantly into the distance. Ein held in her hand the new blueprint that Luo Ling had given her when the air gate was opened. The waves resembled Luo Ling's hand, expending its last ounce of strength to push them away. The Salt Kingdom had vanished. This land had been reduced to rubble, utterly devoid of life. Vines turned to ashes, and no plants, mountains, or buildings remained. Not a single ant or bird could hope to survive. In the center of the island lay a vast pit, where two figures stood. The young man was utterly exhausted, reduced to instinctively swinging his fists. Die. Kazara staggered, just as he was about to be struck. A voice resonated. Ice Age. In an instant, the entire island transformed into a glacier. The supreme commander of the GM Military Scientific Department, the Demon King Luo Ling, maintained his punching stance, now encased in ice. For the first time, the indiscriminate assault of Admiral Kazara had left him enjoying the sweetness of survival. Despite being immobile, he remained a victor. On the sea, a solitary penguin stood guard beside a bicycle. Everywhere it went was shrouded in frost. It seemed to be waiting for something, deliberately lingering until the battle concluded and everyone was rescued. It hoped that the young man could save everyone, yet feared he might drift aimlessly across the ocean henceforth. Are you the one who saved the soul of Teacher Zephyr? The curly-haired man exhaled a breath of cold air, standing before the unconscious and frozen Luo Ling. I must say, it's the first time I've seen you in such a predicament, Borsellino. Akiji casually lifted Luo Ling, nonchalantly stating. Kazara, struggling to rise, clearly bore the marks of a severe blow. After a moment of silence to regain his strength, he spoke. Kazan, there are rumors circulating about Impel Down, where people mysteriously vanish. Ivankov was the first to disappear. You mustn't let this kid become one of them. Akiji replied. The Okama Kingdom erred, allowing Ivankov to be captured. This time, you fought tooth and nail to protect Kuma, didn't you? That kid has had enough luck. He should be able to survive in the 6th level of Impel Down. Admiral Akiji, even when addressing an old comrade, he preferred brevity. This operation was part of Sengoku's comprehensive strategy, involving 5 vice admirals, 7 main battleships, 20 auxiliary ships, and 2 admirals. Luo Ling had no chance of survival. This was the treatment once meted out to the devil's offspring, Barrett, a novice unafraid of tigers. Huang Yuan cursed under his breath, blood spilling uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. Despite Luo Ling's desperate struggle, he had merely inflicted a grievous wound upon him, rather than securing a decisive victory. He pondered, having escaped once and been severely injured the second time, would a third encounter not result in defeat? It was impossible. The vanquished are left to eat dust. If Luo Ling were to be imprisoned in the 6th level of the Push City, he would be doomed to never again bask in the sunlight. The following day, monumental news reverberated across the globe. The esteemed general of the GM army, the demon Lord Luo Ling, had been captured and confined within the Push City. Not a word was uttered regarding his destruction of the demon extermination order and the salvation of all those involved. Every trace of his existence would gradually be erased. This was the price of the 6th level of the Push City. In the Great Sea, within the 6th level of the Push City, the sound of clanking chains echoed as the wounded youth slowly opened his eyes. Detection confirmed the legendary 6th level of the Push City, and rewards were granted. Blueprint, Bloodline Factor Blueprint, Beginner, Original Pacifist, Advanced, Progress 100, requiring the collection of Bloodline Factor Blueprint, Beginner, already acquired, Modified Human Blueprint, Beginner, already acquired. Combat Mechanism Blueprint, Beginner, already acquired. A multitude of figures was detected, currently being analyzed. Chapter 21. Analyzing the Push City, the Awakening of Conqueror's Haki. The injuries seem rather severe. Is the Admiral truly this formidable? Luling cleared his throat, reminiscing about past battles. Whitebeard succumbed to the superiority of speed and the extraction properties of the hourglass. Initially, he was defenseless against Luling's swiftness and was subsequently drained of vitality and life force from his wounds, ultimately leading to his defeat. Once Huang Yuan entered a state of elemental transformation, it became exceedingly difficult to even locate his physical form, let alone his injuries. The correlation between speed and strength is indeed a terrifying concept. One could assert that while Whitebeard too possesses certain shortcomings, Huang Yuan is nearly flawless. There is a saying, once is chance, twice is coincidence, but thrice is a certainty. Next time, I shall assuredly prevail. Bound by chains, Luling discerned his surroundings. The 6th level of the advancing city? How peculiar. Logically, given the celestial dragon's deep-seated animosity towards Luling, he should have been taken to the Red Soil continent. Typically, those ensnared by sea prism stone find themselves weakened and powerless. However, Luling's devil fruit had the adverse effects nullified by the hourglass. The sea prism stone holds no sway over him, nor does the vast ocean. His grave injuries have mended, and he is now rapidly recovering from ordinary wounds, as scars heal and flake away. In less than 2 minutes, he was completely restored, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of hunger. The majority of the individuals here are held in solitary confinement, though occasionally, there are large cages, each housing a solitary prisoner at a considerable distance from one another. Contemplating this, Luling extracted bread and jam from the hourglass's space. Shortly thereafter, he procured ham and a small pot of alcohol, frying eggs with ease. Being on the move, and with the hourglass space that proves even more useful than the swamp fruit, Luling had an entire ship at his disposal. This vessel contained a wealth of supplies that had vanished from the port the moment he entered the ambush, now secured within his grasp. The transponder snail on his wrist had been destroyed during the climactic battle. Luo Ling retrieved a device to adorn her wrist, calmly indulging in a sandwich while sipping milk. "Hello, is this Mr. Zephyr?" On the other end, the voice momentarily faltered before erupting into tears, laughter, and various exclamations. First came Ein's voice. "Haven't you been captured and taken to the forward city?" "It's a long story," she replied. "This place has little impact on my life. I come and go as I please. Just wanted to assure you not to worry. Tonight, I shall journey to the Shambadi Islands to deliver the blueprints for the lineage factor, along with the complete original pacifists. You must develop a true weapon of war within the next 2 years. After Luo Ling finished speaking, she devoured 3 more sandwiches and proceeded to set up the barbecue grill, roasting beef. "Hey, what's that sizzling sound over there?" asked Tiger, puzzled. "I'm grilling meat and sprinkling cumin on it. That's all. See you in the evening." Loring retracted the phone bug, and a tantalizing aroma filled the air. The 6th floor was enveloped in the delicious scent of roasted beef. Who the hell is responsible for this? I am starving. I haven't eaten for an entire year. Is it that newcomer? Is he a celestial dragon, able to indulge in such delectable food here? Complaints echoed, and soon the guard arrived at lightning speed. He too could perceive the enticing fragrance, yet it was peculiar that Loring, with grease smeared all over his mouth, was burping contentedly as if nothing were amiss. There was no sign of a barbecue grill, only a scattering of beef bones. "You scoundrel, how dare you indulge in thievery?" Silence, with a mere glance from Luo Ling. The observation hockey instilled an unprecedented terror in the guard, causing him to collapse to the ground, unconscious. The conqueror's hockey, a young sovereign. What kind of sovereign? There are plenty of rulers here, merely brigands. They chuckled, eagerly anticipating Luo Ling's misfortune. Having frightened one into unconsciousness with the conqueror's hockey, it would not be long before a second would approach. Luo Ling, feeling disinclined to dwell further on the matter, found solace in the restoration of his physical form and stamina, emboldened by this newfound confidence. However, the chains forged from sea prism stone, while not diminishing his strength, rendered his movements somewhat cumbersome. Contemplating this predicament, he endeavored to conjure a small air portal at his wrist, attempting to extricate his hand from the constraints of the sea prism stone, yet each attempt culminated in failure. Despite his efforts to tug at the chains, they remained steadfastly resilient. A testament to the formidable nature of the sea prism stone. Resolute in his thoughts, he contemplated the awakening of his fruit, swiftly transforming into his beast form. Regrettably, this initial awakening lacked sufficient adaptability, leaving him with limited options. He began to shrink, his form diminishing from over 3 meters to a mere 1 meter in height, thereby rendering the chains that ensnared him remarkably lighter, facilitating his escape. In an instant, he reverted to his original stature. According to the capabilities of his beast form, Luo Ling could shrink to just over 1 meter or expand up to 9 meters, contingent upon the extent of his fruit's awakening. As he embraced his newfound freedom, the awakening of his fruit simultaneously dissipated. The awakening of a zoan-type fruit does not solely confer strength during its activated state. Rather, it significantly enhances his inherent abilities. particularly in terms of vitality, defense, strength, and speed, resulting in a qualitative transformation. Luo Ling pushed forward, opening the air gate, and arrived at the location of the individual who had just mocked him. "Hey, how did you manage that? Is this some sort of fruit ability? Are you a freak?" they exclaimed, their voices laced with indignation. This guy must have bribed the prison, swapping out the sea prism stone chains with fakes. They spat, utterly devoid of fear. Trash. Luo Ling delivered a powerful punch, mercilessly striking down the fallen adversary. Subsequently, he opened several air gates, delivering a thorough beating to all those who had been clamoring on the 6th level of the advancing city. After retracting his hands, he walked calmly down the corridor. "Hey, kid, let me out, and I will help you dominate the seas," roared the audacious Abelo Pizarro. "Not interested," came the indifferent reply. Luo Ling sneered, proclaiming, "I can become an invincible battleship." Within the vast confines of the colossal cage, the Saint One Wolf grinned vacantly. He, release me, and I shall allow you to witness a new era." The hunter of the dark moon, Catherine Butterfly, emitted an ungracious sound. "Burp, would you care for a drink?" The intoxication sparkled in Bask Jot's eyes, yearning for freedom, yet lamentably, this fellow was impervious to persuasion. Luo Ling appeared to disregard them all, yet in truth, she had already completed her analysis. She had successfully dissected the characters of San Juan the Wolf, Lavero Pizarro, Katarina the Beautiful, and Bask Ject, earning rewards for her efforts. They are all future captains under the Blackbeard pirates. Marksmanship, divine explosion, a guaranteed strike, relying on observation hockey to identify weaknesses, followed by the explosive force of armament hockey. Any weapon, including stones and projectiles, can trigger a divine explosion. Quite impressive. Luo Ling contemplated that this was a personal skill. By harnessing this technique, one could wield formidable power without the need for weapons, merely by pointing a finger. Hockey, armed hockey, intermediate awakening, where the primary awakening signifies proficiency. The intermediate awakening denotes an intrinsic integration within oneself, consequently enhancing both the quantity and quality of hockey. Luo Ling sensed a remarkable enhancement of his armament hockey within his body, feeling utterly astounded. It turned out that awakening possessed distinctions between primary and intermediate levels. No wonder Kizaru was even more monstrous than he. This was indeed the disparity in hockey that Zephyr had mentioned. Successfully analyzing the Barrett, he was rewarded with the hockey, Conqueror's Hockey Awakening Technique Conqueror's Entanglement. This. Luo Ling's eyes widened as she caught sight of the audacious man in the corner. The triumphant display of his three-colored dominance had finally been compensated. He had truly stepped into the ranks of the elite warriors. In the corridor, bubbles of various negative emotions permeated the atmosphere, but Luo Ling found herself unable to extract any of them. Only outside Barrett's cage were there numerous bubbles of vitality and martial determination floating in the air. Chapter 22. Barrett's Fist, Shiria's Blade. Extraction. Loring extracted a plethora of useful bubbles, absorbing them effortlessly. Simultaneously, he pushed open the air gate, a metallic sound resonating through the atmosphere. Barrett laughed thunderously. "A truly mad fellow, wandering freely in this realm. What do they call you?" "The Demon Lord." Luo Ling responded calmly. This time, no one mocked him. For those who had laughed had already faced their punishment. Advancing to the 6th level of the city, many notorious pirates and wicked individuals were apprehended. It is possible that some were virtuous, yet the overwhelming majority were far from benevolent. It seems I was once a descendant of demons. Barrett cast a glance at him, his eyes glimmering with a crimson light. In an instant, he rose to his feet and, despite being bound by chains, delivered a powerful kick. Luo Ling, unwilling to be outdone, also employed both physical techniques and domineering presence. Boom. In her thoughts, Luo Ling reflected that Kazara scarcely employed any armed color hockey, yet the sheer quantity was undoubtedly greater than that of Luo Ling prior to her ascension. This was a genuine clash of hockey. Barrett's armed color hockey was astonishingly powerful. Moreover, there was this little devil. He roared, simultaneously unleashing a terrifying conqueror's hockey. Black and crimson lightning surged through the 6th layer. What caliber of monsters were these two, capable of unleashing such formidable force here? Are you foolish? That fellow is Barrett, who has relentlessly honed his hockey and martial arts for over 20 years, never once slacking. In his heyday, following the issuance of the demon-slaying order by the Navy headquarters, he wreaked havoc, only to be subdued by the joint efforts of Garp and Sengoku. Those who arrived in recent years were oblivious to the past of this muscular maniac. One of the elder statesmen chuckled, reminiscing about how he and Crocodile once stood as equals among the supernovas, only to see Barrett later surge ahead, leaving all behind. The monsters aboard the Pirate King's ship bore witness to that grand epic. Ha ha ha. Back then, there was a monster so formidable that he severed his own legs to escape. Do you remember? Shiki the Golden Lion had already faded into obscurity for over a decade before I arrived. Their laughter resonated as if they were sharing trivial family anecdotes. It seemed that with Luo Ling's presence, everyone had become more courteous. The clash of conquerors hockey and armed color hockey continued. The frail old-timers, suffering from years of malnutrition and lack of exercise, could only struggle to endure. The reckless monsters, with Shiki's float fruit, could soar even with severed legs. Why don't you give it a try? Laughter erupted once more. Loring and Barrett disregarded them, incessantly engaging in a contest of martial prowess and domineering spirit. Over the course of more than 2 decades of relentless training, their willpower had become so formidable that it remained ever abundant, even when burdened by sea prism stone. It merely restricted their devil fruit abilities. In other words, even if confined to the 6th level, this abyssal realm of darkness, they could still stand in proud defiance of all others. Luo Ling continually adapts to the recently awakened conqueror's hockey amidst the fierce battle. It is only now that he realizes that in the original timeline, Barrett could contend with Luffy's Gear 4th Snake Man form purely with his fists, exhibiting an overwhelming dominance. The combination of conqueror's hockey and armament hockey in the devil mode is truly unparalleled in strength. It all stems from the awakening. Bang! The two clash their fists. Luo Ling has awakened all 3 forms of hockey, and the awakening of his devil fruit has enhanced all of his fundamental attributes. However, his weaknesses lie in his techniques and physical combat, which are still merely at the pinnacle level. Barrett, after over 20 years of rigorous training, has already attained a state of perfection. His techniques exhibit no flaws in battle whatsoever. Even so, his devil fruit awakening still enables him to remain overwhelmingly powerful 2 decades later. It can only be said that the formidable figures in the world of pirates are nearly omnipotent. Ha 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 ha. As a user of your devil fruit abilities, when it comes to pure hockey and physical prowess, you are no match for me. Barrett laughed heartily, enjoying the fight, yet he also sensed Luo Ling's vulnerabilities. There remains a slight deficiency. To truly dominate the seas, akin to the 4 emperors or admirals, one must possess an overwhelmingly absolute strength. At the very least, all 3 forms of hockey should be developed to the intermediate awakening level. Merely being able to utilize hockey awakening and mastering it perfectly with sufficient hockey are entirely different concepts. Someone is approaching. Luo Ling felt an exhilarating thrill. Having such an opponent would significantly enhance his domineering presence and physical prowess. He aspired to elevate all 3 types of hockey to the intermediate awakening level. In a world where achieving the advanced awakening of all 3 hockey is exceedingly rare, it is almost legendary. In Luo Ling's eyes, only figures like Garp, Roger, and Whitebeard in their prime could possibly attain such a level. Most others, he believed, were some imperfections. How cautious you are, Barrett mocked lightly. There are monitoring snail phones here. Whether I return or not makes no difference. I merely wish to pose a question. Luo Ling fought with fervor, drenched in sweat. Passing through the air gate, he returned to his prison cell. The newcomer held a cigar between his lips, wielding the renowned blade, Thunderstorm, his gaze brimming with defiance. 20 prison guards trailed closely behind, arrayed on either side. Hey, are you Luo Ling? Yes, I am indeed Luo Ling. The visitor cast a glance at him, seemingly indifferent to the recent battle. This individual was none other than the still unimprisoned Yuji Shilio. At present, Magellan and Hannibal were merely his subordinates. Yuji Shilio scrutinized the bounty notice, his expression one of confusion. Is this you? Indeed, I was younger then, a bit leaner. In his hand, Yuji Shilio held the bounty notice issued after Luo Ling's rescue of Tiger. The tale of his triumph over Whitebeard too had become a concealed incident. Following the Demon Slayer order, Luo Ling was also imprisoned on the 6th level of Impel Down, and the bounty was subsequently revoked. The Luo Ling depicted on the notice was still youthful, exuberant, smiling as he savored hot pot. Was it you who injured the guard? Yuji Shilio unsheathed his long knife, suppressing his murderous intent, yet unable to contain the exhilaration coursing through his veins. At last, he had found a reason to strike. It was I was rather impulsive back then. Luo Ling leisurely leaned against the wall, her limbs unbound by the chains of sea stone. Ha ha, very well. As the chief warden, I declare that you are doomed. Do as you wish. I further proclaim the same fate upon your entire family. Luo Ling was too apathetic to pay him any mind. Yuji Shilio opened the cage and struck out with a blade. Thunderstorm. Purple lightning. With a crash. It was as if a curtain of rain had been rent asunder by the flash of lightning. Luo Ling, wielding the celestial demon, exuded a palpable aura of menace. With sword energy dancing ceaselessly around him, I realized that the conqueror's haki could indeed envelop the sword's blade. A resounding clash echoed as Yuji Shiryu, no longer careless, discerned that Luo Ling's hands remained unbound. Was this a mere oversight? Yuji Shiryu possessed a formidable blend of speed and strength, coupled with explosive power. Little did he anticipate that Luo Ling's own explosive might surpass his own. The swordsmanship was as swift as lightning. The two blades collided midair with a thunderous impact. The conqueror's haki of Luo Ling entwined, augmented by the armament haki from afar, its power magnified beyond mere multiples. Bystanders stood in astonished silence, yet Barrett laughed nonchalantly. He effortlessly deflected the warden's strike from a distance. The speed was astonishing. The warden of Rain, Shiryu, had vanished from our sight, moving so swiftly that he didn't even draw his blade. At this moment, Shiryu had been thrust outside the door, gazing at Luo Ling with a grave expression. But his eyes burned with even greater combat fervor. Luo Ling struggled against the sea prism stone chains, attempting to escape from impel down. No one can save you. Shiryu of Rain charged back once more. I ask you, who was it that ensured my confinement within impel down? Luo Ling is filled with curiosity about what transpired after his unconsciousness. Who altered the course of decisions? Even before the Demon Slayer order commenced, there were plans in place to confine him in the 6th level. Who possesses such overwhelming power? You shall no longer have the opportunity to discover the answer. Chapter 23. Do not underestimate the capable Yuji Shiryu does not believe that Luo Ling, having just awakened from being severely wounded by Kizaru, could possibly triumph over him. Just moments ago, Luo Ling did not even need to engage him directly. The answer lies somewhere. By defeating you, the truth shall be revealed. The Luo Ling celestial demon sword thirsts for blood, with purple lightning dancing upon its blade, intertwined with the ominous aura of armed color. The conqueror's haki coils around it, accompanied by bursts of crimson lightning. This scene leaves some monsters in the corner utterly astounded. Pray, why would such creatures of this caliber be captured? Could it be that they were subdued by two formidable generals, much like Barrett? I have been imprisoned for 2 decades. Who holds the position of general now? The crowd buzzes with concern over this fierce battle. Alas, the weak possess no right to spectate. Luo Ling rose with a smile, stepping out of the prison cell. A cacophony ensued, as several weaker beings fainted on the spot, while the guards, unable to withstand the pressure, began to froth at the mouth. The creatures on the 6th level, having long been deprived of exercise, exhibited a profound sense of despair. The worse their mentality, the more severe their decline in strength. Some could not endure the awakening of Luo Ling's conqueror's haki. Upon witnessing the fainting figures, laughter erupted among them. Ha ha ha, this old fellow has been imprisoned for 30 years. Reduced to such a pitiful state? You, who have committed countless misdeeds, turned out to be so weak. Ha ha ha, a feeble wretch who knows nothing but to cling to life. In the corridor, the Rain of Shiryu tilted his head, swiftly taking a step forward, akin to his namesake, the thunderstorm sword. It seemed the temperature began to drop, the moisture in the air coalescing. As he transformed into a streak of lightning, the corridor became enveloped in mist. This is my domain. Purple lightning, celestial demon. Devour the wind and feast on rain. Bang. This fusion of forces represented the pinnacle of Luo Ling's current mastery, merging haki and swordsmanship into an unparalleled strike. Rain of Shiryu made his presence known, yet his sword remained distant, even as it was entwined with the awakened armament haki. It could not breach Luo Ling's remote assault. This left him feeling quite embarrassed. It appears you are not as formidable as you seem. Loring had to concede that Rain's swordsmanship had reached a flawless level, complemented by a medium awakening of armament haki and a basic awakening of observation haki. This was a pinnacle unattainable by those without fruit-based abilities. After all, the number of individuals capable of awakening advanced haki was exceedingly rare. Luo Ling possesses his own unique physique, strength, and speed, complemented by a mastery of swordsmanship that reaches its zenith, allowing him to contend with Yuji Shiryu. Their abilities in armament haki and observation haki are evenly matched, while the conqueror's haki stands as his singular power. Pray tell, are you capable? Luo Ling's prowess in advancing the city has indeed soared to an entirely new level, allowing her to engage in a relaxed duel with Rain's Shiryu. Damn it! The more Rain's Shiryu contemplated, the more infuriated he became, causing his sword strikes to grow increasingly swift. Yet Luo Ling adeptly countered each one. Indeed, sparring with you serves to continually enhance my swordsmanship and mastery of aura. You make for an excellent training partner. Luo Ling reclaimed the celestial demon's sword, and retreated into the confines of the prison cage. With a casual wave of her hand, she signaled Yu Xiu to withdraw. You wish for me to depart? In the corridor, Yu Xiu's expression fluctuated between shades of blue and white, his anger palpable. He could swear that this was the first time in his life he had ever been subjected to such humiliation. Step forth and engage me in battle. Unless you reveal to me the identity of the one who orchestrated my entry into the city. Luo Ling casually crossed her legs, wearing an air of indifference. Seeking a fight? That will come at a cost. Yu Xiu initially intended to draw his sword, but recalled the information about Luo Ling possessing the memento fruit. If this fellow were to escape without being restrained by Hailu Stone, there would be no chance left to contend with him. Gritting his teeth, he remarked, "The Marine headquarters has dispatched you to impel down, fearing that, under the guise of threatening the world, you might flee to the Red Line like Tiger or be rescued midway by the GM army." Oh, Luo Ling's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she pressed further. Which general are you referring to? The response came, the generals from headquarters, Akiji and Kizaru, have been personally reported by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Oh, Sengoku himself? Could it be that old man Carp? Luo Ling contemplated that this reasoning was somewhat plausible, yet it also revealed certain truths. The world S-government is not a monolith. While Kizaru and Sengoku are more straightforward, this yellow monkey is indeed quite ambiguous. The distinction between truth and falsehood is inconsequential. Let us engage in another duel. Laughing, Luo Ling rose, fragmented teeth and the celestial demon in hand. Dual wielding? Yu Xiu grasped the hilt, holding his breath. The silence was so profound that he could hear his own breath. Yuge, the thunder prelude. In the corridor, he transformed into a bolt of lightnings, striking with unparalleled precision. A tremendous roar reverberated, deafening all. The captives in the cage covered their ears, witnessing the lightning trace from the entrance to the conclusion. With merely a trivial gap remaining. In that fleeting moment, almost before the lightning had dissipated, Luo Ling stood motionless in the center of the corridor. With a resounding clap, Yu Xiu descended, as rain cascaded upon the blade of his thunderstorm sword, washing away the traces of blood. Instinctively, he withdrew a piece of white cloth to wipe the stains. In the past, his adversaries would have undoubtedly faltered. There were never any surprises. Alas, this young lad has succumbed. Indeed, youth is often accompanied by inexperience. The essence of dominance requires accumulation and cultivation, and at such a tender age. How could he comprehend that even the awakened might of dominance possesses varying degrees of strength? Goodness, truly? I was unaware that dominion could even awaken. Nonsense. You were apprehended due to the excessive slaying of innocents. The only reason you did not faint earlier was your youth. The dual-colored might had yet to wane. Enough of this chatter. Look, that lad remains rooted in place. Oh, he still dares to call himself the Demon Lord. What now? Perhaps he should be addressed as Lord Demon King. Ha ha ha, the victor claims all, destined to perish eternally in this abyss. Yu Xiu disregarded the clamor and tumult, his movements graceful as he calmly continued to cleanse the bloodstains. Suddenly, he was taken aback to discover that there were no bloodstains on the blade of the thunderstorm sword. Nor was the rain washing anything clean. A soft rip echoed as the fabric tore. In an instant, silence enveloped the crowd. The sound of dripping blood resonated as a gash appeared in his clothing, crimson droplets cascading to the ground. When did you accomplish this? Yu Xiu asked incredulously. I neglected to mention that I, too, excel in speed. Unfortunately, I glimpsed the future of your defeat. Luo Ling stood still as the celestial demon and shattered tooth withdrew the hourglass space. Just moments ago, the hourglass had completed its analysis of Rain Shirlu, delivering a most lethal strike. The successful analysis of Rain Shirlu yielded the reward, swordsmanship proficiency, perfect. The flaws in swordsmanship became indistinguishable the moment Rain Shirlu drew his sword. Luo Ling triumphed through unparalleled focus and swiftness. Wherever the rain of silence tread, a portal of air manifested at astonishing speed, marking the breach of lightning that curtailed his acceleration. The might of both was nearly equal, however. The years of accumulated dominance by Rain of Silence were offset by Luo Ling's conqueror's haki. His sword required no acceleration to achieve its utmost velocity. Rain of Silence was left with but a singular flaw. Otherwise, it would have been a draw under the trial of the swordsmanship. Luo Ling prevailed through his diverse tactics, while Rain of Silence faltered due to his underestimation. Never should one underestimate the abilities of a capable individual. From this point forward, I shall dictate the affairs of the sixth layer of Impel Down. Upon finishing his words, Loring directly opened the air gate. Before sending away Rain's silhouette, he declared with a simmering anger, I shall defeat you. Await the day. Returning to the confines of his cell, Loring opened a small air gate to observe the weather outside. The day was drawing to a close. A brief respite was in order before venturing to the Whitebeard archipelago. Chapter 24. The successful creation of the first generation. In the midst of the monster's astonished gazes, Luo Ling succumbed to a tranquil slumber. Release me, and I shall grant you all my treasures. Captain, be my captain. I was merely ignorant of the rules. Laughter erupted. What a bunch of cowards. He comes and goes as he pleases. He undoubtedly harbors his own intentions, while you fools remain ensnared in your dreams. After berating them, Barrett commenced his cultivation. Soon, the sixth level fell into a serene silence, returning to its former state. The guards awakened as the moon ascended, yet in the sixth level, nothing was visible. In a state of panic, they fled, not daring to cast a glance at Luo Ling. Thus began a day that would mark a hidden taboo within the already secretive sixth level of Impel Down. The place where Luo Ling resides is devoid of any sustenance or potable water. No inquiries are made, and save for the whispers of the rain, none dare to tread upon this land. The night deepens. Luo Ling stifled a yawn as he rose to push open an air door, vanishing without a trace. With a resounding thud, he glided away, quickly enveloped by the nocturnal shadows. The Shambadi Archipelago. The Shaki Tavern. The individual you await is likely to make an appearance soon. The tavern owner, Shaki, lit a cigarette and slid a glass of orange juice before Ein. Ein, with his lustrous blue hair, donned a black cloak, impeccably tailored attire, and black knee-high socks that complemented his shorts. Shaki, a glass of apple juice. The more tart the better, he requested, revealing his peculiar taste. A man with white hair chuckled beside him, his glasses reflecting light, obscuring the gaze behind them. I am truly curious how one might escape from that place. Could it be another golden lion? The old man mused. The youth have an uncanny ability to perform miracles, much like you did in your time. Upon receiving such praise, the man fell silent, erupting into hearty laughter. The Shambadi Archipelago is indeed a haven for pirates. Although the naval headquarters is nearby, lawlessness reigns supreme. This modest tavern, while obscure, remains a well-kept secret among a select few. Loring and Ein often pass by this place, primarily due to the amicable relations between Bear, Layli, and Shaki. The young man pushed the door open, adorned in the same black cloak, his slightly tousled long hair framing his face. Loring, Ein could scarcely believe it. He had truly managed to escape. I must return by dawn. I merely stopped by to replenish some supplies. Having escaped with such difficulty, why would you choose to go back? It is, of course, for the sake of strength. As my navigator, do you not wish to see your captain grow ever more powerful? As Luo Ling spoke, she lifted the cup of apple juice. Delicious. Upon tasting this intensely sour apple juice, Luo Ling felt it was truly a delicacy of the world. Little Monster Riley shook his head, remarking on the remarkable vigor of today's youth. I almost forgot to mention, Mr. Riley, before I encountered the demon-slaying order, I procured some wine for you at that quaint tavern. Luo Ling spoke as she produced a bottle of exquisite wine from the South Sea. Thank you, Luo Ling. Rayleigh savored the distinctive flavor of the wine, and the atmosphere became increasingly relaxed. Luo Ling listened attentively. During this period, those who had been rescued had arrived at a safe island and were beginning anew. With the acquisition of the battle machinery blueprints, the GM army further ascended, and the scientific research team continued to make remarkable breakthroughs. This is for you. Luo Ling entrusted the blueprints of the bloodline factors to Ein. With these words, the pacifist progenitor could flawlessly create them, that there are always limitations to human capability. The Navy should progress swiftly, lest they fall behind. Ein carefully stored the blueprints, his expression somewhat despondent, murmuring, the world needs you, Luo Ling. He corrected himself, adding, no, it is not I who is needed, but rather all those oppressed by the celestial dragons. As Luo Ling savored the seafood lobster fried rice, she declared, in this period, the ocean will undergo a tremendous upheaval. In just 2 years, I shall transform this world. 2 years? Tiger, Zephyr, and Bear, having trained the GM army, will emerge even more formidable, bolstered by the initial generation of pacifists and combat machinery. Time is ample. We can contend with the world's governing bodies. All we require is superior combat prowess. While the genetic lineage may hold the key to unlocking certain mysteries, the inevitability of aging is undeniable. I believe I shall discover the answers. Luo Ling stretched lazily. Ein, let us strive for strength. The vast ocean of the future beckons you. He rose and walked alongside Ein, traversing the bustling streets of the Shambadi archipelago. Regrettably, no celestial dragons were out today, Otherwise, he would have certainly kicked two of them. Inside the tavern, Shaki rested her chin on her hand and remarked to Rayleigh, "Isn't he the one you have been waiting for?" Rayleigh's lips curved into a smile as he replied, "He is not a pirate. He is part of the GM army. Until the truth is revealed, he is the answer." Shaki reflected on this statement and couldn't help but chuckle. Loring, accompanied by Ein, traversed the winding alleys, observing the vicissitudes of human existence. He was acutely aware that a period of solitude awaited him. The Shambadi Islands were rife with malevolent pirates who preyed upon the defenseless. Within the auction house, the lives of the weak were mercilessly traded as if they were mere commodities. Beneath the moonlight, inside a modest abode, a woman tended to her ailing husband. Should he succumb, the family's fate would be sealed. Children wept softly, oblivious to the injustices they had endured. Luo Ling gazed quietly at all of this, handing a book to Ein. "Dragon Slayers?" Ein inquired, puzzled. "This tome narrates the art of dragon slaying, the legacy of dragon slayers, hailing from my homeland." Luo Ling meticulously transcribed the dragon-slaying techniques he had learned in his previous life on Blue Star, committing them to memory. He intended to publish this tome for the world to behold. Indeed, I nodded gravely in agreement. At dawn, at the port of Island number 43, Sabo and Kella had been waiting for quite some time. "Sister Ein, it is time to set sail. Luo Ling, will you not accompany us?" Luo Ling stood at the harbor, bidding them farewell. "I have more pressing matters to attend to. Sometimes, we must allow time to unfold. A touch of patience is required. Should anything arise, contact the bug via telephone." Taking a step back, he opened the air gate. Swiftly traversing the vast ocean, he vanished from sight in a series of instantaneous movements. Onward to the 6th layer of the advanced city, where the atmosphere remained perpetually dark and damp, chilling to the bone. Lauren awoke in the afternoon, having set up a spacious bed, a desk, a bookshelf, and a private bathroom in this place. Eventually, she leisurely began to grill some meat. Within the confines of her enclosure, the lights shone brightly, and there was an air vent to regulate the temperature and humidity. It was evening. Luo Ling reclined comfortably on the bed, engrossed in the latest newspaper. No one dared to scold him. Those who did faced the consequences. The third day. Early in the morning, Luo Ling sought out Barrett to commence the rigorous training of both physical combat and my armed color hockey. A week later, Rain Shiria fully recovered, brimming with a fierce determination for vengeance. This time, Luo Ling refrained from utilizing his fruit abilities, opting instead for a direct confrontation, honing his swordsmanship and mastering observation hockey. After a month of such a lifestyle, he had grown accustomed to it. Luo Ling's prowess has surged dramatically, with his mastery of conqueror's hockey, observation hockey, swordsmanship, and martial arts continually advancing. It must be said that Barrett is undoubtedly a prodigy of combat. A year later, the 6th-tier bully, Luo Ling, suddenly vanished. Barrett, feeling bored without anyone to spar with, found even the prison he had inhabited for over 20 years to be devoid of interest. "Luo Ling, where have you gone? Show yourself." Yuji Shirlu, in a fit of rage, realized that over the past 6 months, Luo Ling had become increasingly adept at defeating him, rendering their encounters almost childish play. He discovered a note on Luo Ling's bed, which read, "Farewell, old friend. We shall battle again another day." Ah! Yuji Shirlu erupted in fury, exclaiming, "I am the chief warden of Impel Down. I cannot duel with a mere prisoner based on your whims." Soon, the sound of laughter echoed throughout Impel Down, creating a rather jovial atmosphere, which Yuji Shirlu swiftly quelled with a fierce reprimand. At the 5.5 level of Impel Down, Ivankov stood in shock. "Luo Ling, you have been imprisoned as well." "Ivankov, I have been here for a year. I came to show you something." As Luo Ling raised his hand, the formidable figure of Whitebeard II, Waburu, emerged, a perfect creation of combat machinery, genetic factors, and enhancements. The pacifist prototype, number 0, had been successfully realized. Ivankov was incredulous, for this signified that once mass production commenced, a genuine offensive against the world's government could be launched. Chapter 25. Only dominance prevails above all. Moreover, there were provisions, newspapers, and this is a transponder snail. Feel free to contact me at any time if needed. I shall take my leave now. By the way, I am on the 6th floor. You may reach out to me should you require assistance. After attending a grand banquet, Loring bid farewell to Ivankov. "The world has yet to summon me. The tides are still in preparation. When the moment is ripe, I shall venture forth." Ivankov laughed heartily, referring to the so-called five-layer. In truth, it was a being of giant heritage, Mori, who concurrently held the esteemed position of commander of the Western Army. one of the 5 great military factions within the GM forces. Possessing the powers of a devil fruit, he had conjured the concept of the 5.5. This was the very reason Ivankov felt emboldened to take refuge in this place. Luling is well aware of the immense power wielded by the GM military. There exist 5 predominant factions, aside from the 4 Cs. Additionally, there is the Grand Line, overseen by Ivankov. The leader, Dragon, is supported by his astute advisor, Sabo. Among the cadre at the headquarters are Kuma, Zephyr, and Tiger. Luling is responsible for the Scientific Research Division. Each liberated kingdom stands as a testament to their achievements. In the world of pirates, the true adversaries of the global government have consistently been this courageous assembly of individuals who dare to raise their fists. The 6th level. Loring is currently evaluating her own capabilities. With a steady accumulation of strength, she has refrained from utilizing the hourglass analysis function for a year, during which her prowess has soared. Should she consider reactivating it? Indeed, she harbors concerns about becoming overly reliant on the hourglass. Luo Ling has closed the hourglass for a year. During this period, her observation hockey has advanced to an intermediate awakening through numerous battles. Her swordsmanship has become increasingly refined. For the past 6 months, she has occasionally refrained from using a sword, engaging in combat with the sword god, Yuji Shilio, utilizing the no-sword style. The overwhelming power of her conqueror's hockey rendered Yuji Shilio helpless against her long-range attacks. Additionally, her physical combat skills have reached perfection through countless confrontations with Barrett. Now, Luo Ling can calmly open the hourglass. The hourglass analysis function has been activated, and all analysis rewards during the period are being distributed. Successful analysis of Rayleigh has yielded rewards: hockey, observation color, awakening technique, wide area, which allows one to instantaneously expand the range of observation hockey to its maximum, discerning the number, strength, type, and even weaknesses of all enemies within sight. Successful analysis of Sherry has resulted in rewards: gun technique, pursuing heart. Perfect, the fired bullets will possess the ability to curve and accelerate once more, leaving enemies with no escape. A perfect synthesis has granted the reward: Iron Fist of Love, Essence, the flawless product of Karp's martial arts and hockey, attainable only through time and battle. Grasp the essence, as it can bypass any defense to inflict absolute real damage. Is this truly the extent of the rewards? Thinking deeply, Luo Ling realized that his training in battle had primarily taken place in the advancing city, with occasional trips to the Sabaody archipelago for supplies. Having an abundance of rewards would indeed raise suspicions. The hourglass opened, revealing a projection. Name: Luo Ling. Title: Demon Lord Armament Hockey. 100, Intermediate Awakening Flowing Sakura, Observation Hockey. 100, Intermediate Awakening Future Sight Wide Area, Conqueror's Hockey. 100. Beginner Awakening Conqueror's Entanglement, Martial Arts, Marine 6 Styles. 100. Iron Fist of Love Ultimate. 100, Dragon Claw. 100, Fishman Karate. 100, Fishman Judo. 100, Perfect, Swordsmanship, Drawing Sword Technique. 100, Chaotic Sword Technique. 100, Purple Lightning. 100, Perfect, Gunnery, Gun Fighting Technique. 100, Divine Explosion. 100, Heart Pursuit. 30, Perfect, Devil Fruit, Chi Tian Fruit. 35, Beginner Awakening. Door Fruit. 100, Advanced, Martial Techniques, Ascending Dragon Items, Broken Tooth, Great Blade of 21 Crafts, Heavenly Demon, Great Blade of 21 Crafts, 3,000 Swords, 3,000 Iron Guns, Life Card, Luxury Ship, 7 Initial Peacekeeper's Berries, 53, 850, 000 Bounty, 573, 000. 000 berries. Beside Luo Ling's three-dimensional holographic image in the projection was a series of data. His shortcomings lay in the Conqueror's Hockey and the Door Fruit. Advanced Awakened Hockey was exceedingly rare. Achieving perfection in martial arts proficiency was already a minority, while mastery at the level of no self was likely as scarce as the number of Advanced Awakened Hockey users, only a select few. He exhaled deeply as footsteps began to echo. Lauren understood that the moment had arrived for him to assess his own success. "Come out, Lauren," shouted Yuzixidu, seething with indignation. Eager for Lauren's defeat. Over the course of this year, he had transitioned from a state of slight disadvantage to one of minor weakness, and ultimately to a position of perpetual restraint. Despite his relentless efforts to grow stronger, he found himself continually suppressed. Luo Ling was almost being used as a punching bag. Well then, consider yourself an appetizer. With a swift motion, he appeared before the renowned warden. This time, he drew his shattered teeth. Prepare to meet your demise. You wretched prisoner. Shilio stepped forward, his swordsmanship at least threefold stronger than a year prior, with enhanced speed, power, and explosive force. The precision of his observation haki and the ferocity of his armament haki had both undergone a transformation. The two moved with astonishing speed, weaving through the corridors, walls, ceilings, and floors. The madmen of the 6th level began their raucous cheers. So swift, it's hard to see. Hiki, this is exhilarating. Look. This strike carries at least 70% of my strength. Your 70%? If you were that strong, would you have been captured? Defeat him, and let this madman, Shilio, descend into hell to wreak havoc. Alas, it's a dog-eat-dog world. The 6th level is teeming with lunatics. After an intense battle between the two top swordsmen, they finally landed back where the swords were drawn. When did you become so powerful? Shilio couldn't believe it. He sensed that Luo Ling's haki was stronger than his own, his swordsmanship swifter, and his techniques more refined. Even without utilizing his devil fruit abilities, Luo Ling perfectly suppressed him. In truth, Luo Ling has devoted the past 2 years to mastering physical techniques and haki. He is acutely aware of one truth. The 6th level has descended into silence. The outcome has already been determined. In the shadowy corners, the madman chuckles softly. Yet, Barrett rises slowly. He understands that this is merely an appetizer. The sound of chains clinks ominously. In response to the inquiries of Rain Shiryu, he speaks alongside Luo Ling from within the confines of their cage, proclaiming, only haki can transcend all. Indeed, without formidable physical techniques and haki, the devil fruit will always remain a mere embellishment. Rorin retracted his shattered teeth, his blood surging with fervor. Suddenly, a plethora of bubbles manifested on Yu Jishio's body. Pooh! What are you trying to surpass? Setting aside the formidable conqueror's haki, a power possessed by but a few, you are already exceedingly strong. He coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his body marred by numerous sword wounds. The blade struck too swiftly, leaving no time for the body to react after the injury. Once again, Yu Jishio faced defeat, this time thoroughly overwhelmed in a direct confrontation. He recognized that in terms of haki, physical prowess, and swordsmanship, Rorin had ascended to the pinnacle of strength upon the vast ocean. Yet, in his unyielding spirit, he continued to spit blood while bellowing, Tell me, Rorin, what exactly do you aim to surpass? Pooh! Another spurt of black blood escaped him as he steadied himself with the power of thunder and rain. Defeated, Yu Jishio had fallen, bested entirely by a youth. He felt utterly feeble, and yet, he was hailed as one of the twin pillars of Impel Down, the closest to an admiral? Ha! He couldn't even compare to a mere fingertip of a fleet admiral. Suddenly, the laughter ceased abruptly. Yu Jishio, heedless of the consequences, executed a deadly strike. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he brandished his blade anew. I may be defeated, but I am not dead. As long as I remain conscious, it is sufficient to slay you wretches of this era of pirates. Shadows began to rise. Who do you call a failure? Yu Jishio. I shall kill you. For I have battled alongside Whitebeard. It was Kaido who vanquished your father, not you, Yu Jishio. The sounds of combat erupted anew. Yu Jishio had succumbed to madness. Defeat and derision ignited within him a singular desire for vengeance. Meanwhile, standing before Barrett, Lorling was unarmed and resolute. Barrett's gaze was bloodthirsty, a maniacal smile twisting his features. You are next. Chapter 26, The Mightiest Beneath the Legend. Ha ha ha. Face your doom, Lorling. Barrett, victory shall be mine. As the two engaged in combat, Lorling, towering over 3 meters, appeared almost ordinary in contrast to Barrett. Their fists collided, a fusion of flowing cherry blossoms and overwhelming dominance. With impeccable martial arts complemented by advanced observation haki, they maneuvered to evade every strike. Their initial awakening had ascended to an intermediate level, signifying a substantial increase in the potency of their haki during battle. The heightened effectiveness was merely a secondary benefit. Observing their exhilarating clash, Reign of Silence could not help but feel the sting of inadequacy. In martial prowess, he fell short of Lorling, and his observation haki was a tier weaker. Not to mention the absence of Conqueror's haki. Yet, in the fierce confrontation between Lorling and Barrett, neither party yielded an inch. With each punch exchanged, shockwaves reverberated through the confines of the cage. As rain-soaked Shiryu contemplated this, his fury intensified. Blood spewed from his lips as he swung wildly. No matter who you are, I shall strike you down. The advance towards the city had descended into chaos, the 6th level engulfed in turmoil. Help! Warden Shiryu has gone mad. Is there no one to intervene? The clash between the Demon Lord and the offspring of devils threatens to ensnare us innocent souls. Damn it, isn't Barrett an ability user? How can he remain so formidable even while shackled by sea prism stone chains? Some guards attempted to intervene, but under the onslaught of Loring and Barrett's shockwaves, they collapsed to the ground in an instant. Ugh! A multitude fell into unconsciousness. How dare such useless beings prattle on? Barrett laughed heartily. Those confined here are but fallen miscreants, resigned to their fates. They know not that the unexpected lurks in every corner. I believe in miracles. Perhaps you should beg me to rescue you. As Luo Ling's formidable aura surged, the small pebbles upon the ground began to levitate. Humph. You merely exploit us for your own cultivation. It is commendable that you possess self-awareness. Boom. The two engaged in a fierce kick, their conquerors' hockey colliding. The waves of energy coalesced into a transparent sphere, which swiftly detonated, unleashing a tempest of black and red lightning. Crack! The conqueror's hockey, compressed to an extreme degree by the shockwave, finally erupted. The cacophony of explosions reverberated, deafening all in proximity. The range of their conqueror's hockey nearly enveloped the entirety of the 6th level of Impel Down. The shockwaves surged forth, obliterating the will of all present like a relentless tide. The few who remained, unshaken by the awakening level conqueror's hockey, laughed maniacally, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. What a terrifying calamity would ensue should such a monster be unleashed. Ha ha ha, as if you were not monsters yourselves. They expressed their envy at being able to cultivate, maintain, and even transcend their limits in this hellish place. The old man lamented his own lack of such fortitude. Bang! A punch was thrown, and the two figures vanished only to reappear, then disappear again. The Navy's 6 powers, including the Dragon Claw, Fishman Karate, and Fishman Judo, had long been integrated into Luo Ling's every strike. His iron fist of love rendered each blow a true manifestation of damage. They exchanged blows, their kicks becoming increasingly frenetic. The pace of battle escalated, with power and hockey flowing incessantly. Barrett, bound by sea stone, found himself unable to utilize his devil fruit powers. Moreover, within the confines of the 6th level of Impel Down, his combined abilities could only merge with mere scrap metal. Luo Ling refrained from utilizing the powers of the fruit, opting instead for a contest of physical prowess. Thus, the two adversaries were nearly evenly matched. This battle evolved into a pure clash of skill and willpower. The victor would be determined by who possessed the superior physique and unwavering resolve. After a year of pursuit, can you truly believe you can triumph over my 2 decades of accumulation? Barrett was injured, and they had been locked in combat for over 3 hours. How can one ascertain the outcome without making an attempt? Lo Ling, undaunted and emboldened, found his fighting spirit intensifying with each passing moment. The skirmish, which commenced an hour ago, had now stretched into 3 hours and would continue for a day. Magellan, intent on halting this clash, swiftly reported the situation upon realizing it was a case of dogs biting dogs, only to be told that one death was as good as another. Reluctantly, he subdued the frenzied reign of Shilyo and, adhering to orders from above, imprisoned him on the 6th level. As for the confrontation between Lo Ling and Barrett, it had escalated to that of commanders. Any attempt to intervene would be tantamount to courting death. Magellan made it a point to visit every other day, closely monitoring this contest of dominance, save for his occasional bouts of gastrointestinal distress. On the 3rd evening, both warriors found their previously fervent combativeness waning. Realizing they had tapped into their potential to its utmost, Barrett seamlessly fused his hockey with his very essence, returning to a peak state, even surpassing it. The devil form. His skin transformed as a result. The iron fist of love. As Luo Ling unleashed his fist, he understood that Barrett's demonic form had already begun to exhibit the tendencies of advanced awakened hockey and the formless martial arts. The iron fist of love represents a flawless amalgamation of Karp's advanced awakened hockey and the formless martial arts. Barrett truly lives up to the title of the offspring of demons. If he is not thwarted by the narrative in the future, he will undoubtedly, within his lifetime, ascend to that rarefied realm. Roger, Karp, Whitebeard. Only 2 survivors remain. The others can at most touch upon certain aspects of that domain. Luling firmly believes that if he can fully develop the 3 types of hockey, martial arts, swordsmanship, spear techniques, and the powers of the devil fruit to this extent, he will truly possess overwhelming strength. The Iron Fist of Love, a technique learned from Karp, allows Luling to perfectly merge hockey with his physical prowess, complemented by flawless martial arts. Their fists grow increasingly swift. The collision of armament hockey reverberates wildly. Magellan, suffering from a rumbling stomach, is reluctant to depart. It is utterly astonishing. I can perceive the shadow of Old Man Carp within their fists. Hockey, martial arts, swordsmanship. As long as one is sufficiently powerful, everything else is merely ancillary. Even the formidable Whitebeard stands at the pinnacle across all levels, aided by the trimmer of the trimmer fruit. Roger, with his mastery of the 3 types of hockey and swordsmanship, is equally formidable. No matter how strong one may be, the abilities displayed are inherently limited. Similarly, Carp's fists serve as the simplest weapon in pursuing the Roger pirates. Regardless of one's strength or diverse techniques, each attack unleashed is also finite. Loring grasped this realization and unleashed another powerful strike. 5 days and nights. The battle between the peak warriors had persisted for over 120 hours. Swordsmanship, physical prowess, and fruit abilities, regardless of how formidable your techniques may be, the number of moves one can employ remains finite. Ultimately, it is a combination of physical skills enhanced by willpower, swordsmanship augmented by willpower, fruit abilities bolstered by willpower, or perhaps a synthesis of all 3. And what of you, Barrett? Loring lifted his head, his gaze brimming with defiance. Simplifying complexity is indeed the essence of true combat. Barrett's arm moved, the sound of chains clattering resonating through the air, as he laughed heartily. To wield 3 methods simultaneously is to reach the pinnacle, and I am that embodiment. Ahem. Human time is finite. To master even one of these arts to its zenith requires an extensive span, and by the time you achieve it, you will be a mere shadow of your former self, ravaged by the passage of time. Just like the trimmer fruit, even when developed to its advanced awakenings, one will inevitably bear the harrowing backlash, much like Whitebeard did. Loring rose to his feet and delivered a powerful punch to Barrett's face. In response, Barrett unleashed his own mightiest blow. Their fists collided simultaneously, sending both of them hurtling backward to crash against the wall. The onlookers held their breath, silently awaiting the outcome of this clash between 2 lunatics. Magellan stepped into the severely damaged cell, where only the rustling sounds of the 2 men could be heard. They collapsed in a corner, unable to move, their eyes locked in a fierce glare. Magellan ordered Loring to be taken back to his cell, and upon his command, several guards swiftly approached to drag him away. Barrett let out a hearty laugh, defiantly proclaiming, "To defeat me, you must first advance further. Rest assured, I shall awaken before you do." Luo Ling firmly believes that, were it not for the constraints of the plot, Barrett in his prime would undoubtedly possess the pinnacle strength of a general. Amidst the sounds of coughing, Barrett smiles with a sense of relief. Having not fought so exhilaratingly in quite some time, he sits helplessly in place, gazing at the retreating Luo Ling, as if transported back to that fateful night when he was defeated by the ailing Roger, seeing only the visage of his youth. "Captain, I feel as though I have rediscovered the meaning of life." Chapter 27. The King of Push City, Arrival in Weno Country. Luo Ling reclined comfortably within the confines of her cage, savoring the soothing chime of the hourglass. Analyzing the triumph of Magellan, she was rewarded with attributes: toxin 3,000, anger 2,500, stomach ache 4,000. The analysis of the advancement in the city was successful, and she was in the process of synthesizing. With perfect synthesis, she received the accolade, Legend of the 6th Layer. Having been imprisoned here for an extended period, you have become one of the legends spoken of by the survivors. Each time your tale is recounted, a trace of regal presence is infused. Is this an inconsequential achievement reward? Luo Ling has expressed his judgment. This reward is rather mediocre. He had anticipated that deciphering Magellan would yield a commendable reward. As it stands, the awakening of the fruit has always relied on one's own efforts. For a year, Loring has not properly utilized the powers of the fruit. It is now time to dedicate himself to the awakening of the Dor fruit and the enhancement of the Chitian fruit. With only a rudimentary awakening, he can barely wield its powers. However, with a more advanced awakening, he will be able to navigate its complexities with ease. And the duration of its activation can also be extended. With Barrett accompanying him in mastering hockey and martial arts, where shall he cultivate his fruit abilities? Luo Ling found herself restless, unable to sleep. In the early hours of the morning, she finally discovered the answer. It was from today's newspaper that she learned of Kaido's latest plunge into the sea, which resulted in no significant consequence. The Beast Kaido, a title bestowed upon him in the pirate world. In truth, with a single swing of the flowery Sakura, followed by a second swing of the Conqueror's Haki, and a third swing heralding the awakening of his fruit, only the willpower reigns supreme above all else. This assertion was also uttered from his lips. His mastery in the development of mythical zoan fruits is nothing short of extraordinary. Weno country, Onigashima. These are the realms I am destined to explore. Luo Ling is aware that there are still 2.5 years until Kaido of the 100 Beasts ascends to become Kaido of the 100. There remains only 6 months until the Marineford War. It has been 2 years since Ace set sail. Logically, Luffy should have ventured out to sea by now. The only lamentation is that his own strength is still insufficient, compelling him to wait for the GM army to gradually grow stronger. Upon contemplating this, Luo Ling felt invigorated. The awakening of the Dor fruit, alongside the mastery of physical techniques and haki, demanded further enhancement, and for that, he needed Kaido. Early in the morning, Magellan came to assess Luo Ling's injuries, simultaneously aiming to prevent any reckless confrontations. However, to his astonishment, he found only a note left in the empty cell. I have matters to attend to, but will return shortly. Magellan stood there, his expression shifting from shock to confusion, and finally to anger. TCH, this fellow has gone off wandering again. It's quite typical. You'll gradually get used to it. He will return. Rain Shiryu, left in the cell, remarked sarcastically. Who knows what such a man is truly waiting for? He seems to belong to the GM army. Perhaps something significant is about to unfold. How intriguing. The forthcoming future promises excitement. Barrett laughed maniacally, evidently having recovered part of his strength. The mere sound of his laughter caused Magellan to feel a pang of discomfort in his stomach. He hastily departed, resolving to return each day to confirm Luo Ling's whereabouts. In the New World, on the coast of Weno, a young man with disheveled hair set foot upon this land. The island of Onigashima should not be far from here, and there is a small hut nearby with a pleasant view, though the water has an unpleasant odor. Luo Ling calmly assessed the surroundings. The land of harmony appeared quite dismal, and it was his first visit. Kabuto Village. This dwelling must belong to Fei Che of Tengu Mountain. Luo Ling felt a twinge of hunger and took out a bag of roasted rice crackers. What a splendid place it was, though regrettably ruined by that fool, Kazuki Oden. In Luo Ling's eyes, Kazuki Oden is undeniably a person burdened with numerous flaws. His excessive compassion has led to the entrapment of countless souls in Weno, resulting in fractured families and shattered lives, all for the sake of protecting a mere few. Even after enduring the flames of adversity, the Akazaya Nine managed to break free from their chains during their escape, while in Oden's absence, powerful lords and the likes of Denjiro raised their banners in defiance. Yet, alas, it was all too late. Had Kazuki Oden possessed the audacity to lead the charge against Kaido 5 years prior to his defeat, he might have surrounded Orochi, even with the latter's formidable barrier fruit user, and starved him into submission. A hand of exceptional cards was squandered in disarray. As someone who once existed in Kyushu, Luo Ling harbors no interest in such blind loyalty exhibited by the samurai. Instead, he finds himself drawn to the resolute passion of figures like Zoro, whose emotions are distinctly defined. As he pondered the ways in which Oden had brought ruin to Weno, Luo Ling could not contain her anger as she exclaimed, "What fate prophecy? Whoever dares to bully me shall face the consequences. 20 years, wagering the lives of so many for the future? Kazuki Oden, how foolish." No sooner had she uttered these words than a young girl emerged from behind a tree and struck her leg with a punch. "You must not speak in such a manner. Kazuki Oden is the general of Weno," the girl declared. "What does that have to do with me? I am not from Weno." Luo Ling recognized that it was Xiaoyu, who was merely a little over 6 years old. Ignoring the wild flailing of her small fists, he offered her a bag of roasted rice crackers. "You can't eat this. You are a pirate." Xiaoyu discerned something from his attire, and the straw hat she had been weaving slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. "I am from the GM army." The more Xiaoyu inquired, the more polite Luo Ling's responses became, as she gazed at him in growing astonishment. Are there truly such individuals in this world? Those who assist the virtuous? It dawned on her that beyond pirates, the vast ocean was home to numerous other factions. After finishing the roasted rice crackers, her stomach continued to grumble. "Are you still hungry? Come, I shall take you to the seaside to fish." "Fish? We can't eat that. It's poisonous," Xiaoyu exclaimed anxiously. "Consuming such things could be fatal." "Fear not. The fish from the ocean are safe, having traveled from afar." Luo Ling took Xiaoyu to the seaside, where they engaged in fishing with a semblance of seriousness. The two of them waited there, rather foolishly, for a full hour. "Brother Luo Ling, are there truly edible fish in the ocean?" Xiaoyu inquired with curiosity, considering that in their homeland, the terrain was quite unique, with land only found above the waterfalls. It is indeed quite challenging to procure fish from the ocean. "Of course, there are. Lo Ling never anticipated that these fish would show such ingratitude. Without hesitation, they leaped directly into the vast ocean. Lo Ling, elder brother. Xiaoyu could hardly believe that this kind-hearted elder brother, who had regaled her with tales and treated her to grilled seaweed, would plunge into the sea simply because he could not catch any fish. In no time, Luo Ling returned from the sea, gracefully treading the moonlit path, dragging with her a colossal fish weighing over 10,000 pounds. With an air of calmness, she remarked, "Let us return and enjoy a hearty meal. The remainder can be dried into fish jerky. It will surely be delectable." Xiaoyu responded with a sweet smile. But soon a patrol of onlookers emerged at the edge of the beach, led by 3 formidable enforcers. "Big brother, this is not good. The beast pirate crew has arrived," she exclaimed in a state of alarm, clutching at his sleeve. "Fear not," he reassured her. Luo Ling cast a glance at his assailant, and as the foe charged towards him, he swiftly directed his fingers at the giver. Finger gun, divine detonation. In a flurry, 3 strikes landed upon the giver, causing a cataclysmic explosion right then and there. Dare to strike the giver? You shall meet your demise. The onlookers, who had been chattering incessantly, fell silent and collapsed at his mere gaze. His awakened conqueror's haki now bore tangible physical damage. The feeble were left gasping blood. "Luo Ling, we must flee, lest we be discovered," Xiaoyu urged, tugging at his garment. "Wait, I need to deliver a finishing blow." Bang. Luo Ling provided each of them with a dagger, which he nonchalantly tossed into the sea to feed the fish. They were all wretches steeped in malevolence, unworthy of lamentation. "Brother, isn't this a bit too cruel? Do you harbor sympathy for the enemy?" Luo Ling's gaze was fierce. He would not permit anyone to harbor sympathy for the enemy, not even for Xiaoyu. "I'm sorry, brother Luo Ling." Xiaoyu finally came to her senses, realizing that her earlier sympathy was misplaced. Upon returning to Bianli village, she prepared a large pot of fish and meat. The entire village gathered to indulge in a hearty feast, and the leftovers were distributed among all to be dried and preserved as fish jerky. Luo Ling initially intended to venture directly to Ghost Island to seek Kaido's guidance. However, upon witnessing the plight of those around him, he promptly made a decision. The water source had become tainted, rendering agriculture impossible. Even the meat of wild beasts and fish was no longer consumable. The only means of survival lay in weaving, yet it barely sufficed to sustain them. "Luo Ling, what are you contemplating?" "Nothing much. I am going to engage in a skirmish and will inform you upon my return." "A skirmish?" Xiaoyu's anxiety heightened. "Do not go. Brother Ace has ventured there before and promised to return." Luo Ling understood that Ace had never encountered Kaido during that incident. "It's all right. Big brother is strong. He will return." He pushed open a door and vanished from the sight of the people. The inhabitants of Fuchsia village merely chuckled foolishly. Many of them had consumed the failed artificial fruits and were inwardly anxious, wishing to dissuade Luo Ling. Their tension and worry transformed into smiles. "Luo Ling, big brother." Xiaoyu awaited him, having known Luo Ling for merely a day, yet she felt an overwhelming sense of reliability in him. Chapter 28, on the Ghost Island. "Where is teacher Kaido?" Ghost Island. The young man appeared at the harbor and immediately noticed the shattered statue. It must have been damaged during Ace's previous visit. What a pity, he had arrived a bit too late. Otherwise, he could have waited with Ace for Kaido's return to impart his teachings. Luo Ling closed his eyes, activating his observation haki to swiftly discern his surroundings. He comprehensively perceived the defenses, troop strength, weaknesses, and contours of Ghost Island with remarkable clarity. Kaido is not present? Was it not reported in the newspapers that he had failed to leap into the sea in the New World? Luo Ling wandered despondently across the island. Suddenly, a figure emerged, wielding a spiked club. With a thunderous roar, Tian Yao struck out, swiftly parrying the attack. Luo Ling's strength was overwhelming, sending Dai flying against the wall, leaving her in a state of disarray. "Damn it, how can you be so powerful?" Dai exclaimed. She frequently perused the newspapers and was well aware that this towering figure was the formidable GM warrior. Luo Ling. Dai had heard from Ace about Luo Ling and Luffy. Ace had remarked that Luffy would be the most formidable opponent, while Luo Ling's might surpass even that. Dai had always harbored doubts. How could Ace, who could match Luo Ling, be defeated by anyone else? However, upon being struck back by Luo Ling's sword and feeling the immense force, Dai came to a realization. Indeed, such a young and powerful monster truly existed. Had Ace not yet awakened? Loring's attention was fixed upon Dai's arm, where the chains remained unbroken. This indicated that Ace's armament haki had not yet reached the level of awakening. Had he become overly focused on his fruit abilities, neglecting the cultivation of haki? Such a disappointment. No, that is not the case. Ace possesses a remarkably strong observation haki, which has indeed achieved the awakening you speak of, Date elucidated. It is quite natural for one who has acquired the powers of the Logia type to experience further awakening of observation haki. However, neglecting the training of armament haki as a Logia user could ultimately prove fatal. Luo Ling harbors concerns regarding Luffy's haki being too feeble under Ace's tutelage. Should Luffy's haki strengthen prematurely, it signifies that the Straw Hat Pirates will also ascend in power sooner, awakening their haki. He envisions leading the GM army to topple the world government, leaving the revelation of the world's true nature to Luffy. By imparting haki to Ace ahead of schedule, Luffy too would acquire this formidable ability, thus expediting the enhancement of the Straw Hat Pirates. This would hasten the progression of the pirate world. You certainly are serious. Yamato feels a twinge of nervousness. There exists a discrepancy between Luo Ling's appearance and that on the bounty poster, likely attributed to age. However, his temperament closely mirrors that which Ace described, boisterous yet solemn when it matters most. Where is your father? Off to battle, he is expected to return by dawn. Yamato feels somewhat bashful. Since Luo Ling is Ace's elder brother, he is consequently her elder brother as well, and his strength is formidable. Would Kaido acquiesce? What of a potential alliance with the Whitebeard pirates? Would the Navy consent? What are you contemplating? Luo Ling interrupted Yamato's rambling thoughts. No, nothing at all. Bang. Luo Ling nonchalantly unraveled the chains, allowing them to shatter in midair. In truth, to accomplish this feat required the mastery of both armament haki and observation haki, each reaching a state of awakening. Only then could one seize the opportune moment and employ the correct method. Luo Ling, my dear brother, Yamato exclaimed in astonishment. What binds you is not these broken chains, but your own heart. My heart? Yamato gazed at him in confusion. Do you understand what it signifies if the prophecy is fulfilled prematurely? It means that destiny has arrived ahead of schedule. No, it signifies mankind's triumph over fate. Luo Ling uttered these words as his form transformed into that of a mythical beast. His cloak shifted from black to a deep crimson, and the twin feathers of the purple-gold crown upon his brow cascaded down like flames ablaze. One more night, harness your abilities and practice with me. What? You intend to challenge Kaido? We must hurry. He is formidable. Yamato, initially lost in contemplation of Luo Ling's words, was abruptly roused by the announcement of the impending challenge. Without a word, Lolan charged forward with lethal intent. Despite Yamato wielding a wolf fang club, he found himself struggling against the unarmed opponent. How could their strength have increased so dramatically? The speed was incomprehensible. In a moment of urgency, Yamato transformed into his beast form. Zoan type, dog fruit. Mythical beast form, great mouth true god. Divine foot, white serpent strike. Bang. Lauren deftly parried a strike from the great spirit in its ethereal form with a single hand. No samurai, ice fang. The frigid breath instantly plummeted the temperature of the air, causing frost to crystallize upon the ground, accompanied by the sharp crackling of freezing. A tempest of icy winds surged forth. A radiant golden light erupted from Luo Ling, dancing like flames and melting everything in its path. Ice slash. The formidable strike in the orc state, frost coalescing upon the spiked mace. Yamato's steps quickened, delivering a gravity-infused blow towards Luo Ling's palm. With a swift motion, Luo Ling's palm intercepted the blow in midair. Yamato let out a fierce shout as her conqueror's haki surged forth. She realized that her strikes were utterly ineffective against Luo Ling. No matter how she attacked, Luo Ling seemed to counter flawlessly. This individual had mastered both martial arts and swordsmanship to perfection. The three types of haki she wielded surpassed Yamato's own. In that moment, Yamato understood clearly that Ace had spoken the truth. It was time for her to strike. In the realm of combat, the ethereal dance of cherry blossoms flowed from Luo Ling's fist, an embodiment of power and resolve, enhanced by the foresight of observation haki, enabling him to anticipate and evade every assault with exquisite precision. The fishman karate technique, heavenward cleave. Water vapor coalesced around his fist, layer upon layer, spiraling forth with tremendous force. In an instant, Yamato found himself with no retreat, compelled to defend himself in place. Mirror Mountain. Frost and formidable spirit fused, enveloping his body in a suit of glacial armor. The initial encounter with the frigid air solidified the water vapor, and in less than a heartbeat, it was unable to withstand the onslaught, leading to the shattering of the ice armor. With a gasp, Yamato expelled a mouthful of blood, his heart shaken by the sheer magnitude of physical prowess and spirit. Even within the ranks of the beast pirates, only the governor, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, could rival such strength. It was no wonder he dared to venture alone to Onigashima. Indeed, he surpassed Ace in strength. At that moment, Yamato began to comprehend the true meaning behind Luo Ling's words. Did prophecy necessitate a specific time? With sufficient strength and preparation, it was indeed possible to realize it in advance, or even alter destiny itself. If it were a year prior, the two could have clashed in battle. Now, they could only await Kaido's return. Luo Ling's words went unopposed by Yamato, for indeed, they held a profound truth. Beneath the moonlight, he raised his gaze towards the girl who aspired to become Kazuki Oden, and with a smile, he said, "Become yourself, Yamato. I will take you to the sea to discover your true self, rather than becoming anyone else." "Become myself? Rather than anyone else?" Yamato replied hastily. "But I wish to be Kazuki Oden, to be a formidable warrior like him and embark on adventures across the ocean. What you owe are those esteemed samurai lords. You do not idolize Kazuki Oden. Rather, you yearn for adventure. If you doubt this, then watch me fight. Is that so?" Yamato pondered within her heart. If I were to triumph over the so-called prophecies and fate, becoming myself, Luo Ling, rather than someone else, could you also become yourself? Yamato, is it possible? Yamato still hesitated to respond, her eyes cast down towards her wrist, where indeed no chains remained. It was not the chains that bound her, but the confines of her own heart. The two stood there, gazing at the vast sea until dawn broke. A magnificent fleet sailed upon the waters, filled with people who were cheering. The beast pirates have returned. Luo Ling stood at the harbor, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, abruptly lifting his gaze. The overwhelming conqueror's haki surged forth, stirring the waves of the sea. On the flagship of the beast pirates, the towering Kaido let out a thunderous laugh, unleashing a dazzling display of his conqueror's haki, which summoned colossal tides. The waves crashed violently, erupting with a thunderous roar. Chapter 29. Sweeping away the beast pirates. What an extraordinary little rascal has arrived. Kaido, freshly returned from battle, had just dispatched a few of the more arrogant new pirate stars. With his fists still itching for action, Luo Ling appeared out of the blue, undoubtedly adding a measure of amusement to Kaido's day. The demon lord, Luo Ling, wasn't he already imprisoned? Jin crossed his arms in bewilderment, pondering that no matter how audacious one might be, a dismal defeat at the hands of Kaido was inevitable. Rumor had it that he was defeated by Kizaru. Yet here he was, brimming with arrogance. Meanwhile, Queen, another prominent figure, wore a mocking grin, perceiving Luo Ling as nothing more than a jest. "Leave such trifling opponents to me." Jack's anger surged in his mind. He longed to rend Luo Ling into pieces. How dare he cause a ruckus on Onigashima, showing such blatant disregard for the king of beasts. The Flying Six had yet to assemble, and Drake had not even ventured to the Sabaody archipelago. However, the notorious reputation of the beast pirates had already resonated throughout the world. Ever since Shanks ascended in the New World, the balance of the four emperors had become unassailable. Any fool daring to stake a claim in the New World would find themselves utterly obliterated. The combatants were itching for a fight. The garrison on Onigashima was sparse, but that did not imply it was absent. In Weno, there were still numerous beast pirates stationed across various locations. With considerable forces remaining in places like Rabbit Bowl and Curry, Luo Ling dares to venture alone into Weno, his ferocity surpassing even that of Ace. "I shall vanquish him. By tomorrow, I want to see that scoundrel in the Rabbit Bowl." Kaido raised his wine gourd, taking a hearty swig before departing with a beaming smile. He mused, "Ace, Luo Ling, who among you will emerge as Joy Boy? To boldly infiltrate the lair of dragons and tigers, such audacity truly reflects the vibrance of his youth." With Kaido's declaration, the beast pirates erupted in cheers. "Brother Kaido, we will make him regret ever being born into this world. Boss, I shall ruthlessly slaughter him. Do you think I am someone to be trifled with? Bring the ship closer." As the vessel drew near, monstrous figures descended, illuminated by the dawn's light. Leading them was Kaido, wielding a spiked club as he strode past. "I will defeat you, Kaido," shouted the young one. "You must prove you possess that qualification." Unperturbed, Kaido advanced towards Onigashima, while Yamato braced herself for the impending confrontation. "You, who aspire to be like Kazuki Oden, will never ascend to such audacious heights," Kaido disdainfully remarked. "I seek to become." Yamato's words lingered unspoken on her lips. As the sun rose, Kaido passed her by, and in her line of sight, Luo Ling stood resolute against the formidable beast pirates. Recalling Luo Ling's earlier words, she remembered Ace had also advised her to heed her own heart's desires. Ultimately, the words of her aspiration to become like Kazuki Oden remained unuttered. The shadow of Loring stretched long behind him. He possessed a towering stature, akin to that of a general, Yet in the presence of these monstrous beings, he appeared diminutive. The three prominent figures, the Flying Five, the True Fighter, the Giver, the Roarer, and the Waiter, all were present, save for the Barbarian. To the smaller ones, a bounty of 100 million berries awaits the one who slays him. Quinn screamed, "I shall personally defeat him." Jack, consumed by fury, had already transformed into his orc form, dual blades in hand. Shadows filled the field of vision, and the laughter of the Roarer was so jarring that it discomforted Loring's ears. Let us first eliminate some of this filth. As Luo Ling lifted her gaze, the moment the Conqueror's haki was unleashed, a formidable presence surged forth. The three prominent figures approached with an air of calm, seamlessly transforming into their beastly forms. The visages of the five brothers contorted into fierce expressions as they too assumed their battle states, standing resolute and prepared. Only then did the true fighters grasp the gravity of the situation. A sense of unease enveloped them, and they felt on the verge of collapsing if they let their guard down. The creatures summoned by the summoner could no longer endure, subsequently collapsing to the ground en masse. The laughter of the jester abruptly ceased, plunging the world into an eerie silence. The waiters, without exception, were swiftly cleared from the scene, mirroring the fate of the jester. The numerical advantage proved to be of little consequence. Luo Ling's shoulders moved with the latest vigor, as his feet struck the ground and his fingers pointed decisively towards them. Finger gun, divine rain. A relentless barrage of finger guns erupted, a formidable fusion of haki, martial arts, and marksmanship. In an instant, propelled by the enhancement of his pursuit haki, the attack surged forth. The true fighters had intended to withstand the onslaught, yet, without exception, they were violently knocked to the ground. The three prominent figures skillfully evaded with their observation haki, albeit the irate Flying Five was slightly slower. Is this fellow toying with us? Runny was primed to charge, filled with an overwhelming desire to crash into Luo Ling. To develop finger guns to such an extent. Does this individual even require weaponry? Fusif once shown as a prodigy of the Navy's 6 powers. The ebony-bodied Moria of the Spider Clan exhaled a puff of smoke. It would be most amusing to see such an arrogant little brat devoured. The surviving true fighters continued to evade, yet under the influence of the pursuit haki, they would soon be tracked down. The Triceratops, Sasaki, grasped a spiral blade, ready to rend Luo Ling into pieces. Suddenly, the earth trembled. Drought Jack transformed into a mammoth, charging fiercely towards Luo Ling. Your strength is insufficient. As the orc transformation enveloped Loring, his stature increased once more. With the grace of a merman practicing judo, he seized the mammoth's trunk. A shoulder throw ensued. Bang! Jack felt the world spin wildly as the ground was forcefully imprinted with a crater. Kaido, I accomplished this in merely 10 minutes. The cry of Loring momentarily halted Kaido's stride, yet he soon resumed his advance with a smile adorning his face. Become stronger, young one. Should you defeat me, you shall be Joy Boy, and this world will become far more intriguing. If you cannot vanquish me, the prophecy shall unravel, and I will unleash a cataclysmic war upon the world. Thus pondered Kaido, with the three-sword style, nose gale, and the whirlwind song. The beastly transformation combined with the three-sword technique enabled Loring to leap with explosive power. As he descended, the flames of Jin transformed into a fiery arc. And with a swift motion of his head, he executed a classic, devastating move. Ferret's Pride Royal, with a swift sound. The flying daggers sliced through the attack as Loring darted past in the air. Sensing the momentum, Jin unsheathed his sword mid-air, flames enveloping the blade like molten lava. Surging forth, the scorching dragon of fire incinerated everything in its path, rendering the very air suffocating. Dragon of fire. Loring's strike coalesced into a tempest, rising forcefully and transforming into 3 daggers that rent the fiery dragon into fragments of flame until they dissipated. Face my blade. Quinn leaped from his side, wielding his great sword to cleave through with a decisive slash. Clang. Luo Ling neither evaded nor resisted. Instead, he opened a vast gate of air. In the next instant, Quinn's slash appeared directly before the true fighters, sweeping across with ferocity. Seizing the momentum, he landed, and the Flying Five had been waiting for this moment. You scoundrel. Meet your demise. Runti transformed into a formidable head dragon, delivering a powerful headbutt. From the side, Peggy Wan, as a spiky-backed dinosaur, opened her jaws wide to bite at his form. Sasaki executed a triangular spin, launching an aerial slash. Meanwhile, Fuzzfu, embodying a saber-toothed tiger, approached with his claws enveloped in armed color haki. Black Maria, spinning into a whirling assault, transformed into a wolf spider, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Luo Ling from behind. It is truly unexpected that despite your usual strained relations, your combat synergy is remarkably terrifying. Luo Ling did not utilize the door fruit this time. The Qitian form was activated, and he was determined to eliminate these foes with utmost speed. Towering at over 3 meters, Luo Ling, with 3 thunderous shouts, transformed into a colossal 9-meter figure. In his grasp, the Rui Jingu Bang wielded the might of thunder. With a sweeping motion, he disrupted the very fabric of the universe. All 5 adversaries fell within his range of attack, their bodies subjected to an overwhelming force, coupled with an aura of dominance that enveloped them. From a distance, he inflicted grievous wounds upon them, sending them flying. What in the world is this power? Runti cursed under her breath, rolling her eyes in disbelief. Luo Ling drove the golden cudgel into the ground and turned to face the massive mammoth that had just risen, seizing the mammoth with great force. He spun it around and hurled the dazed Jack to the summit of Ghost Island. Quinn approached in his Brachiosaurus form, and Luo Ling grasped his head with one hand, slamming it down with tremendous strength. Boom! The earth shattered upon impact, fracturing like a spider's web around Quinn's head. Dust swirled into the air. Jean unleashed another strike. This time a more formidable fire dragon, the royal fire dragon of protection. Its range, temperature, and power all significantly enhanced. Bring me down. Luo Ling seized the golden cudgel, gripping it firmly with both hands as he swung it vigorously towards the heavens. The fire dragon was struck forcefully at its midsection, and in that fleeting moment of suspension, Jean was abruptly sent flying. To have the honor of confronting me in my full might, employing martial prowess and the form of the great sage equal to heaven, is indeed a privilege for you all. Amidst swirling mists, Luo Ling ascended towards the peak of Ghost Island. Kaido wore a broad smile. His intention was not to exhaust Luo Ling's strength, but rather to ascertain his qualifications. Grasping his spiked club, he exuded an aura of dominance. Was this the flame cloud? No, it was the somersault cloud. Luo Ling has fulfilled his wish and met his mentor Kaido. Chapter 30. The Teachings of Kaido, Thunderous Revelations. A Greeting Ritual. Kaido's Kanabo moves with unparalleled speed, roaring like lightning. Infused with the armament haki and conqueror's haki tightly intertwined. Purple lightning celestial strike. With a sweeping blow, Luo Ling unleashes his own thunderous attack, merging his haki with explosive force. Boom. The two stand firm, their presence monumental, waves of energy erupting around them. The ground beneath their feet collapses in response, disintegrating and launching countless boulders into the air, enveloped in dust. A azure dragon ascends. It spirals in the radiant glow of dawn, surveying the earth from a lofty vantage. At the port of Onigashima, the remnants of the beast pirates lift their heads, shaken to their core. He truly accomplished it. When did the GM army become this formidable? Damn, it hurts. Brother Kaido, you must eliminate him. They had initially planned to rally support, but in the next moment, they were left pale-faced, terrified by Luo Ling's thunderous roar. Roar. The earth is mercilessly battered. The diamond giant ape emerges from the dust, its fangs glinting menacingly, and a fiery red halo emanates from its tail. It raises its colossal gold-banded staff to the zenith. Jack lies motionless in a pit, rolling his eyes, sprawled out like a letter. Truly a monster. The secret intelligence in the Navy claimed you were a dual devil fruit user, and it seems they were not mistaken. Kaido smiles, bellowing loudly. Bad wind. Dragon breath. First, wind blades sweep across the ground, and Luo Ling roars, evading them all. Not even a breath later, the azure dragon opens its maw, conjuring a searing blaze. Boom. The flames surge forth, and Luo Ling roars again. Big, big, big. After awakening, he possesses 2 animal forms, the normal long-armed stone monkey and the diamond ape. In this state, he towers at a height of 20 meters, which, with 3 thunderous roars, expands to 60 meters. He pounds his chest, grinning broadly. Flames wash over him, yet Luo Ling remains unscathed. You dare to disregard the flames? I am the indestructible body of a diamond, with a head of bronze and iron arms, a naturally born stone monkey. Your attacks are trivial. In the diamond ape state, his defense is significantly enhanced. Whirlwind of bad winds. The azure dragon descends, spinning at high speed, simultaneously unleashing a dragon's roar. The bad wind and thunderous roars intertwine. Luo Ling was relentlessly besieged by thunder and wind blades, yet the smile on his face grew increasingly maniacal. Marvelous. What allows you to maintain your beast form for such an extended period? I am utterly enamored by this power. You are undoubtedly the first to elevate the fruits of the beast system to such heights. His eyes radiated an insatiable longing for strength. Ignoring all assaults, he exhibited immense might and formidable resilience. Just as Kaido, the Azure Dragon, possessed thick blood and high defense, so too did Luoling. How dreadfully dull. It appears you are indeed powerful, yet your level of development is disappointingly low, rendering this encounter rather unamusing. Kaido relinquished his animal form and assumed his hybrid beastman shape. Luoling subsequently reverted to the form of the Heavenly King. Your appearance is truly extravagant, as if you hail from another realm, one that does not belong to this world. Kaido gripped his kanabo tightly, with his conqueror's haki enveloping it, moving at an unparalleled speed. Roar. Thunder. 8. Trigram. Luoling grasped the golden staff tightly, his gaze ablaze with fervor. Definitive. Ocean. Divine. Needle. With each utterance, the Rui Jingu Bang was fortified once more, its golden radiance multiplying exponentially. In the fleeting moment of contact between the weapons, time seemed to momentarily suspend, only to be followed by an overwhelming shockwave that surged outward. Kaido, filled with exhilaration, recognized that few could match the velocity and might of his strike. In the midst of swirling clouds, Luoling moves with astonishing speed. Possessing the keen eyes of a fire-eyed golden dragon, he can discern the strength and capabilities of his adversaries, even at breathtaking velocities. If one were to wield abilities such as the invisibility fruit or the nine-tailed fruit, they would be rendered utterly ineffective. His already formidable observation haki has been further enhanced, while his armament haki, bolstered by divine power, can shatter anything in its path. With an impenetrable defense akin to a head of bronze and arms of iron, he withstands the onslaught. Following their clash, both combatants stagger back, retreating 3 steps before planting their feet firmly. Kaido, in a state of exhilaration, accelerates even further. In the blink of an eye, he reappears midair, wielding a spiked club. Descend, 3rd generation, Call of the Abyss. To the Heaven's Gate. Luoling, with both hands gripping the sea-stabilizing needle, raised it to deflect the attack. As Kaido landed, he immediately unleashed a long-range assault, the spiked club emitting a formidable strike. Vajra Arrow. Binding spell. The sea-stabilizing needle was placed upon the ground, and the domineering aura coiled around it, transforming into swirling lightning that effortlessly countered the aerial slash. Kaido tossed aside his wine jug, his eyes glazed with intoxication, erupting into hearty laughter. After drink thunder. Induction to the abyss. Once again, lightning manifested, delivering an even more ferocious blow. Luoling seized the sea-defining needle once more, launching a renewed assault on Kaido. The variety of their techniques expanded, and their speed escalated with fervor. Yet, neither sustained any injuries. Luoling had not anticipated his remarkable strength upon fully unleashing his Chi-Tian form. After all, his previous encounters with Yuji relied solely on swordsmanship and haki, while his clash with Barrett was grounded in physical prowess and haki as well. It had been an eternity since he had engaged in a full-scale battle. You seem to have reached your limits. Kaido felt exhilarated, as Luoling matched him in strength for a brief moment, which was quite impressive. However, a flaw had subtly emerged. What has happened to my fruit? Luoling possesses an abundance of might, yet for reasons unknown, the Chi-Tian form has quietly vanished. How could this be? In contrast, Kaido remains in splendid condition. The brilliance gradually dims as the Chi-Tian form dissipates. It appears that this is where you shall meet your end. Jun Tilly Longxing Jun. Kaido swings his spiked club with great velocity, intent on ensuring Luoling's defeat. Chi-Tian. Luoling once again activated the Chi-Tian form, experiencing a significant enhancement in both speed and strength. With overwhelming attacks occurring at a rate of several hundred per second, he managed to parry them all using his chaotic swordsmanship. However, this time, Luoling sensed a further decline in his stamina, despite possessing ample vigor. He pondered why his physical endurance had diminished so drastically. Luoling recalled the last battle with the Yellow Ape, which had unfolded in a similar manner. However, this time was considerably better. At least he remained conscious after the second use. Kaido approached, enunciating each word. Your conqueror's haki seems somewhat diminished, and it appears you do not comprehend how to merge the mythical Zoan with your essence. Merge the mythical Zoan with my essence? Regarding conqueror's haki, Luoling recognized that Kaido was undoubtedly at an advanced level of awakening, while he himself was merely at the initial stage. During the recent assault, he could only defend and shield himself, managing to avoid injury while in his great sage form. The inability to break through defenses was likely due to the inadequacy of his conqueror's haki. The crux of the matter was the notion of merging with oneself. With the abundance of haki within his body, how could his stamina deplete? Logically, it should be a simultaneous expenditure. In response to his inquiries, Kaido exhibited no impatience. Rather, he patiently explained. Is that so? When you are utterly exhausted, lying on the ground, you should still be able to wield your conqueror's haki, at the very least. As long as you maintain awareness, you can utilize your observation haki. It is impossible for them to be equivalent. Once a person possesses a weakness, vulnerabilities arise. Just like your fruit's ability, it accelerates stamina depletion, solely because your haki and fruit are not seamlessly integrated. Once you exhaust your stamina, with haki still intact, but no energy left, you can only stare helplessly. Is it truly possible to approach it this way? One must possess no weaknesses. Each ability must be harmoniously merged to achieve mutual advancement and retreat. Loring's eyes widened in astonishment as enlightenment dawned upon her. Indeed, Kaido is the foremost teacher in the world of pirates. Reflecting on the past, even when Kizaru unleashed indiscriminate attacks, he effortlessly combined observation haki with elemental mastery, allowing him to instinctively target his foes. Similarly, when Barrett earnestly activated his devilish form, it was a perfect amalgamation of haki and his physical prowess, further enhancing his strength. The formidable vortex of thunder. In the realm of observation and perception, Luo Ling recognized the overwhelming strength of this strike, capable of inflicting severe damage upon him. Kaido unleashed a blow, sweeping through the tumult of wind and clouds. A mist once again enveloped Loring, but this time, golden luminescent patterns flowed and etched themselves upon his skin. This was the mark of his conqueror's haki and armament haki. Chapter 31, The Fusion of Ultimate Skills. The great sage equal to heaven. Kaido's strike descended like a tempest, swift as the wind and thunder, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. The speed reached its zenith, accompanied by the deafening roar of the air fracturing around him. Among the beast pirates, only Yamato and Jin comprehended the true might of Kaido's blow. Even they knew that should they be struck, they would instantly lose consciousness. Luo Ling is indeed formidable, yet a disparity has emerged between her domineering presence and physical stamina, coupled with the inability to fully unleash her beastly form. Perhaps another decade of training is in order. Kaido, laughing heartily, swung his weapon, launching an assault of tremendous force. The haki erupted in shades of black and crimson, with dark purple lightning flickering incessantly, tracing an arc through the air. The electric currents illuminated a corner, vanishing in an instant before Luo Ling. The golden patterns finally converged upon her forehead, her eyes igniting with a radiant golden light. Surrounded by swirling mists, Luo Ling transformed into a tempestuous gale. As the attack approached, she deftly evaded it, retreating to the edge of the shadows. Like a cloud or a leaf, she danced effortlessly with the wind's arrival. Boom! Kaido's strike met only air, and the ground above Onigashima could not withstand the tremendous force. Collapsing in a cacophony of tumbling stones, a massive shockwave erupted momentarily, clearing the battlefield. Jack, lying in the depths of the crater, was swept away, cast off the pinnacle of Onigashima. His towering form plummeted into the harbor, yet not a soul paid him heed, as their attention was entirely captivated by the clash above Onigashima. The mist radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. In the midst of it all, Luo Ling found himself enveloped in a crimson robe that billowed gracefully in the wind, while the wings of a phoenix unfolded with effortless elegance. His fiery eyes shone with an increasingly pure brilliance, radiating a dazzling golden light. His form expanded to a size comparable to that of Kaido. The distinction lay in the multitude of golden sigils that adorned his body, converging upon his forehead. The fusion of the armament haki, conqueror's haki, and his formidable physique with the powers of the devil fruit manifested in a singular entity, the great sage equal to heaven. In this state, Luo Ling embodies the very essence of the Monkey King, surpassing even the formidable form of Chi Tian. Such terrifying power, indeed, a small monster brimming with immense potential. Kaido rose with a smile, reveling in this kind of battle. Only such contests could hold his interest. Otherwise, simply defeating a weakling would be utterly mundane. Great Venerable Thunderous 8 trigrams. Once again, the same technique. This time, Luo Ling did not evade. He shook the sea's stabilizing needle, and its power surged dramatically, radiating an even more brilliant golden light. Sea stabilizing needle, skyward force. A resonant hum erupted as their weapons clashed, producing a sound that echoed like the tolling of an ancient bell. Kaido employed the techniques of the Buddha's great bright king. Luo Ling embodies the form of the great sage equal to heaven, as if they are naturally adversarial. The king of beasts? Luo Ling stands suspended in midair. Do you dare to challenge me, you insolent brat? Flames erupt from Kaido's body, enveloping him in a fiery aura. This technique manifests as the battle form of the fire dragon torch, with a blazing Kaido encased in flames. Even his spiked club is augmented by a layer of searing fire. In my homeland, Only the mightiest beasts can transform into apparitions known as mythical zoans. And I am the king of all beasts. Kaido's feet strike the ground, causing the very stones beneath him to melt away. The intensity of the heat is evident. Mythical zoans are even rarer than natural types. Such ambition you possess, young one. What king do you aspire to be? Kaido's grin is audacious as he rises with ferocity. Though he has not transformed into a fire dragon, he is in an extraordinarily powerful state. The king of all beasts. Lo Ling stood undaunted before the dragon's fiery visage, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang in one hand while the other deftly formed intricate gestures before him. Protective spell. A radiant golden shield enveloped him entirely, inscribed with ancient runes that danced across its surface, as Kaido launched a ferocious strike, replete with searing heat and overwhelming might. He sought to rend a breach in the protective barrier. Yet, Lo Ling remained unfazed, his gestures unwavering, impervious to the blistering temperatures that threatened to inflict harm. Absorb. With a single utterance, the protective enchantment manifested upon his skin, the characters swirling continuously. Such a wondrous power. Kaido could not help but marvel, realizing he had cultivated an extraordinary disciple. With this thought, a satisfied smile graced the face of his mentor, and the assault intensified with even greater ferocity. As Luo Ling engages in combat, the velocity and ferocity of their strikes escalate, soaring into the air and landing with fervor in a relentless pursuit of one another. It is reminiscent of the great sage battling the malevolent dragon, flames blazing fiercely. Today, the Demon King emerges, causing all beasts to bow in submission. Your Conqueror's Haki appears to remain a vulnerability, and the temporary enhancement of your fruit's abilities has further drained your stamina. Advancing together signifies the mitigation of weaknesses, augmenting strength. Yet it also entails an unwavering commitment. Should you falter in battle, it could lead to a state of utter unconsciousness or even demise. Kaido, with a keen eye, perceives Luo Ling's frailty. Driven by a deep concern for his cherished disciple, he seizes the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Truly, Kaido embodies the essence of a devoted mentor, evoking a profound sense of sorrow within me. Luo Ling was profoundly grateful and resolved to repay the favor with a blow powerful enough to shatter a skull. In the exchanges that ensued, there were occasional missteps. Despite relying on internal assaults, both sustained injuries. Outwardly, they appeared unscathed. In reality, their internal wounds were grave, teetering on the brink of bloodshed. Breaching your defenses was already a formidable challenge, but subduing you proved to be an even greater ordeal. Upon finishing her words, Loring felt her strength once again depleted. A cough escaped her lips, and as she expelled dark blood, Kaido also found crimson seeping from the corner of his mouth. Suppressing me? Kaido scoffed, stating, "You have merely exchanged blows. You wish to impose control? Those capable of such feats are nearly extinct in this world." Weary, he rose to his feet and approached Loring, brandishing his spiked club as if to deliver a sentence. "Though I know not the reason for your awakening of the Conqueror's Haki, there is a distinct absence of royal potential within you. Even if you incessantly proclaim your desire to reign as the king of all beasts, you have yet to embody the essence of a ruler. This stagnation of your Conqueror's Haki is a direct result of that deficiency. To rectify such a flaw, one must possess an ambition immense enough. Ample ambition, indeed." Lo Ling, momentarily lost in thought, was caught off guard and was abruptly sent flying, her body crashing against a massive rock, from which she expelled a copious amount of blood. Was there sufficient ambition? It begs the question, why has she continually faced adversity since setting sail? Each voyage has been fraught with conflict. Yet the renowned battles she has engaged in amount to merely a few days, not accounting for the time spent in seclusion honing her skills. Luo Ling has only been at sea for about a week. What ambitions does he harbor? As the chief overseer of the scientific research division of the GM Army, he commands a formidable force of intellect. But what lies beyond that? His mind wanders as the formidable Kaido approaches once more. The two have been engaged in battle from morning until afternoon, with Luo Ling seemingly at a disadvantage. However, this marks the fourth time today he has activated his mythical beast form, maintaining it for over 10 hours. He continues to ponder the question, ambition? Is it truly necessary? Kaido and Lin Lin both possess their own ambitions. Luffy and Shanks cherish the thrill of freedom and adventure. Whitebeard yearns for family, while Garp stands steadfast in his pursuit of justice. Where's Loring? Bang. Do not dawdle, young one. A moment's negligence on the battlefield can lead to dire consequences. As Kaido's earnest admonition echoed in the air, the onslaught commenced relentlessly. Curse it! Loring was once again sent flying, crashing against one of the formidable peaks of Ghost Island, where a resounding crack echoed as the jagged edge shattered. He plummeted from the summit of the island, drifting down like a fragile sheet of paper. The two fatal blows shattered the young man's consciousness entirely. It is said that within the Zoan-type devil fruits resides a will, and only by aligning with that will can one awaken the latent powers hidden within. The weak are supplanted by the will of the fruit. Only the strong, those with formidable resolve, can truly awaken. Are you still yourself? Do not allow the will of the fruit to consume you. Kaido stood at the precipice, his gaze filled with concern, yet if Loring still drew breath, he would not hesitate to deliver the final blow. Just as he confirmed the young man's demise and was about to turn away, the voice of Luo Ling reverberated through the heavens once more. Shadow Clone Technique. Chapter 32. The Law of Heaven and Earth. Ambition, freedom, familial bonds, justice, the desire to prove oneself. Too many to enumerate. I had always believed you were reckless heroes. Until that very moment when I comprehended the truth. It seems that with ambition comes the forfeiture of freedom, and in safeguarding familial ties, one may lose sight of justice. How absurd. Do not drape your evasion in such grandiloquent rhetoric. I shall do as I please. Centuries hence, it matters not whether people aspire to become Joy Boy, the Pirate King, or even if anyone wishes to be Luo Ling. What matters is that I live authentically as myself. Luo Ling appeared at the edge of the cliff, wielding the sea-calming needle with the might of celestial forces. Kaido was filled with exhilaration. Could this be the one? For the first time, he manifested the profound fusion of fruit and body, achieving a flawless state of haki. On the second occasion, he awakened the conqueror's haki once more. The momentum was overwhelming. Your ambition surpasses even my own. Do you intend to overturn this world? Kaido's form transformed, scales of a dragon emerging in splendid array. Indeed, the aura surrounding Loring surged once more, his presence now formidable before Kaido, compensating for any previous shortcomings. This was sufficient to demonstrate that. With the enhancement of his fruit's capabilities, the conqueror's haki had also undergone a further awakening. As he launched another assault, Kaido sensed that Loring's strength had magnified significantly, with his conqueror's haki becoming both more potent and refined. Could he be Joy Boy? Kaido, filled with exhilaration, swung his club once again, unleashing a force akin to a battering ram. You are merely capable of contending with me on equal terms, and only in this particular state. This particular state? In her heart, Luo Ling was taken aback as Kaido transformed into a soaring azure dragon. The fire dragon blazed forth. In its true form of the crimson flame azure dragon, the intense heat scorched the very air, accompanied by a continuous roar. The conqueror's haki coalesced atop the dragon's head, and should it collide with an adversary, it would erupt violently, annihilating all in its path. Kaido's transformation into the azure dragon was already colossal beyond compare. The crimson flames enveloping its exterior would amplify its size even further, dwarfing even Onigashima, evoking in Luo Ling a vivid image of Akainu's hellish canine. Few could withstand such a strike, marking it as a pinnacle of existence in the world of pirates. With a heart wide open and ambitions vast enough to consume the heavens and the earth, this is the true essence of a conqueror. To step into the highest echelons of any domain demands an elevation of synergy to perfection. Yet, after all these years, I have only achieved this much. It is an unceasing integration within me, becoming an intrinsic part of my being. Even the sea prism stone and the ocean itself cannot subdue you. This is the ultimate profound truth. Kaido smiled, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The ultimate profound truth. In the depths of her heart, Luo Ling listened intently. Kaido's fire dragon torch, Barrett's devil form, and Garp's iron fist of love represent distinct levels of supreme prowess. Barrett achieved a flawless fusion, subtly brushing against the threshold that led to his demonic physique. Kaido, in his fire dragon torch form, advanced even further, attaining a heightened awakening of his fruit's abilities, thus surpassing Barrett. Garp's iron fist of love may appear unremarkable at first glance, yet it seamlessly melds the essence of haki with physical prowess. His attacks do not rely on the concept of haki, rather, his observation haki is an extension of his own perception. Truly remarkable. How astonishingly powerful Kaido is. In her heart, Luo Ling firmly believed that Akainu must have also developed his devil fruit abilities to their utmost potential. The strength of the four emperors and admirals signifies the ability to refine certain powers to their zenith, representing a select few who were truly formidable. Luo Ling laughed heartily, for he had come to understand the profound truth behind Kaido's assertion that only haki reigns supreme above all. It became clear to him why Roger's divine avoidance allowed the peak Whitebeard to wield both the tremor fruit and the three-colored hockey simultaneously. He recognized the reason behind the formidable alliance of Garp and Roger, which enabled them to vanquish rocks. Indeed, Kaido comprehended that true strength lies in the relentless pursuit of hockey, as exemplified by both himself and Roger, pushing it to its utmost limits. The development of devil fruits, while impactful, still bore consequences. Though one may gain unparalleled vitality and power, the flamboyance of their abilities could hinder the perfect integration of hockey with the body. Falling short of true mastery, Barrett, through arduous training in hockey, placed all his hopes on it. Yet, the absence of worthy adversaries in battles brought about the peril of his hardened form becoming brittle upon reaching its limits. Luoling has now achieved a perfect integration, devoid of any shortcomings. However, he has not truly excelled in any particular aspect, which constitutes his vulnerability. I believe myself to be formidable, only to realize that I still possess weaknesses. Thank you, Kaido-sensei, for your patient guidance even at this moment. Loring expresses gratitude by attempting to vanquish Kaido. Suddenly, another Loring appears atop Kaido's head, exhibiting the same state and aura. In a flash, numerous figures emerge, and increasingly more Lorings materialize. No wonder it is called the technique of clones, akin to a ninja's illusionary tactics. Kaido burst into hearty laughter, finding such trivial antics utterly tedious. Indeed, they are mere trifles. Each clone can only sustain for 10 minutes and possesses merely 1/10 of my combat prowess, dissipating back to their original form upon being breached. Luoling spoke candidly, aware that Kaido could undoubtedly discern any flaws. His observation haki was not to be underestimated. Indeed, you spoke no falsehood. Yet, how many could truly inflict harm upon you now? Kaido loomed like a mountain, winding majestically through the heavens. From dawn until dusk, he remained unperturbed. At this moment, the moon hung high in the sky. Dozens of clones surged forth, launching a concerted assault against Kaido. Such an attack bore no efficacy against me. Kaido raised his dragon head, the temperature soaring to its zenith, his explosive power reaching its pinnacle. Boom. The fire dragon torch, ascending dragon, flame 8 trigrams. Kaido of the 100 Beasts, erudite and versatile. The Buddhist King series. The Taoist 8 trigrams techniques. Transforming into the Azure Dragon, he imparted wisdom akin to Confucian teachings. Inclusive and universal, his mastery encompassed haki, martial arts, swordsmanship, and fruit abilities without exception. He even pushed his fruit to its utmost potential, enhancing all facets of his capabilities in the form of the Fire Dragon Torch. All of Luoling's avatars were violently struck aside by the Fire Dragon, the intense heat searing through, causing excruciating pain in his hands. With the invocation of heavenly law and earthly phenomena, the initial awakening not only enhanced his form but also elevated various attributes. The two most fundamental abilities encompass the transformation of the golden cudgel into the stabilizing needle of the sea, capable of altering its size. With the intermediate awakening, in addition to the augmented attributes, 3 new abilities emerged: the art of avatar creation, heavenly law and earthly phenomena, and the protective incantation. As his body swayed, he grew increasingly colossal, reaching heights of hundreds, then thousands of meters, until he towered above the clouds. One of his fists was as immense as the Island of Ghosts, not to mention the equally transformed stabilizing needle of the sea. With the divine physique of Luoling, he struck down with a mighty blow, sending Kaido, who was entangled within the Fire Dragon, soaring into the heavens. A single swing of his staff was so formidable that it could be seen from every corner of Weno country, and the mere gust generated by the motion stirred up monstrous waves. Those newly awakened individuals at the harbor fainted once more. Everything the Fire Dragon touched was reduced to molten lava. Luoling exerted every ounce of her strength to intercept this formidable strike, akin in size to the legendary sea god-S needle. The impact unleashed a shockwave that erupted into a conflagration of heat and golden radiance, incinerating the summit of Onigashima. The golden light penetrated the ocean, piercing through the ground, showcasing its formidable combat prowess. This was one of the abilities bestowed by Intermediate Awakening, belonging to the fundamental golden light. The skills acquired through primary awakening, such as the Nimbus Cloud, the Fiery Gaze, and the Ironclad Strength, resonated with the same essence of potent golden light. Kaido, possessing the might of a dragon, could cleave through the sea and pierce the heavens. Luoling is a force of supernatural might, akin to the god of war. Luoling, what kind of world do you aspire to create? A timeless question. Kaido chuckles with wild enthusiasm, pondering if Joy Boy is about to make his appearance. Yet, he perceives that Luo Ling still harbors the potential to grow stronger. I wish to forge a world where no one is subjected to bullying. Everyone, no one shall be oppressed. Kaido muses that this answer is quite commendable. However, he cannot allow himself to be defeated so easily. With a resounding explosion, the fire dragon unleashed itself, while the sea's stabilizing needle ascended skyward, clearing the clouds in a sweeping motion. The sky stretched infinitely, illuminated by moonlight cascading upon the earth and the vast ocean. Two figures stood suspended in midair, having returned to their human forms, exuding an aura of lethal intent. "You are still insufficiently powerful," roared Kaido, blood spilling from his lips, his fighting spirit unwavering. "Defeating you will not be an easy feat." The demon Lord Luo Ling inhaled deeply, brimming with vitality and determination. Chapter 33. Kaido-sensei, class is over. Ha! Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Kaido's weapon had long since fallen to the ground, leaving him barehanded. What lay ahead was a pure contest, a brutal brawl. To see whose regenerative abilities would outpace the other, whose vitality would prove superior. Loring exhaled a breath of discontent. In terms of fruit development, only the likes of Whitebeard can rival me in this era. Yet, your animal-type abilities remain underdeveloped, and your recovery speed is considerably slower. After uttering these words, Kaido burst into laughter, proclaiming that Newgate has grown old. He reminisced about Newgate on Hive Island, extending his hand in place of rocks to invite him, as if it had transpired just yesterday. Reflecting with a sense of melancholy, he realized that only half of his life remained. Big Mom, ruling over the land of Tado, with her children fierce as dragons and tigers, is she not worthy? Loring bellowed, fully aware that, as a fellow Zoan user, Kaido had reached the pinnacle of his abilities. His fundamental attributes had been significantly enhanced, particularly his vitality. In the face of identical injuries, Loring would undoubtedly take longer to recover. The old woman's madness was as commonplace as it was trivial. Kaido laughed heartily, his visible wounds already beginning to scab over. With every breath they took, they stirred the beast pirates at the port of Onigashima. Yamato could hear the rhythm of her own heartbeat. Loring's earlier words echoed in her ears. "Be yourself. Let this world be free of oppression." Kazuki Oden? The Pirate King? Yamato was engulfed in uncertainty, pondering whether she should truly become herself. How does one embark on such a journey? What did the past decade and more signify? "Yamato." Loring called out from the skies towards the port. "I want to take you with me." "Live for yourself? Venture out to sea? Will you join me?" Doubts dissipated like mist. Yamato's heart surged with emotion as she shouted in response, "I will." Off to the sea, without regrets. Seeking death. Kaido snarled with a menacing tone, his fist cracking ominously. "What are you so fierce about, Kaido-sensei? Your adversary is me." Luo Ling cleared his throat, and his breathing finally became smooth. The Navy is led by 3 great admirals. Akainu, with his decisive brutality, stands as the strongest force of the naval headquarters. Has he not yet reached this pinnacle? He is a member of the Navy, not a pirate. Surely, you do not believe that the adversaries of the Navy are mere pirates? Kaido's eyes gleamed like torches as he gazed at him, chuckling. It was you who, before the era of great heroes like Roger, Whitebeard, and the Golden Lion, during the Reign of Rocks, made the Navy invincible, undefeated in battle. Even today, only in the New World do the 4 emperors possess the power to dominate. Across the 4 seas and the Grand Line, amidst countless kingdoms within various world alliances, it is still the Navy that governs under the world's government. It was only with the emergence of Dragon and your revolutionary army that they finally encountered a true adversary, a genuine enemy. Luo Ling had not anticipated that Kaido possessed such a profound understanding of the world. Indeed, this individual is a true maritime overlord. The air began to rumble, signifying that Kaido had regained his composure and was preparing to strike. "Kaido, while your methods are indeed formidable, you are not without your vulnerabilities. In terms of physical combat, I have encountered someone even more deranged. Regarding haki, I have withstood the iron fist of an elder. When it comes to swordsmanship, the illustrious Mihawk bears the weight of the 7 warlords of the sea. As for devil fruits, Akainu's magma dog is unparalleled in this world. Your versatility is impressive, yet it has led you to achieve mastery solely over the azure dragon fruit." Luo Ling's words encapsulate a crucial issue. Any individual who achieves a mid-level awakening of the 3-color haki and perfects their mastery in either martial arts, swordsmanship, or marksmanship can indeed contend with these titans. Only those who can hone one of these disciplines to its utmost potential, like Kaido, can ascend to the ranks of the 4 emperors and admirals. Yet you, my dear, remain unworthy. Kaido erupted into laughter, his vitality and stamina having recovered to half, although his severe injuries would require time to mend. In contrast, Luo Ling's energy, haki, and physical form were all gravely impaired, yet his recovery was swift. In just a few moments, he had regained a fifth of his strength. Indeed, it ultimately proved too slow. The disparity between mid-level and high-level awakening is glaring. Have you forgotten? I am a dual devil fruit user. Luo Ling extended a hand into the air gate. The moment this door manifested around Kaido, he launched a direct counterattack. On the other side, yet another door swung open. Luling's seemingly ineffective attacks were once again effortlessly thwarted. Are you mocking me? Kaido no longer hesitated. He could not afford to grant Luling any more opportunities. He excelled in swordsmanship, haki, and the powers of his devil fruit. In terms of physical combat, Luling remained unafraid from beginning to end. Throughout the encounter, Kaido's kanabo scarcely left his grasp, while Luling, who had battled Barrett for an entire year, was quite the opposite. I have caught you. The sole purpose of Luo Ling's attacks is to capture the energy bubbles. The Mumin fruit is his ability, and the hourglass is no exception. Time and again, he faces obstructions that seem futile. However, they effectively inflict wounds upon Kaido, allowing him to seize all the lost energy bubbles. Upon detecting the character Kaido of the 100 Beasts, he acquires attributes: Health 50, 000, Health 38, 000, Health 1, 000, Anger 7, 800, Satisfaction 10, 000, Combat Will 43, 100. Shall these be extracted? Extract. With a resounding strike, Luo Ling's fist collided with the bubble, reclaiming all the vitality he had expended in this battle. An overwhelming surge of life force poured into his being like a gushing spring. Master Kaido, I never imagined you would be so gratified. At that moment, he absorbed both the sense of gratification and the battle intent from the bubble, and his eyes sparked with boundless determination. The presence of formidable beings like Kaido is further emphasized by the abundance of attribute bubbles they emit, serving as a testament to the condition of their state. Analysis complete. Reward acquired. Martial arts. Blade stop sword, a technique derived from the pinnacle of the cosmic pirate's martial arts, requiring the perfect fusion of haki, martial prowess, and physical strength, concentrated at the fingertips to carve through the horizon of hope. The healing speed of Loring accelerated. While his breathing quickened in tandem, his vitality surged, overflowing with strength. He felt an unimpeded flow in his respiration. What kind of power is this? A flicker of doubt appeared in Kaido's eyes. Through his observation haki, he discerned that Loring's recovery stemmed from an external source. It was as if something had permeated his skin, swiftly transforming into life force. Aside from the Dordor fruit, you possess another Paramecia-type fruit, Kaido remarked. Indeed, the earlier utilization of the Dordor fruit to reach this place must have been for a specific purpose. Otherwise, why not employ it during the fray? It can only be that in his current weakened state, something was being exploited by Loring's enigmatic Paramecia fruit. Intelligence from the underground world reported that after Whitebeard II, Wyber, intercepted Zifa, he mysteriously vanished. Subsequently, 3 years later, you appeared alone to aid the kingdom of Kuma, becoming a cyborg. Furthermore, upon your capture by the demon-slaying order, it is rumored that you employed 14 cyborgs in one fell swoop. Now, it all begins to make sense. You must possess an ability to siphon certain traits from others when they are in a compromised state. Wyber's defeat at your hands also elucidates Zifa's enlistment in the GM army. You have indeed wielded this Paramecia ability to uncover his weaknesses, including the naval weaponry experiments, which you acquired through this very means. Kaido hit the nail on the head. With merely a brief skirmish and prior intelligence, he deduced that Loring harbored yet another hidden power. To possess 3 types of devil fruits, you are truly a monstrosity. His excitement grew. If he were to slay Loring, it would undoubtedly be an exhilarating endeavor. Truly, the legendary Kaido, with combat experience that is nothing short of extraordinary. Lo Ling is indeed formidable. Kaido surpasses Kazuki Oden by far more than just a slight margin. He is a grand antagonist, a nefarious being. Yet he possesses far more intellect than the noble Kazuki Oden. He raised his head, his gaze sharp and piercing. Kaido, I shall not allow you to suffer a disgraceful defeat. How audacious. In an instant, Kaido transformed into a bolt of thunder, arriving with astonishing swiftness. Luo Ling has returned to her former glory, where her formidable presence and martial prowess are impeccably intertwined. For the sake of caution, she brought her fingers together, delivering a resplendent strike. Light pierced through the darkness. In the sky, it shone brighter than moonlight, a straight line as unwavering as the horizon. In an instant, A beam of light swept across Kaido's form. Luo Ling emerged behind him, wielding the blade with the golden skyline. Boom. Kaido's pupils widened as his chest, already marred by the injury from the sea god needle, erupted, blood and viscera exploding forth. You were Joy Boy. Kaido uttered these final words. Plummeting from the heights at last. The mightiest are unparalleled. The defeated require no further explanation. What does it matter if he sees through the ability? Luo Ling had fully replenished his lost vitality from this battle, restoring his combat prowess to an astonishing 19 tenths, while Kaido had barely regained half of his strength. Even with the rapid healing of his Zoan form, it could not surpass the rate at which Luo Ling absorbed the vitality bubbles. Kaido, class is dismissed. A torrent of vitality bubbles surged from Kaido, cascading down from the skies above Onigashima. The earth shattered upon impact, dust swirling violently. Yet, the dust eventually settled. No one is invincible, no one is undefeated. Had Luo Ling not possessed the hourglass, he would have perished long ago on the Red Soul continent. And Kaido would be quietly awaiting Joy Boy. Destiny, from its very inception, is meant to be shattered. Chapter 34, To the City of Flowers. Big brother, Jean exclaimed in disbelief. How could Kaido, the governor, be defeated? Queen felt as if his worldview was collapsing. Whoosh. Jean disregarded his injuries. Soaring off at the fastest pace possible. Get lost. Midway through his ascent, Luo Ling's fist struck him, delivering a devastating blow. Iron Fist of Love. Providing you with the most authentic experience of damage. Jean was sent crashing to the ground, landing beside Queen and creating a massive crater. And you, without a moment's hesitation. Loring delivered a punch towards Quinn, who promptly fell to the ground in response. Luo Ling unleashed his formidable power, his fist striking with increasing velocity, toppling one after another of the beast pirates who had only just risen. It was not until his final punch was delivered, with his aura reaching its zenith, that he brought down every member of the beast pirates. The notion of never pursue a cornered foe is a sentiment I refuse to accept. With unwavering determination, he sought out the sea stone chains on Onigashima, meticulously binding them all. Luo Ling understood that this level of confinement could only ensnare the Flying Five. These individuals possessed inherently robust physiques, complemented by their expertise in physical techniques and domineering presence, rendering confinement within a mere rabbit bowl futile. Consequently, he decisively bound the lesser foes and the true combatants together. Yamato, please wait for me here for a few days. All right. Yamato was unaware of Luo Ling's destination. But with the beast pirates vanquished, she had attained her freedom, making it inconsequential to wait. As he triumphed over the beast pirates, he began the analysis of the perfect synthesis for the vessel, the Flying Black Pearl, aptly named, a stitched-together pirate ship endowed with the abilities to fly, dive, alter its size, and navigate autonomously. Kaido, the Three Calamities, and the Flying Five have been securely bound. With a single hand, Loring lifted them and brought them to the shore, casting the boat aside. A magnificent vessel appeared instantly. For their safety, Loring unceremoniously tossed them into the sea. Tethered by a robust iron chain. In the water, they were further secured by the sea tower stone, enhancing their safety tenfold. Throughout the journey, Loring opened immense air gates, traversing through the overwhelming force visible to the eye. As Chi-Tion awakened further, Luo Ling sensed that his mastery of the Dor fruit had further matured. In less than 3 hours, navigating the vast ocean, soaring through the skies, and diving beneath the waves, he finally laid eyes on Impel Down. He stowed away the pirate ship with one hand and opened the air gate to cast the chained captives into the prison. Exhaustion washed over him, indeed. The Dor fruit exhibited signs of awakening, yet he nearly collapsed from fatigue. He reclined in his cage, succumbing to a deep slumber. Tomorrow, he would venture to Weno. As evening fell, Kaido awakened from his dreams and immediately spotted the muscular man in the cage. The figure seemed vaguely familiar, and the surroundings felt oddly reminiscent. Had he been imprisoned? Could it be Rabbit Bowl? Hey, that guy is awake. What sort of person did Luo Ling bring back? I don't know. He's on his feet. They cackled, their laughter echoing with manic energy. Kaido snapped to attention. Barrett? A man who had been imprisoned for over 20 years. Was it true that he was confined and impelled down? With a sweep of his observation haki, he sensed Luo Ling comfortably asleep, igniting his fury. Soon, all members of the beast's pirates were roused by his shouts, their anger boiling over. Luo Ling, you wretched fool. Kaido roared, furious that he, a formidable emperor, was shackled and impelled down. Keep it down. That guy has a terrible temper, Barrett remarked calmly, sensing Kaido's strength as a worthy adversary. He may have a bad temper, but mine is far worse. Kaido rose, and the All-Stars, including King and Queen, stood tall, exuding a fearsome aura. Thunderous chaos erupted. Barrett, undaunted, immediately transformed into his devil form and charged forward. The All-Stars were somewhat hindered, unable to utilize their abilities, however. The advantages of Jin's lineage still allowed him to wield his unique flames. Among the Flying Six, Fuzz was evidently stronger, as a Zoan type. His hockey and combat skills rendered him more formidable. Before long, Magellan arrived, his face etched with concern. Approaching Luo Ling, he sighed, "Luo Ling, please refrain from fighting Barrett. Let us avoid trouble. I'll bring you some food tomorrow." Huh. Luo Ling was sleeping soundly, rubbing her eyes. "I do not require sustenance. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, the one engaged in the conflict should not be me, correct?" Magellan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he instinctively moved towards Luo Ling. Yet the battle continued unabated. What was happening? At this moment, the guards were rendered speechless in astonishment. Magellan slowly turned his head, only to behold a menacing assembly of monstrous beings confined within Barrett's cage. He felt as if the very fabric of this world had been upended. Luo Ling. Who was that individual? Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Luo Ling prepared soy milk, fried dough sticks, and savored tea eggs, treating breakfast as if it were dinner. "Could you please stop eating?" The aroma irritated the prisoners, inciting their ire. "Magellan, I report this fellow for his lack of discipline. Is that Kaido? Did you not see clearly?" They soon shared Magellan's astonishment. 10 minutes later, in the warden's office, Magellan dialed the snail phone. "Hello, this is Magellan. I must report something. Even though it's after hours, it is imperative to mention that Kaido of the Beasts is imprisoned." There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by an even longer pause. The next day brought no major news. Before anyone dared to emerge to verify the truth in Weno country, the notorious Kaido inexplicably appeared and impelled down. Magellan numbly ascended to the 6th level, only to find Luo Ling had vanished. Habitually, he glanced towards Barrett, who was glaring at him with evident displeasure. Sighing, Magellan experienced a painful stomachache and decided to leave. According to his superior, a vice admiral was to be dispatched for confirmation, along with a team to Weno country. What on earth is happening? Luo Ling returned, having enjoyed a good rest and a satisfying meal. Once again, a chain bound all the true fighters and their bestowers. As they opened the portal and directly entered the rabbit bowl, they rushed in, her excitement reaching its zenith as she prepared to set sail. At this moment, even the Flower City, after 2 decades of silence, remained unaware of the monumental events unfolding on Ghost Island. In the rabbit bowl, Uncle Leopard Wulong and other leaders from various regions were diligently toiling away. Starved and despondent, they had long lost the will to persevere. They were merely a group of lost souls. Suddenly, a door materialized out of thin air on the scene. Luo Ling dragged a chain, burdened by thousands of individuals who stumbled and collided against the ground, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds. Rabbit Bowl. He joyfully surveyed the surroundings, but his mood swiftly soured. Uncle Bao Wulong stared blankly at the scene unfolding before him. It is worth noting that several true fighters were stationed here, with Quinn often serving as the guard. "Who are you to dare drag the true fighters of the Beast Pirates?" One of the true fighters exclaimed in fury. Before Luo Ling could respond, Date struck him down with a single blow. "Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly request that you confine them here. I have some pressing matters to attend to and shall depart shortly." With a mere technique of duplication, he manifested dozens of his own selves, effortlessly unraveling and obliterating all the chains. "You truly disregard us." This incited great fury among the givers and the waiters. Silence. As Luo Ling opened the air gate, all foes collapsed in unison. To the City of Flowers. Leopard Wulong was momentarily taken aback. It was only upon hearing Luo Ling's proclamation that he attained a profound understanding. What had transpired? How had the Beast Pirates become so feeble? Who was that enigmatic youth? With a plethora of questions swirling in their minds, they suddenly erupted into cheers after a brief silence, tears of joy brimming in their eyes. "Let us be confined to the City of Flowers." To the City of Flowers. They were aware that something monumental must have occurred in the outside world. Chapter 35. The Eight-Headed Serpent. Utterly defenseless in the rabbit bowl prison, Isong emerged in disbelief. The visage of Luo Ling lingered vividly in his mind. He walked among the warriors, heading towards the City of Flowers, to the promised destination where all answers awaited. Himi, Suzu, and Baiwu. Luo Ling appeared successively, clearing the area, leaving behind only a solitary figure that quietly departed. He uttered but a single phrase, "To the City of Flowers." In the weapon factories and the slave mines, people in a state of disarray and with tears streaming down their faces, rushed towards that grand place they had only dared to dream of, the City of Flowers. What monumental events have transpired in the Land of Harmony? Why has this mysterious youth chosen to rescue them? An ever-growing multitude of questions, curiosity, and ecstatic joy surged forth alongside their tears. At the 9 miles, the Azura boy was reveling in a bandit camp when Luo Ling appeared unexpectedly. "Who are you?" he demanded angrily, reaching for his sword to confront Luo Ling. "Stop." Yamato interjected with a swift block, speaking on behalf of Luo Ling. "To the City of Flowers. Kaido has been defeated, Orochi slain, and the nation liberated. What nonsense are you spouting? Have you lost your mind?" The Azura boy found it laughable. "Kaido defeated? Who do you think you are? I will await you in the City of Flowers." Luo Ling uttered a single sentence, refraining from further explanation or intervention. The Azura boy, though formidable, appeared to him as a shade weaker. An adversary of Jack's caliber was beyond the scope of Luo Ling's engagement. "Damn it, who would believe your nonsense?" the Azura boy exclaimed in indignation. Before long, as Luo Ling departed, a subordinate hurriedly rushed back, panic-stricken. "Boss, it's all gone. Everything's gone. All the pirates of Jioli, as well as the subordinates of the Great Serpent, are either dead or fallen." What? He knew that there were still true combatants and givers stationed there. A multitude of warriors under the Great Serpent's command, along with pirates. How could they have been so easily vanquished? The Azura boy rose. Unable to shake off Luo Ling's earlier words, "To the City of Flowers," he declared with unwavering conviction. "In Casa Village, little you savored her fish." Feeling immensely fortunate to have such sustenance over the past couple of days, most of the fish had been turned into salted fish, leaving only a small portion, which had now lost its original flavor. Yet, compared to other food, it was an exquisite delicacy. "Everyone, come quickly." Zhuangyue Kongjia, clad in comical attire, unveiled an abundance of food. These were pilfered by Suji Jiro and delivered to him, with some also taken by him. The crowd joyfully gathered to partake in the provisions. Though ordinary, they were sufficient to satiate their hunger. A door creaked open quietly. As Luo Ling emerged from the midst, the Kong family immediately assumed a defensive stance, only to swiftly break into a dance, feigning a performance. "I am but a humble artist here to sell my delicacies. Pray, esteemed guests, why have you come? Allow me to entertain you with my dance and laughter," he sang, executing comical steps with exaggerated expressions, occasionally fanning himself with a handkerchief. The villagers of Bienli village erupted in laughter, responding in perfect harmony. "There is no need for pretense, Kong family of Zhuangyue. You are indeed a prominent clan of Waji country." With a sigh, Luo Ling murmured, "What frost moon, what great name. I am merely an artist, dancing for the esteemed." How could the K family dare to acknowledge it? At that moment, Xiao Yu emerged from the house, cradling a bowl of tainted fish soup, her small face radiant with smiles. He stood beside Luo Ling, his heart heavy with sorrow. "Do you recognize them?" The K family had initially thought this was a person from Kaido, and they gazed at Luo Ling with sudden excitement. Indeed, Luo Ling is off to confront Kaido, Xiao Yu exclaimed innocently, while the villagers and the K family remained silent. Tengu patted Xiao Yu's shoulder, his gaze towards Luo Ling seemingly conveying that there was no need for self-reproach. "After all, Kaido is immensely powerful. I have triumphed. You may proceed swiftly to the flower capital." To the flower capital? Triumphed? No one dared to believe it. Kaido still commanded the beast pirates. How could they possibly be defeated? Outside the coast of Weno, naval warships had arrived, preventing their landing, yet the presence of formidable forces was undeniable. Luo Ling uttered these words while gently caressing Xiao Yu's cheek. "Go to the City of Flowers, where you shall witness the founding of the nation with your own eyes." Indeed, no one holds any doubts, and Xiao Yu will certainly believe it as well. "Open the door." With a graceful sweep of his hand, Luo Ling felt his state of mind continuously elevate. An unprecedented sense of exhilaration washed over him, not born from the desire to conquer or the magnitude of ambition, nor from the pursuit of freedom. He simply reveled in the sheer joy of existence. The thought of traversing to any destination felt merely a step away. This sensation was exquisitely subtle, akin to opening a door and effortlessly stepping into the entire world. Could this be the alignment of the will of the fruit? Luo Ling had never anticipated that the awakening of the door fruit would be so extraordinary. With a heart akin to a door, all things unfold. Doors materialized across the land of Weno. The door fruit resonates with intent. The fruit awakens. From within the door, the voice of Luo Ling echoed. "Step inside and journey to the City of Flowers. Kimi, Rabbit Bowl, Suzuho, Akuma, and Karari." Thousands of doors appeared throughout the land of Weno. They were filled with unrestrained joy. As the pirates and samurai from various regions had been vanquished, many witnessed Luo Ling effortlessly eliminate those insignificant foes. They rushed into the door. In Casa Village, Xuan Yue Ka marveled at the bustling streets on the other side of the door, unable to contain his astonishment. The villagers, following Luo Ling, walked forward in a daze. Beside Luo Ling stood Xiaoyu on one side and Dehi on the other. Thousands of doors manifested at every street corner in the land of Hua. Those afflicted by poverty, hunger, and illness emerged from them, traversing the earth. The flower capital, a place of exquisite beauty and unparalleled prosperity. The streets were lined with bustling food stalls and shops, teeming with passers-by. People from all corners of Hua arrived unexpectedly, as if they had stepped into another realm. Exchanging glances with the citizens of the flower capital. San Lang, uncle, it has been ages. Xiaoyu, I thought you were dead? Familiar faces appeared, friends, relatives, and long-lost acquaintances from childhood. The flower capital soon became overcrowded, with everyone from the land of Hua gathering, clamoring about the defeat of Kaido and the fall of the beast pirates. The crowd was in a state of shock, hastening towards the lair of Orochi. At the shogun's residence, Orochi was indulging in a melody while Xiaozi danced gracefully, and Shinichiro rested with his eyes narrowed, clutching a long blade. Lord Orochi. Intruders have breached the premises. We must flee. The ninjas burst in, urging him to escape. How dare you? Who is it? Orochi demanded, having heard the commotion. There are many, countless numbers. Before he could finish his sentence, Shinichiro jolted awake, his blade swiftly descending. One of the ninjas fell lifelessly to the ground. Enraged, Orochi bellowed, while Xiaozi instinctively fled, seeking refuge with Shinichiro. Kill him, Orochi roared, pointing at Luo Ling. Oh! Before Luo could take action, Heizan and Azura Boy appeared behind him, followed closely by the likes of Frost Moon, Kongjia, and Leopard Wulong, along with a multitude of frail warriors. All of Orochi's subordinates, including the old bald man, had been ruthlessly dispatched. Azura Boy and Heizan, Tenzura could hardly fathom their personal arrival. What on earth transpired in Weno country? Strike now, Kaishiro, the enraged Kaido, with fury emanating from his very being, unsheathed his twin blades, as 8 grotesque heads surged forth. Cut down. Luo Ling, maintaining an expressionless demeanor, issued a command. Instantly, everyone surged forward, and the first strike came from Sujiro. What? Black Charcoal Serpent could hardly believe that Sujiro would launch a surprise attack on him. 7 heads fell to the ground in unison, leaving only the last one remaining. Strike him down. Luo Ling picked up the sword of the serpent and handed it to Xiaozi. I cannot wield a sword, the girl trembled, filled with trepidation. Kill him, and Weno will belong to you. Spare him, and Weno will be mine. The crowd gazed at Luo Ling, breath held, too fearful to speak. Xiaozi, the last head of the serpent, screamed. My true name is Kazuki Oden. With all her might, she struck down, and the serpent's final head fell to the ground. The so-called prophecy still had 2 years to unfold. The Kazuki clan had yet to traverse the sands of time. Those who do not believe in fate had already severed all ties. It took the crowd a while to regain their composure, to soothe their racing hearts. So much had transpired in such a short span, each event shocking to the core. Upon confirming the complete disappearance of the beast pirates from Weno, Kazuki Oden stood in a daze, tears streaming like a fountain. The people rushed to share this joyous news, cheering with elation, resolved to declare this day as Spirit Day, in honor of Luo Ling's contributions. In the streets of Flower Capital, Luo Ling is savoring Oden at a small stall, while Yamato indulges heartily. Centered around Kazuki Hayori, characters such as Denjiro, Ashuraduji, Kawamatsu, Kinemon, and Beppo gather closely. The children gaze in wonder at this great hero, imagining how he might have vanquished the formidable Kaido of the beasts. People of all ages, regardless of gender, are captivated by Luo Ling's presence. Luo Ling, what shall you do? Weno can form an alliance with you, but we must never allow you to become our master, Hayori boldly expresses. Eat this radish. Luo Ling handed a piece of radish to Xiaoyu, observing as the little girl's cheeks puffed up with each bite. I found myself disinterested in such trivialities. He took a sip of clear wine, relaxing his brows. The purpose of bringing everyone from the land of harmony to the city of flowers was not to annihilate or conquer you, but rather in anticipation of the impending battle. Beyond the city of flowers, the land of harmony might face total devastation. He rose, letting out a hearty burp, his round belly returning to its normal state as life was restored. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The land of harmony was to be laid to waste? The monsters have arrived. Luo Ling raised her gaze towards the outside of the flower capital, where a volcano ascended into the clouds, situated at the heart of Weno country. At this moment, beneath the volcano, a man clad in a mantle of justice was leading a cadre of monsters forward. The foremost among them was Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters. Following closely behind were the urgently summoned Momonosuke, Fujitora, Kinnaman, Vice Admiral Crane, and the Weasel. Outside Weno country, 20 warships surrounded the anxious Marines, who awaited their fate with trepidation. The Demon Slayer Order, the Demon Slayer Sovereign. Chapter 36. The Eruption of the Volcano. The ruin of Weno country. Loring utilized his keen observation and the expansive reach of his conqueror's haki to locate every inhabitant of Weno, opening a portal to transport them to the flower capital. This city, perched upon a distinctive earthen mound, bore resemblance to the royal capital of Alabasta. A palpable sense of dread enveloped the people. Who has arrived? What could incite such trepidation in Loring? I too am capable of fighting, exclaimed Yamato with fervor. Indeed. There are merely 6 adversaries. Is there anyone else with the strength to engage in battle? A colossal air portal materialized, revealing the scene beneath the volcano where Akainu and his cohort gathered. I shall make them regret stepping foot in Weno, declared one. I still possess the strength for combat. With their vitality and provisions replenished, the assembled group felt no fear. Tanjiro, Ashura Duji, Kawasu, and Leopard Goro also stepped forward. Shimazuki Yasui took charge of calming the populace. In the impending battle, you must all remember, never forget, do not dare to lack memory. Luo Ling scolded mercilessly. The crowd dared not utter a sound, their anxious gazes fixed upon the air gate. One after another, they followed Luo Ling through the portal. Beneath the volcano, Akainu had been waiting for some time. To confirm matters concerning Weno country, the Navy headquarters dispatched 2 admirals. One was Akainu, who personally arrived in Weno to initiate the demon-slaying order. Regardless of who the victor may be, it would not be the Navy or the world government. Thus they intended to extinguish all threats directly. The other, Kizaru, was dispatched to impel down to ascertain whether Kaido was truly present. On the plains, the moment Loring made his appearance, the expressions of Peach Rabbit and the others darkened. Aren't you supposed to be advancing into the city? Just out for a stroll? He remarked with an air of nonchalance. One individual had instigated the devastating battle against the beast pirates, enveloping him in a shroud of enigma. It seems the decision to unleash the demon-slaying order was indeed a prudent one, Crane analyzed coolly. The Weasel unsheathed his blade, poised for action at any moment. Only Fujitora remained unfazed, employing his observation haki to sense Loring in the land of Weno. Once he confirmed that everyone was gathered in the same vicinity, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was quite familiar with the GM forces, yet this was his first encounter with Loring. Prior to the world conscription, Fujitora had merely been a vice admiral stationed at a branch, and his participation in this expedition was purely coincidental, as he happened to be fulfilling his duties in the New World. Vice Admiral Crane was fortuitously at headquarters, receiving notification of Peach Rabbit's mission en route. Their impromptu alliance had led them to an inexplicable encounter with Loring. You seem to excel in deception, lingering like a specter, Akainu remarked, molten magma coursing through his veins. A chunk of earth was propelled into the air, as Fujitora, standing atop a massive boulder, leapt into the sky, brandishing his sword. The monsters surged forward in a chaotic rush. The formidable strength behind Loring is not to be underestimated. Among the Red Scabbard 9, these 3 warriors possess power sufficient to rival that of Jack, while Leopard Wulong, once rejuvenated, also exhibits remarkable prowess. Yamato confronts Fujitora, shattering boulders beneath a single step. Her attacks as swift as the wind. Meteor Volcano. Akainu stands firm, launching an assault towards the heavens, and soon, searing blocks of molten magma begin to plummet from above. With a resounding crash, the earth itself trembles under the weight of this ferocious onslaught. Fujitora unsheathes his sword as meteors cascade from the sky. Those evading the magma are left in awe, gazing upwards at this cataclysmic strike. Even the admirals and headquarters are bewildered. Joining forces with Fujitora indeed poses a perilous risk. Roar. Yamato exhales a frigid blast, targeting the descending meteors. Gate. With a snap of her fingers, Loring conjured a colossal door, large enough to encompass a meteorite. Thunderous echoes reverberated across the sea as a massive stone, ablaze and accelerating, plummeted downwards. The terrified sailors had no choice but to alter their course to evade disaster. Towering waves surged, nearly dragging their warship beneath the surface. Meanwhile, Akainu's assaults were entirely diverted. Damn it! Both Akainu and Fujitora realized that such tactics could no longer be employed, prompting them to resume their offensive. "Receive my blade," shouted Momotaro. skillfully evading Tsunajiro's strike and redirecting her attack towards Lorling. Step aside. Loring effortlessly evaded with the air gate. How infuriating. The moment Peach Bunny touched down, she was immediately met with the relentless assault of Transcendent Jiro. What is your intention? Akainu approached with a brooding gaze. None of that matters. What is crucial is eliminating you. He unleashed a powerful punch, molten and searing, radiating the same intense heat as Kaido's Fire Dragon Torch. It is no wonder Akainu's strikes are so formidable. He has indeed pushed his devil fruit to its utmost limits. Particularly with the Hellhound, the temperature would ascend even further. This punch, though not from the Hellhound, is equally formidable. With a swift evasion, Luo Ling gripped his blades firmly, dual-wielding rapid strikes that sever chaos. The severed form of Akainu plummeted to the ground, igniting the wild grasses. Molten magma flowed until it coalesced into a complete human figure. Impressive Haki. But you were just a tad too slow, Akainu jeered. Luo Ling understands that it is not his observation Haki that is weak, but rather that Akainu's mastery of observation Haki and his devil fruit abilities are remarkably formidable. Otherwise, he would not have evaded the combined assault of the Flower Sword and the Phoenix during the Marineford War. Is your greatest strength truly observation Haki? It is no less powerful than the abilities derived from a devil fruit. Luo Ling could only feel astonishment upon contemplating this answer. Only with sufficiently potent observation Haki could one evade such a lethal strike. As a user of a natural type fruit, you have relinquished the excessive development of armament Haki, opting instead for the mastery of observation Haki and your fruit's abilities, which leaves you vulnerable in terms of armament Haki. Luo Ling's assessment is undoubtedly correct. Every individual possesses their own strengths and weaknesses. Kaido excels in various aspects and wields the formidable conqueror's Haki. However, mere knowledge is of little consequence. One only needs to master their own strengths sufficiently. The more one desires, the weaker they become. Akainu breaks through the Earth's crust, magma surging to the surface, and emerges with lethal intent. Is this the divergent path to strength within the world of pirates? Luo Ling narrowly evaded the impending strike. Still shaken, Akainu launched another punch directly at him. Inu Naka Kurinai. His fist transformed into a colossal canine head, its size surpassing that of a hellhound, thereby enhancing its biting capacity, albeit at the cost of significantly reduced power and lethality. You cowardly wretch, will you still rely on your fruit abilities to escape? Akainu shouted, demonstrating an exceptional mastery of taunting. What other choice do I have? Luo Ling, this time, opened more than 30 doors in every direction against Akainu. Since the awakening of the door fruit, following the elevation of his mental state and the alignment of his will, this marks the first formal application in battle. A tactic of provocation? Luo Ling would never spare a glance. You may forbid me from utilizing my abilities, yet I shall use them nonetheless. One high. He smiled as he opened the air gate, a tactic he had previously employed against Kizaru, though regrettably, it was ineffective against that expert. This time, in a true awakening, countless columns of seawater erupted into waves, enveloping Akainu within. The dog's red lotus was relentlessly battered by the ocean's currents, emitting hissing white vapor. Luo Ling. Akainu seethed with rage, questioning the nature of this technique. Fortunately, he encased himself in molten magma, vaporizing the ceaseless waves of seawater. As the white mist surged forth like the tides, Sky Sea. With a snap of his fingers, Luo Ling conjured dozens more doors surrounding Akainu, expanding the expanse even further. Just as Akainu emerged from within to exploit a gap, he found himself enveloped in the celestial sea crafted by Luo Ling. Enormous orbs of water swirled in the air, continuously siphoning seawater from below. This spectacle left all onlookers utterly astonished. An ability user subjected to such an assault, if unawakened or of lesser strength, would likely perish instantly. Earth-erupting fire lotus. Akainu, consumed by rage, unleashed a fiery lotus that erupted from within the water sphere. The blossom detonated, forcefully dispersing the seawater. In the next moment, Akainu plummeted to the ground like a lotus seed, resolutely continuing to dig into the earth. Shouldn't he another move, Underworld Hound, be forthcoming? Luo Ling felt a sense of bewilderment. Suddenly, clarity washed over him, and soon after, Fujitora and Crane also regained their senses. This is dire. The group ceased their attacks, left in a state of confusion. Through the perception of observation Haki, they discerned that Akainu had emerged from the molten magma beneath the ground, deep within the volcano of Weno. The issuance of the Demon Slayer order signified that not a single soul on the island would be spared. If this volcano were to erupt, Weno would face annihilation. The mission would be flawlessly accomplished, preserving the dignity of both the world government and the Navy. With a thunderous roar, the earth fractured, the long-accumulated power unleashed by Akainu. The force capable of obliterating a kingdom was awakened. The dormant volcano erupted. A scorching wave surged skyward, transforming into a torrential rain of fire and ash. Forming a colossal mushroom cloud that obscured the sun, Luo Ling felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from the forces of nature. The Admiral, a figure of sheer terror. Chapter 37, Composure Before the Admiral. The Demon Slayer Order was never intended for Luo Ling. It was undoubtedly meant for the land of Weno. Upon learning that Luo Ling might indeed awaken the dual fruits, Akainu immediately opted to trigger the eruption of this volcano. As long as the land of Weno was obliterated, no matter what means Luo Ling possessed, they would vanish into thin air. The meteor volcano. This time, the meteor volcano erupted from the crater, its terrifying roar reverberating, causing pain to the ears of those nearby. It was as if a divine dragon was rolling amidst the sea of clouds, its roar akin to the sound of thunder. The land of Weno was doomed. Who could possibly halt the eruption of the volcano? Even Akainu, once the volcano was set into motion, would be powerless to intervene. The people in the flower capital trembled in fear, wondering if death was truly upon them. No wonder Luo Ling proclaimed that the real enemy had arrived. Only then did they begin to believe in their grim fate. They were on the brink of nation-building, about to fulfill the dreams of Lord Odin. I refuse to accept this, roared Tanjiro. Silence. The one who will build the nation is I, not Kazuki Odin. Luo Ling uttered a sharp rebuke, plunging the surroundings into silence. It was time to depart. Fujitora lifted Momonosuke, Kinemon, and others with large stones, causing them to float. He instructed all ships to steer clear of Weno country. Vice Admiral Tsuru promptly issued orders. Luo Ling, once again, a kingdom has been brought to ruin because of you. Momonosuke seethed with rage, yearning to confront Luo Ling. Over the past year, she had trained fervently to match his strength, yet every attempt had been deftly evaded. What nonsense! Luo Ling exclaimed with indignation. Last time it was Kizaru's doing, and this time it is Akainu's. Clearly, these are all misdeeds of the Navy. Why should I bear the brunt of it? Tatu found herself at a loss for words, vowing, when we meet again, you shall feel the excruciating pain of being severed in two. Her fury was palpable, and all she could do was brandish her blade in a show of defiance. The ghost spider and the weasel felt the weight of their recent battle against Kawamatsuo and Azura Boy, which had left them feeling overwhelmed. Was Weno country truly this formidable? How had Kaido succeeded in the past? As the Navy Vice Admirals departed, Yamato and the others returned to stand behind Luo Ling, awaiting her decision. Were they to abandon Weno country entirely? Let us proceed to the flower capital. With a powerful strike, Loring shattered a door open for them. We are leaving. What will you do? Aside from those with mastery over nature, who could possibly survive amidst this volcanic eruption? Yamato positioned himself protectively in front of Loring, exuding an imposing aura as he prepared for action. The elevated terrain of Flower City stands a chance against the encroaching lava. I shall create a sufficiently large air barrier to shield the skies above Weno, preventing the molten flow from obliterating the land. You must fend off any excessive assaults, while I remain here to confront the enemy, either to vanquish Akainu or to drive him back. Luo Ling firmly believes in her invincibility. Just as Akainu chose to abandon the extensive development of armament haki, opting instead to delve deeply into the mastery of observation haki and his devil fruit powers. This does not imply that Akainu lacks armament haki. Rather, it signifies that, in comparison to observation haki, his prowess in the former is undeniably inferior. Furthermore, lacking the Conqueror's haki compels him to fervently cultivate both abilities, striving toward their utmost potential. Luo Ling is exceptional. His combat prowess is formidable in every aspect, complemented by the Conqueror's haki and reinforced with armament haki. At the pinnacle of his strength, he is more than capable of engaging in battle. For you, the circumstances of timing, location, and allies are favorable, while I have awakened the powers of both fruits, which is truly laughable. Initially, I intended merely to rescue a few individuals, but unexpectedly, this endeavor led to the awakening of my abilities. Perhaps it was all meant to prepare me for you, Akainu. The enhanced meteor volcano descends with 100-fold intensity. Luo Ling stood alone, gazing at the molten lava surging towards her, while the fiery rain above obscured her vision. The volcanic eruption unleashed a cloud of ash that veiled the sky, transforming the air into a suffocating haze. Luo Ling did not intervene in this unfolding chaos. The land and environment of Weno had long been ravaged by Kaido's years of pollution, rendering everything toxic. It might be better to allow it to be utterly destroyed, making way for new soil that would be more suitable for cultivation. The people of Weno gazed at that solitary figure, standing in defiance against an entire volcano. Tears welled in their eyes, choking back their emotions. A thunderous roar reverberated across the earth once more. A colossal magma giant extended a massive hand to grasp the volcanic mouth, struggling to emerge. The magma giant was only slightly smaller than the volcano itself. As molten lava erupted from the crater, scorching the land and flowing across it, incinerating all in its path, the volcano surged forth, swiftly followed by the rolling torrent of molten rock. Weno had transformed into an inferno. Loring glided through the air with a lunar step. The molten lava cascaded over the outer layer of the City of Flowers, flowing into the ocean. The giant loomed large, surveying the earth below. Lo Ling lifted his head, as if gazing upon the world-destroying giant. Since your physique is so imposing, then let it be severed entirely. With a single stroke, he cleaved the magma giant in half. A thunderous roar erupted as the giant's leg shattered, and it retaliated with a mighty punch. Once more, he wielded his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that severed the giant's arm cleanly. The larger the form, the more vulnerabilities it harbors. Is this not something you grasp? Akainu. With a swift flourish, he unleashed 3 successive strikes, the glint of blades illuminating the air, reducing the arms and head of the giant to mere remnants. The third strike landed squarely on the giant's forehead. What unfathomable power is this? Sujiro was left in awe, contemplating that each swing of the sword could surely cleave through the very heart of Flower Capital. Such youthful prowess. Even if Kazuki Oden were alive, could he wield his strength with such ease? Leopard 5 was filled with admiration. The only time Kazuki Oden displayed his might upon returning to Weno. He was ambushed by Kaido and met with failure. Above in the heavens, Luo Ling decisively drew his sword once more. With a swift vertical strike, he forcefully cleaved through, and from the enormous head, measuring a staggering 30 meters, erupted a being of molten lava. The red dog charged forth like a rabid beast. Underworld Hound. Protective Incantation. Luo Ling has finally awaited this momentous strike. He had already transformed into his ultimate form, perfectly harmonized within himself, further enhanced by a protective charm. Akainu's fist morphed into an intensely fiery canine head, hurtling towards Luo Ling's skull, only to be thwarted by the golden radiance of the protective spell. You, the villain who disrupts the world, shall perish, roared Akainu, howling like a wolf. Crack. The anticipated sound from Luo Ling resonated, as this protective spell proved inadequate to withstand Kaido's formidable strike. How could Akainu's hellhound possibly be obstructed? 3 seconds. This was ample time. Ha ha ha, behold my mighty blow. Akainu lunged forward with a powerful punch, while Luo Ling deftly sidestepped, wielding the golden staff to strike at Akainu's midsection. Would the hellhound dare to receive it with its face? Roran still harbored a desire for life. Bang. Even in his elemental form, Akainu felt an intense surge of pain. Pooh. Black blood spewed forth. Luo Ling smiled at him, saying, the premise of the natural system is to locate the essence. Individuals like you and Kizaru, who possess such formidable strength that one cannot hope to find, can employ an alternative method. This technique was originally intended for Kizaru, but it is fortuitously suited for you now. As a member of the GM army, you boast incessantly yet dare not withstand my strikes. How laughable. Akainu's gaze darkened as he threw another punch. Oh? Luling remained unfazed by such provocations. He calmly stated, as practitioners of the natural element, you require an attack of sufficiently vast range to envelop your entire being. Thus, it matters not where you seek refuge. Upon finishing his words, Luo Ling shook the golden rod and bellowed, the sea-calming needle. Akainu, already seething with anger, found Luo Ling's evasion of his attacks utterly infuriating. His demeanor was markedly different from that of Kizaru. As Luo Ling's thunderous voice echoed, the iron rod in his grasp expanded, surpassing even Akainu in width. The attack enveloped him entirely, ensuring its efficacy with absolute certainty. You madman, I shall undoubtedly capture you and bring you to impel down, Akainu declared with unwavering conviction, firmly believing that it would be no challenge for Luo Ling to evade a single assault. He needed only to strike Luo Ling once to deliver a fatal blow. The true potency of the magma fruit lay in its unparalleled lethality. Chapter 38, The Founding of the Nation, a Weighty Decision. To Luo Ling, the sea-stabilizing needle resembled a diminutive mouse that had discovered a jade pillar within the palace, striking another mouse with a forceful blow. A single strike. Behind Akainu, the volcanic lava continued to erupt relentlessly, his fury reaching a boiling point. Despite having stirred the volcanic eruption from beneath the earth and successfully transforming an island into a sea of flames with the Demon Slayer order, Why must he encounter such an insufferable nuisance? Luo Ling was not mistaken. As long as the scope of the attack is sufficiently broad, targeting every part of the natural system, and the speed is swift enough to prevent any escape, the discovery of the true essence becomes inconsequential. The overwhelming force will obliterate, assaulting the entirety of this individual. Damn it! Sakazuki had not encountered such a frenzied onslaught in a long time, feeling an immense power enveloping him. Crashing down from the sea god needle, a searing agony coursed through his chest as the overwhelming force assaulted him. With the relentless encroachment of the domineering aura and flowing cherry blossoms. In this, Luo Ling raised the sea-settling divine needle high above, aiming once more at the steadfast Akainu, who had barely regained his footing after being struck. This assault, beginning at the head, was an attack that combined both speed and extensive reach. The molten fire god, Akainu could no longer endure. Such reckless attacks were undeniably effective. As a marine admiral, how could he face the world again if he were to be injured in such a manner? No sooner had he spoken than the flowing magma surged upwards, merging with him to form a colossal magma titan. With all his might, he braced himself against the weight of the sea-settling divine needle. It was incredibly heavy. Could such a burden truly be wielded by an ordinary person? Were all the newcomers in this era akin to Kaido or Whitebeard? The attack bore no fruit, as the giant's relentless stream of molten magma acted as a formidable barrier. There was no absolute suppression or overwhelming force exerted, leading Luo Ling to resolve that he would never again engage Akainu on an island rife with volcanoes or underground fires. Once the Logia-type abilities took advantage of the terrain and timing, their combat prowess would be significantly amplified. On one hand, Luo Ling's strikes were perpetually evaded by Akainu, while on the other, Akainu's assaults were deftly sidestepped by Luo Ling. The two found themselves locked in a stalemate. Their battle, characterized by both strength and intellect, led them to incessantly seek out each other's weaknesses. Shadow clone technique. With sufficient numbers and dazzling attacks, they could contend with him. 32 clones merged with the original, and at a single command, they all surged forward. Each one transformed into a towering figure, simultaneously chanting protective incantations. Great, great, great. In unison, they roared, their forms towering as dozens of attacks launched toward Kaido. The mesmerizing onslaught of the mythical beast type. Akainu's fire god titan was left battered and broken, once again collapsing to ruin. The impasse between the two could very well continue indefinitely. Although Luo Ling's formidable energy may wane, the volcano behind Akainu augments his potential for prolonged combat. If they were to continue their fierce battle, it is likely to last for 5 days and nights. First, a circle is drawn, and then a proper confrontation ensues. 32 clones persist in their relentless assault, while Luo Ling seizes the opportune moment to grasp the golden staff, tracing a circle towards the flower capital. Above the Grand Gate, a radiant golden barrier materializes, impervious to the surging lava. Do you still possess the strength to assist others? How absurd. Akainu has fought his way through the encirclement, yet the combat prowess of the clones is limited. A momentary lapse could lead to their demise. In clashes between the powerful, victory is often determined in an instant. Emerging from the fray, Akainu perceives Luo Ling's defenses as vulnerable, recognizing it as an excellent opportunity to strike. Hellhound. Gate. It seems that Luo Ling had been waiting for Akainu for quite some time. A portal materialized at the very fist of Akainu, with its exit appearing behind him. This led to him inadvertently attacking himself, creating a gaping hole in his chest. Akainu, with an extraordinary calmness, was on the verge of losing his temper. No wonder even a lethargic fellow like Kazara could be provoked into using the indiscriminate Amaterasu form by Luo Ling. This opportunity was indeed insidious. Under normal circumstances, with so many Cerberuses, Luo Ling's body would have been scorched with several holes by now. It appears that your true form was not in your chest just moments ago. Luo Ling smiled innocently, embodying the form of Chi-Tian alongside the powers of the Mendo fruit. The awakening of these two fruits, despite their varying levels of proficiency, harmoniously complemented each other. You cowardly rat who only knows how to hide and evade. Akainu seethed with rage, wishing for the volcano to erupt for a fortnight. Oh, he had just claimed that Luo Ling would not dare to approach. Yet, the youth suddenly materialized before him. The great sage Chi-Tian. With the full activation of his three-color haki, his speed, strength, agility, and healing capabilities surged dramatically. Bursting with vitality, he had no fear of close combat. Iron Fist of Love. All damage was genuine. His fists moved with such swiftness that they created afterimages, striking every part of Akainu's body. As long as the speed was sufficiently rapid, he could attack all over. Did you really think you could locate my true form? Akainu had initially attempted to engage in a fistfight, but alas, Luo Ling was entirely enveloped in flowing cherry blossoms and haki, effortlessly deflecting all of his attacks from a distance. Did you think I could not find you? Luo Ling's eyes blazed like torches, embodying the convergence of golden radiance and flames. The observation haki, known as Kinbunchaku, is not merely an intermediate awakening. It also encompasses the foresight of the future and a vast range of awareness. Have you heard of the eye referred to as the fire eye of insight? In Luo Ling's perspective, the natural elements manifest as fiends and specters. Initially, during the confrontation with Kizaru, the early awakening was not distinctly apparent. However, under the meticulous guidance of Master Kaido, the fruit's awakening progressed further. The Fire Eye of Insight has honed its observational prowess regarding the abilities of those who wield devil fruits to an exquisite level. The observation haki and the Fire Eye of Insight harmoniously intertwine. At such a close distance, a single glance reveals to him that within Kaido's molten form, even the bones seem to be non-existent. Only a minuscule point remains tangible, evading detection at an astonishing speed. The observation haki grants you foresight, while the devil fruit allows you to navigate effortlessly. Truly remarkable, Akainu. The assault from Loring came without warning, employing a relentless barrage to continuously disrupt Akainu, forcing him into evasive maneuvers and preventing him from mounting a counterattack. Meanwhile, he utilized his keen perception to seek out Akainu's true form. I have found you, Akainu. This time, it would not be a desperate, all-or-nothing strike akin to the confrontation with Kizaru. Using her innate strength and experience, Luo Ling located the true form of Akainu. With a powerful punch, she struck the elusive point. Gushing blood, Akainu suddenly found himself in disbelief. He had initially thought it was merely a stroke of luck amidst Luo Ling's relentless assaults. Yet, as the onslaught continued, more and more attacks began to inflict damage upon his true self. Akainu, known for his formidable resilience and exceptional defense, was arguably the strongest in this regard among the three admirals. If his true form remained hidden, it was only a matter of time before he would be overwhelmed and defeated. This adversary was not only swift in attack, but also possessed a multitude of techniques, delivering immense damage, particularly with critical hits and the ability to breach defenses, inflicting devastating magical harm that scorched the very insides. Simply outrageous. Luo Ling can only locate its true form through an intensely concentrated assault, augmented by the unique abilities of the phantom beasts. Various attributes fail to reach the caliber of Luo Ling, unable even to graze the fur of the red dog. With each strike against the true form, Luo Ling experiences a searing sensation within. The protective enchantments have sustained damage. Upon retracting a fist, it bears the marks of burns. Despite wielding the dual forces of Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki, along with the Golden Light incantation and a physique as formidable as iron, it still endures injury. You must have realized that the location of the true form signifies the concentration of the utmost power in a singular point. What you perceive as my most vulnerable spot is, in fact, the area of highest intensity. Blood seeps from the corner of the red dog's mouth, his smile particularly sinister. As a Zoan type, this injury will heal swiftly. Luo Ling responded to him with a smile, unwilling to concede. But what about your dominance? After unleashing 48,000 punches, can you truly disregard the energy and authority expended? Sakazuki chuckled. Indeed, he had been wounded, but what of Luo Ling herself? It was evident that no one was willing to fight to the death, and to determine a victor, one must either be mortally wounded or incapacitated. Is this what it means to be an admiral of the Navy? Luo Ling smiled. No wonder it is said that they are of equal rank to the Emperor. Moreover, with both generals joining forces, it would be futile for anyone to intervene. If my calculations are correct, there should be some turmoil in Advanced City as well. Although it does not fall under the jurisdiction of your Navy headquarters, I presume a general has been dispatched there, has he not? Luo Ling nonchalantly remarked. What does it have to do with you? Akainu, dripping with blood, disdainfully replied, clearly bearing the true wounds inflicted by Luo Ling. If we speak of speed, you should not be able to surpass me. If I do not perish, I shall return to impel down and release them. Despicable. Withdraw your forces. You cannot take me down alone, Akainu. Luo Ling's emphatic declaration reflects his unwavering confidence in his own abilities. He would rather perish than retreat. Does Akainu fear death? What a jest. Even if he were to be beaten into the abyss, he would dare to rise and fight once more. Oh, Luo Ling had no desire to continue the battle. Akainu had the advantage of both time and terrain, clearly intent on fighting to the bitter end. Suddenly, his expression shifted as doors began to open in the molten magma. Akainu quickly grasped Luo Ling's intentions and saw himself stepping through a door, retreating to a distance beyond Akainu's reach. At the coast of Weno, doors of air opened and magma cascaded from above. "Quick, take cover," the admirals shouted in alarm. Fujitora immediately drew his sword, manipulating gravity to prevent the molten rock from descending. "Get lost." In the skies above Weno, Luo Ling shouted at Sakazuki in the distance. "You are the most despicable person I have ever encountered." Likewise, Akaina gritted his teeth, knowing he could not afford to lose dozens of warships. Especially with Luo Ling's uncanny ability to evade, his strengths had turned into the Navy's weaknesses. If the fight continued, Luo Ling would take advantage of their vulnerabilities, obliterating all ships and soldiers before making his escape. The losses would be catastrophic. Recalling the incident with Kazuru and the Demon Order, where they were too fearful to capture Luo Ling and allowed everyone to escape, the cost had been immense. Moreover, Luo Ling's strength had grown significantly. He was no longer the same. The price of confrontation would only escalate. Retreat. Akaina despised this word. According to his nature, he would prefer to fight to the last breath. Yet now, Luo Ling chose to evade him, leveraging his abilities as a threat. Damn the GM army. Upon hearing the order through the transponder snail, all warships turned their course to withdraw. The Demon Lord had become a formidable force. Fujitora hurled the magma into the sea and sheathed his sword. Veins bulged on Sakazuki's forehead. How could Luo Ling, who often clashed head-on with Kizaru and even killed celestial dragons, have transformed into such a cunning and treacherous opponent in just a few years? Standing at the bow of the ship, his anger simmered, yet he felt utterly powerless. At that moment, in the skies above Weno, everyone gazed at Luo Ling's figure with tears in their eyes, having awaited this day for 20 long years. Luo Ling roared skyward, with 8 doppelgangers remaining. The sky, shrouded in dark clouds, intermittently witnessed the descent of shooting stars. Flames illuminated their silhouettes, casting 9 shadows that danced in the eyes of the onlookers. Frost Moon of the Kong family uttered those words in astonishment. 9 shadows fall from the heavens. Loring closed her eyes, gazing at the departing naval warship. She let out a roar towards the heavens. A new nation. In that moment, tears flowed freely from everyone. They had not awaited Joy Boy, but instead, they had met Loring. In Yamado's heart, the memory of her conversation with Loring resurfaced. Why become someone else? Embrace your true self. On the vast ocean, Crane paused, glancing back at the equally astonished Peach Rabbit. Akaina felt a surge of frustration, his expression contorted with rage. A miracle. They were crying yet felt such profound happiness. What was it about that man that captivated them so? Fujitora pondered, intrigued by a man who embodied both depravity and integrity. How wonderful it would be if he could see clearly. Chapter 39. I became the Demon Lord of Weno. Above the flower capital, Luo Ling extended his arms, embracing the flames and the tempest. Door. He softly uttered a single word, as if a deity, unlocking thousands of portals in the land of harmony. The sea seemed to descend from the heavens, pouring onto the earth, hastening the cooling of the molten rock. For an entire day and night, the volcano finally rested. The land of harmony was reborn, as the volcanic rock and fresh soil would become the most fertile ground for the blossoming of new life. In the City of Flowers, Luo Ling found himself amidst a throng of people who surrounded him as if he were an ordinary man. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "General Luo Ling." This ignited a tumultuous uproar among the crowd. Initially, members of the group, including Zhi Lang, displayed signs of resistance, but soon everyone joined in the chorus. As a profound stir resonated within their hearts, the faith they had held for 2 decades in the Kazuki clan appeared exceedingly fragile in the presence of Luo Ling, the genuine savior. Although they refrained from uttering the title of general, they could not quell the sentiments of the people of Weno. As they welcomed a new era for Weno, it was not the Kazuki clan that would lead, but rather Luo Ling himself. The youth smiled and shook his head. There will be no more generals. Neither the Kazuki clan, nor the Korizumi clan, nor I. I shall not allow this world to witness the rise of any so-called generals. No one shall reign over you. Henceforth, Weno shall be divided into Onigashima, the City of Flowers, Korikiri, Tamaniji, Shime, Suzu, and Hakuba, each establishing its own daimyo, chosen by the most capable among you. The 7 daimyo shall not be mere inheritors of an era, but representatives elected by the people of each region. With all significant decisions resting in your hands, Luo Ling paid no heed to the titles bestowed upon the people, nor did he concern himself with Day's election as the Lord of Onigashima. Someone proposed that, in honor of Luo Ling's demonic prowess, he be recognized as the spiritual emblem of Weno, akin to the legendary 6th Demon King. In truth, their future lay in sailing the seas, rendering any accolades or privileges utterly meaningless. The only significant change was that Weno would no longer have a shogun, the 7 daimyos would convene a roundtable, with Luo Ling at the helm. 2 years later, when Momonosuke and Kinemon arrived from the past, they would find themselves unable to even attain the status of a daimyo. The era of the shogun had become a mere relic. A week later, the people set foot on the land, embarking on a new chapter of life, with the flower capital and Onigashima soon becoming vital sources of their sustenance. Within a year, this land would flourish with an abundance of new grains, vegetables, and fruits, all beneath the cherry blossom trees. Luo Ling donned a cloak as he bid farewell to the crowd. The presiding officer, a figure of renown in the City of Flowers, was but a mere fayade. He remained indifferent to such trivialities, akin to a series of ethereal doors leading to any destination he desired. Luo Ling had never been one to embrace confinement. Mr. Luo Ling, farewell. The people waved their hands at the harbor, their eyes brimming with tears. What sorrow gripped them? The youth proclaimed, "Do not yearn to become another. There is no need to wait, no need to fear." A pitch-black ship descended into the waters. Yamato followed in Luo Ling's footsteps onto the deck. "Luo Ling, is this the sea? Please, call me captain." Luo Ling placed her hands on her hips, and with a single thought, the flying black pearl embarked on its journey. "Captain!" Yamato exclaimed with delight, as the sea breeze wafted in and a newspaper fell into his hands. Luo Ling handed the bounty notice to Bailey, calmly munching on an apple as she perused the front page and the latest wanted poster. A staggering bounty of 1 billion. Yamato, beside her, was filled with exuberance, as if the bounty were not placed on Luo Ling, but rather on herself. "It seems that Akaina has been quite the gossip upon his return. How petty of him. After all, I did not even kill him." Luo Ling was acutely aware that the bounty was far too meager, as the world government intentionally sought to downplay the impact he had caused. The presence of the GM army was, naturally, not something they wished to endorse. Furthermore, a plethora of astonishing news awaited, each revelation more shocking than the last. Kaido, the Beast King, had been imprisoned and impelled down, an act aimed at saving the world, all due to Akaina's personal campaign against Weno. The era of the worst generation was upon them, with Blackbeard rising to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The supernovas were soon to converge upon Sabaody Archipelago. Luo Ling was momentarily taken aback. Confirming that the newspaper was from yesterday, it meant that Luffy and his companions were set to arrive at Sabaody Archipelago today. Kuma had been altered by Luo Ling, thus no longer facing the threat of becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea. So, who would come to their aid before Rayleigh intervened? The subordinate pirate crew was destined for total annihilation. Luo Ling promptly snapped her fingers, causing a series of portals to materialize in the sky, thereby diminishing the distance of their flight. The pirate ship unfurled its wings, and the jet engines at the stern roared to life, propelling it directly into the heavens as it traversed through the portals. "A flying ship!" exclaimed he, his eyes sparkling with wonder. "I hope we make it in time. Let us just avoid being completely obliterated." Luo Ling murmured to herself, "Has the analysis of the hourglass been completed? The results for Akainu, Fujitora, Crane, and Weasel have been successfully synthesized. A flawless synthesis has yielded a reward: the devil fruit, animal type, pig fruit, mythical beast species, Tianpeng form. The side effects of the fruit have been eradicated. Please consume it with confidence." Another mythical beast species, holding the devil fruit, resembling a ginseng fruit. Luo Ling paused momentarily before taking a hearty bite. It was incredibly sweet, yet it lacked a soul. After eliminating its side effects, the flavor transformed into an exquisite sweetness. It would be best to cultivate this fruit in solitude. Transforming into a wild boar is hardly appealing. After consuming it, Luo Ling possessed the experience from the 2 awakenings of the Chi Tian fruit and the Min Min fruit, which would significantly hasten her proficiency with the Tianpeng fruit. After a meticulous exploration and sensation of its capabilities, Luo Ling was able to ascertain the abilities of the Tianpeng fruit: infinite consumption and water manipulation. It was indeed a remarkable fruit. The ability to consume infinitely allows the creation of 2 distinct consumption domains, one within her body and the other externally, enabling the assimilation of any material into energy. As for water control, not only would she be impervious to the sea, but she could also command water itself. This, when combined with the Fishman martial arts, would amplify her strength tremendously, while also granting her the ability to breathe underwater. Was there really a need to eliminate side effects? With the capability to control water and breathe beneath the waves, what further side effects could a devil fruit possibly possess? Luo Ling sensed a subtle change within himself. Indeed, this magical beast seed was remarkable. After adapting to the newfound power, A ravenous hunger compelled him to indulge in an extravagant feast. Initially, he could keep pace with his voracious appetite, but soon it was only Luo Ling who was devouring food with reckless abandon. Was Luo Ling's stomach a black hole? He pondered, sitting beside him in a carefree manner. Adventure was truly exhilarating, especially aboard this flying vessel. Are you certain you do not wish to eat a bit more before the impending battle? As Loring spoke while eating, he declared, "No need. I've already had plenty." Day rubbed his small belly. The Chambered Islands. The sight of celestial dragons being violently thrown away signified the arrival of an admiral. Kizaru was undoubtedly the prime candidate. Recently, the Navy had been gaining momentum, which left him somewhat apprehensive. Kaido was imprisoned, and Ace, the fire fist of the Whitebeard pirates, had also been captured. Next came the orchestrated plan to dismantle the Whitebeard pirates. If the Navy succeeded, 2 of the 4 emperors would be eliminated, disrupting the balance of the new world and ushering in a chaotic new era. Contemplating this, he prepared to make his move. The Straw Hat Pirates were thriving. This group engaged in all manner of activities beyond mere piracy. Their captain, Luffy, was none other than the grandson of the legendary Garp. Kizaru felt weary. He had allowed their assaults to continue without retaliating. A single kick would severely injure Zoro, yet he remained patient. Had the bait not yet been taken? Kizaru ceased his games and delivered a decisive kick. An ancient relic of the past, Rayleigh leaped forward with a sword drawn. Finally, some excitement was at hand. Just as Kizaru was preparing for a confrontation, a black pirate ship with wings soared into his line of sight. On the deck stood a horned girl from the demon tribe, squinting and smiling in his direction. At that moment, a young boy quietly appeared beside the towering girl. His sudden presence caused Kizaru's pupils to sharpen instantaneously. The ease and comfort he had felt vanished in an instant, his expression exaggerated as he remarked, "It seems you always find yourself in the wrong place at the wrong time." Luo Ling leaned against the railing, smiling as she gazed at him. "It's good to see you, Mr. Kizaru." Chapter 40. The Straw Hat Pirates reunite with Luffy brother. Luffy immediately recognized the figure aboard the ship. His face unchanged after all these years, particularly the rebellious glint in his smile. "I feel as though I know you." Deep within Zoro's memories lingered the image of that powerful swordsman from his childhood, the one who had arrived in Frost Moon Village on that ship. Today, they met once more. Luo Ling had become the head of the GM Military Science Research Department, boasting a bounty of 1 billion berries. Rayleigh had rescued Zoro and felt somewhat relieved upon learning that Luo Ling had arrived. Kizaru's expression darkened. How could he encounter this individual in such a place? The specter of the past was relentless. "You can foresee the future, yet you specifically knew I would be here." It was no small feat for an admiral to contend with 2 formidable figures. With that, Kizaru waved his hand, and light coalesced into the heavenly convergence cloud sword. Striking without hesitation. "I am merely an old man on the verge of decay. Your true concern lies with this near archenemy, the Demon Lord." Rayleigh, self-identified as an elder, blocked one strike after another but had to concede to his advancing years, feeling the disparity between his will and strength. In his youth, saving everyone had been effortless. But now he could only withstand Kizaru's assault, awaiting Luo Ling's rescue. "What is that?" Yamato leapt from the ship, walking alongside Luo Ling, as a massive figure resembling Moria, a pacifist, was seen in the distance, attacking pirates. Upon casting a glance, Loring quickly comprehended that after losing the optimal experimental subject, Bear, the choice of the towering Moria as the experimental prototype resulted in the creation of their own pacifist. "You shall see for yourself." With great enthusiasm, Yamato dashed forth, exclaiming, "Thunderous 8 trigrams." Boom. The Moria model of the pacifist endured for merely 3 seconds before it trembled and subsequently exploded with a resounding blast. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates were left in utter disbelief. So formidable, truly deserving of the title Demon Lord, for even a subordinate possesses such combat prowess. Robin calmly assessed. "Luffy has an older brother? What kind of family does he come from?" Nami exclaimed, feeling as if the world was spinning around her. Luffy, already under immense pressure from the disparity between himself and the Marine admirals, found a momentary reprieve. Just after rescuing Zoro, he was met with Loring's probing inquiry. "Luffy, you clearly possess haki. Why are you so weak? Didn't Ace properly teach you?" Luo Ling initially believed that by teaching Ace haki, the strength of Luffy and his crew would experience a significant enhancement. However, it now appears that the outcome is far from satisfactory. The typically carefree Luffy seems unusually constrained. Accusations of weakness are directed towards him. The Straw Hat Pirates are incredulous, pondering who besides Luo Ling possesses such qualifications. I have defeated every opponent I encountered, Luffy exclaimed. Yet he was reluctant to elaborate further, stating, the Admiral is simply too formidable. This is undoubtedly our first retreat. Indeed, mastering the fundamentals of hockey proves insufficient in the presence of an Admiral. Luo Ling harbors no resentment, she merely seeks to affirm Luffy's mindset. Upon confirming its accuracy, one realizes that sincerity and candor are quintessential traits of Luffy. Defeat is not to be feared. Rather, the true terror lies in the unwillingness to accept failure. This is trivial. I have been bested more than once, and retreating in such moments is a common occurrence. After Luo Ling spoke, he clenched his fist tightly. You all head to the port immediately and set sail. I will hold off the Navy. Set sail. In the original timeline, Xiong recognized the weaknesses of the Straw Hat Pirates, understanding that their strength was insufficient to continue their adventures in the New World, and sent them to various places for training. For Luo Ling, however, such elaborate measures were unnecessary. Having injured a celestial dragon, the Straw Hat crew would be relentlessly pursued. Your actions would merely be superfluous. Kazara sneered disdainfully, confident that while he could be stalled by Rayleigh and Luo Ling's, the Straw Hat crew would undoubtedly be unable to escape. They would be hunted to the ends of the earth. Big brother, Luffy refused to flee. How could he bear to see Luo Ling in peril? Fear not, I am quite formidable. That mere Kizaru is of no concern. Next time, I shall teach Ace a lesson. What on earth did he do to leave your hockey in such disarray? As Luo Ling cursed, his sword was swiftly drawn, slicing towards Kizaru. Sparks flew. It was at this moment that Kizaru comprehended why Akainu remarked that Luo Ling's strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. The scene unfolded before Rayleigh's eyes, igniting a sense of quiet joy within him. To master the awakening of the three forms of hockey at such a young age is truly formidable. Rayleigh, leave Kizaru to me. They are all gravely injured and require your assistance. Understood. Rayleigh turned to escort Luffy and his companions out to sea. Big brother. Luffy was reluctant to depart, for he had nearly exhausted his combat abilities. Take care of Luffy. Luo Ling's swordplay quickened, and his figure suddenly vanished, reappearing beside Kizaru with another strike. In terms of speed, he matched Kizaru's usual state, yet his strength surpassed it. In a mere contest of swordsmanship, there was no clear victor. He had ensnared Kizaru in a quagmire. The Straw Hat crew watched in astonishment, witnessing a display that could effortlessly rival a Logia user. Before setting sail, Luffy had trained under Ace to cultivate his hockey. Zoro and Sanji subsequently awakened and mastered it, yet they could never aspire to Luo Ling's level. The potential of hockey was indeed astonishing. As Kizaru sought to escape, Luo Ling unleashed a finger gun, his hockey striking with the force of artillery, effectively cutting off his retreat. The ease on Kizaru's face vanished as he stumbled back, realizing the tenacity of his opponent. As Akainu had remarked, fighting this individual meant either being defeated or succumbing to frustration. In their first encounter, Luo Ling found himself at a complete disadvantage, forced to flee in a disheveled manner, relying on the awakened powers of his fruit. During their second meeting, he did not retreat, yet allowed a noble of a kingdom to escape, resulting in the Navy losing dozens of warships. Now, in their third battle, even the highest combatant of the Navy, Kizaru, had expended considerable stamina and sustained injuries. Luo Ling navigated the situation with remarkable ease, effortlessly rescuing the Straw Hat crew from the clutches of Kizaru. The concept of potential is indeed an enigmatic one. Might their next encounter result in defeat? How terrifying. Should today mark the moment you ascend to the ranks of the supernovas? A figure of immense stature worth 1 billion berries, with your journey at sea spanning merely a month? Kizaru masked his intentions with words, his sword strikes accelerating in speed as he endeavored to pursue the Straw Hat crew relentlessly. It has been quite some time since our last meeting. Perhaps we should catch up. What could be troubling you, Mr. Kizaru? Luo Ling understood that any moment of carelessness could allow the opponent to slip away. Their strengths were in a rather awkward position. Whether it be the generals or the 4 emperors, none had reached the legendary status akin to that of Roger, Garp, or Whitebeard. Luo Ling possesses no discernible weaknesses, nor does she exhibit a singular, exceptional skill. Neither individual can entirely dominate the other, unless a desperate struggle ensues. Luo Ling may seize the opportunity to extract attributes using her hourglass, thus re-emerging in a state of rejuvenation to engage once more. You have indeed grown considerably stronger. Yet you seem to have forgotten that nothing is swifter than light. The yellow monkey, with a swift stroke of his sword, obstructs Luo Ling, while the fleeting opportunity ascends rapidly into the sky. 8 Shakuyata no Kagami. My goodness. Luo Ling is truly at a loss for words. Is there still a need to pursue at this moment? The Wanli sunshine has yet to complete its coating and is likely to be riddled with holes. I am confident that we shall meet again soon. Luo Ling leaped forth, grasping Yamato's hand, and stepped onto the surface of the sea. A radiant orb hurtled towards them. As Rayleigh, poised to rise from the dock to intervene, witnessed the emergence of a door larger than any vessel, which effortlessly absorbed all incoming assaults. Luo Ling stood on the deck, facing away from the Straw Hat crew, and inquired, "Where are you headed?" Just as Luffy was about to blurt out Fishman Island and the New World, Nami swiftly covered his mouth. With a serious demeanor, Nami responded, "Luo Ling, given our current strength, what are the odds of our survival in the New World?" "Not great," Luo Ling replied. "Suffering severed limbs a few times might lead to eventual success, yet I firmly believe in your potential." Luo Ling calmly uttered a rather sinister remark. Upon hearing this, Robin inexplicably felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She found Luo Ling's cunning nature intriguing, and his ship appeared utterly charming. "A missing arm," Usopp exclaimed while cradling Chopper. "A severed leg." Chopper wept profusely, reduced to a pitiful little figure. Luo Ling presented them with a new choice. "You may also opt to grow stronger." "To grow stronger? Then let me become stronger," Luo Ling exclaimed. Luffy swiftly regained his optimistic demeanor. "We still need an opportunity." A day later, the young boy lay on the deck of the Thousand Sunny, basking in the warm sunlight. Yamato was animatedly recounting the formidable powers and martial arts of the New World. Although her words seemed rather ordinary to Luo Ling, they were regarded as a vital means of empowerment by the Straw Hat crew. Luo Ling sensed that the opportunity was approaching, a moment to shatter their illusions and confront the harsh realities of the New World. Nami, as was her custom, purchased a newspaper. Upon glancing at it, she found herself momentarily frozen in place, soon followed by an increasing number of companions who likewise stood in stunned silence. Loring appeared to be aware of the unfolding events, patiently waiting in silence. It is quite commonplace for one to face defeat. Whether it be Ace or Luffy, one must endure in order to grow. The distinction this time lies in the presence of both him and Sabo. The war at the summit shall not end in failure. "Loring," Luffy exclaimed, rousing all those who had been in a stupor. "Ace is to be executed." Luo Ling rose gracefully, exuding an air of calmness. Without a trace of panic, "Let us set forth, advance to impel down." Chapter 41. A significant event, the Kaido Pirate Alliance. Impel down. Although the atmosphere here appeared tranquil, beneath the surface, significant upheavals had already transpired. Recently, Jinbe had defied the summons of the 7 warlords of the sea and was imprisoned in the underground prison. The first level. Luo Ling calmly stepped out from the airlock with his hands in his pockets, followed closely by Day and Luffy. Ace should be on the 6th level, a hidden layer known to few. The stronghold of Impel Down is filled with formidable adversaries. We must not allow those nefarious individuals to escape. Luo Ling has always harbored a deep aversion towards Luffy's decision to liberate countless prisoners from Impel Down. He is acutely aware that those individuals, now free, may wreak havoc and take the lives of countless innocents. Luffy nodded in acknowledgement, as Zoro, Sanji, and others joined the conversation. "Haki is the most effective means to counter the abilities of devil fruit users. You must continuously grow stronger, for this is also your adventure, and I shall not intervene." "Aren't you coming with me to rescue Ace?" Luffy inquired, puzzled, as he recalled Luo Ling's audacious nature. "I must confront an even more terrifying adversary." "You should proceed without me." Luo Ling chose to remain in ambush, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Blackbeard pirates. Even if Luffy were to venture in alone, he would face no peril, how much less so when the entire Straw Hat crew, accompanied by Yamato, was present. Before long, their whereabouts were discovered. A portal of air materialized, and Luo stepped into a cage to conceal himself. "Hey, who are you?" he inquired, feeling diminutive before the imposing figure of a fierce and towering man standing before him. Luo Ling flashed a smile at him, noncommittal. With a display of his conqueror's haki, he rendered everyone in the cage unconscious. Communicating through the transponder snail, a series of beeps and gurgles ensued. "Luo Ling, this is Sabo. Where are you?" "I am en route to Marineford, without any companions. This battle is far too perilous." "What about you?" Sabo's urgency was palpable. Having rushed to action upon learning of the impending public execution of Port Gasti, Ace. "I am with Luffy. We shall certainly arrive at a pivotal moment," Luo Ling calmly remarked, fully aware of the formidable adversaries that awaited him. Time passed gradually, and the atmosphere in Impel Down became increasingly lively. More and more forces began to encircle the Straw Hat crew. He remained undisturbed in his position, arms crossed, taking a moment to rest. After a while, the transponder snail rang. Luo Ling, we must depart from Impel Down and head towards Marineford. Where are you? Ivan Koff's voice echoed through the device. I need to wait a little longer. You may proceed without me. Luo Ling set down the phone bug, continuing to wait. The time until the execution was drawing near. Deep within the underground of the city, on the 6th level, the crew led by Teach strode arrogantly, unperturbed as they gazed upon a prison cell. He had accepted a group of comrades, yet his eyes were drawn to another cell that had been opened. Two colossal figures stared back at him with predatory gazes. Kaido of the 100 Beasts and the demon heir, Barrett. How could you be imprisoned here? Silence. Barrett and Kaido stepped out side by side, with the Calamities, King and Queen, trailing behind. What are you scheming? Kaido glared at him. Crushing an iron pillar into a twisted mass, the flame scorching it into a new spiked club. Ha ha ha. Shall we form a pirate alliance? A new era is upon us. Let us venture forth to the new world together. To Marineford, Kaido. Barrett. Blackbeard's ambition swelled, his laughter resounding wildly. Not interested. I already have a pirate alliance, Kaido replied dispassionately, though he was intrigued by the prospect of visiting Marineford. Teach, astonished, exclaimed. You two Haven T actually formed a pirate alliance, have you? Is that even permissible? Barrett's sharp gaze reflected the exhilarating sensation of wielding power freely. Marineford. A monumental war is about to erupt, one that will be etched into history. How delightful it would be to witness the downfall of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. Magellan, having just dealt with Funkaray, arrived, panting. The forces within Impel Down were dwindling, signifying a battle fought in solitude for the sake of justice. The toxins coiled around him like a great dragon, his eyes growing ever colder. Blackbeard Teach, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, the demon heir Barrett, alongside King and Queen. He gasped for breath, the toxin spreading, slowly corroding the 6th level. You wretches, who destroy justice and wreak havoc upon countless lives, what gives you the right to exist? The monstrous figures turned to him, their eyes brimming with disdain. Shiryu of the Rain possessed the antidote. With so many strong adversaries utilizing Haki, 3 Magellans would not suffice. Shiryu of the Rain, release the decision I made in error. Magellan, fortified by sheer will, transformed the purple toxins into a blood-red hue. A colossal skeleton endeavoring to devour all sins and evils. Giant of poison, judgment of hell. So be it. Let the venom of the poison fruit cleanse the sins of Impel Down. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Dark passage. Seeking death. The 3 monsters attacked simultaneously, lightning surging forth. Magellan was immediately drawn in by the shadows, while Barrett's fist, infused with Haki, surged toward his heart. Who do you intend to judge? After the assault, the already weakened Magellan coughed up black blood, staggering back a few steps, nearly losing consciousness. Clenching his fists, he fought to remain upright. Taking a deep breath to force himself to regain clarity. I will judge you damned villains. He roared, aware that another attack would surely render him unconscious. Suddenly, the predatory gazes that had intended to consume him vanished, replaced by a palpable wariness. The sound of footsteps approached as a youth sauntered over, yawning. Apologies, everyone. I was just tidying up those who attempted to escape, hence my tardiness. He smiled cheerfully, igniting a flicker of battle intent within Kaido and Barrett. Shiryu of the Rain seethed with a desire to rend him to pieces. The prominent figure of the GM army. One of the men at the pinnacle of power in this world, the demon lord Luo Ling, was rumored to have secretly escaped from Impel Down. Who would have thought he would still be here? Blackbeard laughed heartily, unabashedly revealing his arrogance. He was confident that any ability user would be restrained before the powers of the dark fruit. Teach, your grand plans are destined to fail. With a snap of his fingers, Loring opened a portal in a corner of Impel Down. This gateway led outside the prison, towards the waters of Marineford. Suddenly, on the deck of a naval warship sailing swiftly across the ocean, the air portal swung open, and a gravely injured Vaughn Clay tumbled out. Little Vaughn! Luffy exclaimed in astonishment, and everyone was moved to tears of joy, while the Candleman expressed his delight. It is said that this is Loring's extraordinary ability. Ji-Bei, the sea warrior, had merely heard tales of it. He shared a deep bond with Ace and often kept abreast of news regarding Loring. Just how many brothers does the Straw Hat Kid possess? Crocodile exhaled a puff of smoke. You seem rather dissatisfied, Sand Crocodile. Loring is a powerhouse within our GM army, capable of rivaling the 4 emperors and admirals. Ivankov declared proudly, hands on hips. Impel Down. Level 6. Luo Ling patted Magellan on the shoulder. What do you intend to do? Magellan endured the excruciating pain. Join the GM army, Magellan? In your dreams. Indeed, that was the response one would expect. Loring chuckled softly, shaking his head as he gazed upon this makeshift pirate alliance. The demon lord is here. Passage ahead is forbidden. In an instant, the atmosphere plummeted to a frigid stillness. Yet he stood undaunted before this assembly of monsters. Magellan clutched his abdomen, on the verge of uttering something, but the words lingered on his lips before retreating into silence. In his heart, he could only muster two words. Thank you. Chapter 42. You must wait for me, Ace ha ha ha. I truly admire your audacity. Blackbeard bellowed, his laughter echoing louder and louder until he realized that, apart from his initial few loyal crew members, no one else joined in his mirth. Barrett and Blackbeard's new crew had all felt the sting of Loring's fist. The beast pirates, represented by Kaido, had been personally cast into impel down by him. Luo Ling is but a solitary figure, yet he embodies something beyond mere humanity. As he stands before this assembly of monsters, he is a singular force, capable of contending against a multitude. His disheveled hair cascades wildly, and towering over 3 meters, he harbors a strength akin to that of a beast. Beneath his black cloak lies a defiant smile. With his fists raised, he gazes down upon the throngs with unparalleled pride. Blackbeard, ever astute, perceives the underlying threat with a mere glance. Silently retreating behind the crowd, a dark aura encroaches, spreading across the ground, attempting to envelop both Luo Ling and Magellan in its shroud. His dark fruit possesses abilities reminiscent of sea prism stones, capable of significantly diminishing the powers of its wielder, even actively absorbing the strength of devil fruits. This young man is profoundly skilled in every aspect. To vanquish him, one must exert every ounce of effort, leaving him no opportunity for recovery. As Kaido speaks, Barrett unleashes an overwhelming aura of dominance. The beast pirates. The Blackbeard pirates. Barrett. The atmosphere surges, with the varying strengths of their auras intertwining on the 6th level. In stark contrast, on Luo Ling's side, Magellan bears grievous wounds, rendering him nearly powerless. You should tend to your injuries, lest you be harmed when I unleash my full strength. Together, their might could obliterate any kingdom. Magellan is acutely aware of this. Alongside Shiryu of the Rain, they are heralded as the twin pillars of Impel Down, with the world proclaiming him to possess powers closest to that of an admiral. Were it not for the frequent affliction of his fruit's side effects, his combat prowess would escalate considerably. Even so, he feels an unprecedented weight of pressure when confronted by these monsters. The youth remains unfazed, even as he traverses Impel Down with ease. He could have utilized the door fruit to escape first, but chose instead to prevent countless villains from fleeing. A glance around reveals a grim tableau. From the 1st to the 6th level, corpses litter the ground, all fallen at the hands of Luo Ling, scoundrels and pirates alike. He has spared none. Prior to rescuing Little Feng, Luo Ling had already swept through Impel Down. His arrival at the 6th level was not a matter of preference, but a final step. Shadow Clone Technique. Luo Ling formed a seal and uttered 3 words, instantly summoning 36 manifestations of himself, each adorned with a radiant smile, appearing in various corners. Hundreds of air portals manifested within the confined space. Chi Tian. The avatars transformed alongside the original, enveloped in swirling clouds and mist. In a flash, they vanished into the air portals, re-emerging as streaks of light that darted swiftly. Each avatar possessed merely 1/10 of the original's combat prowess. Yet this did not imply a lack of strength. A mere fraction of the 4 Emperors and Admiral level power was sufficient to overwhelm most adversaries. The sole limitation lay in the consumption of haki and physical stamina. When pushed to the brink, they would dissipate into nothingness. Moreover, 1/10 of the original's strength would be riddled with vulnerabilities when faced with formidable opponents like Kaido and Barrett, who could easily exploit any opportunity for a lethal strike. So powerful, Bai has found it hard to believe that a single avatar of Luo Ling could leave him gasping for breath, with speed and strength dominating him in every regard. Even the formidable Flying Five struggled to mount any effective defense against Luo Ling. The battle swiftly tilted in Luo Ling's favor. Shall we continue this farce? Barrett grumbled with dissatisfaction. I intend to shatter his skull. Kaido appeared to be plotting something. Meanwhile, Blackbeard, shrouded in darkness, endured dozens of blows while continuously exclaiming in pain, yet emerged unscathed, a testament to his formidable physique. The avatars of Luo Ling traversed through door after door, relentlessly launching attacks. Magellan, astonished, realized that he alone could intimidate so many formidable opponents. A sharp pain gripped his abdomen, and just as he contemplated seeking relief, the earth began to tremble. The legendary conquerors Haki, Kaido and Barrett unleashed their respective Haki within Luo Ling's domain, yet he remained utterly unresponsive. At that moment, Blackbeard appeared to be preparing something. He clasped his hands together. Darkness enveloped from the outer circle, encasing all the doors and swiftly consuming them. After some probing, the three exchanged slight frowns. They were merely illusions. His true self was no longer advancing towards the city. They replied in unison. Thus, he must have headed to Marineford. Pursue him. He must be eliminated. This revelation left the recently defeated Fly 5-pack and Bags feeling profoundly ashamed. Has the true essence of Loring truly slipped away long ago? If so, have they not all been played for fools? The Conqueror's Haki and the Dark Cave techniques obliterated every door and avatar, rendering the 6th level eerily silent. Subsequently, their smiles turned grotesque. Magellan clutched his abdomen, enduring the pain, and lamented, "I have been deceived." Known as the Demon Lord, he has faced defeat on numerous occasions. Yet each time has managed to turn peril into safety. One might find it tragic to believe such a person could truly be wretched. Kaido raised his kanabo, poised to deliver yet another greeting befitting an emperor to Magellan. The situation was dire, yet your devil fruit could conveniently offer a gift to the Grim Reaper. Blackbeard, brimming with pride, mused that if the Grim Reaper, Q, could acquire the poison fruit, it would be nothing short of splendid. Barrett, having grown immensely powerful over the years, thrived even without the use of a devil fruit in the 6th level, but that did not mean he harbored no hatred for Magellan, let alone the others. Under such a magnitude of assault, Magellan had no choice but to face death. Let us go. Magellan conjured a poisonous dragon once more, preparing for a desperate fight. A large hand seized him, dragging him behind the door. Kaido had initially been testing the waters. He understood that one must never let down their guard against Loring. The instant that hand appeared, he activated flame clouds and propelled himself forward with utmost speed. Indeed, you remain, cunning as ever. Barrett swiftly transitioned into his devil form. Loring's true essence must be captured. What a continuous surprise. The Demon Lord, a blend of cunning and strength, truly elicits envy. What treasure has the GM army stumbled upon? Blackbeard erupted in curses. Although he could counter abilities with the dark fruit, he himself was also an ability user. Were several still in pursuit? Another door swung open. This one colossal, encompassing the corridor of the 6th level from top to bottom. Teach turned his head, noticing another door of equal size behind him. At the moment Kaido and Barrett launched their attacks, the door opened. A single strike, conquering the heavens. The sea erupted violently, flooding every chamber of the 6th level, with Kaido and Barrett being the first to bear the brunt. Dragon Breath. Fusion. The Azure Dragon exhaled searing flames, filling the already confined space with steam. The deafening sound of evaporating seawater ringing in their ears. Barrett amalgamated all structures into his form, his massive figure shimmering with a blue glow, as his gigantic hand crashed towards another door. Dark Cave Technique. Blackbeard grounded himself, creating a miniature black hole to consume both doors. The coalition that had once turned peril into safety found themselves ensnared in a stalemate once more. Is Loring still advancing towards the city after collapsing? Just moments ago, he was concealed. What about now? The mere thought sends shivers down my spine. Here, only Teach cannot afford to linger. He understands that he must journey to Marineford to obtain the Tremor fruit. A sense of intimidation quietly takes shape, truly miraculous. The sky is a sea of clouds. While Luo Ling soared through the skies, she dispatched 3 of her clones back to impel down, intending to confound them. You must wait for me, Ace. Chapter 43. Big Brother, I have arrived. The 6th level of Impel Down. The crowd exchanged glances, perplexed. Is Loring truly absent? His continuous absence instills a sense of trepidation among us. Remaining here is akin to awaiting our demise, once the Malin Vondo War concludes. We shall undoubtedly face the onslaught of the naval admiral. Barrett stepped forward decisively, resolved to no longer linger. A door materialized from the wall, seeking death. With an overwhelming display of power, he unleashed a punch, pursuing relentlessly. A classic tactic to draw the tiger from its mountain lair. Blackbeard was aware that this was Lorling's deliberate ploy, yet he could not afford any further delays. Otherwise, the ambitious individuals behind him would inevitably descend into infighting. Let us proceed. Without a second thought, he would charge forward regardless of the upheaval that lay ahead, advancing beyond the city limits. On the raft, aboard the great vessel, Luo Ling stood with his arms crossed, waiting for a prolonged moment, a presence that lingered ominously. Teach and his crew leapt down, surrounding him for an assault. The Blackbeard pirates united to vanquish the Demon King. A mighty azure dragon roared skyward, its back laden with the formidable members of the beast pirates. Brother Kaido, is this truly the right course of action? Jean pondered, sensing it might tarnish Kaido's authority. The ship is too slow, what I say goes, Kaido declared, flicking his tail to take flight. Suddenly, he felt his tail ensnared by an immense force. The beast pirates turned to see Luo Ling soaring through the air, gripping tightly. In mid-flight, Barrett struck Luo Ling away, propelling him directly toward Kaido's back. Who do you think you are, daring to ascend the back of our captain Kaido? Jack seethed, drawing his twin blades in a fit of fury. Quinn intervened, asserting, this is a matter for the captain. It is not our place to meddle. Shouldn't a solitary figure like you have severed ties with the alliance upon leaving Impel Down? Kaido discerned that Barrett's nature would lead to the dissolution of their alliance once he departed Impel Down, for he, like Red Count, trusted no one. As you said, we must hasten to Marineford. Barrett offered no explanation, turning his gaze to the two Luo Lings, then glancing at the one entangled with the Blackbeard pirates at sea. It appeared all three were his fruit clones. Your subordinates cannot contend with them. Kaido, focus on the journey ahead. His shoulder twitched, and in the blink of an eye, he materialized before Luo Ling, his fist enveloped in an overwhelming conqueror's haki. Swiftly, the Azure Dragon understood the implication. He lacked the time to deal with Luo Ling's clone, and the calamities could only reach a stalemate at best. Barrett had essentially procured himself a ticket aboard the vessel. Handling a clone would take no more than 10 minutes. Yet, the relentless advance of the monsters toward Marineford could not be halted. The ocean churned violently. The Blackbeard pirates had successfully eliminated the lurking threats. The raft ship departed from the waters of Impel Down. The old man has made his move. Teach laughed maniacally, envisioning the magnificent power that would soon belong to him. Captain, I desire Luo Ling's door fruit. Bagus, heavily injured, continued his reckless banter. It was suspected he possessed at least 2 devil fruits. Who would claim the other? The drunkard burped, causing everyone's eyes to glimmer with anticipation. Who wouldn't wish to attain such unparalleled strength? Let us set forth, lads. Ha. Blackbeard seemed to foresee the moment he seized the tremor fruit, aspiring to dominate the world. 10 minutes prior, at Marineford, the war on the summit had reached a fever pitch. Luffy and his comrades emerged dramatically onto the battlefield, initiating a fierce clash. At a critical moment, the Conqueror's haki incapacitated the Executioner soldiers. So far, it appeared that little had changed. As the two brothers emerged from the flames, Whitebeard lay grievously wounded. Akainu, employing provocation, sought to retain Ace. The Whitebeard pirates were in disarray, and Luffy fell to the ground. Evil men must perish, you remnants of the old era. What right do you have to continue your wicked ways? Molten lava dripped to the ground, melting stone and corpses alike. Die, son of the dragon, Monkey D. Luffy. This punch, once it landed, could create a gaping hole even in the sun god. Ace. Luffy turned. But Akainu's attack was so swift that he had no time to react. Only his brother Ace could match such speed. Flames surged forth, capable of transforming into fire, allowing the essence to hide. Yet to block this punch, it required a physical form, for otherwise, it was his brother who would be pierced. As the elder brother, how could he not give his all to shield him? In that moment, molten lava radiated extreme heat, the fist drawing perilously close, an unstoppable force. Ace, enveloped in armament haki, understood he could not withstand this blow. A vivid memory flashed through his mind. He was still but a child. Luo Ling had repeatedly advised him to cultivate his domineering spirit and to become sufficiently strong. Over the years, his mastery of armament haki had reached an advanced level, capable of enveloping his entire being. However, since acquiring the Mera no Mi, he had devoted more energy to developing his observation haki. At this moment, no matter how formidable his observation haki was, there was no evading the impending confrontation. As a man, there are certain challenges one must face head-on. Brother, he did not harbor regret. Rather, he recognized that he had fallen short of Luo Ling's teachings. If only his armament haki were stronger, he might have lived to see him again. In this world, only that youth could compel him to willingly call out brother. Suddenly, as the hurricane surged, igniting the back of Ace's fists, a colossal circular air gate, twice the size of his fist, opened. With this punch unleashed, a great hole was blasted through Akainu's back. Brother has arrived. Luo Ling emerged from the door, panting heavily. Barely a second after his appearance in the crowd's line of sight, a figure, akin to a shooting star, dashed forth and abruptly halted beside Akainu. Clad in a long trench coat, one hand wielding a steel pipe and the other morphing into a dragon's claw. He gathered the awakened level of armament hockey and launched a direct assault. A legion of souls. Akaina swiftly countered the strike, his fury already boiling over. Do you comprehend the gravity of what you are obstructing? A sentencing capable of suppressing an entire era of pirates? How many innocents shall perish because of your actions? Yet you dare to call yourselves the GM army. Sakazuki's chest heaved with intensity, the righteousness behind him fueling his uncontainable wrath. The Hellhound. This punch was swifter than that of Weno, targeting none other than the still reeling Luo Ling. Luo Ling's expression changed dramatically as her palm transformed into a dragon's claw. Employing the fishman karate technique, a colossal wave materialized from thin air, coalescing into the form of a dragon's head, which she launched without hesitation. Dragon Emperor. Boom. The sea surged relentlessly, evaporating under intense heat, yet the water she expelled only increased, her speed ever accelerating. Akaina withstood this fierce assault head-on, causing all of Luo Ling's stored seawater to vanish entirely. The Tenjin fruit granted her the ability to manipulate and absorb water, a skill she had utilized to attack Kaido and others while impelled down. She had not anticipated that a Kainu-S magma dog would deplete it all in one fell swoop. Blocked it. The immortal bird Marco turned to observe. The preceding spectacle was astonishing. Ace and Luffy had narrowly escaped death at Akainu's hands. What manner of beast was this? The left and right arms of the GM army's leader, Dragon? What was their connection to Fire Fist Ace? Don Quixote da Flamingo, reveling in his own delight, manipulated strings to control a throng of pirates and marines engaged in brutal combat. There he was again, that individual perpetually at the center of the storm. Kazara glanced over, casually dispatching a pirate from the Whitebeard crew with a kick to vent his frustration. Could one truly withstand the magma dog? Akiji exhaled a breath of cold air, clearly astonished by the outcome. Gura Gura Gura. Whitebeard, invigorated, felt a surge of life even as he approached death's door. Witnessing this moment filled him with unbridled joy. Sons, venture forth into the sea. This is your era. His muscles tensed, curving into an arc as he struck the air with a fist, producing a resounding crack. The very foundations of marine ford trembled, the ocean engulfing all. Chapter 44. The war at the summit begins on the chairs of the three admirals. The elderly man with white hair remained silent, caught between elation and sorrow. Ace had been saved. The four foolish children had gathered. As their grandfather, he should feel joy. Yet the weight of justice was suffocating. He clenched his teeth, the shift in his gaze inscrutable. His longtime comrade, Sengoku, descended the stone platform beside him. The once despondent Marines, whose spirits had waned, now rallied with renewed fervor. Garp, Sengoku was taking action. Yet, the pirate captain, Whitebeard, remained gravely injured. The battle raged on. They must continue to fight, unafraid, for the justice they bore was the hope of countless souls. Sengoku transformed into a great Buddha, radiating golden light. Each word he uttered seemed to possess an enchanting power, stirring the hearts of all. We have faced formidable foes before. What of the Pirate King, or the Golden Lion, or the Red Count? Justice knows no fear. Fight to the end, Marines. Garp stood in silence, refraining from striking at Whitebeard. His mere presence deterred any pirate from approaching. For 30 years, it was not justice that shaped Garp. It was this old man and his cherished friends who upheld it. Gura Gura Gura, are we, the old-timers, destined to part ways? Sengoku, Garp. Whitebeard seized the air as if tearing apart the very heavens. Marineford began to collapse. They were not merely fighting, they were bidding farewell. Perhaps since the battle at God Valley, they had forged a bond of mutual respect, both adversaries and allies. Little ones, if you wish to commit misdeeds, you must first step over my fallen body. Garp stood with arms crossed, bellowing at all pirates and the four brothers. The four who had already escaped rejoiced, knowing that the old man would never turn against them. The earth trembled. Luffy, exhausted and devoid of strength, gasped, Sabo, you're still alive. Bang. Luo Ling delivered a punch to him. Fool, how dare you participate in the summit war with such weakness? Ace helped Luffy to his feet, smiling without uttering a word. Bang. Loring struck each of them with a punch. And you, Ace, if you do not diligently practice your hockey, will you willingly throw yourself into danger again when faced with such circumstances? Sabo, I urged you to depart sooner, had I not delayed momentarily. You would have been left to desperately rescue Luffy from Akainu. Loring, filled with exasperation, truly wished to chastise the three of them. In truth, they had longed to weep tears of joy at their reunion, yet this battle offered them no opportunity to do so. Wait a moment. Luo Ling stood before Luffy and Ace. The hourglass commenced its analysis, acquiring a multitude of attributes. Vitality 10, 000, Vitality 3, 800, anger 3, 406, resentment 6, 000, fear 7, 034, suffering 4, 380, vitality 3, 804. Upon completion of the hourglass analysis, the surroundings of Marineford were filled with an array of bubbles. Shall the extraction proceed? Extract. Roran removed the fatigue-infused bubbles from Ace and Luffy, infusing them with vitality and fervor that was larger than their own heads. I felt my strength accelerating in its recovery. Ace, who had sustained injuries from his battle with Blackbeard, now began to experience a sense of comfort as his body commenced rapid healing. Roran, I'm no longer in pain, Luffy exclaimed joyfully, bouncing back to life. You have yet to reach a state of perfect integration. Bodily recovery does not equate to the restoration of your haki, so do not overexert yourselves. Luo Ling gazed solemnly upwards. The execution platform lay in ruins, having collapsed to the ground. A white-haired elder, resembling a titan, emerged. Hundreds of warships materialized on the horizon. The world government, someone exclaimed, realizing that this battle involved not only the Navy but also the world government, which had been on high alert. Ironbone Kong. Whitebeard instantly recognized this man, who had been shrouded in the shadows of the warring states, as none other than the former Marine Admirals Carp and Zifa from the era of Sengoku, the Grand Marshal of the World Army. A man standing atop the pinnacle of global power. Since the involvement of Sengoku and Carp, a new Admiral-level force had been added to the fray. After rescuing Monkey D. Luffy from the clutches of the GM army, Ironbone Kong had set forth, heading towards the Grand Line. From the very beginning, we have been awaiting your arrival. Roaring, Akainu said with a grim expression. Kizaru transformed into a beam of light and stood beside him. This is Marineford, almost at the center of the world. A symbol of justice. How can we allow you to exploit it? I shall take my leave, and you cannot detain me. The Whitebeard pirates find it exceedingly challenging to contend with such formidable powers. Garp, Sengoku, Steelbone, Akainu, Kizaru, Akiji. Even if Whitebeard is immensely powerful, he must enter standing and leave horizontally. The presence of one more roaring equates to one more corpse. Who do you think you are being so audacious? Behind the three admirals, Garp spoke in a deep voice. He had no choice but to act, as the weight of justice compelled him to take this step. Old man. Luo Ling dared not let down his guard, activating his Chition state, surrounded by swirling clouds and mist, using a portal to replenish the seawater. Truly, the prowess of the Navy is undeniable. Unless all four emperors are present, one cannot withstand a direct confrontation. He voiced this sentiment, yet his fingers snapped nonchalantly. Portals of air manifested upon the water's surface and the ice layer. Come on, remaining here will only lead to your demise. More monsters will soon arrive. This shall be the most terrifying melee in history. Loring approached Whitebeard, his expression inscrutable, and casually tossed a sphere of vitality toward him. What have you done? Newgate's voice was deep, as he sensed that Loring's seemingly benign gesture had accelerated the healing of his wounds. Soon, an incredulous glimmer flickered in Whitebeard's eyes. Though he concealed it with his unwavering composure, even the burns from the molten lava could heal, despite his internal organs and visage having been reduced to mere ash. The sphere of vitality represented pure life force. As long as the brain and heart persisted, merely holding on to a breath was sufficient for rebirth. The bubbles were merely an overflow of attributes. The weak easily succumbed to fear and injury, while the strong faced immense difficulty, yet even when wounded, they would not cower, instead halting and diminishing their own afflictions. For instance, the restoration of life was the essence of this form. Thank you for caring for Ace. I am his elder brother. Whitebeard exclaimed. Ace, it is truly fortunate to have brothers like you. He erupted into laughter, having previously doubted anyone could surpass Kaido in vitality. It was only when Loring employed that miraculous method to heal him that Whitebeard became convinced of its efficacy. Do not overthink it. This can merely restore you to your prior state. Even if you recover, your aging and asthma persist. I can only alleviate a portion. The vitality bubbles could mend injuries, whether to organs or nerves. Yet, the cells themselves were already aged and afflicted. If there existed bubbles of youth or healing, they could fundamentally resolve ailments and aging. What he achieved was merely a respite, but that was enough. Whitebeard's face rapidly healed, the necrotic flesh from the gaping wounds of his innards shedding its charred ash. Regrowing anew. All personnel retreat. Back to the sea. Newgate bellowed, issuing commands. It was then that Ace led Luffy and Sabo away, step by step. Hurry. Old man will hold them off. That is the captain's order. The immortal Marco stood behind his brothers, fending off the Navy's pursuit. Wonderful. Old man will not die. He will not die. Ace laughed heartily, having awakened his observation haki, now keenly perceptive, far surpassing his armament haki. Whitebeard's condition was improving, thanks to lowering S-power. Sabo felt equally astonished, having diligently trained in martial arts and haki, all reaching the awakening level. Indeed, the man whose chest had been shattered was nearing recovery. His face restored to its former glory. The strong had yet to take action. In the midst of the turmoil, both the Whitebeard and Navy factions find themselves in anticipation. Their shared trait being an extraordinary perception of their surroundings. A multitude of monstrous entities has arrived. Whitebeard's lips curl into a smile, with Ace resurrected. He can finally fight with everything he has. Regardless of the nature of these monsters, they shall witness the might of the Tremor fruit. The situation at Impel Down has deteriorated significantly. Steel-jawed Sengoku stands resolute, while the three admirals remain silent, each bearing distinct expressions. Suddenly, Garp steps forward, prompting the others to follow suit. Ha ha ha. It seems you've all been waiting for us. Blackbeard descends with his crew from above. The sound of a dragon's roar echoing as figures plummet from the sky. Garp, Sengoku, I have missed you dearly. Barrett's laughter is maniacal. After 2 decades of harboring hatred for Garp, he taunts, "Old man, you're still alive?" Kaido casts a disdainful gaze over the assembly, transforming into his human form on the icy surface. The 7 warlords of the sea react with varying expressions. The scale of this battle has summoned forth a host of terrifying creatures. Doflamingo's laughter crescendos. Kaido, Moria, bristling with ambition, yearns to turn him into a zombie. It appears that Kaido is absent from their pact. Mihawk remains unfazed, for no matter how formidable, it is merely a sword strike. I feel as though I have encountered him before, remarks the Empress, delivering a kick that sends an attacker flying. On the horizon, the Whitebeard pirates initiate a massive retreat. The Moby Dick has set sail, accelerating into the distance. Ace, Yamato exclaims, embracing him in joyous surprise. It's been so long. As Ace retaliates with a punch, they gradually distance themselves from Marineford, where the island falls into an eerie silence. An unusual calm engulfs the area. Without warning, the Conqueror's haki erupts, intensifying as more and more join the clash. The greatest war in history has commenced. Kaido roars with laughter, swinging his weapon to signal the start of the conflict. Garp leaps into action, targeting Barrett. Amidst the chaos, elite Marine soldiers succumb to the overwhelming aura. Even seasoned captains find themselves incapacitated, frothing at the mouth. The Conqueror's haki is unleashed recklessly, a relentless barrage that makes maintaining composure nearly impossible. The expression of the Ghost Spider turns sour as his companion begins to falter. As a vice admiral of the Navy, adept in dual haki, he finds himself struggling to remain conscious before this horde of monsters. Doflamingo seizes the opportunity to ensnare Moria with a long line. "What are you doing, Doflamingo?" Moria squawks, clutching a shadow in his grasp. He had aimed to observe the battle, hoping for an opportunity to strike Kaido. "Keep it down, Moria. Those who wish to kill you do not want to draw attention," Doflamingo advises, gesturing towards the sky. Enraged, Moria swallows the shadow, rising in fury. "Do you think I, Moria, can be bullied by anyone?" As the confrontation escalates, Mihawk restrains his blade, sensing that something monumental is unfolding and wishing to observe the battle closely. Remaining here would be a waste of time. The Whitebeard pirates have retreated, marking a victory for the Navy. Hancock turns to leave, for the forthcoming battle lies beyond the terms of their agreement. The elderly lady surveys the conflict, stating with a hint of melancholy, "Your proclaimed victory seems devoid of meaning." As the Chief of Staff of the Navy, she comprehends the true significance of the ongoing struggle. On the distant sea, a group of individuals cheers aboard their vessel. Ivankov and others have successfully departed, leaving behind the clown Buggy, who gallantly provides cover for the Whitebeard pirates. What a spectacle! Captain Buggy soars through the sky. Unbeknownst to them, Buggy's legs are hidden in the cabin, trembling with fear. He dangles in midair, paralyzed by terror, cursing inwardly. With so much Conqueror's haki, I must flee or face certain doom. Yet, he holds a live broadcast snail, streaming the scene to the world. In the vivid display, the world witnesses Whitebeard, Loring, Kaido, Sengoku, and Barrett unleashing their Conqueror's haki, tearing Marineford into 5 distinct realms. The 3 admirals and Steeljaw Sengoku stand steadfast, contending against these 4 formidable auras. Suddenly, an unexpected figure emerges, devoid of any visible haki. He is imperceptible to the colors of armament, observation, or Conqueror's haki, as if they do not exist for him. In this moment, whoever can breach one of the Conqueror's haki wielders will unravel the tumultuous scene, Yet it also means they will face the fiercest onslaught of Haki. He raises his head, the wind billowing his cloak, the word justice resonating like a clarion call. Whitebeard, you are but a decaying tree. Your conqueror's Haki has waned considerably. Loring, a mere fledgling. Do not flaunt your novice skills. Kaido, the dregs of the defeated. Barrett, your conqueror's Haki pales in comparison to Roger's. Those fortunate enough to be sheltered behind Sengoku feel a renewed sense of courage with each of his remarks. He has always relished unrestrained combat, and at this moment, his words anchor the hearts of the Marines. Golden, black, crimson, purple, and white hues of conqueror's Haki envelop him, seemingly oblivious to its existence. The ultimate essence of combat, where Haki and physical prowess entwine, blurs the lines of human capability. Having fought tirelessly, he relentlessly pursued Roger's crew to the brink of despair. He strides confidently towards Barrett, who wears a defiant grin, seemingly convinced he can topple this elder. What a mockery, old man. Barrett retorts, acknowledging the truth in the comparison to Roger. The elder remains silent. He is but an old Marine, and being called an old man matters little. As long as the essence of justice persists in this world, it is enough. Over 30 years ago, a group once gathered on an island in the New World, claiming they could annihilate the world. Garp. In the tumultuous era of the warring states, a subtle gesture signaled him to refrain from uttering certain words. The time was not yet ripe. Curse it. Kaido was acutely aware that the topic at hand was the God Valley incident, an event that had revealed to him the prowess of Roger. Wahaha. Whitebeard chuckled, finding it all rather amusing, was it not? Once, they were all so youthful, yet now they stood aged, their hair as white as snow. Their vitality diminished like decaying wood. Do not be disheartened. Do not cower. Forge ahead relentlessly, vanquishing every foe that stands before you, regardless of their identity. Whether they be emperors, demons, or notorious pirates. As long as they draw breath, they can be defeated. With veins bulging, Garp leaped forth, unleashing his indomitable iron fist upon Barrett before him. I am in the prime of my life, while you have grown old. 20 years. Barrett, believing that his 2 decades of arduous training in armament Haki would allow him to triumph over this elderly adversary, transformed into his devil form, launching a confident punch in response. In the blink of an eye, Barrett's conqueror's Haki was ruthlessly shattered. All barriers of Haki crumbled, surging towards Garp with lethal intent. There was no trace of Haki flowing. It was as if every breath he took was inherently infused with Haki. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to a volcanic explosion. For forces tore the earth asunder, sending debris spiraling into a cloud of dust. Moments later, a towering figure shot forth like a cannonball, crashing directly into the concrete. The distant structures lay in ruins, reduced to a desolate wasteland. The demon's progeny laughed maniacally, rising to his feet, tilting his head, eyes brimming with trepidation. The strongest Marine in history, surveying the seas over the past 30 years, found only one comparable to the pirate King Roger, someone who, like him, did not rely on the powers of the devil fruit, but rather on Haki to attain the pinnacle of strength. I nearly shattered every bone. A smile graced Barrett's lips. He felt gratified, for only by battling someone of true prowess like Garp could he find excitement. Amidst the dust, Garp emerged unscathed, devoid of blood or weakness. He bellowed with laughter. Who else wishes to challenge this old man? Mr. Garp. Akiji, witnessing this spectacle, could only whisper in acknowledgement. He knew well that Garp would never fall. He was indeed the legendary hero, Garp. Luo Ling found himself at a loss for words. For he was likely to be targeted by Kizaru and Akainu in the ensuing chaos. The situation was ever-changing, and no one could predict what lay ahead. Old fellow. Shall we join forces? Kaido inquired with a smile towards Whitebeard. Years ago, it was Newgate who had extended the invitation to Kaido to join the crew. A gesture made on behalf of Captain Rocks at Hive Island. Despite the years that had passed, rivalries notwithstanding, they were both faced with the might of the Navy. Take care of yourself, Whitebeard exclaimed, delivering a tremendous punch that sent tremors through Marineford once more. What an enviable display of power. In Teach size, there was an insatiable desire for the tremor fruit. Legends were returning, and fate lingered in contemplation. Darkness, tremors, magma, ice, and flashes of light intertwined, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Luo Ling has been encircled by numerous generals. The old man's personal display has concluded. Now it is time for Luo Ling's battle. He remains composed, and as he enters the state of Chi Tian, portals of air leading to the sea have materialized in the void. The stabilizing pillar of the sea. As Luo Ling struck the ground with his golden staff, 13 air gates unleashed a colossal column of seawater. Enveloped within, he created a flawless barrier in the void. The seawater coalesced into a great bell, sheltering him as it spiraled continuously. He intended to employ the fishman martial arts to directly confront the ability user. Ironbone Kong. Witnessing Luo Ling for the first time, sent Poison Q flying with a single punch, discerning Luo Ling's intentions. Stay inside, he commanded. Akiji stepped forward, instantly enveloping the entire seawater bell in a chilling aura, transforming it into a sculpture of ice. Your actions hinder my ability to eliminate him. Akainu roared, smashing a large hole through the ice. To face 3 formidable marine powers alone, you are indeed confident, fearsome demon lord Luo Ling, remarked Kizaru, though his tone bore a growing seriousness. Are you two perhaps settling personal scores? Luo Ling chuckled mischievously and snapped his fingers with a crisp sound. The seawater clock was merely a fade. The true mechanism lay behind the door beneath the clock. This was a circular portal with a radius of no less than 50 meters. Ladies and gentlemen, good luck, he declared, just as the words left his lips. The ocean currents surged skyward. It was a miscalculation. Akiji exhaled a frigid breath. He had already begun to crystallize ice at the utmost speed. Yet the ascending currents were far too swift to be contained. They might be in the heavens. Let us first engage in battle. With a mischievous grin, Lawling approached Akiji, commanding the sea, which swirled around his arms and fingers. The force surged forth, erupting suddenly. Dragon Emperor. Violent Akiji. The sea dragon roared, while the ice bird screeched. Chapter 46. Super Synthesis. Fruit Fusion. The ice bird unfurled its wings, transforming into a chilling gale that swept across the ground. The water dragon spiraled upward, enveloped in an aura of dominance. Upon their encounter, the water dragon, which should have been frozen, collided forcefully, shielded by the overwhelming presence. Akiji's ice was adept at freezing, slowing down his adversaries, seemingly insignificant. Yet in the heat of battle amongst the powerful, a single confrontation could indeed alter the tide of combat. The water dragon, under the command of Luo Ling, surged forth with agility, its advantage lying in its remarkable mobility, allowing it to accelerate continuously. With a decisive strike, the dragon's claws slashed through, seemingly altering the course of the battle in that critical moment. Can you perceive my inability to launch a free attack? Aware of Luo Ling's formidable aura, which could mitigate the chilling onslaught by enveloping the water dragon, Akiji realized that rather than squander time, it would be wiser to dispel it himself. With a commanding voice, he ordered the ice bird to shatter, releasing a piercing wail as countless ice feathers, sharp as blades, rained down. The icy blades penetrated every crevice of the water dragon's scales, exploiting the constantly flowing seawater, while the aura itself perpetually shifted, creating vast coverage with fleeting vulnerabilities. The penetrating ice blades rapidly encased the water dragon in frost. The once agile creature came to an abrupt halt, fracturing into a swirling tempest of ice and frost. Yet, ice is not merely a means of freezing. Personal ingenuity is indeed the essence of the devil fruit's true potential. Luo Ling was equally astonished. Akiji's attacks were not merely reliant on elemental essence. This added a layer of enjoyment to the combat. The hourglass began its analysis, detecting the presence of characters, Whitebeard, Sengoku, Akiji, and Steelbone Kong. The great Buddha descended, challenging Blackbeard single-handedly. The human fruit, mythical Zoan, Buddha form. Sengoku made his move, unleashing a concentrated shockwave from his fist, striking Blackbeard and causing him to spew forth dark blood. The title of Buddha Sengoku was well-deserved. Despite enduring pain, Blackbeard expanded his dark domain rapidly, flowing like water across the ground. Even in their face-to-face confrontation, it was evident that Blackbeard operated in the shadows, while Sengoku stood in the light. This inherent advantage of the dark fruit over devil fruit users was significant. Whitebeard found himself in a dire predicament. The Blackbeard pirates and the Beast pirates, aside from their first mates, were all focused on encircling Newgate. They relentlessly fired their guns, leveraging distance for attacks or executing simultaneous close-range ambushes. Jack, are you going to make your move? Quinn puffed out smoke rings, wearing a disdainful expression. Whitebeard? Just an old relic. Of course, Brother Quinn. Do you think I am someone to fear the so-called strongest man in the world? Jack transformed into his beastly form, wielding dual blades shaped like crescent moons, looking rather peculiar. At this moment, Jin and Shiryu of the Rain stood before Steelbone Kong, both relying on speed, determined to confront the commander of the world military. I truly have been underestimated, Steelbone Kong sneered, resolving to reveal his true capabilities, lest these young ones continue to underestimate him. The battles erupted simultaneously. Torrential sea currents surged from Marineford, reaching the heavens, eliciting varied expressions from the pirate ships lurking in the distance. Why would the demon Lord Luo Ling ally with Whitebeard? Kid pondered, perplexed by this alliance. As Ace's brother, he naturally had to hold the rear. Killer crossed his arms, calmly analyzing the shifting tides of battle. Meanwhile, beneath the sea, Law maintained his aloof demeanor. This battle has the potential to reshape the world. The victor will redefine the ocean's landscape. On the opposite side of the sea, the voracious Bonnie sat atop an oak barrel, devouring roasted meat. It's him again, always embroiled in danger. Does he think I would be worried? Captain, you seem increasingly anxious since Luo Ling's appearance. Even your eating has slowed. The crew members exclaimed in a panic. Silence. He will not perish. Set sail. We cannot be caught in the crossfire. The world military's warships are closing in. The ships of the supernovas also changed course to depart from this place. Analysis complete. Synthesizing in progress. The number of significant figures is excessive, triggering a supersynthesis. Perfect supersynthesis initiated. Activating fruit fusion, a flawless amalgamation of all devil fruit powers, developed to the highest current level, requiring a singular fruit possessing multiple divine abilities, such as Qi Tian form, Tian Peng form, Wan Lian form, Jin Shan form, Neza form, Erlang Shin form, Great Buddha form. Luo Ling contemplated. This is fortuitous. He just so happens to possess two of them. Should he merge? Indeed, merge. As he spoke, the hourglass began to flow with golden sand, resembling the very essence of time and space. As it permeated Luo Ling's skin, he felt the demonic essence within him repelling one another, only to subsequently harmonize perfectly. This was the unveiling of the potential within the demonic fruit. In Luo Ling's eyes, a golden radiance emerged, with shimmering golden patterns enveloping her entire being. From beneath the mist-laden crimson robe, a pair of majestic wings suddenly unfurled. Tian Ping, the marshal of the galactic water forces, possessed dual wings and traversed the weak water. The phoenix wings adorned with a purple-gold crown extended, growing more than twice its original size. The sea-calming divine needle in her hand transformed into a nine-toothed rake with a mere thought. My utmost developed level is the equal to heaven fruit, and after integration, both the dwarf fruit and the Tian Peng fruit ascended to an intermediate awakening. Lauren felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Ordinary individuals are incapable of consuming multiple devil fruits. This is due to the fusion of the devil gene with human DNA, which leads to the rejection of foreign entities. If a perfect fusion were to be achieved, the body could further extend its capabilities. The mythical Zoan type is indeed exceptional. Only this category possesses an array of extraordinary abilities that allow for the compatibility and flawless integration of other devil fruits. Luo Ling exclaimed in astonishment as, in this fleeting moment of fruit fusion, Akiji had already launched two ice spears with a force akin to a battering ram. How marvelous! He felt as though he could accomplish extraordinary feats. As the ice spears approached, his wings expanded threefold, enveloping Luo Ling and suspending him in midair. These wings were impervious, rendering them immune to the speed of the ice spears and their freezing capabilities. Not a single feather could be disturbed. The nine-toothed rake and the celestial wings, controlling water and devouring, constituted one of the primary abilities awakened at the intermediate level of the celestial fruit. Not only could he soar at incredible speeds, but he also possessed unparalleled defensive strength. Is this not what the intelligence reports hinted at? Your suspected third devil fruit? A chill swept across his cheeks, momentarily freezing before returning to normal. Akiji's expression remained unchanged, his hands tucked into his pockets, as his observation Haki sensed the presence of those two individuals. What do you think? Luo Ling understands that the so-called intelligence refers to the fact that there were CP0 agents lurking in the land of Weno, specifically on Onigashima. This led to Luo Ling being at a disadvantage in his battle against Kaido, yet he miraculously regained his strength in an instant, which has been classified as the third devil fruit. Furthermore, during the Marineford War, he utilized this ability to heal Whitebeard's wounds, a feat that can only be described as miraculous, and it did not escape the notice of Admiral Akiji. The amalgamation of the twin wings of the heavenly penumbra has been designated as the third devil fruit. Luo Ling, too, delights in the misunderstanding of the hourglass as the Tianping fruit, as it bears no adverse effects upon him. Celestial Cloud Sword, K9 Bite of Crimson Lotus. The light blade transforms into a straight line in the hands of the swiftest man in the world. Beside him, a colossal lava hound's head gapes wide, ready to bite. Can you possibly strike me? Loring did not evade. After the perfect fusion of the Dorador fruit, it had become an integral part of his being. The lightsaber swept through from his waist, while the dog's head clamped down on his shoulder. He remained unperturbed, for the struck area simply became vacant. Devoid of elemental transformation or injury, it was as if the fruit had shattered, creating a direct opening. Doors could manifest at any part of his body, transforming himself into a portal. The surging currents of the sky were subsequently obliterated by the brilliance and molten magma, and that grand circular door vanished as well. Has he grown stronger? The yellow ape clicked his tongue in frustration. The youth's potential was boundless. Can the mythical Zoan truly act with impunity? Akaina grumbled, questioning who among them was truly the one of the natural element. Chapter 47. Fleeting Opportunities. How marvelous it is. How many powerful secrets remain hidden in this world. Luo Ling initially believed that a perfect fusion of physique, dominance, and skill represented the pinnacle of strength. In truth, individuals possessing multiple devil fruits are exceedingly rare. Those with unique physical mutations or extraordinary abilities, akin to Luo Ling and Blackbeard teach, are scarcely born even once in a century. Furthermore, the possession of a mythical Zoan-type fruit, alongside achieving the level of awakening, sets an exceptionally high bar. Only upon meeting all these stringent criteria can one aspire to attempt a flawless fusion. How wondrous it is. Luo Ling sketched a circle, aiming to invoke the soaring ocean currents once more. You shall not be granted this opportunity. Akainu's gaze was as sharp as a blade. His desire to devour Luo Ling alive palpable. There would be no respite for you. Kizaru, with his hands tucked in his pockets, appeared nonchalant. Yet beneath this facade lay an unprecedented ease. Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe I am absent? Kaido guffawed heartily, indulging in copious amounts of liquor. With a crash of his wine jug, he proclaimed, "What a lively affair. War is but a banquet. Power equates to status. Before you take down Whitebeard, you admirably positioned Navy admirals should step aside." Thunder roared. Lightning crackled, entwined around his kanabo. Kaido wielded the club with the grace of a blade. His step swift as the winds, the storm looming imminent. Damn it. Borsellino, this fellow poses a grave threat. He must be eliminated. Fear not, Sakazuki, reassured Akainu. As he struck, Kizaru pivoted, launching a kick towards Luo Ling, quite impressive. Kaido remarked, transforming into his dragon form. Battling against admirals and emperors alike demanded ample respect. Akainu deflected the blow with ease, feeling no pride, only an escalation of rage as the temperature rose. Do you remember? Of course. Kaido's entire being ignited with flames. The heat rising in tandem, enveloped by an even larger fire dragon. The fiery dragon, a magnificent torch, bore the confluence of conqueror's haki and armament haki around its horns and head. The colossal fire dragon loomed over Marineford. No one anticipated that the first to strike would be the solitary reveler, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. The god of forged fire. Molten magma surged within Akainu, swirling like the sea until he transformed into a colossal lava giant, indistinguishable from Sakazuki himself. Bang! The two clashed with their claws and fists, engaging in a relentless brawl. A fierce and searing struggle. Dragon versus giant. Who would prevail? Marineford. On the coastline. Kaido's previous battle with Sakazuki was known to all. Had he gleaned this technique from it? As Kizaru pouted, several hundred laser kicks were unleashed in the blink of an eye. With the enhancement of the fiery eyes and somersault cloud, Luo Ling's flying kicks accelerated, effortlessly repelling every strike. Though the monstrous naval admiral and the emperor of the seas were separated by less than 5 years, it seemed as if they had never crossed paths. Ah, this vast ocean, indeed heartless, easily forgets everything. As Aokiji took a single step, the area within 100 meters transformed into a slick, frozen surface. In the blink of an eye, Luo Ling's body was encased in ice. And the yellow ape seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick intended to shatter him into fragments. A splendid coordination, indeed, Admiral of the Navy. With a crack, the ice shattered, and wings unfurled majestically. In a swift maneuver, Luo Ling executed a lateral assault, transforming the Rui Jingu Bang into a 9-toothed rake, mercilessly piercing Huang Yuan with 9 gaping holes. It was a close call as he nearly lost his kidney. Huang Yuan, upon his emergence, momentarily impeded Luo Ling. A fleeting encounter. Qingshi delivered a flying kick, each admiral of the Navy boasting long limbs, the strike imbued with an ominous chill. Dragon Claw, Dragon's Breath. As his 5 fingers touched the ground, Qingshi's right leg shattered like a spider's web, ice shards fracturing in midair, sparkling under the sunlight. with a roar. An aura as fierce as a dragon surged upward from his right leg, seeking to unleash further devastation. The essence of dragon's breath was truly profound. Upon landing, Qing Ji's right leg regenerated anew, preemptively elementalized. Luo Ling was taken aback. Truly, the prowess of the natural element was undeniable. Even Ace would occasionally falter. Having developed an awakened level of observation haki, his curiosity was piqued regarding the magnitude of the confrontation between Kaido and Akainu that could lead to the development of such a formidable technique as the Fire Dragon Torch, a pinnacle of Devil Fruit awakening. In contrast, Kaido had honed his skills in physical combat, armament haki, and conqueror's haki, achieving mastery across all domains without any weaknesses. The admirals of the Navy, however, exhibited a tendency towards specialization in their haki, which was somewhat inevitable. After all, even their mentor, Zephyr, would express concern over excessive reliance on devil fruits. Quite a troublesome situation. Luo Ling understood that the clash of titans, especially in such a grand melee, would never be prolonged. He steadied his breath, wielding the sea-settling needle, as an air portal opened beneath his feet, causing the sea to surge upward. The generals had already made their moves. How could we afford to trivialize this moment any longer? Open, the youth called out, and the ground, the sky, and the towering edifices were all adorned with various portals. Once activated, hundreds of currents converged, swirling in the air like a sea dragon, merging beneath him. Standing atop the undulating waves, he became a force that devoured the heavens and earth. Just as the great sage equal to heaven stirred the dragon palace, the sea-settling needle commanded the cosmos. This spectacle was no less formidable than the confrontation between Akainu and Kaido. It felt apocalyptic. Within Huang Yuan's mind, an idea took root. Ever since the battle at Sabaody Archipelago, he had been tirelessly analyzing the previous encounter with Luo Ling's demon-slaying order. At last, he devised a strategy specifically tailored to counter Luo Ling. The essence of this approach was to avoid entanglement, to refrain from direct combat, and instead, to engage with the swiftness of light. The more extravagant the tactics, the more futile they became in the face of Luo Ling Kazan. Do not hold back. Do not employ any techniques. Attack with all your might, pouring forth your utmost effort. Huang Yuan jested, believing this to be the most effective method to contend with Luo Ling. When facing a powerhouse even more formidable than Kaido, any flashy maneuvers would prove to be mere illusions. Instead, one should elevate their temperature to the maximum, merging everything until even haki was scorched through, leaving a gaping chasm in its wake. Why does Loring constantly evade the Hound of Hades? Even when engaging in combat, he must first swallow an ample amount of seawater. The reason is simple. Without sufficient strategy and preparation, should he come into contact with the Hound, his body would suffer grievous wounds. The yellow ape transformed into a blur of light, indistinct and devoid of any colossal form, resembling a magnificent 8-foot jade hook, a diamond-shaped gem. It appeared to hover in place, yet it was in a state of ceaseless, rapid rotation. Understood. Akiji responded, exhaling a breath, refraining from employing any further techniques. The chilling aura incessantly eroded the surroundings, swiftly freezing the seawater, which subsequently merged with the newly formed currents. He ceased all offensive maneuvers, choosing instead to unleash the full extent of his frigid powers. The temperature plummeted, and the velocity of the crashing waves diminished, as they crazily froze towards the gateway of the ocean. Absolute zero encased hundreds of sea dragons in mere moments, rendering them as ice sculptures within the realm. The grand technique lay ensnared in ice. Luo Ling felt a twinge of regret, yet she had already surged to her pinnacle. A strong warrior speaks not a single truth. In an instant, the yellow ape transformed into a jade spear, striking with a velocity that epitomizes force. Shadow clone technique. Protective spell. 36 clones materialized before Luo Ling, activating the protective incantation. None could withstand the luminous jade, as it relentlessly pursued and annihilated them, until the very last was pierced through the chest. There was no evasion. The speed was simply too swift. The yellow ape poured forth all its might, eschewing flamboyant techniques for sheer rapidity. Fortunately, humility prevailed. Prudence is always a virtue. Wunti, you agree? After the appearance of Luo Ling, a powerful strike was delivered. Guangyu was sent flying by the blow, transforming into a human form, none other than the yellow ape. Initially, his doppelganger served merely as a diversion, while the gathering of the sea dragon was but a grand display. Only through the clever utilization of abilities in the art of ambush does one truly demonstrate prowess. It is often said that a swordsman who strikes from behind brings shame upon himself. Yet, Akiji exhibited not a moment's hesitation. Like a man is stalking its prey, The yellow finch lay in wait. An icy chill surged forth, culminating in a flying kick. This kick, upon impact, would unleash an absolute zero from a singular point, permeating through the conqueror's haki, ultimately encasing Luo Ling in ice and shattering his internal organs and blood vessels. Am I not a swordsman? Luo Ling turned swiftly, evading the assault, and struck with remarkable speed. During this fleeting moment, Akiji had already materialized at the scene. Everything transpired so rapidly that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. While he jested, he was, in fact, already struck by Akiji's kick. The chilling cold was unnerving, landing squarely on his heart, causing his heartbeat to falter ever so slightly. Luo Ling paused for but a breath, exhaling a chill from his lungs. That kick of yours has consumed a fifth of my stamina. Truly befitting the name of a demon lord. Qingxi expelled a breath of frost, seizing the opportunity to unleash a punch. How foolish to underestimate a general. Just as he steadied himself, the ice dragon beneath him shattered violently. The earth, the sky, the ocean, everything quivered in response. Before one wave could settle, another surged forth. Whitebeard has unleashed his might. Chapter 48. The giant that shocks the world, Gulalalala. A band of little demons dares to trouble this old specter. Whitebeard, Newgate, extended his arms wide and suddenly crossed them, producing a cacophony of splintering sounds. The sea fragmented into countless pieces, raising towering waves that threatened to engulf Marieford. Above, the clouds tore apart like a vast net, pressing down and nearly suffocating all beneath. The very heart of the world, Marieford, trembled into a multitude of fragments, with seawater gushing in through the crevices, igniting the pulse of the onlookers. They just coughed up a mouthful of black blood, feeling as though every organ within him had been spared no suffering. His eyes turned bloodshot, and as his pupils dilated, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Now, behold the scene beneath Whitebeard. The Blackbeard pirates lay sprawled on the ground, bloodied and battered. Their faces smeared with gore, their eyes rolled back. None remained. Luo Ling found himself under the combined assault of Akiji and Kizaru, as they struck at his heart with such ferocity that frost began to manifest upon his back and chest. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still. Should Akiji's full-force punch connect with his forehead, it could very well freeze his brain. The chilling embrace of absolute zero was concentrated solely in that strike. Suddenly, a crack echoed through the air. Akiji, in disbelief, realized that this was the work of Whitebeard. That relic of a bygone era had triumphed over those so-called third-rate opponents. As Luo Ling's body leaned, he fell to the ground. Kazan's strike, imbued with absolute zero, was so swift that there was no opportunity to halt its momentum, let alone employ a new technique. Yet, having plummeted to the depths, Luo Ling found himself reborn. Cough, it seems I have been somewhat negligent. Displaying a hint of complacency in the presence of two admirals of the Navy. At this moment, Luo Ling finally regained her composure and plummeted swiftly. Fortunately, she managed to salvage her life. Had she not healed the old man with the Whitebeard to his peak condition, she would have undoubtedly faced peril. Whoosh! A radiant orb descended from the heavens, and Kizaru made his advance once more. Even though Akiji had temporarily entered a state of respite, Kizaru's relentless pursuit remained. While the admirals may appear to be at odds, their combined forces can exponentially amplify their combat prowess. Had you arrived a moment sooner, my demise would have been assured. As Luo Ling smiled and plunged into the abyss, doors began to open in response, and his figure vanished. He must not be given any opportunity. Kizaru, standing firm, felt a tinge of regret. He was injured, and even as a mythical beast, he required time to recuperate. His heart would be frozen from the very source. Akiji coldly remarked, "It seems you were rather idle." His voice, deep as a bell, resonated with the gravitas born of enduring life's tribulations. A slash cut through the air, infused with the will of a conqueror and the armor of Haki. The two admirals were cleaved in half. In the next moment, they successfully healed, having preemptively transformed to evade the attack. Whitebeard, you are indeed aging. Your speed is significantly lacking. Akiji's assessment was piercingly accurate. Had Luo Ling wielded that blade, it would have been executed with far greater swiftness. Denying old age was futile. After all, one's age was evident, and suffering from asthma akin to that of Zephyr. One could only hope for a cure to evade him until his last breath. Kizaru uttered the most terrifying words in the calmest tone. The blade retracted, and Whitebeard exhibited no trace of anger. Verbal strategy is also a form of combat. Akainu and Sengoku excelled in this. One relied on provocation, the other on boosting morale. You little brats are quite talkative. If you enjoy conversing with an old man so much, why not discuss it in hell? The intent to shatter coalesced at the tip of his fist. He unleashed an ultimate punch, and Aokiji effortlessly dodged to the side, appearing unfazed. Laser kick. Kizaru leaped, executing a kick, forcing Whitebeard to raise his hand in defense, while Aokiji retaliated with a flying kick from the opposite direction. Whitebeard, aged and injured, could hardly compete at speed against these two admirals in their prime. If this continued, a downturn was inevitable. The admirals and the four emperors were all top-tier combatants, far surpassing the vice-admirals. The recent battle had swept away the elite of the Blackbeard pirates and the Beast pirates, revealing them to be mere third-rate foes. Even the Calamities, aside from King, were but third-rate in the face of the four emperors. Was it truly necessary for two strong men to bully an old man? As Luo Ling's voice resonated, expressions of recognition and intrigue appeared on the faces of Aokiji and Kizaru, as if to say, "Indeed, you have made your entrance. I have grown weary of the intricate machinations. Had my strength been even slightly greater, I would resolutely refuse to squander time entangled in your convoluted schemes." Ling emerged, exhaling a breath of icy air. "Fortunately, I possess the ability to consume all things, taking considerable time to digest your frigid essence." He seemed to jest, yet his hands were already weaving intricate seals. Heaven and earth unite. His form continued to swell, growing to a stature comparable to that of the magma giant, Red Dog. And still it did not cease. Was this not an invitation to become a target? Kizaru found Lulling's maneuver utterly incomprehensible, pinning his hopes on sheer size. Unaware that he was courting disaster, Aokiji shared this sentiment. However, the greatest mystery lay in the fact that another giant had risen. He absorbed numerous structures of Marineford, emanating a blue luminescence. Fusion. Bear its fusion fruit. The three giants nearly monopolized Marineford space. Was this the true power of the world's formidable beings? The viewers of the live broadcast could hardly believe their eyes. How could such a vast disparity exist among those of the same species? Chapter 49, Mastered. The Iron Fist of Love. The three titans, towering and formidable. Merely casting a glance at them instilled a sense of overwhelming pressure. Above the sea, Buggy stood paralyzed with fear, raising the transponder snail to broadcast the scene. How terrifying. Is this the power of the pinnacle of strength? With a mere whim, they could obliterate the world. Unlike me, who can only feel sympathy for the captain. Look, Captain Buggy remains undaunted even now, truly remarkable. How strong must he be? What trials must he have endured to possess such an indomitable heart? I am on the verge of tears. To pursue Captain Buggy in this lifetime is my great privilege. Soon, the crowd's fear transformed into jubilant cheers. What? Buggy intended to flee, but fear rendered him paralyzed, stuck midair. He thought to himself, how frightening. No matter the four emperors, Barrett, or the marine admirals, one must maintain a respectful distance from such monsters. How terrifying. Marineford. This battle had devolved into a close-quarters melee. The dragon spiraled, flames clashing against the fire giant. A massive blow descended. Despite its size, the giant's speed had considerably diminished, allowing Kizaru and Aokiji to seize the opportunity to evade. Just as they prepared to dodge, Whitebeard took advantage and lunged forward, intent on delivering a devastating strike. Thus, Aokiji and Kizaru could only retaliate while evading. Have you noticed? Aokiji calmly remarked. Indeed, Kizaru nodded. Through several exchanges, they deduced that the one wielding the heaven and earth technique was not the true Lilling. This fellow merely used a clone technique, sacrificing the ability to summon multiple clones to grant it 1/3 of his strength. His true body must be hidden somewhere within Marineford, waiting for the opportune moment. What a sinister individual. How could he be a pirate? Aokiji cursed, finding it infuriating to battle such a foe. He is not a pirate. Kizaru emerged, equally dissatisfied. Ironbone Kong delivered a punch that sent Rain's Shiryu flying. The latter stumbled several steps before collapsing amidst the rubble, struggling to rise even as the storm raged in the distance. He grasped the embers, which surged with healing flames yet were continuously repelled by Ironbone Kong's domineering presence, ultimately cast to the ground. Ultimately, the disparity was far too great. Ironbone Kong, having assessed the situation, turned to observe not far away. Sengoku unleashed punch after punch, sending Teach spitting blood, yet he still bore the pain. Sengoku's eyes darkened, his expression inscrutable. Do you think this is a place for wantonness? In Marineford, even if you are a legend, you shall still fall. Laughing maniacally, Blackbeard declared, a group of worthless beings relying on devil fruits. Imagine how dull Marineford would be without them. He spread his arms wide, his laughter growing ever louder. Since the battle commenced, he had been preparing. Even if the entirety of the Blackbeard pirates faced defeat, not a single hindrance would arise. Time and again, Being battered by Sengoku until bloody did not deter his resolve. Finally, at this moment, all darkness interwove to form the most perfect net of heaven and earth. The Dark Cavern, realm of darkness. Beneath Marineford, the essence of darkness erupted. You wretch. The gazes of Ironbone Kong and Sengoku shifted. Blackbeard's maneuver enveloped the entire island with his fruit's abilities. The dark fruit possesses the powers of darkness and gravity, but it can also simulate the effects of sea prism stone concealed beneath Marineford, intermingling with the sea. It was utterly undetectable. Consume it. Let this world become more intriguing. Boom. Marineford collapsed, the realm of darkness unleashed, ensnaring all those with abilities. The overwhelming gravitational force released indiscriminately. Its control was akin to that of sea prism stone. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, his stance unwavering against the tumult. You dare. Sengoku launched a powerful punch toward Blackbeard. If you don't strike now, you might just be killed. Blackbeard chuckled, blood still staining his lips. His laughter grew increasingly maniacal. Even as he raised his hands, intensifying the realm of darkness. The shadows enveloped Lulling as darkness threatened to consume everything. Yet, at that moment, a live figure leaped into the air. Carp. I have awaited this punch for 20 years. Barrett maintained his giant form, his bullet-like shape, a perfect amalgamation of hockey, fruit, and martial arts. He unleashed a punch capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. He could not believe that such an all-out effort, alongside the power of his fruit, would not suffice to slay Carp. You, an old relic of decades, what gives you the right to dominate the seas for so long? This era should be named after Barrett, with heroes emerging. Spare me your self-deceptive rhetoric. Carp soared upward, his figure diminutive, dwarfed even by Barrett's fingertip post-fusion. You little rascal. Your tricks cannot deceive the monsters of Marineford. He bellowed. No matter where you hide. Remember this. All swordsmanship, martial arts, and marksmanship are merely techniques. The three types of hockey are all hockey. There is no need for hesitation. Make your instinctive judgment and unleash that punch. Without techniques, without hockey. Infuse your love for justice, for freedom, for ambition, for dreams. That is the true iron fist of love. The iron fist of love. Upon hearing Carp's words, a figure emerged slowly from the ruins. It was Lulling's true body, who had concealed himself after employing the clone technique. Old man. Each word resonated within him, and he attentively noted every detail of Carp's attacks. Surely, this must be the strongest fist in the world. Barrett's colossal fist hurtled towards him, while Carp shouted defiantly, retaliating with a punch. That small fist was negligible, akin to a mere speck of dust. Yet, the force behind Barrett's colossal fist, akin to a mountain, remained steadfast, as if that white-haired elder embodied the very essence of justice in this world. Crack. Snap. Barrett's combined fist, originating from a single strike by Carp, fractured into numerous fissures that extended relentlessly across his shoulders, abdomen, skull, and feet. None were spared. The true essence of absolute power requires no embellishment. Carp descended, and the shattered edifices plummeted from the heights. Barrett rolled his eyes in disbelief, suddenly expelling a mouthful of black blood. He forced his gaze to regain focus and, with a gesture of defiance, lamented, "Why must I endure such inexplicable defeat again? But what reasons could there possibly be?" The very spot where Carp landed coincided with the position of Loring. "I have long asserted that you and Roger are worlds apart." Before the last syllable could escape his lips, Barrett rolled his eyes and fell silent. "Have you learned your lesson, you insolent brat?" Carp's punch invigorated the weary Navy personnel in Marineford, most of whom were grievously injured yet still attempted to intervene in the fray, only to meet with failure. A dark aura enveloped Marineford, shrouding the skies in gloom. The flame dragon and the giant engaged in a fierce struggle, resolved to go for the kill. Was the night truly descending? Carp remarked with a smile, devoid of any concern. Dawn shall inevitably arrive. Roran gazed at the heavens with a smile. This time, it was Kaido's turn, and Akainu unleashed his full might. Over the ocean, Marineford had transformed into a black sun, collapsing in an instant, compressing, and erupting with an overwhelming gravitational pull, tearing apart everything in its wake. Chapter 50, The Realm of Darkness, the Endless Sea of Flames. What manner of power is this? Buggy drifted upon the waves aboard his warship. The reason for their lack of navigation was the relentless tumult of battle. The colossal waves rendered their vessel unable to halt. Darkness engulfed Marineford. What transpired within its depths? The transponder snail had lost its purpose, leaving them blind to the true situation. Those watching the live broadcast across the globe were gripped with anxiety. Can they triumph? Will the Navy prevail? They had never experienced such profound terror. On a summer island in the New World, people stamped their feet beneath the blazing sun. A child began to weep, and soon everyone covered their mouths, choking back disbelief. Do not lose. We cannot afford to fail. Defeat the pirates and restore justice to this world. Mother, will we die? No, we will not. We must not. The mother spoke these words, her cheeks stained with tears. For most ordinary folk, the Navy symbolized justice. For those mired in suffering, the GM forces were their saviors. Yet, pirates remained the embodiment of evil. Their very existence was a grievous error. In his time, Nolan the Navigator had traversed the Grand Line and the New World, only to be maligned as a great deceiver. This spirit of freedom gave rise to countless ambitious pirates, while true explorers mingled among them. Luo Ling understood that and was deliberately attempting to bury the spirit of adventure. Those who self-identify as pirates, such as Luffy and Roger, are essentially adventurers at heart. The heroic tiger, once an explorer who traversed the globe, ultimately fell into the clutches of the celestial dragons despite his formidable strength. To assert that these adventurers, endowed with free will, had not encountered malicious schemes would be utterly ludicrous. Kaido, on the other hand, is an ambitious figure, a true pirate. In the realm of darkness, gravity incessantly tears at all structures, rendering people unable to maintain their footing, no matter how hard they strive. The celestial manifestation of lolling has disintegrated, and its power has returned to its origin. An intense burning sensation enveloped everyone, even as gravity wreaked havoc and obliterated all in its path. It could not hinder this terrifying heat. A colossal flame dragon spiraled above the dark pinnacle, unleashing its full might in tandem with the giant. Flame dragon torch. Rising dragon. Flame 8 trigrams. Kaido's technique is a magnificent amalgamation of haki, martial prowess, and the powers of the devil fruit. The searing heat rivals that of Akainu, further intensified by the conqueror's haki that envelopes the dragon's head. Hellhound, the fire god giant, embodied by Akainu, has lost its foundational stance. There can be no squandered moments. Everything must be expended to reach the utmost temperature. The scorching canine head ascends, engaging in a fierce struggle with the dragon's head. The dragon, a being soaring high above the heavens. Kaido's dragon claws rend the fiery clouds, striving to annihilate the encroaching darkness. The dragon's form twists and transforms into an unending source of power, as its enormous jaws grasp the hound's snout. Absolute justice requires no lofty entity. The fire god giant, manifested by Akainu, becomes a molten Tengu. Perhaps many will harbor hatred and disdain for him, deeming Akainu merely a dog. Yet, as a member of the Navy, he embodies the hopes of countless individuals. One can only ponder how those who perished under the demon-slaying order would judge Sakazuki. When Kaido and Akainu stand face to face, it signifies the clash of the two most contentious figures within the realms of Navy and pirates. In such a moment, there exists but one method to breach the other's offensive while inflicting harm in return. One is the world's strongest creature, the other is the Navy's mightiest force. Flame against flame, dragon against hellhound. The roar of the dragon reverberates, deafeningly resonant. Darkness intertwines, relentlessly tearing at the flames. As the dragon scales begin to contort and the giant is incessantly fragmented, should they fail to exert their full strength now, the opportunity will vanish. Dragon God Burst. Kaido's fire dragon had opened wide, maintaining its form for but a fleeting moment before erupting violently. Dog Burial Intent. This lava giant dog harbors the ambition of self-destruction. Exploding without hesitation. In an instant, flames erupted forth like the blaze of a furnace. Initially, the two flames repelled each other in fierce opposition. At the moment of detonation, the flames experienced an unparalleled surge in temperature, consuming all available oxygen. The crowd felt the agonizing grip of asphyxiation, compounded by the dark aura that continuously compressed, diminishing the space in which they stood. In the next moment, the irreconcilable molten magma and flames, upon their explosion, were drawn together by gravity into a singular mass. Flame and magma converged and dispersed in an erratic dance of flickering light. In that fleeting instant, an unstoppable inferno surged forth, cascading throughout the entire realm of darkness. Block it with haki. If that fails, jump into the sea. Sengoku bellowed, issuing orders. Iron block. The weasel, employing armed haki alongside the iron block, endeavored to shield against the onslaught, only to be scorched to the brink of suffocation in a heartbeat, collapsing to the ground as charred as coal. Iron blocks are perilous. Luo Ling shook his head in resignation and decisively opened dozens of air gates. The seawater surged into the inferno, relentless waves attempting to extinguish the audacious flames. The steel merely grazed the surface, instantly melting into molten iron under the searing heat of the lava-like fire. Loring found himself enveloped in flames, the formidable aura manifesting silently upon his skin. Although he withstood the inferno, he could not escape the searing heat that scorched his form. Following his will, he infused every inch of his being with the tricolored aura, blurring the lines between skin and flesh, rendering the notions of combat and defense obsolete. It was a mere amalgamation of aura and self. This sensation transcended the mere distinction of aura and physical strength. The body and spirit became one, advancing in perfect harmony. No longer could I discern between aura, vitality, and this corporeal vessel. My body itself embodied the aura. The aura was the very essence of my being. Lo Ling surrendered himself to the engulfing flames, closing his eyes to keenly perceive the subtle transformations, feeling as if every cell within his body was exulting in jubilance. Cap stood beside him, equally composed. How splendid it would be if he could further merge his skills to enter this exquisite realm. After uttering these thoughts, the youth shut his eyes, aware that the ultimate strike from the domain of darkness was imminent. On the sole ground of existence, Blackbeard Teach spread his arms wide, laughter echoing incessantly, disregarding the flames entirely. The shadows obeyed his command, swiftly converging into a sphere, until the essence of darkness was condensed to a size even smaller than that of Marineford. Within this sphere, he resided. Luo Ling felt every limb being pulled and torn into fragments. Casting aside distractions, Carp gently patted his shoulder, and Luo Ling immediately experienced a profound sense of reassurance. The fire dragon and fire dog self-destructed simultaneously as darkness collapsed and contracted, condensing into a mass no larger than a single building, yet still accelerating in its shrinkage. Ultimately, it was merely a wisp of dark energy behind Blackbeard Teach. During this time, the temperature surged drastically, scorching everyone caught within. The air was filled with incessant wails. Even as a vice admiral, one could scarcely endure such excruciating pain. Darkness Path, release. Blackbeard knew that Marineford had been reduced to rubble. Chapter 51. The fatal blow to Blackbeard. Teach's downfall. Blackbeard's darkness path was originally designed to consume all, enveloping them into the realm of darkness. The reason the dark fruit is termed a special natural type lies in its inability to elementalize. However, it can unleash darkness, conceal itself within shadows, and be omnipresent. The powerful gravitational force. The counteraction against fruit users. The corrosive damage. Marineford. Is this truly the Marineford that lies at the heart of the world? Teach's hands contorted into claws as he laughed maniacally, his shoulders heaving, adorned with various colorful gemstone rings. He arrogantly surveyed the island, which was utterly desolate. Elite Marines lay unconscious, with vice admirals collapsing, unable to move. They bore horrific burns, and even upon regaining consciousness, a long recovery awaited them. Sengoku and the Ironbone Sky stood together, clearly unable to fathom the unfolding calamity. Kaido and Akainu, heavily injured from their self-detonations, struggled to maintain their footing. Akiji and Kizuru appeared fatigued from a distance, bearing their own wounds. They had not anticipated being ensnared by the self-destructive wave, torn by gravitational forces, and eroded by darkness. Their own fruit ability suppressed, leaving them hard-pressed to escape. The dark fruit was terrifyingly formidable against nature-type users. Teach, is this the power you wielded to capture Ace? Blackbeard's ecstasy suddenly faltered as a tremor reverberated behind him. Bang! A massive blade struck the ruins, the shock fruit coalescing into a translucent energy sphere, accompanied by Whitebeard's innate divine power, delivering a crushing blow to his back. Damn it! Teach spat black blood, coughing violently. The pain was unbearable. He had nearly been beaten to death. You fool, you are far too arrogant, Teach. The incapacitated Teach collapsed, only to be seized by Whitebeard's grip around his neck. Father. Cough. Am I not your son? Are you truly going to kill me? Cough. Instinctual fear drove him to plead for his life. This adversary was Whitebeard. Should the opportunity arise, he could shatter your very organs. Do not attempt to deceive me with such flowery words for sympathy. The tremors suddenly intensified, and Teach felt excruciating pain in his neck. Grasping Whitebeard's arm, he attempted to suppress the shock fruit with the dark fruit. Father. His legs trembled violently as he coughed, desperately beating against Newgate. It had been over 20 years since he begged to join the Whitebeard pirates on that small island. He had traversed numerous places alongside comrades who came and went, enduring countless hardships and battles. He once believed he could bide his time until his dreams were realized. He had witnessed Rogers and Whitebeard's eras, memories that lingered, for the next era was destined to be his. Teach coughed blood with desperation. Do you think that by suppressing the shock fruit, I am no longer Whitebeard? Newgate's three-colored hockey, physical prowess, and immense strength still resided within him, despite his injuries. Even in his frail state, he remained Whitebeard. He had never been weaker than anyone. He had merely succumbed to the passage of time. Defeated by his former self at his peak, Whitebeard bore injuries as well. After being torn by gravity, he understood that the shock fruit would offer little assistance against Blackbeard. Thus, he had been prepared. The severity of his wounds paled in comparison to the time he was stabbed, resulting in 2 gaping wounds. No, father. Blackbeard's eyes rolled back. Was he truly to die here? He had seized the dark fruit through decades of restraint, making him formidable enough to injure Shanks. Yet, without the dark fruit, without the shock fruit, he would have simply remained a subordinate in Whitebeard's 2nd Division. He had managed to suppress his ambition, dedicating his life to upholding Whitebeard's glory. But he had won, seized the opportunity. Was he to die like this? Life had reached its limit. His legs trembled uncontrollably, akin to a discarded piece of paper adrift. Until, with a crack, his neck snapped, halting his breath, heartbeat, and pulse. Clap. Whitebeard discarded him onto the ground, his lifeless body crashing against the ruins, bouncing slightly before falling utterly still. In the distance, the once mighty Barrett, who had endured for 20 years, was already left senseless by Carp's blows. Among the combatants, only Whitebeard. Luo Ling, Kaido, Ironbone Sky, Sengoku, Carp, Akiji, Kizaru, and Akaina remained. Having destroyed this place, would the Navy truly emerge victorious? Even if Akaina lost his combat capability. So did Kaido. Ironbone Sky, Sengoku, Akiji, and Kizaru bore varying degrees of injuries, while Carp and Luo Ling remained unscathed. It seemed they had miscalculated. Sengoku felt a pang of regret, but if they could eliminate Whitebeard in this battle, it would signify the defeat of 2 emperors and a former great pirate. Along with the recently risen warlord of the sea, Blackbeard Teach. The power dynamics in the New World would diminish by half. The Navy would gain unprecedented strength. Newgate. This time, you are truly to be defeated. Ironbone Sky rose, embodying the Navy admiral of the legendary pirate era. He had long wished to vanquish this last remnant of the old era, Whitebeard. It was Whitebeard's existence that had allowed the remnants of rocks to rise, becoming emperors in the years to come. After all, it was only 4 years ago that red-haired Shanks truly became an emperor. He claimed it 2 years later, having achieved it 6 years prior, before maintaining the balance of the New World in the shadows. The latter half of the Grand Line, the New World, had always been the era of Whitebeard Newgate, Beast Kaido, and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, a triad of power. It could also be referred to as the era of the remnants of rocks. Old man, you have accomplished what you set out to do. Marie Ford has been razed to the ground, and the face you wish to lose has been lost. Now, I shall take action. Do you have any objections? Luo Ling lowered his head, a formidable aura gradually ascending, his breath intensifying. With a swift motion, a fierce wind surged, rustling the boy's cloak. Upon his black cloak, there were no inscriptions of justice or declarations of freedom. He stood as the sole neutral party amidst the GM army, embroiled in the war buff. You little rascal. I am merely an old sea soldier. It is only to be expected that I would sustain injuries while defeating Barrett, Carp chuckled, crossing his arms. His smile revealed a set of teeth, exuding a rather roguish charm. Farewell, old man. Loring cast a glance at Carp, who bore no injuries, and let out a sigh of relief. He first approached Teach, where at least 5 wounded admirals still possessed considerable combat strength. Ignoring the gazes of all around him, he boldly stepped onto Teach's face in plain view of the crowd. What are you pretending for? Cough. Damn it, how did you know? Blackbeard's eyes flew open in shock. He had believed he had deceived Whitebeard and that an opportunity to escape would arise. His unique constitution allowed him to feign death temporarily, and the fracture of his neck was merely the most potent ruse he had developed through his physical traits. You can silence yourself forever. The Tail of Lorling manifested, transforming into the Tail Storm, an obscure technique of the dark arts. Blackbeard attempted to counter this mythical beast's ability with his dark fruit, yet found himself utterly unaffected. What? You realized it too late. It is futile. Why does it fail to restrain Lorling when it can nullify all devil fruits? Blackbeard's expression was one of utter confusion. An overwhelming wave of dread surged within him as he exclaimed, "No." In the next moment, the Tail Storm had sliced through his neck, and his head fell to the ground. This too warrants examination. Without hesitation, Luo Ling delivered another decisive strike, piercing a gaping wound into Teach's heart. What kind of pirate would refrain from striking? Oh, I am not a pirate. then it matters not. He scratched his head, the aura of dominance dissipating from his presence. Gentlemen, allow me to put an end to this conflict. 5 fierce gazes, laden with the spirit of battle, converged upon him. The war atop has yet to conclude. Chapter 52, Advanced Awakening, an Unremarkable Fist. With a flick of his tail, Luo Ling entered a state of combat. This time, he did not wield the golden cudgel. Instead, he advanced toward his formidable adversaries in his beastly form. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. The ironclad bones shifted slightly. To remain unscathed in such a grand battle undoubtedly signifies immense strength. Yet the most terrifying aspect remains your untapped potential. Zhangguo similarly rose, discarding his cloak as he approached step by step. How fearsome! Such a presence can only be eradicated. Kazara's expression was exaggerated, his hands tucked into his pockets, yet this was precisely a manifestation of his intense fighting spirit. Sakazuki appeared unable to continue the fight, and with the old man Garp injured, the remaining combatants dwindled by 1, leaving merely 4. Akiji spoke with audacity, claiming Garp was as untroubled as ever. His ability to utter such words was a testament to his years spent in the shadow of Garp, a true powerhouse. Luo Ling flashed a nonchalant grin, exuding confidence even in the face of insurmountable odds. 1 against 4, the advantage lies with me. His words dripped with sarcasm. Yet at this juncture, with the stakes so high, what did mere rhetoric matter? With a swift motion, the aged warrior Iron Bone launched a powerful punch, demonstrating that age had not dulled his prowess. However, it was too sluggish. In an instant, with a whoosh, Luo Ling effortlessly evaded the blow. I'm still standing here. You arrogant brat. The Battle King transformed into a colossal Buddha figure, delivering a punch imbued with a shockwave that struck with the force of a battering ram. Luo Ling swiftly evaded the attack once more. Huang Yuan remained silent. He had long discerned the nuances of Luo Ling's techniques and characteristics. When facing such an opponent, one must refrain from employing any extravagant skills. It is imperative to strike directly. Any maneuver against him would be akin to a fat cow wandering past a butcher, inviting its own demise. Time had certainly quickened, yet that was to be expected, given his youth. Huang Yuan's radiant light was effortlessly dodged, and the chilling presence swiftly followed. Luo Ling soared into the air, evading the encroaching chill, causing Qingji's attack to miss its mark. His domineering will became an extension of his being, rendering his movements increasingly fluid and instinctive. His previous reluctance to strike was not due to a lack of opportunity, but rather a diligent effort to attune himself to his own burgeoning power. The 3 hues of his domineering aura intertwined seamlessly, merging into his very essence. As Lauren pondered, he sensed a peculiar transformation, as if his very being were undergoing a continuous metamorphosis. Even the data projection of the hourglass was shifting. The tricolored aura had ascended to a higher level of awakening. It was a success, this subtle yet profound power. Luo Ling was devoid of the flowing cherry blossoms, the ominous aura of the conqueror's haki enveloping him, and the foresight granted by observation haki that allowed him to perceive the future and the broader world. He stood there, seemingly ordinary and unremarkable. When one understands a single truth, all truths become clear. Is this truly the iron fist of love? Luo Ling understood that the time had come to test his martial prowess, to ascertain whether he could transcend from the realm of perfection to the state of self-forgetfulness. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, evading formidable attacks from generals. No wonder the pinnacle of technique is referred to as self-forgetfulness. Being fixated on forms ultimately hinders one's advancement. Only by embodying a philosophy akin to that of Karp, devoid of any specific technique, can one truly achieve this state. Since the onset of the battle atop the summit, Luo Ling had been diligently accumulating and unleashing his latent energies, culminating in a genuine eruption. Initially, he fused the powers of the devil fruit into himself, achieving the intermediate awakening. He reached a point of perfect integration with the fruit. Through numerous encounters with masters, first-hand experiences, and witnessing Karp's prowess along with his guidance, Luo Ling managed to elevate his 3 types of haki from the intermediate awakening level of 100 to the advanced awakening. Moreover, he had been training in the Iron Fist of Love for over a decade. It was only until today that he finally attained a profound understanding. Once the advanced haki integrates with one's being, one's senses, spirit, and perception transform into observation haki. Defense, recovery, and speed manifest as armament haki, while the essence of spirit, authority, and will embodies conqueror's haki. Upon the elevation of the 3 types of haki to advanced awakening, it may seem devoid of any extraordinary attributes. However, it is, in truth, a perfect synthesis of qualitative transformation and quantitative change. Now, it is time to put my fist to the test. Lo Ling swiftly sidestepped the sword strike from the yellow ape, maintaining her poise before launching a powerful punch towards Iron Bone Kong. Her opponent exhibited remarkable speed and strength. Lo Ling effortlessly deflected the punch and retaliated with the same force. Do you truly believe that this old man can be underestimated simply because I do not wield armament hockey? Kong, the Iron Bone. His very name attests to the terror of his might. For one of Kong's distinctive traits is the apparent absence of armament hockey on his fists. Bang! Upon impact, a resounding crack echoed through the air. A fissure appeared on Kong's fingers, blood oozing forth. You have indeed grasped this level. Kong had initially assumed that Lo Ling's arrogance was merely that of a youth, devoid of armament hockey. Yet he was astonished to find that his opponent had also ascended to this tier. The reason for the shattered fist was not due to Lo Ling, the novice who had just made a breakthrough, but because Lo Ling's conqueror's hockey had similarly reached awakening. No. At this moment, he shed the superficial embellishments. With each successive attack and confrontation, Kong's injuries exacerbated. The youth is formidable. One must not underestimate him. As Kong coughed blood, Sengoku launched a punch from behind Lo Ling. The shockwave of the Buddha form, combined with armament hockey and conqueror's hockey, endowed each of Sengoku's strikes with formidable destructive power. The Marine Admiral, the embodiment of righteous authority. Sengoku the Buddha. As one of the exceedingly rare possessors of conqueror's hockey within the Navy, his life has been a tapestry of both acclaim and infamy. Yet, regardless of whether among foes or the upper echelons of the Navy, one cannot overlook a singular truth. He is the very backbone of the Navy. If Garp's existence signifies justice, then Sengoku's presence is a resplendent flag, truly embodying the essence of sovereign authority. The iron fist of love belongs to Old Man Garp. I must seamlessly integrate my own martial arts, transcending myself to attain true selflessness. Luo Ling's figure grew increasingly ordinary, devoid of any imposing aura. Merely standing there with effortless grace, evading all attacks. Each of his punches proved effective, and every glance and thought he possessed carried lethal intent. Garp referred to it as the Iron Fist of Love. Even Barrett would bleed, and Roger would express admiration. The pinnacle of power in the pirate world. A select few called it the colorless hockey. To confront challenges head-on embodies the spirit of our kind. Luo Ling's diminutive fist met the colossal hand of the great Buddha. Reminiscent of Garp's confrontation with Barrett in his ultimate form. Garp. Sengoku's strike was effortlessly thwarted, and the shockwave had long dissipated, leaving a searing pain in his fist. This colorless hockey surpassed even that of Iron Bone Kong. Within the Navy, only one individual has attained such prowess, and that is Garp. In his prime, Iron Bone Kong wielded this very strength to deplete the seemingly invincible Red Count's stamina. Although he faced defeat in that battle, he succeeded in exhausting the Red Count to the point where escape was impossible. Garp subsequently apprehended the Red Count and brought him to impel down. A once formidable foe now rendered frail and unassuming. In the pursuit of the city, Lo Ling found no trace of the elusive Red Count, leading him to conclude that the man was deliberately concealing his presence, akin to an ordinary old man. It was evident that he had since escaped to the vast ocean. Poised for action, a look of concern surfaced on Zhangguo's face, for he understood that Lo Ling's might was now unstoppable. Summon the nature spirits, do not delay. He exclaimed loudly, just as Kizaru and Aokiji arrived in rapid succession. Luo Ling turned around with a smile, her fist striking out towards them. At this moment, the two generals remained unaware of the formidable adversary they were about to face. A new legend was quietly coming into being. The most prudent course of action was to avoid her might, preventing her from adapting and awakening fully. The warring states were apprehensive about Luo Ling's complete rise to power. After all, Whitebeard was increasingly weakened by the recoil of the tremor fruit, while Roger suffered from a terminal illness and old injuries. Once Luo Ling achieves success, he shall become the second Garp. Chapter 53. This war, Buggy, shall put to a halt. With a light and airy fist, Luo Ling launched a strike towards Kizaru. The luminous orb that was Kizaru, harnessing the power of observation hockey, endeavored to evade the impending assault. Abandoning technicality and formality, he allowed himself to unleash his fists freely, aligning with his true intent. Dragon Claw Fist, Fishman Karate, Fishman Judo, the 6 styles of the Navy, Sword Breaker, Iron Fist of Love. Luo Ling has perfected his martial prowess to an unparalleled level. It was only when he relinquished all memories and embraced them as part of his being that he truly awakened. Reflecting upon every punch thrown by Garp, each step taken, every nonchalant gesture, and every fearless moment, he felt as though he had transformed into a solitary seed. adrift in the vast cosmos, devoid of any anchor. Suddenly, he beheld an expansive ocean, sweeping forth a myriad of cloud-covered waves. The sea burgeoned into a towering tree, rising majestically from the depths of the sea. This magnificent tree, known as the treasure tree, blossomed with exquisite flowers and bore an abundance of fruits. In that moment, Luo Ling felt as though he had transformed into the supreme treasure tree of the ocean. The ocean represented an inexhaustible source of power, ceaseless and boundless. His body embodied the treasure tree, and his physical technique manifested as its fruits, inseparable, intertwined. You are me, and I am you. Physical technique requires the body to channel it, just as fruits grow from the tree. In this singular moment, everything blended into one harmonious entity. A treasure tree emerges from the sea, bearing precious fruits known as demons. And the human body reveals its unfathomable wonders. All of this transpired in an instant. A dramatic transformation unfolded within Luo Ling, as the oceanic treasure tree had fully matured, and its fruits had all been born. In the blink of an eye, he opened his eyes, delivering a punch with all his might. This martial art was named Spirit. The Spirit punch struck a critical point on the luminous orb, allowing the true form of the yellow ape to elude capture, while Luo Ling, in accordance with his will, landed a blow on its essence. His fist surged forth with unstoppable momentum, as if the luminous orb and the yellow ape had become two distinct entities. The yellow ape was forcefully ejected from the orb, soaring over 100 meters away, followed closely by the dispersing light, which transformed into countless particles, pursuing the yellow ape's true form. The blood at the corner of his mouth seemed to symbolize the astonishment within his heart. How could this be possible? And you, after 3 days apart, shall be regarded with newfound respect. With a swift motion, Luo Ling's elbow struck at Kizaru, rebounding with a forceful momentum. Akiji, lurking behind Luo Ling, emanated an unsettling chill, threatening to encase any careless soul in a frigid sculpture of ice. Yet, as the icy aura approached Luo Ling, it proved utterly ineffective. The fist, imbued with the essence of absolute zero, concentrated its energy at a single point, attempting to penetrate the formidable hockey barrier and pierce Luo Ling's heart directly. However, in a reflexive counter, Luo Ling's elbow deflected Akiji's assault, which should have inflicted a grievous wound, freezing his arm to the point of fracture and decay. Instead, Luo Ling merely felt a slight prickling sensation on his arm, a natural response to the cold, with no significant harm ensued. In the eyes of Iron Bone and Kong, this exemplified the profound impact of intangible hockey. Thud. It was Luo Ling's elbow that struck Akiji, causing a sharp pain in his chest, akin to countless needles piercing his being. Akiji perceived this agony as if a frigid entity had invaded his flesh, each layer of skin and muscle ablaze with torment. It was an ice spear. Ironically, the very technique he had employed to assault Luo Ling had been turned against him. As Luo Ling's fist struck his true form, he simultaneously employed his own eyes to assault Akiji. Being an elemental ice of the natural type, the chilling essence became the method of attack once Luo Ling seized his true body. What kind of power is this? He retreated several steps, despite the pain. He concealed any signs of distress. At the very least, he had to suppress his expression so as not to be perceived by Luo Ling. Was it mere coincidence? Or was it a deliberate targeting? If it was intentional, then it was truly terrifying. Akiji suddenly awoke to reality. No wonder Sengoku had just advised to keep a distance from Luo Ling. What extraordinary power had this young man awakened? If such power fell into the hands of a more seasoned and ruthless individual, what would happen if the target were a Kainu? Capturing his true form and transforming it into a normal human constitution would turn the natural ability user's magma from an advantage into a disadvantage. How dreadful. This phenomenon does not merely target ability users, it is aimed at all existence. Everything possesses a spirit, and thus the spirit fist manifests. I merely allowed your spirit to strike the temporarily non-elemental true form. What Luo Ling articulated resonates profoundly with the innermost understanding of Akiji. Though it appears deceptively simple, it is, in fact, extraordinarily challenging. The observation haki must be immensely potent, capable of discerning the true form of those endowed with natural abilities. The armament haki should possess the strength to inflict harm from a distance, preventing the entity from reverting to its elemental state, effectively enveloping the user within the vastness of the sea. This implies a clear distinction between the essence and the elemental manifestation. Similarly, the conqueror's haki must reach an extraordinary level, capable of instilling a momentary sense of dread, thereby enabling the elemental entity to retaliate against its true form. While all of this may seem plausible, it fundamentally requires the complete mastery of all three Haki types, transforming them into formless Haki, which signifies a heightened awakening. Luo Ling has already adapted. He senses that the fruit has become an integral part of the treasure tree, and his own domineering aura is boundless like the ocean. The Spirit Fist serves as a testament to the mastery of body techniques elevated to the level of selflessness. The advanced awakening of the three-colored domineering aura and the selfless level of body techniques. Since arriving at the Summit War, Luffy's progress in learning has been more profound than when he encountered Kaido and Weno country. Of course, this is contingent upon having a solid foundation and ample experience. Luo Ling could never achieve success effortlessly. From this moment onward, the war atop truly became his arena. The sensation is remarkably subtle, akin to having been a supporting character and spectator for over a decade, only to realize one day, after striking down the protagonist with a single blow, that the true protagonist is, in fact, myself. Luo Ling murmured to herself, her spirits soaring. The distant figure of Blackbeard, whose head and body had been severed twice in his demise, could hardly have anticipated that the audience would supplant him as the antagonist and assume the role of the protagonist. In the world of pirates, when a skill or Haki ascends to an advanced level, transcending the self, one truly becomes a Yonko, akin to an admiral. Until now, Luo Ling had always felt marginalized. Despite possessing a well-rounded array of abilities, she sensed an insurmountable gap between herself and the formidable warriors. Akainu's fruit, with its observation Haki mastered to perfection, boasted immense lethality, rapid evasion, a robust health bar, and a vitality that surged like molten lava. Kaido's fruit, pushed to its utmost limits, showcased no weaknesses, and in its full power form of the fire dragon, further amplified the might of his Haki. No wonder. It was at this moment that Lorling began to believe that Carp could indeed slay Sakazuki in the war atop the summit. The condition being that he would genuinely forsake justice, which, of course, was utterly impossible. Do not delude yourselves. You cannot triumph over me. Luo Ling stood resolutely, allowing the onslaught of particles, lasers, rays, ice, freezing air, and shockwaves to bombard him. He remained unperturbed, immovable amidst the chaos. No matter the winds from the east, west, south, or north, he stood unwavering. Time and again, the figures of Iron Bone, the warring states, Aokiji, and Kizaru were sent flying. Until the very end, only Luo Ling remained steadfast in place. Esteemed colleagues, our GM army is devoted to making the world a better place. Do you not yearn to leave the Navy, defeat the celestial dragons, and ascend to the Red Earth continent? Luo Ling jested once more, yet this time, no one dared to retort. Ahem, it appears I have improved somewhat, Carp proclaimed as he stood up. With his rise, even Akainu, who sat helplessly in the corner, felt a sense of reassurance. Carp, Sengoku, and the iron-willed Sora made way for him. You insolent brat. The vast majority of people in this world are protected by the Navy and the world government. UGM forces are still far from it. Carp scoffed dismissively. Understood, as long as we are powerful enough and the number of those we protect is sufficient, we can replace the Navy. Luo Ling understood that this moment signified the cessation of Carp's obstruction. The war was drawing to a close. As Carp had articulated, the majority of the world's populace still required the protection of the Navy. In this tense moment, Luo Ling dared to eliminate all the high-ranking officers, compelling Carp to intervene. Yet, Luo Ling could not retreat. A withdrawal now would signify his own defeat, a notion that would undoubtedly spread, tarnishing the reputation of the GM army. The pirates, the Navy, and the GM forces could not be the first to propose a ceasefire, unless a sufficiently powerful and neutral force intervened. Meanwhile, on the surface of the sea, Buggy remained in shock, as the cataclysmic incident of Marineford being reduced to rubble echoed throughout the world. A pirate ship, capable of stirring considerable commotion, stealthily appeared nearby. Buggy, what are you gazing at up there? Shanks. Buggy's grip on the transponder snail slackened, allowing it to fall, only to be caught by his subordinate. Hello, Shanks, what brings you here? I harbor a deep-seated animosity towards you. Do not be angry. I have come to prevent the war. Shanks replied with a smile, extending an invitation to his old friend. Let us join forces to avert this conflict. Who would want to engage in such a venture with you? Buggy retorted, his pride shining through. Truly magnificent. It is no wonder Captain Buggy is on such amicable terms with the Emperor, Shanks. He even declined to intervene in a monumental event like the Top War. Following you has been the only correct decision of my life. Buggy was engulfed in confusion. He merely wished to avoid death. However, contrary to his thoughts, he bellowed. Men, set sail and change course. Destination: Marineford. Buggy shall personally put an end to this war, regardless of Kaido, Whitebeard, Akainu, or Akiji. The fervor ignited within everyone. Shanks merely chuckled, allowing his comrades to continue their voyage. Chapter 54, Whitebeard. The final 10 minutes today, I shall take Whitebeard away. Who among you can stop me? Loring approached Whitebeard with an air of calmness, yet the latter remained unmoved. Not a single member of the Navy uttered a word. With Blackbeard dead, Barrett defeated, and Kaido rendered powerless, it was undeniably a resounding victory for them. Nevertheless, they could not be the first to propose a ceasefire, nor could they allow Newgate to escape, as that would severely tarnish the Navy's reputation. Loring, I have grown old and weary. Returning to the sea is but a wait for death's embrace. Ace has already returned to the ocean, and every member of the Whitebeard pirates is now free. The fall of two emperors has little impact on this world. Victors claim the throne, and the future is destined for my sons. Whitebeard Newgate coughed lightly, then erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, life! How grand and tumultuous it is. Once your wounds are healed, you shall live at least 5 more years. As Luo Ling uttered these words, he was acutely aware of Whitebeard's lifelong injuries and his struggle with asthma. The bubbles had restored Whitebeard to a state reminiscent of his pre-injury days in Marineford. However, upon departing, the deterioration of his body would merely allow him a few more years of existence. It could be said that Whitebeard had arrived at Marineford without any intention of returning alive. I had promised Ace. As Luo Ling's voice faded, Whitebeard erupted into laughter. His signature mustache, elegantly curved upwards, twitched slightly. Thank you for allowing this old man to linger a while longer, saving as many of my sons as possible. I am but a remnant of a bygone era. In this new age, I find no shores to anchor upon. Only dying on the battlefield would serve as my most fitting farewell. Whitebeard's words were not born of evasion or fear. They were mere truths. Roger met his end on the executioner's platform, heralding the dawn of the great pirate era. The Golden Lion, having retreated for 2 decades, was ultimately vanquished by the rising star, Luffy. And what of him? He truly harbored a weary heart, persisting until his final breath. For decades, he had sheltered countless kingdoms and ordinary souls in the New World. It was time to entrust the future to the new generation. Ace would undoubtedly surpass me in his endeavors. With a smile, Whitebeard extended a hand. If only it were possible, I would gladly take you as my son. Gururara. He stepped forward, vitality surging within him, as the lost years seemed to return in that moment. The wild winds caressed his face, and he felt as if he had been transported back to that era. Even if he were to perish from age or illness, he could still live a few more years. Ace and the others surely wished for his return. Luo Ling was unwilling to witness the despondent expression on Ace's face. They were not merely brothers, but rather as close as blood relatives. They would understand. The old man still possessed the freedom to choose death. Whitebeard, living in the face of death, unleashed a powerful punch behind him, causing the sea to surge and the winds to howl, not targeting any individual but merely generating colossal waves to fend off the distance. On the surface of the ocean, pirate ships and war vessels lingered, reluctant to depart. Upon the deck stood the captains and crew of the Whitebeard pirates. When these gigantic waves surged before them, the fierce winds soon followed. The tremors were extraordinary, distinctly different from before, not aggressive but rather a conveyance of information. Only the Whitebeard pirates could comprehend the significance embedded within. Old Man, the Immortal Marco, Fire Fist Ace, Flower Sword Vista, and Diamond Jaws, each captain grasped the meaning behind Whitebeard's punch. It was a farewell. This was the captain's final command. Marco, as the captain of the 1st Division, called out, "Old Man, respond to the old man." To respond meant that the captains of the Whitebeard pirates had to break through the waves. Fire Fist. Ace struck forth with a punch, flames erupting like a mountain, evaporating the towering waves into a mist of white vapor. Tears brimmed in their eyes, rendering them speechless. Forever moved, forever fighting. The flames, scorching the sins of the world, surged with the waves, sending countless bubbles drifting towards the sky. Marineford had been reduced to rubble, a graveyard. 5 years at most. The old man could only live for 5 more years. Rather than languishing on a sickbed, he preferred to empower his sons, encouraging them to grow stronger. Their time would eventually come. Whitebeard's punch struck forth with undeniable force, shattering the already devastated Marineford into fragments. He poured all his haki and power into this final effort, fully igniting his spirit. This was the most profound expression of life returning. Loring turned in disbelief to gaze upon the elderly man. The scarf flew away, revealing cascading golden locks. The wrinkles upon his bearded visage were smoothed away, and his skin became delicate and radiant. His slightly stooped frame unfurled once more, restored to its prime, robust and unparalleled. Do not be astonished. It has only taken approximately 10 minutes, a sacrifice of my remaining years. The old man stated with remarkable calmness. He had rescued Ace and witnessed Blackbeard's demise, avenging Sachi. There were no regrets. The future must belong to the new generation. To the young pirates, I shall carry away your lifeless form. Loring understood that even if he forcibly took Whitebeard away, it would serve no purpose, for he had already entered the countdown of life. Thank you. Newgate, in high spirits, felt as though everything had returned. He strode forward, his form agile, free from any signs of asthma, aging, illness, or old wounds. He was Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, possessing the power to annihilate the world. Hurry. Whitebeard is fighting desperately. Pay him no mind. Let him expend his last breath. Sengoku issued the command, yet after the battle with Loring, their already injured bodies were further battered. If they did not intervene, more lives would be lost. Akiji rose to his feet as Marineford was cleaved in two. A colossal wall of ice surged upward, standing like a tombstone, shielding everyone behind it. This has become your concern. Molten magma melted a hole, and the severely wounded Akainu's body rose and fell with each labored breath. He could not fight, merely sustaining himself through sheer will. Newgate, can you hold on? Kaido laughed heartily as he stood, an awakened Zoan-type creature. His recovery speed was quicker, yet he could only manage to walk and stand. Such is the nature of top-tier warriors. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, they may rise again. You've been quite audacious these years, but worry not. Old Man still has strength to spare. In his current state, no one dared to challenge Whitebeard. He charged forward. The entire island began to tremble, followed by a resounding crash as terrifying fissures appeared upon the ice wall. With a crack, it shattered entirely, collapsing into a wasteland. Kazara stepped forward, his gaze devoid of prior composure. The three admirals aligned themselves, as if they had returned to the onset of the Marineford War. Sengoku and the iron-willed Kong also advanced. The war had entered its final 10 minutes countdown. One Piece. It truly exists. Only 9 minutes of life remain. Whitebeard, in his prime, faced the highest combat force of the Navy. The blade was enveloped in Conqueror's haki, armament haki flowed, and the tremor fruit erupted. Purple, red, and black lightning intertwined ceaselessly. Who could withstand this strike? With Roger gone from the world, who could wield the divine avoidance? Boom. Magma, ice, light, shockwaves, and haki intertwined, clashing with this unparalleled might. Exhilarating. Whitebeard did not retreat a single step. He leaped into the air, delivering another strike. The waves surged, the skies shattered. Even the admirals were repeatedly hurled away, and both former Marine admirals fell to the ground time and again. 7 minutes, 5 minutes, he fought with growing fervor. Chapter 55, Living Up to Roger. Standing behind Whitebeard, Lolling observed the direction of the Navy, where Garp ultimately found himself at the bottom. The old and the young stood in stark opposition, fully aware that as masters of martial arts and haki, there was no necessity for their involvement in this conflict. Yet, neither would allow their positions to be compromised. Off the coast of Marineford, the 7 warlords of the sea had long since withdrawn, watching the scene unfold from a distance. How thrilling it would be to manipulate the 4 emperors and admirals. Doflamingo hovered in the air, stepping upon invisible threads. But where had Moria's corpse vanished? It was perplexing that it had disappeared so quickly, especially after being slain by him. With that, he tugged on a thin line and ascended into the sky. Sitting in a small boat, Mihawk crossed his legs, pondering what could be more astonishing than witnessing the fall of the world's strongest man with his own eyes. Suddenly, the waves lifted his tiny vessel as 2 grand ships appeared beside him. Eagle-Eye Mihawk, Buggy exclaimed. Just moments ago, he had endured hundreds of cuts, yet remained unscathed. Is it you? Mihawk remained stoic, but another voice rang out with cheerful laughter. Red-haired Shanks. Care to join me? Shanks leaned over the side of the ship, a smile gracing his face. No need. I am content to observe, Mihawk replied. Would you like a drink? This is war, and you seem quite at ease. Mihawk found himself at a loss for words as the red force sailed away. Once the ship had departed, he finally grasped the supreme blade from his back, the world's strongest black blade. He skimmed the water's surface to maintain balance. Ha! A mysterious laughter erupted across the sea. Moria had been saved by his subordinate, the Invisible Man, who had rendered their vessel invisible as well. Upon regaining consciousness and witnessing the scene, Moria could not help but laugh. Nanny, Eagle-Eye, just wait and see. Moria screamed before falling silent. clearly wounded. In truth, my hawk had long sensed the presence of Moonlight Moria, merely choosing to turn a blind eye in indifference. I row my boat. Your actions matter not to me. If you seek your own demise and laugh, do not blame me, the world's greatest swordsman, for my lack of mercy. My hawk turned away, his gaze unwavering upon the impending conclusion of the war. At that moment, only 2 minutes remained. Youth feels invigorating. Whitebeard unleashed a barrage of punches, sending the already wounded Akainu tumbling as if he were a mere stone, bouncing with each blow. The molten magma was stirred, cooling to rock. Ice and cold were forced back, shattering upon impact. Akiji was struck multiple times by Whitebeard at his peak, struggling to rise with one hand, only to see a massive blade descending upon him. How terrifying. Is this the Whitebeard of yore? Kizaru attempted a flying kick to intervene. Had it been in Whitebeard's elder years, this kick would surely have countered, preventing the blade from descending. However, Whitebeard had but 2 minutes left, sacrificing the remaining 5 years of his life for this moment of unparalleled strength. Bang! Kizaru's flying kick, the so-called speed equating to power, was cleaved in two by the sword strike. The intense shockwave and haki clouded his mind, causing him to cough up blood. Since the onset of the war, they had all exhausted their strength and sustained injuries. After the appearance of Lorling, the battle continued with further consumption and the gravitational pull of Blackbeard, as the dark tunnel shrank amidst an infinite sea of fire. After the burning and tearing, Lorling awakened once more, his injuries intensifying. At this moment in the battle, Marineford had no one in peak condition, save for the two extraordinary figures, Lorling and Garp. Even the Emperor Kaido had been heavily wounded by the strongest Marine Admiral Akainu at the cost of self-detonation. Even in his last 10 minutes, Whitebeard was capable of truly dominating the entire field. Newgate. Sengoku stood before him, veins bulging on his neck and forehead, consumed by fury. Do you truly wish to witness a future world in ruins? Without the support of the Marines, even your homeland will be engulfed in flames. Sengoku, you are foolish. Does your reign truly exist? Why endure? We both know that the time has come, and one day it will arrive. Whitebeard swung his blade. The haki and the power of the tremor erupted like thunder. Sengoku, the Buddha, met the attack with a radiant fist. His intention was to stall for time, allowing Whitebeard to exhaust his last breath. Unexpectedly, his opponent did not hesitate, cleaving through the air. Gasp. Ah! Sengoku's fist could not withstand the impact. The shockwave and the tremor collided, and haki met haki. The result was that the peak Whitebeard triumphed. In mere seconds, Sengoku was sent flying, stumbling and shattering everything in his path. What answers is this world awaiting? Who will unveil the sealed past? Fear not, young one, venture forth to the sea. For the great treasure truly exists. Whitebeard's roar thundered, propelling the battle to within 100 meters of Garp. Silence. Do you comprehend what you are saying? Ironbone Kong was soaked in blood. He was the Marine Admiral of the legendary pirate era, and Whitebeard was the last remnant of that time. He must be eradicated. Who is Roger waiting for? Who is the Pirate King awaiting? What great waves will the GM army unleash? Are you afraid? Ironbone Kong, Sengoku. The war that will engulf the world is destined to come. The Marineford War was merely an appetizer, this time. It is the pirates launching a war against the Marine headquarters. Next time, it will be the GM army rising against the world government. Fear. Fate is like a tempest. Unceasing. Boom. A strike with all his might, more powerful than any before. At this moment, even among the Marines in peak condition, only Garp could withstand it. Aside from him, the only other was their beloved friend, Roger. Damn it. Boom. Iron-boned Kong exerted all his strength, releasing all his haki to block this strike. He must not retreat, not even a step. Justice cannot retreat. Even if covered in dust, it is for the safety of countless families. Ha 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 ha. A hearty laughter echoed through the heavens as the blade slashed down. Ironbone Kong's ferocity vanished in that moment. His haki was ultimately exhausted, and his already battered body succumbed after a monumental tremor. Newgate grew stronger. The closer he was to death, the more powerful the strength he exchanged for his lifespan. Only a final figure remained. Garp. Whitebeard, you old fool. Garp, it has been a long time. Indeed, it has been a long time. I suppose I have not disappointed Roger's expectations, though you have taken advantage of me. Whitebeard smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting. Humph, who would be like you? Seeking a young lad as a son at over 70? Shameless. Garp crossed his arms, appearing stern. Ha 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 ha. Whitebeard laughed heartily, striking his enormous blade against the rubble. His laughter came to an abrupt halt. In that moment, the world fell silent. Chapter 56. The legend comes to a close beneath the cherry blossoms. Newgate. Do you wish to know the secret of D? I can tell you. Speaking of which, I have a child in my pirate crew whose name also bears D. Beneath the cherry blossom tree, the pirate King Roger and Whitebeard Newgate raised their cups. Perhaps one of the few moments of joy in his life. Cherry blossoms danced, stirring a whirlwind of dust. Fine wine and heroes. Who can truly achieve greatness for one another? You are Whitebeard? Join my pirate crew. I have a grand plan. God Valley. Do you know it? ISNT this honeycomb island? Rocks. Ha 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 ha. That day will surely come. I shall become the king of the world. On Honeycomb Island. The man's laughter resounded, as if the unattainable past were unfolding before them. How many in this world possess the capacity to embrace an entire ship filled with the qualities of a king? Newgate. After this, I shall retreat for a time, allowing this world to witness what it means to be a pirate, a bunch of children playing house. Golden Lion, what scheme are you concocting? Ha ha ha. They clink their cups, lifelong enemies yet lifelong friends. Once the left and right arms of rocks, they ultimately supported a magnificent era. You are Whitebeard? I shall defeat you and make a name for myself. Fire Fist Ace. What a name. He remembered that Roger once said, if he had a son, he would name him Ace. Ridiculous. Ace bore such resemblance to Roger in his youth. How could Whitebeard not recognize him? I recognized you the moment I laid eyes on you, child. The tumult of childhood, the frantic escapes of youth, the battles of young adulthood that earned him fame. In his prime, he ascended to greatness, achieving legend. In middle age, he reigned over the new world, the emperor of the sea. In his old age, he had already sat upon the throne for over 20 years. Ha 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 ha. What a splendid, exhilarating, and painful life it has been. He closed his eyes, never to open them again. Without regrets, how could he not shut his eyes tightly? Splash. On the sea, the waves roared. The tears of flower sword vista flowed uncontrollably. A flower blooming upon his blade, dancing in the wind. Old man. In their lives, they were protected by this elder, who had safeguarded them beyond measure. A true man. Completing his life with unwavering resolve. Is that not enough to be admirable? Marine fort. Completely shattered, gradually sinking into the depths of the sea. Soon, the so-called center of the world will vanish from existence. Dead. Sengoku paused for a moment. The losses in this battle were immense. Whitebeard was dead, and Ironbone Kong was also dead. The three admirals had no strength left to pursue. He too was injured, needing to care for the marines and commanders on this island. Sunlight shone. Whitebeard's towering figure obscured Garp's form. No one could see his expression. Another one has departed? Perhaps after leaving God Valley. Only Rayleigh remains to carry on the legend. Yes, and Garp too. The old man truly chose a splendid way to die. Kaido let out a hearty laugh. The elder brother who had invited him to join the Rocks Pirates had also met his demise. Yet, in solitude, as a fellow remnant of the bygone era, what semblance of interest could the remainder of his life possibly hold? With a grand flourish, the azure dragon ascended, ensnaring a throng of minions as they spiraled through the sky. This fellow truly possesses an indomitable fate. Sengoku muttered a curse, yet felt powerless to pursue. Lauren cast a glance at the sky, where mist swirled around him, contemplating an ascent into the air. Thinking of leaving? A cornered foe must not be pursued. A hand rested upon his shoulder. It was the red-haired man, wielding a griffin, while the first mate, Ben Beckman, aimed his gun at the yellow ape. Ricky Lu, gnawing on a large drumstick, scrutinized the surroundings with a serious expression, and Jesus Burgess leveled his weapon at the green bull, whose demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. Powerful figures stood in a row, representing the red-haired pirates. Also known as the Iron Wall Pirates, a pirate crew renowned for its formidable strength and flawless reputation as an elite band of marauders. Are you here to scavenge? Sengoku's words prompted everyone to become vigilant. The precarious situation at hand, confronting an unscathed Yonko crew, was undeniably perilous. No, we are here to prevent this war. If anyone wishes to continue fighting, they shall contend with us. With a swift motion, the current possessor of the world's mightiest conqueror's haki stood, instilling fear merely by his presence. This statement undoubtedly represented an intervention by a neutral party, signifying the opportune moment for all factions to halt and mitigate losses. Only Lauren remained bewildered. He had anticipated that Shanks would arrive sooner, especially with Kaido no longer vying for the Whitebeard pirates' territory. What on earth transpired? Something felt amiss. Everything appeared utterly absurd, defying logic. Why was a cornered enemy not to be pursued? Shouldn't Kaido be dead? Clearly, Shanks now held the advantage, aside from Garp. Who among the Navy possessed the strength to contend? It was not that Garp lacked power, but rather that this deliberate circumstance left him perplexed. Only one possibility remained: balance. Shanks was committed to preserving the equilibrium of the seas. What did he truly understand? Why persistently strive to uphold the final balance at such a critical juncture? After a moment of contemplation, Lawling was suddenly jolted by the voice of the warring states. The war has come to an end. With a resounding declaration, the warring states announced the cessation of hostilities. The demise of Whitebeard and the fall of Blackbeard signify the twilight of an era. The jester Buggy, clutching the transponder snail, exclaimed furiously, "Can we leave now, Shanks? I cannot bear to remain with the Navy for even a moment longer. Naturally, as a reward, this treasure map shall be yours." "What?" Buggy, brandishing the treasure map, erupted in jubilance. His subordinates, already gazing at him with admiration, began to lose themselves in ecstatic frenzy. They were overwhelmed with excitement. The captain is remarkable. He and the red-haired Shanks united to halt the war. For the greater good, he even relinquished the chance to claim Whitebeard's head himself. Moved. I shall follow Captain Buggy in my next life. This tearful group, however, remained oblivious to a towering figure that was steadily approaching the location of Whitebeard. "What do you intend to do? The war has ended." Yet that was merely the conflict between pirates and the Navy. Luo Ling is a GM soldier. He has one final task to accomplish. A door creaks open, just slightly taller than Whitebeard. "To carry away your corpse is my promise." He undertakes this action without any opposition. On the other side of the door lies the vessel occupied by Ace and his crew. He executes all of this with an air of nonchalance, turning to approach Shanks. From the pirates to the Navy, and then back to the pirates, this indeed reflects his true allegiance. Confronted by the red-haired pirates led by Shanks in the clown buggy, the Din Din Mushi continues to broadcast live to the world. "The balance of this world shall be disrupted solely by my hand." As Luo Ling's words fell, the red-haired figure stood as if faced with an imminent threat. He comprehended the gravity of her statement. Are you truly prepared to confront the entirety of the world alone? Do you grasp the multitude of individuals who are offering their gold to the celestial dragons? Without mentioning the 19 celestial dragons residing in Mariewa. There are 33 kingdoms in the New World that pledge their allegiance to them, and countless more across the seas. Furthermore, numerous kingdoms and factions in the New World are ravaged by pirates and dominated by the 4 emperors. Alone, your strength and willpower are bound to wane over time. Shanks spoke in a grave tone. "So what are you implying?" Loring found himself somewhat lost, almost believing that battle was the sole path. "You alone are insufficient. You must have more individuals standing beside you. The equilibrium has been shattered, which signifies that the chessboard has been overturned. Do you possess enough pieces?" The words of the red-haired individual caused Loring's heart to quiver. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon him. He burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, thank you. I was on the verge of losing myself." Luo Ling turned away from the lens of the phone bug, arms wide open. "Esteemed generals, lieutenant generals. In the elite of the Navy, is there anyone willing to join my GM army? The war has come to a close," Luo Ling declared. Sengoku demonstrated his authority. Flanked by Carp, his words carrying weight. Yet the conflict between the GM army and the world government has only just commenced. The era is spiraling out of control. Can you halt its momentum? Upon uttering these words, Luo Ling swiftly turned to face the camera. The viewers from around the globe, watching the live broadcast, were struck by a chilling sensation. A voice cried out, "The GM army is poised to unleash a more terrifying war." Whitebeard did not speak in vain. "Ha ha ha. The legendary treasure truly exists. I must set sail." These are the words of Whitebeard. How could they be false? He is the man who has come closest to the throne in 20 years. What is this GM army? Isn't Luo Ling a pirate? Hush. Do not mention the GM army. It is perilous to be overheard by the nobles. On this day, the GM army made its presence known to the entire world, becoming an entity that even the world's governments could no longer conceal. Surely, more individuals would seek to pursue and explore, yearning to become part of it. Dreaded Luo Ling not only thwarted our efforts to suppress the pirates, but also propelled the name of the GM army into the limelight. Sengoku was beset with headaches. He resolved to resign after the war, knowing that the future would undoubtedly bring greater challenges for others to bear. At this moment, the GM army, alongside pirates and the Navy, became a term that ignited the curiosity of countless passionate youths. My friends, when we next meet, do not expect the old man to be present. Luling walked through the air gate with a smile, vanishing from sight. The war has ended. Yet, it has only just begun. The curtain has been drawn, and none can halt its descent. The demon lord Luling shall become a fearsome criminal, rivaling dragons in their ferocity. The waves crashed against the harbor as Marin Vondo sank completely beneath the sea. Standing aboard the warship, both Carp and Sengoku were engulfed in a tumult of emotions. Our era has concluded, Carp, Sengoku lamented, his hair turned white overnight. New challengers will inevitably rise, contesting the established authority. Were you not once the same? Carp smiled as he gazed into the distance. The moonlight shone brilliantly. Cherry blossom petals, drifting and swirling with grace, floated away on the breeze, as if performing a legendary dance of farewell. Chapter 57. The rising tides of the world. Verdant grass fell like rain, lush and vibrant. The stone tombstones reflected the morning sun's glow. The colossal blade of the supreme sword, Cloud Cutter, stood nearby, its white cloak fluttering in the wind. Remnants of the Whitebeard pirates stood silently beside the tombstones. The immortal Marco could not suppress the sorrow within, tears escaping his eyes as he gently wiped them away. Marco, cease this. Do not seek vengeance, Shanks advised, leading his crew toward the port. By the harbor, Lilling sipped a small drink. As a mythical Zoan, he had long since healed, observing the scene with indifference. Your enemies are unprecedentedly powerful. Do not let your pride blind you, Shanks cautioned Lilling. They are merely celestial dragons. At most, they stand against the world. What is there to fear? Lauren's laughter grew more carefree. The war had concluded over a month ago. He had wholly adapted to his own strength. After all, what was it to be at odds with the entire world? Ah, youth is indeed splendid. Beckman chuckled and teased. Truly, he is worthy of being Luffy's elder brother. Yet, why did Luffy not attend the funeral? Ricky glanced curiously around. He had already set sail. Meeting now would breach their pact. Let them encounter one another at the pinnacle of their respective journeys. Luo Ling rose to her feet and responded to the inquiry. Saber and Ace also emerged from either side of the grave, all under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Luo Ling strolled down the center. As three individuals sat together beneath the gravestone, raising their cups in unison. Let this world be turned upside down. Clink. The glasses collided, and the air was filled with merriment. Ace laughed until tears streamed down his face, exclaiming, Father once said we are all free, so from this moment forth. The tears of all the captains, crew members, and the leaders of the subordinate pirate crews of the Whitebeard pirates burst forth. Whitebeard pirates, disband. They roared in unison, declaring an end. Suddenly, someone choked on their emotions, sobbing, while others wept openly, disregarding any notion of masculinity. On the Redforth ship, Shanks wore a look of shock. That single word, disband, reminded him of a day decades ago when Pirate King Roger had issued his final command. Captain, for the first time, the concerned Jesus Burgess sensed such profound sorrow from Shanks. I'm fine, just reminiscing about old times. The sails unfurled, and the pirates set sail once more. After the sorrow, Ace turned with a smile. My adventures shall continue, whether as a remnant of the Whitebeard pirates or in pursuit of my own life. I will set sail. His words were clear. The Whitebeard pirates had become a thing of the past, much like the legends of the Roger pirates. From this moment on, they would part ways to pursue their own destinies. Ace, after following Father for so many years, I had thought that one day the crew would disband, and I would become a lumberjack. Ace, at my age, it is time for me to retire. If one day you find yourself in my hometown, you must join me for a drink. After all these years, aside from being a pirate, what else can I do, Ace? Count me in. Father recognized you. Even if the Whitebeard pirates no longer exist, you are still the new captain. Being a pirate is synonymous with freedom. With Father gone, we are no longer under anyone's banner, but should you need anything, we will always be there. Each person had their own choice. Some chose to withdraw, retreating into obscurity, becoming carefree wanderers. Others joined Ace in continuing their adventures. There were those who had once been part of subordinate crews, now reveling in their newfound freedom. Additionally, a few captains expressed their willingness to form a pirate alliance. Ace had yet to become one of the four emperors, stepping into Whitebeard's shoes. It was an undeniable fact that only 3 sea emperors remained in the new world. Farewell, everyone. The banquet begins. As sons, they understood that Whitebeard would never wish to see them in such despair. Just before parting, let us share one last drink. The fine wine of Binks. It was unknown who started singing first, but soon everyone instinctively joined in the melody. The celebration lasted a day and a night, and only then did the pirate ships begin to depart the island. In the end, Ace established the Ember Emperor Pirates, forming 5 pirate alliances, with members including the Phoenix Marco, the Flower Sword Vista, and Diamond Jozu, among others. Of the numerous captains, 5 chose to withdraw. With the land of Weno now opened, Zaro returned to his homeland, honoring the pact made years prior. Compared to the times when Whitebeard was alive, the territory, influence, and military strength had significantly diminished. By the port's edge, Luo Ling and Sabo have opened a door, ready to depart. The GM army is engaged in battles and tasks across the globe, and the two must journey towards their respective worlds. Ace, I have imparted to you the profound essence of the three-color hockey and martial arts awakening. Whether you can comprehend it rests solely upon you. Luo Ling spoke solemnly. As the elder brother, he evidently possessed a flair for the dramatic. In the forthcoming battle, I must not remain weak. Ace, with a jest, struck out with his fists, engaging in a clash with Luo Ling and Sabo. Farewell, Ace. Sabo waved goodbye as he and Luo Ling stepped through the air gate. The world of pirates seemed to fall into a sudden hush. The dust settled. Yet, before calamity strikes, there is always a fleeting moment of tranquility. This is an immutable truth. Swish. A flurry of newspapers and bounty notices spread across the globe. Significant events unfolded before our eyes. Whitebeard's words drew more pirates to his call, while the obscurity of the great treasure after 2 decades left many disheartened and despondent. Until Whitebeard revealed to all that the great treasure indeed existed. On distant islands, the suffering populace whispered about the GM army, yearning for the dawn to break. Some rose in rebellion, no longer willing to wait. Luo Ling's actions and words during the Marineford War have subtly transformed the world. What? The Joker, Buggy, has become the new warlord of the sea? His background is quite terrifying. He was reportedly an intern aboard the ship of the Pirate King, Roger, and shares a brotherly bond with Shanks. Moreover, this fellow wreaked havoc at Impel Down and personally averted the further escalation of the Marineford War. Crocodile, the sand alligator, and Gecko Moria, what prompted their return to the seas? Truly, we are in an era of tumultuous change. Kaido has managed to escape, and it is said he has found a new stronghold. Are there still 3 emperors of the sea on these waters? Ha ha ha, our opportunity has arrived. To the new world we go. The Whitebeard pirates have disbanded, and the Fire Fist Ace really believes he can reclaim past glories? Let us see if they can hold onto Whitebeard's territory. I must have my share. In the new world, a colossal mobile warship exists like an island, slowly traversing these waters. The Golden Emperor, Tezzalo, gazes with a broad smile at the tall man seated before him. Jin, Queen, Jack, Shiryu of the Rain, and Burgess, all high-ranking members of the Beast Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates have gathered here. I shall become the new pirate governor of Hive Island. Do you understand? Kaido broods over his drink. I comprehend. Bailey, gold is abundant. Tezzalo forces a smile. Laughter erupts among the crowd, but amidst their mirth, Tezzalo feels a fleeting sense of confusion. Soon, he shakes off his unease and resumes his forced grin. How much insincerity still permeates this world? Golden City, a place of utmost prosperity. Observe how leisurely the celestial dragons are, before the impending cataclysmic battle that will overturn the world. No one would believe that gods are but flesh and blood. That day will eventually arrive. Chapter 58. The year that was erased a year has passed, and the entire world is aware of it. The demon lord Luo Ling has been missing for 1 year. Sabaody Archipelago. Ever since Marineford sank beneath the waves, the Navy headquarters has relocated to the New World beneath the Red Line. Continuous major events have led the populace to gradually accept them as commonplace. In a tavern, young pirates are drinking heartily, occasionally casting furtive glances at the tall man in the corner. He is surrounded by a silent crowd, engrossed in their meals. A purple-haired man with sunglasses savors a bottle of strong liquor. A fishman with blood-red skin, wearing a towel on his head, voraciously consumes a special fried rice. Another man, cloaked in long fabric and armed with twin swords, points at a flower pot, causing a rose to bloom instantly. Beside the tall man are 2 beautiful women. The one on the left has lustrous black hair, a prominent nose, quietly sipping coffee, her porcelain hand propping up her chin, her legs crossed, seemingly waiting for something. The one on the right, with short blue hair, dons a cape and black knee-high stockings, sipping orange juice. Boss, I'd like another glass of apple juice. The more sour, the better. Sure. The middle-aged man nods repeatedly, hurrying to prepare the juice. He swallows hard, his hands trembling. How terrifying. Can a person truly consume this much? Over 30 plates cleared, from seafood fried rice to pasta, and from roasted meat to sukiyaki. What is this man's stomach made of? Delicious. He drains the sour apple juice, his smile growing ever more exuberant. Footsteps sound as a blonde youth enters the tavern, wearing a top hat and a blue suit, carrying a pipe on his back. The girl beside him wears a hat lower than his, also in gloves and knee-high stockings. Her figure exquisite. Upon their arrival, the already subdued atmosphere in the tavern becomes even more oppressive. How could anyone fail to recognize them? These are significant figures of the GM army, particularly the Ravenous Man. He is none other than the demon Lord Luo Ling, who caused a stir across the world during the Marineford War just a year ago. Ever since Whitebeard's demise, he has become a man capable of silencing children's cries. Throughout the past year, from the Four Seas to the Grand Line, the world government and the Navy have repeatedly suppressed him. In response, the Navy has appointed 2 new admirals, each terrifyingly powerful like monsters. After the battle between the new fleet admiral Akainu and Akiji, the latter left the Navy. Rumors have circulated that he has joined the GM army, though some claim this is mere gossip. Just as they ponder this, they hear the sound of footsteps. A tall man clad in a coat strides into the tavern, emanating an overwhelming chill that halts all movement. The bone-chilling cold spreads throughout the room. Akiji, the admiral of the Navy, has truly joined the GM army? How could this be possible? What has transpired over the past year? First, the GM army surged forth, and then one significant event after another occurred. As of now, even the initial rumors have been confirmed. Just how formidable is the GM army now? I finally found you. Luo Ling. Are you happy now? Kazan. Luo Ling, with a full and contented belly, let out a comfortable yawn. Is there a battle occurring nearby? After all, it's Marineford. However, that is a matter of the past. Akiji exhaled a breath of icy air, and in an instant, his freezing power began to encroach upon the ground beneath Luo Ling's feet. It is indeed very cold. Luo Ling laughed once more, a sound that echoed through the air. Suddenly, he turned sharply and unleashed a powerful punch. The ice shattered instantaneously. Rising to his feet, he towered at a staggering height of nearly 9 meters, instilling terror in those who beheld him. Everyone fell to the ground in fear, their expressions etched with a singular thought. What on earth is happening? Why does Luo Ling possess the powers of the Tremor fruit? Was Akiji rumored to have joined the GM army? How did he become the one pursuing Luo Ling? And why were they present in the Sabaody archipelago? It's time to fight. With a single punch, Luo Ling caused the tavern to collapse into ruins in an instant. This world awaits my response. Boom. The earth trembled, tearing apart the azure heavens. The sea surged, transforming into colossal waves. After a year of warfare above, all my efforts have been utterly erased. Well done, world government. I shall reiterate my question. Kazan, are you truly certain you do not wish to join the GM army? The seemingly simple words spoken by Luo Ling encompass a wealth of information. Over the course of a year, he has accomplished numerous feats. Yet all have been shrouded in secrecy? How is this possible? What formidable power does the world's government possess to erase everything that a man with a bounty of 4 billion berries has done? Luo Ling offered no response but casually remarked to the woman behind her, Robin, today marks the day when little Luffy sets sail. Over the course of a year, he must have grown stronger, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, the captain is certain to be more formidable, came the reply. Another year has passed. Only then did the crowd awaken to the reality that the Straw Hat crew, who had made quite a splash during the Paramount War, had also been missing for an entire year. Let us embark on our journey. Only one final step remains before we can gather them all. Luo Ling strode toward Akiji, surrounded by a multitude of Marines and prominent figures within the Navy. The modified Pacifista Mark II, nearly identical to Moria aside from their white cloaks, stood at attention. All the vice admirals of the headquarters were present, including Fujitora, Akiji, and Kizaru, alongside Vice Admirals Smoker and Tina from the Navy branches. The Demon Slayer order commenced. Outside the archipelago of Sabaody, Akainu issued his command, the lines on his previously unperturbed face deepening. The sea breeze rustled his cloak, the word justice unwavering. Sakazuki, the voice from the Den Mushi belonged to the Gorosei. Do you realize that the Sabaody archipelago is under the control of the celestial dragons? Your actions are an affront. Akainu winced at the sound, momentarily silent before uttering a single response. Over the past year, he had turned the world upside down. The celestial dragons should prepare to tumble from their thrones should they fail in this battle. The Gorosei, poised to retort, found themselves at a loss for words. Root them out completely, he declared, dismissing any further argument. With a sudden leap, Akainu landed at Dock, one of the Sabaody archipelago. If he were to lose this battle, the celestial dragons would indeed be ousted, but the question remained, would victory or defeat be his fate? He feared the GM forces might ascend to take their place as the new celestial dragons. There could be no gamble. Akainu steeled his mind, swiftly arriving at a resolute decision. Unyielding justice. He strode purposefully toward the man with a bounty of 5 billion berries, reminiscent of Roger himself. Luo Ling stood still, patiently awaiting the arrival of a kainu. He extended a hand, wearing a smile reminiscent of Whitebeard's, and said, "Join us, Sakazuki." "You madman, I am the fleet admiral." "Isn't that even better?" Luo Ling turned, and a doppelganger emerged, blocking Sakazuki's punch with a single blow. As he surveyed the scene, he noticed Akiji, Kazuru, Fujitora, and numerous vice admirals engaged in combat with his avatar. Regardless of their strength, none could prevail against his singular doppelganger. His true self had yet to intervene. Had he already become invincible? Akiji remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "We have forged the true demon lord with our own hands." Fujitora chuckled as he unsheathed his sword. Calmly observing the unfolding drama, Luo Ling watched intently. The gentle breeze carried a sense of tranquility. Indeed, it was a momentous day destined to reshape the world. Reflecting on that afternoon a year ago felt like a mere yesterday. 1 year prior, in the New World, on an island teeming with dinosaurs, Luo Ling bid farewell to Sabo and Ace, arriving here to reunite with comrades from the GM army. A bounty notice and a newspaper landed in their hands. Ian picked up the newspaper, his expression one of disbelief, his lips murmuring in astonishment. A bounty of 3 billion berries, the new emperor of the sea. The demon Lord Luo Ling. What? I am a member of the GM army. Whose idea was this? Luo Ling lay on the chair, visibly displeased, basking in the sunlight. Chapter 59, The Request of the Sea Knight. A hint of brilliance sparkled in Ain's eyes, and his lips curled into a subtle smile, releasing a laughter as melodious as the chime of bells. What is there to laugh about? I have narrowly escaped with my life. Do you think that the war atop the summit allows everyone to retreat unscathed? Luo Ling turned her face away, sulking. Long had instructed me to cooperate with Xiong on the New World mission. Sabo emerged from the room, holding a task list in his hand. Beside him stood a fishman with crimson skin, none other than the hero Tiger. It seems I too must return, lest I truly be regarded as a pirate. Luling stretched languidly, for the GM army signified a constant engagement with the world's governments. Conversely, the pirates were driven by a relentless pursuit of fame and fortune. At every moment, challengers emerged. Should he fall into the Navy's trap and become the so-called new emperor of the sea? An innumerable horde of pirates would come forth to challenge him. Loring fears no adversary. He merely detests the interminable and senseless battles. Mr. Tiger, shall you not return with us? Loring opened a door, bidding farewell to Sabo. Given Sabo's formidable strength, characterized by an awakening of dual and exceptional martial prowess, he can undoubtedly be deemed utterly dependable. On the island, a Tyrannosaurus roared fiercely, charging towards a Stegosaurus, causing the earth to tremble. Yet, an indescribable silence enveloped the scene. Tig, the man who had remained perpetually mute, finally spoke. Loring, are you familiar with Yuki? Yuki? Luo Ling was undoubtedly familiar with that name, the Queen of Fishman Island, the mother of Princess Shirahoshi, a magnificent queen who advocated for the coexistence of fishmen and humans. She possessed an extraordinary and innate mastery of observation hockey. It was she who discerned the profound sorrow that resonated within Tiger after his escape from the Red Line. Has something transpired on Fishman Island? Oh, my brother Jinbi has long since departed. We shall reunite on this very island. Since Tiger became a member of the GM army, he has not returned to Fishman Island for nearly a decade. His lack of a direct response was sufficient to indicate the gravity of the situation. At a glance, Loring perceived the fusion of his observation hockey with his very being, expanding his awareness to the extent of his visual range, piercing through the depths of the ocean. He discerned a plump merman surging through the waves towards him. In truth, just a week prior, Jinbi had departed from Whitebeard's funeral, citing an urgent matter concerning Fishman Island. It now appeared that this was indeed connected to the incident mentioned by Tiger. But wait, something seemed amiss. Upon reflection, Loring realized that Hody Jones would not make his appearance until 2 years later, and he was still exceedingly weak. No, that cannot be. Luo Ling pondered for a moment. Aaron, how did you know? Tiger was taken aback by Luo Ling's accurate estimation. Could he truly possess such foresight? It was indeed puzzling. One must understand that according to the original timeline, Aaron was destined to be sheltered by Jinbei, ultimately becoming a tyrant of the East China Sea. However, due to Luo Ling's intervention in saving Tiger, the timeline experienced a slight distortion. Aaron returned to Fishman Island, once again establishing himself as a dominant force. If my conjecture holds true, the former minor antagonist, Hody Jones, has also become one of his subordinates. What trouble have I stirred? Lo Ling smiled helplessly. realizing that it was he who had indirectly facilitated Along's return to Fishman Island, thus enabling him to continuously train and engage in battles, growing ever stronger. While his thoughts were in disarray, Jinbei emerged from the waves, invigorated, evaporating the seawater around him. With one hand extended forward in a gesture of respect, he addressed Lo Ling. I am but a humble pirate, known to the world as the sea hero Jinbei. Brother Lo Ling, it has been a long time. Bang. Before Luo Ling could regain his composure, the two brothers embraced each other. He smiled faintly, contemplating that perhaps this was a means of compensating for past regrets. Jinbei, the elder brother of the Sun Pirates, hailed from Fishman Island. Tiger, being Jinbei's elder brother, could be regarded as the elder brother of the elder brother. Since Tiger's departure, Jinbei had shouldered all responsibilities alone, especially following the passing of Princess Otohan. He relied on his position as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, as well as the power of Whitebeard, to protect Fishman Island. Subsequently, as Whitebeard aged, he frequently faced challenges to his authority from younger pirates. Due to its unique geographical position, Fishman Island became a coveted battleground. Thus, the role of the sea hero Jinbei grew increasingly vital. Such noble souls are not uncommon in the world, yet they are exceedingly rare to encounter. After several rounds of drinks, the two brothers remained silent. Ein handed Luo Ling a glass of freshly squeezed green apple juice, which he found utterly delightful. Why not speak openly? He broke the silence. Suddenly, Jinbei rose to his feet, his broad frame bowing deeply as he performed the true fishman karate salute. Mr. Luo Ling, have you heard of Princess Otoheim of Fishman Island? Why is this question resurfacing? Luo Ling cast a glance at Ein, who deliberately turned his head away, clearly aware of the incident that had transpired. Only he remained in the dark. How absurd. Wasn't he supposed to be the right-hand man of the dragon, the second in command of the GM army? At the very least, he should be one of the 4 emperors. There's no harm in speaking plainly. Roran felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He wished to cease his ruminations. 8 years prior, following the assassination of Princess Otoheim, Fishman Island had grown increasingly feeble, and the chasm between humans and fishmen had widened to an irreparable extent. Just a month ago, with the demise of Whitebeard, Fishman Island lost its protector, and I, too, was stripped of my unique privileges as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Fishman Island has become the target of scorn, and Big Mama the Nation has vowed to bring it under her dominion. The Navy dispatched the elite Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, while a multitude of pirates swarmed in, including the formidable Straw Hat Luffy, the 4 emperors, the Navy, and the supernovas. Is it truly this convoluted? Could we not simply retaliate, akin to Whitebeard? Luo Ling provided the answer. While it may seem straightforward, the reality is far more complex, for Fishman Island is also home to Fishman Street, where Arlong, who once followed the esteemed Tiger, now advocates for a severance from humanity, inciting a war. After Jinbei spoke, even Tiger felt a profound sense of disgrace. Their emotions were not merely anger or shame. Rather, they were engulfed in sorrow for the fate of Fishman Island. It was a profound questioning directed at Arlong, countless other fishmen, pirates, and indeed, the world itself. Now, the internal conflict has been exacerbated by Arlong and this group of fishmen who harbor an intense loathing for humanity. Loring smiled wryly, utterly incredulous. Is Fishman Island truly doomed? You wish for me to intervene? Plop. Jinbei immediately knelt in reverence. Mr. Loring, the new emperors of the sea. Demon Lord Loring. Only by claiming Fishman Island can you quell the present turmoil. Quell? Claim? Provide sanctuary? Loring smiled. He understood that Jinbei was ultimately a pirate, unlike Tiger, who was not part of the GM army, valuing righteousness yet lacking in certain ideological aspects. You are mistaken, and so is Otoheim. The previous Tiger was also in error. Arlong was even more misguided. To rejuvenate Fishman Island and free it from oppression, reliance on others alone is insufficient. Only with unwavering strength can one silence the naysayers. This is an arduous task. The sea hero Jinbei is acutely aware that no matter how formidable Fishman Island may be, it cannot withstand the relentless influx of pirates from the New World. Unless there is a formidable presence to instill fear, they will not hesitate to act recklessly. The fishmen are finite in number. How could they possibly fend off countless invaders, especially when most fishmen are merely ordinary beings? Ein, here, as Lilling said. Ein stood up with commendable enthusiasm. Let us embark and impart a lesson to the naive fishmen. At your command. This door leads to the depths of the sea, opening at the surface of the ocean. Lilling leaped down, and Ein followed suit without hesitation. Brother Tiger, shouldn't we be discussing tactics? Jinbi expressed his confusion regarding Lulling's actions. You should really have some awareness. Tiger scolded, frustrated. Huh? The Sea Knight Jinbi was puzzled. He had always been seen as a reliable figure, renowned for his principles. Why was he making mistakes today? Chapter 60. Why did they stop fighting? Fishman Island was bustling with activity, though today it seemed to be excessively lively. Inside a tavern, patrons were engrossed in discussions about recent significant events. The Straw Hat crew, who shone brilliantly during the Marineford War, landed on our Fishman Island yesterday. One exclaimed, "These pirates are utterly audacious. Ever since Whitebeard's death, they have become increasingly rampant. I heard that Port St. Ace gathered most of Whitebeard's sons under his banner, and his bounty surpassed 1.5 billion berries after the war. Is that not enough to suppress this band of pirates? 1.5 billion? The Demon King Lilling is a pirate with a bounty exceeding 3 billion berries, recognized as one of the new emperors. He commands the former Marine Admirals Zephyr. And I've heard. You mean Brother Tiger, right? He was thought to be dead back then, only to resurface as a member of the GM army. After so many years, he probably has forgotten about us." The chatter quickly quieted down as a tall woman, her body adorned with legs, entered the tavern. Her lips painted purple, with bangs covering one eye, she coldly approached the bar. Without a word, she seized a pirate who had just insulted her and twisted him, turning him into juice. Protection? As long as enough cakes and berries are offered, Fishman Island can naturally become one of Mama's protected islands. After saying this, she turned and slowly left, as if still searching for something. Once she departed, everyone gazed in shock at the remains of the unfortunate pirate. Such a brutal death. Squeezed to death, no less. The Juice Minister Smuggy, one of the sweet commanders under Big Mom, had truly arrived, making it clear that Fishman Island would undoubtedly fall under Big Mom's influence. Hush, keep it down. We don't want him to hear us. This matter isn't certain. You don't know that another beautiful yet formidable Marine, Peach Rabbit, has also arrived on Fishman Island. Could they be searching for each other? Rumor had it that Peach Rabbit's reputation had soared in recent years, with some claiming she was eligible to become a new admiral. Indeed, the news of Fleet Admiral Sengoku's impending retirement had spread, and one of the 3 admirals would surely fill that vacancy. At that time, the most promising candidates for the new admiral position would likely be either Peach Rabbit or Cheval. Peach Rabbit and Cheval? One of them could become an admiral? Such a notion would only amuse Lulling. The Navy was teeming with hidden talents, and powerful figures abounded. With numerous branches and divisions, once Akiji departed, they would select new admirals from around the world, 2 at that. Currently, both Peach Rabbit and Cheval, who bore great expectations, had fallen short and become reserve admirals, demonstrating the Navy's profound depth. That was why Shanks warned Lulling that the enemies of the GM army were the whole world. After the battle with Lulling, Peach Rabbit, originally accumulating power, underwent further transformation, engaging in countless campaigns, achieving a qualitative leap. She indeed possessed the qualifications to secure an admiral position. Otherwise, her reputation would not have reached such heights. This intelligent older sister, Peach Rabbit, by mere age, should rightfully be addressed as Aunt by Lulling. However, in terms of appearance and figure, calling her sister would not be inappropriate. At the Fishman CAF, Shirley gazed cheerfully at the sullen boy before her. As a member of the Great Blue Shark Merfolk, she found Luffy inexplicably endearing. With thoughts swirling in her mind, she pondered returning home to check on things. Her brother Arlong had been increasingly unruly, slaughtering human pirates rampantly, and Luffy's crew might be in grave danger. Zoro, there's no meat here. I'm so hungry. Luffy had collapsed onto the ground. The Fishman CAF did not serve meat or fish, which would surely starve him. Usopp looked worried. Recently, Fishman Island had been anything but peaceful, with conflicts erupting constantly. Had it not been for Madame Shirley being the ruler of Fishman Street and Arlong's sister, the situation would have been dire. In the center of the room lay a crystal ball, clear and translucent. Shirley extended her hand, attempting to commune with it using her own powers, hoping to glimpse a fragment of the future. Over the years, she had succeeded in divination more than once. She had foreseen the arrival of the Great Pirate Era when she was just 4 years old. The crystal ball shifted, gradually revealing a blazing inferno. Flames engulfed Fishman Island, and a fierce-looking boy emerged from the flames. It was Luffy. What? The future is so terrifying. What has Straw Hat Luffy done? Suddenly, the image shifted dramatically, the fire dissipating like embers. A colossal hand appeared. Nothing else was visible, merely a hand that rivaled the size of Fishman Island. Not even giants could reach such proportions. It was clearly monstrous. Could the fins of sea kings be as large as Fishman Island? Did this mean that Straw Hat Luffy would destroy Fishman Island? Only to attract an incredibly terrifying enemy afterward? A giant, unprecedented, capable of traversing the seas, more fearsome than sea kings. Panic gripped her. She had to expel Straw Hat Luffy. He was the source of disaster for Fishman Island. Just as Shirley resolved to intervene, outside the CAF, shouts of anger erupted. If the Straw Hat crew is hiding in the CAF, come out. Hody Jones, the former tyrant of Fishman Street, had now become a lackey under Arlong's command. Half an hour earlier, Nami, Sanji, and Chopper had encountered this gang while gathering supplies, inadvertently injuring them. Someone had informed them that the Straw Hat Pirates crew was hiding in the CAF. Due to Shirley's presence, they dared not storm inside and could only yell from outside. Get out, Straw Hat brat. Just as Hody Jones was about to hurl insults, extending his hand, he was suddenly slashed by a blade of air. The next moment, the blade severed his wrist. Ah, it hurts. Who is it? Who on earth is it? The pain was unbearable, causing Hody Jones to sweat profusely. While his minions fled without a second thought, then, a tall figure appeared before him. Smuggy, standing at 4 meters and 6 inches, seized him effortlessly and twisted him with a slight force. The once feared Hody Jones was mercilessly reduced to juice. The twisted corpse fell to the ground without a bounce. Finally found you, Peach Rabbit, Smuggy proclaimed boldly, though it was she who had found him. Peach Rabbit smiled as she drew her sword. She had transformed significantly. Not to mention a sweet commander like Smuggy, even if Big Mom were present, she would still be a formidable opponent. 2 tall and strikingly beautiful women, their legs seemingly longer than their bodies, entered the CAF, a perfect blend of grace and strength. Their mere presence rendered the enchanting mermaids within the CAF utterly overshadowed. A palpable tension hung in the air, hinting at an impending clash. With a creaking sound, the door swung open. Tautu immediately sensed a shift, instinctively glancing over, fortunately. It was merely a wooden door, not an ethereal one. What? She turned her head once more, confirming that the door posed no issue. However, the individual stepping through was indeed a concern. It wasn't the cheerful Straw Hat Luffy, but the formidable demon lord Luo Ling. Luo Ling. Luffy joyfully patted his back with such force that a weaker individual might have been incapacitated. Just when I needed to find you. I never expected to encounter you here on Fishman Island. Luo Ling smiled nonchalantly, rendering the battle between the 2 stunning beauties rather awkward. Following him were Tiger, Jinbei, Zoro, Usopp, and others, each gazing at them in bewilderment. Why have they ceased fighting? Luo Ling inquired with curiosity, creating an atmosphere rife with tension. With his entrance, who would dare to make a move? Even Blackbeard had met his demise through a swift strike. In the next instant, someone awakened from their stupor and shouted, Brother Tiger has returned. He has come back. The GM forces took action, and all factions converged upon this place. The Fishman Island, already a volatile powder keg, was ignited, as if even the waters surrounding the island were boiling. Chapter 61. To illustrate, I have but one objective, to dominate Fishman Island. Anyone daring to encroach upon my territory shall meet their end. A straightforward and incisive remark from Luo Ling caused a dramatic shift in the demeanor of the sea hero. Jinbei. Absolutely not. What is going on? It was agreed you would instruct me on the proper course of action, yet in the blink of an eye, it is transformed into maneuvers akin to those of the 4 emperors and the Navy. Is this truly how your GM forces operate? Observe closely and learn, Tiger calmly stated. Arms crossed. In previous years, Luo Ling's elusive nature prevented him from leaving a significant mark on the world. It was only through the Navy's arduous efforts to gather intelligence that they ultimately positioned an ambush in the homeland of the tyrant Kuma. That battle marked the sole occasion when the Yellow Monkey triumphed over Luo Ling. Once imprisoned and impelled down, he seemed to possess extraordinary growth, rapidly advancing until he became virtually untraceable. The sole reason for all of this lies in the silence of those days. Luo Ling traversed the globe, and while it appeared he ascended to the status of a so-called 4 emperor in the New World, it was merely a fade. In truth, he roamed the seas, navigating the Grand Line. The name Loring has long become a beacon of hope for those who suffer in despair, akin to a savior. Tiger has witnessed firsthand Loring single-handedly confront a kingdom ravaged by villains, transforming it into a realm where benevolence prevails. Even among the ranks of the GM army, he is referred to as the Demon Lord, a title he undeniably embodies. The mere mention of him sends shivers down the spines of those villainous souls who managed to escape the siege of the city. The battle for the city has inspired countless individuals with admiration, while simultaneously instilling fear and disdain. Yet, this is merely a fragment of his life over the past decade. Some say that I have only been at sea for a month, appearing for just a few days at a time. Laughing, Loring approached Peach Rabbit, the epicenter of the Smuggy battlefield. He spread his arms wide, exuding an air of utter arrogance. The world was mistaken, naively and adorably so. How could it be that I had only been at sea for a week? Aside from the East Sea, where I vanquished the celestial dragons and the war at Marineford, most of my exploits have long been erased. So, what exactly have I accomplished? Allow me to present an example. What? Do not even mention Jinbei. Even Smuggy is utterly perplexed. An example? We are currently vying for dominance over Fishman Island. You expect me to provide an example? Do you truly believe I am but a 3-year-old child? I wonder, is there a single one among Luffy's brothers who can be deemed normal? Zoro, having encountered Loring on numerous occasions, has always felt that Luffy's eccentricity is deeply intertwined with Loring's influence. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Loring rolled up his sleeves and extended a fist the size of a sandbag. It was patently evident, according to the prevailing logic thus far, that the larger the fist, the more just the cost. Should an individual be too frail yet, out of fear, fail to resist, and shamelessly place me in peril, I would categorically refuse to acquiesce. With these words, he boldly approached Smuggy. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Smuggy instinctively took a half-step back. This individual was a formidable being, renowned as the Demon Lord, and stood shoulder to shoulder with Big Mom, a veritable emperor of the sea. Alone, he represented a faction of an emperor. After Whitebeard's departure, whether Loring was the strongest man in the world remained a mystery. Yet, he undoubtedly ranked among the most formidable candidates. You may come first, Smuggy. As Luo Ling stepped forward, Smuggy's observation haki attempted to perceive his next move, yet it could not anticipate how he would act in the following moment. The Demon Lord has never been one to show mercy. His fists, as hard as iron, struck with such force that one could feel the desire for death. Cough. Smuggy endeavored to employ his armament haki for protection, but his efforts ended in failure, leaving no time for his fruit abilities to take effect. With just a single punch, Smuggy rolled his eyes back, staggered several steps, and collapsed to the ground. Indeed, you managed to utter a word. It appears you possess considerable potential. Loring offered a serious commentary. The Big Mom pirates, accompanied by the formidable Star Smuggy, brought along numerous offspring and elite forces. Upon witnessing the sheer terror of Loring's punch, they dared not retaliate. It is said that the most fearsome aspect of the Demon Lord is when he is enveloped in swirling mist, radiating golden light. Yet what transpired was merely a single punch. Smuggy, one of the mightiest warriors under the reign of the Emperor Big Mom, could not withstand even a standard blow. The nearby pirates and Arlong's subordinates felt a sharp pain in their throats, struggling to swallow. Some began to draw in their breath sharply, attempting to prevent their racing hearts from elevating their body temperature. Long time no see, Peach Rabbit. Luo Ling turned to the sword-wielding Tao Tu, narrowing her eyes with a smile. The last time you managed to survive in Weno, it was merely due to your fortunate fate. This time, there shall be no second chance. Tao Tu felt a surge of indignation, given her status and rank. She was acutely aware of the peril Luo Ling posed to the world as a member of the GM army. It was precisely for this reason that she would spare no effort in attempting to bring her down. My swordsmanship may not be exceptionally strong, but it surpasses yours by a slight margin. Out of respect for you, however, I shall use my fists instead. As Loring strides forward, each step compels the delicate Peach Rabbit to remain on high alert. Over the past month, following the conclusion of the war atop the summit, the Navy headquarters convened multiple meetings, prominently announcing the enhanced threat posed by Kaido's beast pirates, who have entrenched themselves on Hive Island. On the other hand, there stands the enigmatic Demon Lord Loring, renowned for his solitary prowess. Historically, the title of a Yonko signifies the fulfillment of at least 3 criteria: the ability to rival an entire nation single-handedly, the possession of a formidable force capable of dominating the New World, and the immense reputation accrued through countless battles. Loring is indeed an exception. Perhaps only the legendary Red Count of Ur could rival him, a man capable of single-handedly shouldering the weight of an entire notorious pirate crew. A bounty of 3 billion berries is merely a futile declaration of intent. The world government desires Loring's downfall, viewing him as a ruthless villain, yet simultaneously fears the amplification of his renown, which could bolster the influence of the GM army. Peach Rabbit is acutely aware that her defeat would be inconsequential, provided that the events of today remain concealed. However, this realization suddenly engenders a profound sense of dread. Without engaging in battle, she is already convinced of her impending loss. Unbeknownst to her, she has succumbed already. She cannot afford to wait passively for Loring to make his move. With unwavering determination, she unleashes all her might to draw forth the golden Kinger. It arcs gracefully through the air, seeking a flaw in Loring's defenses. With the resolute intent to deliver a fatal blow, the line is severed. Boom. Luo Ling merely took a step forward when Tao Tu lunged towards him with astonishing speed. With an effortless motion, he threw a punch, only to witness the pink thread abruptly cease. Subsequently, her graceful figure transformed into a swift arc, crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound. As she fell into unconsciousness, the special communicator in her hand was activated in haste. How I long to weave a tale with these two enchanting ladies, yet alas, your tolerance for alcohol seems feeble, leaving you both intoxicated far too soon. Luo Ling thoughtfully poured them each a glass of green sour apple juice, reminiscent of a farewell ceremony. He turned away, lifting his gaze towards the two groups of people hastening down the street. On one side stood the king's faction, led by the great knight Neptune of the Dragon Palace. On the other, the forces of Fishman Street, spearheaded by Arlong, the embodiment of malice who harbors a deep-seated hatred for humanity and the entire world. The main combat forces of the Navy and the pirates had reached an accord, and now allow me to present an example. His innocent smile belied an aura of devilish malevolence. How infuriating. Who truly embodies evil? Through years of combat and training, Arlong's bounty had risen from 20 million berries to an astounding 270 million berries, commanding a formidable fleet of 100,000 fishermen pirates. He also wielded the immense power of over a dozen formidable fighters from Fishman Street. He had initially believed that this voyage would allow him to dominate the seas. Yet, upon standing before this individual, he found himself stripped of the courage to advance. Arlong, do you still remember me? Luo Ling smiled as she gazed at him. Taking her first step forward, all of Aaron's loyal subordinates retreated a pace. With another step, her smile became carefree, causing Aaron's followers to tremble in fear, their legs quaking. Hey, why not greet me? It's been such a long time. As Luo Ling took his third step, he vanished without a trace, exhibiting no hesitation whatsoever. The entire crew of the Fishman pirates fled in panic. What are we afraid of? He is but one man, while we are 100,000 strong, Arlong bellowed. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that his legs trembled involuntarily. Luo Ling possesses the advanced awakening of the three-colored haki, a harmonious fusion of spirit, energy, and essence. Every utterance, every glance, and even the mere presence he exudes resonates silently with the formidable conqueror's haki. It is entirely natural to feel a sense of trepidation. Along, I have heard whispers of your ambition to become the pirate king? The dear demon lord softly inquires, his voice a gentle caress by Along's ear. Suddenly, there is a resounding impact. Along feels an eruption of pain, his visage collapsing inward, plunging him into a state of utter oblivion. Loring's figure re-emerged, casting a glance back at King Neptune. I have finished my examples and wish to expound on my theory. Could you please remain silent? With a swish, silence enveloped Fishman Island. Chapter 62. Fishman Island is within my grasp. Fishman Island, the Dragon Palace Kingdom, is home to 5 dominant factions, the Pirate Smuggy, the Fishman Street's Arlong, the Navy's Peach Rabbit, King Neptune, and the GM Army's Loring. With a single strike, he unleashed a flurry of blows that left 3 factions in disarray. Only Neptune remained, locked in a gaze with him. On Fishman Street, all pirates were rendered mute, while the soldiers helped Peach Rabbit, who showed no signs of regaining consciousness. Loring imparts a profound truth. There lie 2 choices, to heed or to disregard. Neptune's countenance darkens. Must he truly align himself with the GM army? Such a decision signifies enmity with the world government. What are you hesitating for? Is this the once mighty sea knight of yore? In your youth, did you not command the winds and waves, coexisting in an era with Whitebeard? In your twilight years, has your heart grown weary? Luo Ling's smile was even more disconcerting. We maintain a respectful distance from one another, after all. The Dragon Palace Kingdom of Fishman Island falls under the jurisdiction of the world government. Although we have not participated in world conferences for many years, it is merely a consequence of our overwhelming busyness. It is a rarity for Neptune to even speak. Standing before Luo Ling creates immense pressure, often leaving one with a tingling sensation at the scalp. Since the passing of Iji, the Dragon Palace Kingdom has declined invitations to world conferences, though we have always refrained from openly declaring our severance from the world government. The disparity in significance between the two is quite apparent. It is a decision made out of necessity. Just as Tiger, in the past decade, became a member of the GM army, he has also refrained from returning to Fishman Island lightly. Jinbei, the sea warrior, became one of the 7 warlords of the sea. all in an effort to protect Fishman Island as much as possible. If you do not provoke others, they may still choose to slap you, rather than succumbing. It is better to rise from this. If you cannot manage it alone, you have the backing of Fishman Island. If Fishman Island is insufficient, then consider the New World. Before the New World lies the Grand Line and the Four Seas. With fervor and passion, Loring delivered his words, leaving Luffy utterly perplexed. Though Luffy undoubtedly failed to grasp their meaning, he could sense that Loring's conqueror's haki was remarkably extraordinary. It emanated not only from his emotions and speech, but also from every movement, and even in stillness, he could exert influence. Such a wondrous power. Once Loring's battle concluded, Luffy was resolute in his determination to master this technique. No one dared to utter a sound. The words of Loring can indeed only be uttered by a member of the GM army. Anyone else daring to speak such sentiments would either face a bounty or meet an immediate demise. Neptune beads with sweat upon his brow. How could he fail to realize that aligning with the GM army is the only decision that resonates with his true convictions? Yet, prior to this moment, he hesitated to risk the countless lives of Fishman Island for his own gamble. As a king, he is bound to prioritize the lives of all his subjects. It is common knowledge that the celestial dragons are the aristocrats of the world, but my aim is to eradicate nobility from this realm, or to elevate everyone to the status of nobility. Those who dare obstruct my path shall meet their end. You as well, King Neptune. With relentless fervor, Luo Ling uttered another phrase that sent everyone's hearts racing.